Chapter 121 Interstellar Cruise. You are leaving in 3 days. Why are you saying goodbye today? Li Siyu asked. Do you want to leave secretly? Yin Rui thought about it, then nodded and said, about the same. In fact, he just needs to integrate resources in the remaining 2 days. The stall in this plane is a bit too big, and he needs more time to sort it out. But since Li Siyu took the initiative to deliver it to the door, let him help. The shops on the commercial starship will be handed over to you after I leave. It's up to you whether you want to renew the lease or cancel the lease. By the way, it seems that there is not much inventory in those shops. Do you want anything? Of course, I want your green plants. Li Siyu sat down in front of Yin Rui without any hesitation. Give me more green plants. You won't be back for a while after you leave. Yin Rui nodded. Come tomorrow. I will give you all the remaining green plants. Do you have any other requests besides these? I want your snack cabinet. Li Siyu calmly put forward his request. I want all your snack cabinets. You can take the goods inside. But of course, it would be better if you don't take them. I will pay for them. Forget it. I don't want your money. We only calculate the price of the snack cabinet. Yin Rui handed over the system. Calculate the total amount. According to the 60% discount on the purchase price, which is considered depreciation. The system didn't expect that someone would be willing to take over this batch of snack cabinets. He has now earned back all his investment. And now Li Siyu is giving it all net profit. So cheap? Li Siyu saw the price given by the system and said with some surprise. Friends and relatives price? Trouble your price. Yin Rui rolled his eyes. I have other things to ask you for help. The next day, Ward looked at Li Siyu in disbelief. What did you say? I was inherited by Yin Rui to you. What the hell is inheritance or not? What do you think of Ward? Li Siyu, don't think that you are the commander-in-chief of the starship. I will. Ward looked at the gun in Li Siyu's hand and immediately turned off the fire. Give him the share of the next 2 days. And I won't send it. Ward felt that he had maintained the last dignity. And with his hands behind his back, he said, just help me run an errand. Li Siyu took the space button and looked up at Ward. Ward broke out in cold sweat, turned around and left quickly without even looking at Li Siyu. Did you record it? Li Siyu said. Recorded? The system's voice came to Li Siyu's ears. After hearing Yin Rui's plan yesterday, Li Siyu said in confusion. Do you really want to scare him like this? Yin Rui replied, I don't even want the share. So what's wrong with scaring him? He got a great deal. Then Li Siyu realized that Yin Rui's little monkey could actually be invisible and record videos. What a magical thing. Li Siyu was jealous when he saw it. Before the system left, Li Siyu hurriedly asked, do you really have no brothers and sisters? The kind that came from the same factory. There are a lot. But you can't buy them here. And it depends on luck to be able to cooperate with us. The system poured cold water on Li Siyu's enthusiasm. Don't think about it. I'm leaving. Bye. The system saw that Li Siyu was its financial sponsor. So it patiently explained to him. Maybe in the future, the technology of your plane can make me. If you want, you can go to Sonda. The system's voice fell. And when Li Siyu spoke again, he didn't get any response. You're leaving now. Li Siyu spread out his hands. And just now, he was looking for the space button in his palm that he was going to send to Yin Rui. But now it has disappeared. And when this space disappeared, he didn't even feel it at all. Can our technology really develop to that level? I'm really looking forward to it. But what exactly is a plane? The system didn't know that Li Siyu had grasped the key point of his casual words. After returning to Yin Rui, he handed the space button to him. It's all done. All the snacks have been checked for us. And we have taught him how to use them. Even the repair manual has been left to him. There shouldn't be any problems in 10 or 8 years. That's enough. The snack cabinet is not a high-tech thing. After 10 or 8 years, Sonda will definitely be able to make it. Yin Rui injected the last bit of his superpower into the withered seedling in front of him. And then said, we will go back tomorrow. Today is the last day. Let's go out for a walk. Several people came to the ecological park. They first walked around the ecological park and wanted to buy something, but found that there was nothing they wanted. Why do I have higher standards now? As Yin Rui walked, he held Jian Anqi's hand and said, if we had come here in the first world, I would have gone bankrupt by now. You bought a lot in the first world. 2. The system secretly complained in its heart, while Anan raised his head as he walked, wanting to listen to the chats of several people about the first plane. At that time, He had not yet come to Yin Rui's side. In the first world, I was actually very nervous. I was afraid that I couldn't do it well. I didn't expect it to be as difficult as I thought. Yin Rui held Jian Anqi's hand and sighed. At that time, I just thought that the two of us could survive. As long as I could have enough food in the end of the world, I was willing to pay any price. It turned out that I didn't need to be so pessimistic anymore. The initial goal had been achieved. I hadn't even thought about what to do next. Jian Anqi lowered his eyes and thought for a long time before he couldn't help but say, I have something to tell you. What is it? Yin Rui looked at Jian Anqi. It was the first time he saw Jian Anqi showing such a tangled expression after the two of them got together. Are you hiding something from me? No. No. How could I hide anything from you? Jian Anqi denied it from the beginning. But when he thought of what he was going to say, he couldn't help choking. There is still something I am hiding from you. Jian Anqi pursed his lips and said uneasily, My former boss wants to meet you. Meet me? Why me? Yin Rui was a little confused. Have you come out to him? It's not this. He wants to meet you because he found out your identity. Didn't we find him before because of some problems? We attach great importance to our early warning. At the same time, they also found that your past is the same as that of ordinary people. And there is nothing special. So some people have been questioning it. Jian Anqi explained quickly. At the end, he added, but my old leader does know about the two of us. When did you tell him? Yin Rui waved his fist at Jian Anqi. You were quite active outside when I wasn't paying attention. He knew it a few years ago. At that time, I escaped from the military performance to find you. And your existence was already known to everyone in the camp. Yin Rui recalled that Jian Anqi appeared inexplicably and left inexplicably, and his expression was a little cracked. But to be honest, Yin Rui actually felt a little proud at this moment. If he wants to see me, he can see me. Whether he wants to know about the end of the world, or as your former boss, he wants to meet the boyfriend of his former subordinate. I must see him. Yin Rui raised his eyebrows at Jian Anqi. I'll ask you if there is anything extraordinary in person. Your old boss should know everything. If you want to know about me, you can ask Wan Jiaming and others. Jian Anqi's spirit is not as tense as before. And he breathed a sigh of relief. As long as you ask them, they will tell you anything. Forget it. Yin Rui scratched his fingers, and then said to Jian Anqi, Does your old boss believe in the end of the world or not? He is a person who follows what the superiors say. But based on our chat, he should be the one who believes more. In this case, there is nothing to worry about. Yin Rui and Jian Anqi instructed, Then we will meet the old leader when we go back. And talk to him by the way. The supplies must be prepared. Oh, right. Yin Rui finally added, Choose a better restaurant. It must suit the taste of the old leader. Jian Anqi nodded, took out his mobile phone and started to contact the old leader. On the other side, a group of people in uniforms were sitting around the table, staring at the only mobile phone on the table. Are you sure he can reply today? I'm really sleepy. He can definitely reply. Although he always replies slowly. He always gives me a definite answer. Xiong Qing was sitting in the middle of everyone. Although his official position was not the highest, his words were the most authoritative at this time. Then he will definitely give you a definite answer. Didn't he definitely refuse your meeting with him in the previous one? Someone mocked Xiong Qing. This is the soldier you brought up. It's only been a short time since he retired. But he doesn't take you seriously. Don't talk nonsense to me. If I say a few more words to him, he will definitely agree. If you don't believe it, just wait and see. After Xiong Qing cursed twice, he was still a little uneasy. He knew that Jian Anqi was a smart, rational guy who could dodge any trap set by him. He could accomplish anything he wanted to do. But if Yin Rui was the one, he would be crazy. Not to mention rational. Here they come. Xiong Qing's phone lit up, and he immediately unlocked the interface. 7 or 8 heads appeared behind him. Show me. Show me. You didn't refuse this time. Did you? Old Xiong has begged him so much. If he still refuses, it would be a bit ungrateful. This kid's tone is very harsh. Who is Yin Rui? Aren't they childhood friends? Why does it feel like their relationship is closer than that between me and my brother? Okay. Okay. I'll open it. Xiong Qing opened the message, and finally laughed out loud after seeing Jian Anqi's reply. Haha. I knew it. He is still my soldier. He has no room to refuse my order. Yen Rui looked at the red heart that Xiong Qing immediately replied, and said with some emotion, I thought that tough guys would not send red hearts. I have never seen him send such a tone of voice. Jian Anqi frowned and said speechlessly, It's inexplicable. A little uncomfortable. Yen Rui laughed out loud. What's there to be uncomfortable with? Let's go. We will go back tomorrow. Now is the last carnival. It's just that there are no conditions for carnival here for the time being. After walking around twice casually, Yen Rui had no interest in continuing. He said to a few people, Forget it. Let's go and see the mushrooms. The mushrooms in the cave are growing well. Now they have slowly grown another crop. In the farm hidden in the supermarket, Yen Rui has also begun to allocate a part of the area one after another. This part is for planting trees. Mushrooms are planted here. And we can plant fruit trees. Are there 4 seasons here? If it is based on the 4 seasons, Yen Rui will have to divide the area for planting crops more carefully. Of course not. After all, this is the highest technological level display area of our Amoin galaxy. As long as you plant it, it will always be maintained at the optimal level after it grows. So if you plant an apple tree, and leave the apples there after they ripen, they won't rot. Right? The system's proud voice rose 8 degrees. Of course. Not only that, when you pick the apples off the tree again, it will automatically recognize that the apple tree has become immature and start the next cycle of growth again. And you don't have to worry about it at all. The system continued, and you don't have to worry about this kind of thing at all. The farm is all under my monitoring. If there is any problem, I will definitely notify you as soon as possible. The system really made Yen Rui feel more secure. He picked up the system, held it in his arms, and rubbed it gently. What would I do without you? In his previous life, he had a very hard life without the system. Jian Anqi lowered his eyes. This time, he was not jealous. After the two of them were close enough, Jian Anqi walked forward and took Yen Rui into his arms. I'm going to plant trees. This is the list I asked Wan Jiaming to prepare. See if there is anything missing. Jian Anqi asked Wan Jiaming to prepare a total of 10,000 trees. In addition to fruit trees, there are also various functional green plants. The saplings that can be seen on the market are basically on this small list. In fact, I don't know if these are enough. Yen Rui scratched his head and found that all the ones he liked were already on this platform. As for the ones he didn't like, he didn't know much. So he couldn't find any loopholes for a while. If it doesn't work, we can make up in the system mall. By the way, where do we dig the fish pond? Jian Anqi and Yen Rui sat on the sofa again and studied the layout of the farm. The next morning, Yen Rui took Jian Anqi's hand and looked out the window. Today is the last day. Right? Jian Anqi nodded, looking at the stars outside. Shall we go back now? Yen Rui paused for a moment, then nodded vigorously. Let's go back now. We have to leave sooner or later anyway. Please ask the host if you are sure to leave this plane. Confirm. After leaving the plane, Yen Rui smelled the familiar air in the next second. I want to eat skewers. Yen Rui looked at the barbecue stall not far away and swallowed his saliva. Shall we buy some barbecue? It was almost midnight, when the night snack culture was the most lively. Yen Rui took Jian Anqi to the barbecue stall and asked for a total of 100 skewers in one breath. Brother, you can't eat so much. Buy less. The owner of the barbecue stall looked at Yen Rui, who was thin and tall, and didn't look like someone who could eat 50 skewers. Even if you add your friends, it won't work. Jian Anqi sat in front of the low table and took out toilet paper, gently wiping the greasy tabletop. Don't let pets get on the table. The boss shouted in Jian Anqi's direction. And the system had never been treated like this before. They looked at Jian Anqi with some grievance. Jian Anqi touched the heads of the 2 big babies, and then whispered, after we go back, let's have fun on the table. They don't know that you are not the same as ordinary pets. Come down now. One of the 2 sat in Jian Anqi's arms with grievance, and the other waited until Yen Rui came back and immediately jumped on his shoulder. It's over again. Do we have enough points in our system? Yen Rumingzi scratched the system on his shoulder and said, The only regret this time is that we didn't buy a starship. The system heard the pride in Yen Rui's tone, curled its lips and said, There will be no interstellar war in your plane. Why are you in such a hurry? Just save money slowly. This time, several people saw that their points increased by double digits, and they were satisfied without eating. The skewers are ready. I'll roast 20 beef and mutton for you first. My pot can't hold them all. I'll continue with the rest. Okay. Yin-Rui picked up the skewers in his hand and ate them with relish. Boss, give me another 10 servings of toast. Seeing the boss making an admiring gesture to Yin-Rui, Yin-Rui said to the system in his arms, when you're almost done, sit back on my shoulder. Don't eat too much, or you'll be discovered. I'll pack some more later, and we'll go home and eat. The system nodded. Don't I understand this? Don't worry. After eating and drinking, Yin-Rui packed another 200 skewers under everyone's gaze, directly clearing out all the boss's inventory that night, and even asked for 10 bowls of instant noodles next to the stall. We don't need so many instant noodles. Do we still need instant noodles in our supermarket? Yin-Rui nodded. We do need instant noodles in our supermarket. We have nothing left in our supermarket now. And we don't have any stock at all. Even if we want to buy Coke, we have to go to other supermarkets. Before leaving, Liu bought all the goods in the supermarket, just like Yin-Rui bought all the skewers. Even when Yin-Rui told him that he might not be able to use these things, Liu still insisted on his own ideas. Yin-Rui could only tearfully earn him a fortune again. Tomorrow morning, we will go to buy goods first, and then go to the old leader for lunch at noon. Right. After returning to the supermarket, Yin-Rui put the skewers that were packed later on the dining table. And the system also became adult size. And there was a posture that they were determined to eat all the skewers. This skewer is a little cold. Let's heat it up in the oven. Yin-Rui was about to start, but was pressed down by Jian-Anqi. Let me try it. I'm practicing supernatural control recently. Yin-Rui put down his hand and watched Jian-Anqi's actions quietly. But he saw that Jian-Anqi was still not doing anything. And he couldn't help but ask, is your supernatural power fire? He remembered that Jian-Anqi's supernatural power was not related to fire at all. As expected, Jian-Anqi shook his head. It has nothing to do with fire, but it can also heat up. After saying that, another flash of lightning with a faint black light burst out from Jian-Anqi's palm. I'm going to start. Jian-Anqi's voice was steady, and he did not forget to remind the people around him. Finally it started. Yin-Rui couldn't help holding his breath, staring at Jian-Anqi's movements. But he didn't see clearly how Jian-Anqi did it. And the next second, he smelled a strong smell of burnt. Yin-Rui, Jian-Anqi. And then, this temperature should be okay. Do you need me to heat it up for you? Yin-Rui pretended to be calm and lowered his head to ask Anan and the system. Anan looked up at Yin-Rui, then turned his head to look. Jian-Anqi, who was standing stiffly in place, shook his head silently, and at the same time lowered his head and gently pulled the string in front of him with his front paws. Don't make any noise. It's embarrassing. I'll take a break first. After a long time, Jian-Anqi recovered from this heavy blow. His expression was frozen, and even the tenderness he had when looking at Yin-Rui in the past disappeared briefly at this moment. Oh, okay. Yin-Rui, who was always eloquent, was suddenly speechless at this moment. He looked at the back of Jian-Anqi, who was a little disappointed, and his heart felt a little depressed. Don't you want to persuade him? He has been practicing his superpowers very hard behind your back these days. In fact, his large-scale attacks are already very strong. But he still has some problems in subtle control. Has he been practicing superpowers very hard these days? Yin-Rui asked the system in a low voice. How come I don't know? Aren't you busy these days? You two are the same. Yin-Rui thought about it, picked up the 5 skewers, paused, and then put the 5 skewers back. Then walked to Jian-Anqi's room, opened the door, and sat on the sofa in his room. After washing up, Jian-Anqi opened the door, and saw Yin-Rui suddenly appear in front of him with a serious face. When he saw Yin-Rui's expression, he immediately knew why he came. Are you here to comfort me? Actually, there is no need. It was just a little awkward just now. Jian-Anqi walked forward and covered Yin-Rui's body in the sofa. But I am in a bad mood now. Can you give me some comfort? Jian-Anqi curled his lips and moved his face closer and closer. Yin-Rui was sure that Jian-Anqi was not affected by what happened just now. His sudden appearance here was indeed a bit redundant. But since I came here, Chapter 122 Original Plane. His. The skin is broken. The next morning, Yin-Rui touched his hot lips in the mirror. And he would never be soft-hearted again. Eat something light in the morning? Jian-Anqi knocked on the door, and the voice came from outside. Yin-Rui opened the door and saw Jian-Anqi with an innocent face. Jian-Anqi looked down at his face and frowned and said, I'll make you a cup of chrysanthemum tea. Just stay away from me today. Yen Rui pushed. If it was in the past, Jian Anqi would definitely retreat. But this time, Jian Anqi grabbed Yen Rui's hand with his backhand. I was wrong. Yen Rui snorted twice. It's good that you know you are wrong. Will you dare to do it next time? No. Jian Anqi thought silently in his heart. I will talk about it next time. This time, I will make a good promise to let him see my determination. Shall we go to your boss for lunch today? Yen Rui opened the closet, searched inside, and finally found a suit. I should be fine in this. Yen Rui moved his fingers, holding the suit in front of himself. I should look good in it. You look good in anything. Jian Anqi walked up and hugged Yen Rui's waist, kissing him habitually. But there is no need to wear a suit to see him. Just wear a casual sportswear. Yen Rui thought for a while, put the suit back in the closet, and then rummaged around in it again, and finally found a casual suit. You just can't get along with suits, right? Jian Anqi smiled and said, Don't be nervous. The old boss has a good temper. Yen Rui looked at himself in the mirror and changed his clothes. Don't worry about what I want to wear. Just do it yourself. Yen Rui turned his head and looked at Jian Anqi, who was wearing a t-shirt and shorts. You're not going to meet people in this outfit, are you? Yen Rui threw his clothes on the bed, then turned around and pushed his shoulders out. Go change me into a more formal outfit. Jian Anqi was pushed forward by Yen Rui, with a look of enjoyment on his face. There's no need to dress too formally to meet him. When I was training under him before, I didn't wear a shirt every day. Bang! A loud door slamming sound came from behind Jian Anqi, and Yen Rui's voice followed closely. Hurry up and change into a more formal outfit. You can't be rude to your elders. Do you think it's really not hot to go out like this? Before leaving, Jian Anqi turned his head to look at Yen Rui, and said helplessly, At least change into a short-sleeved shirt. Go out quickly. You'll be late. Yen Rui turned his neck uncomfortably. He had never thought about meeting his parents before, and the incident happened suddenly, so he was not prepared. I should have gone to the mall to buy clothes last night. In fact, Yen Rui secretly asked the system to help him match a few sets of clothes. As a result, he found that the system's matching was not as reliable as the summer men's meeting outfits he found himself. Turn up the air conditioner. After Yen Rui said this, he turned on the air conditioner in the car to the maximum. Jian Anqi looked at Yen Rui, who was a little uneasy, and was in a good mood. You really don't need to be too nervous when you meet him. And today we are mainly talking to him about the end of the world. When the time comes, you just need to tell him what you saw and heard in your previous life. At the red light, Jian Anqi held Yen Rui's hand. Believe me, even if you dress up, he can't tell. I'm not nervous. Yen Rui pursed his lips and frowned. The end of the world. The end of the world. Yen Rui silently repeated the key points 3 times in his heart, and then he calmed down his noisy heart. When he arrived at the door of the hotel, Yen Rui looked up at the plaque. It was an ordinary guest house. He turned his head to look at Jian Anqi. Seeing Jian Anqi nodded, he walked into the door with confidence. As soon as he entered the door, a waiter came up and said, Please follow me twice. Although the waiter was wearing an ordinary uniform, it can be seen from his upright posture and steady steps that this person had received professional training. Yen Rui walked all the way and found that there was no guest in this hotel. Strangely, such a serious atmosphere made Yen Rui feel a little more relaxed. This is it. Please come in. When the door of the room was opened, 3 middle-aged men in military uniforms were seen, and there were 2 men in suits. For a moment, Jian Anqi, who was wearing an ordinary t-shirt, suddenly became a little out of place in the room. Yen Rui laughed wildly in his heart. He even clapped himself, and his whole body exuded a happy atmosphere. Please sit down, both of you. At this time, Xiong Qing spoke first. He pointed to the seat opposite him, Jian Anqi and Yen Rui, and sat down. Let me introduce myself first. My name is Xiong Qing. Jian Anqi used to be a soldier under me. You should know this. Xiong Qing broke the silence first. Yen Rui straightened his back and nodded solemnly. I know. Jian Anqi told me that you once took care of him. That's good. That's good. Xiong Qing repeated it twice. He looked around and found that no one else wanted to introduce themselves, so he didn't continue to speak. Instead, he chatted with Yen Rui. How are you doing recently? I heard that you two are doing business. Is your business good? Did you eat this morning? What did you eat? Who of you two cooked? Do you need any help in life? If you encounter any problems, you can tell me, and I will definitely help. Yanrui nervously put his hands on his knees and answered Xiongqing's question seriously. After chatting, Xiongqing knocked on the table gently. Serve the dishes. As soon as the voice fell, the dishes were piled up on the table like water. Yanrui wanted to look up to see if the waiter was the same as the one who led him in just now. But he asked him to observe that these people disappeared in the private room at the speed of ghosts. And the time they appeared was not even half a minute. Come on. Eat. Xiongqing called Yanrui and Jian Anqi. Don't be nervous. Try the cooking skills of the chefs here. When I first joined the army, the first time I had a special meal was when my old leader took me here to eat when I was on a mission. Xiongqing showed a nostalgic expression while eating. At that time, the two of us ate 3 dishes, and my comrades talked about it for half a year after returning home. Yanrui ate a little restrained, even picking up the dish in front of him. But Jian Anqi didn't care about that. After Yanrui finished eating, he turned the table in front of him without hesitation and let him try the next dish. Jian Anqi was actually not very satisfied with the attitude of the people who came today. The table was a table for 12 people, with Xiongqing sitting in the middle and 2 people sitting on each side of him. Opposite Xiongqing sat himself and Yanrui, and the empty seat next to them seemed to divide the room into 2 camps. Say whatever you want to say now, and I will tell you everything I know if you have any questions. Halfway through his meal, Yanrui felt the strangely quiet atmosphere in the room, and suddenly had some indigestion. Seeing Yanrui so proactive, Xiongqing coughed lightly, and then said, Then I don't have to hide it. I want to ask you, have you had a psychiatric examination recently? Yanrui didn't expect Xiongqing's first question to be this. It seems that he still doesn't believe in the existence of the end of the world. I haven't had a psychiatric examination. If you need, I can cooperate. But I hope everyone can understand that my cooperation is only for ordinary people, not to give people above a reassurance. Yanrui said this bluntly. He knew that some people now have no drive to do things. As long as they don't make mistakes in their official positions, they will be over as long as they retire. He understands these people's choices. But in peacetime, let alone in the end times, some people even took this path. At that time, many people died because of such leaders. He still remembers it clearly. That's natural, Xiongqing assured. As long as you are willing to do a mental examination and the result is no problem, we will cooperate with whatever you say afterwards. When Yanrui heard this, although he felt a little uncomfortable, he thought that he still had to give others some assurances. So he suppressed the dissatisfaction in his heart and nodded and said, If you have any other requirements, tell me all at once, and I will try my best to meet them. Humph. You're quite arrogant. Just as Xiongqing was about to speak, the people around him couldn't help but speak. Xiongqing's face changed slightly after hearing this. If you can't speak properly, don't open your mouth. What did you say when you came here? The middle-aged man next to him hugged his arms angrily and turned his head away, not wanting to look at Yanrui. Wei Rong didn't believe this. What do you mean by the end of the world? At most, it's just a small ice age. Even in ancient times, they could survive the small ice age. What can't they do now? Making a fuss. And rebirth. He couldn't guarantee whether he really lived again, even if he was really reborn. After all, the things Yanrui predicted in advance were not even nonsense. Maybe he wanted to become rich and powerful by relying on this. Why did he come here today to expose Yanrui's lies? If the country starts preparing for the end of the world, it will directly change the country's strategic plan. Other countries may take advantage of the situation, and the losses will be immeasurable. Anyway, he doesn't believe it. Yanrui realized that the people at the table were not very satisfied with him, and even Xiongqing had some doubts about him. Yanrui curled his lips and wanted to slam the table and turn around and leave. But when he thought of the tragic situation at the end of the world, he suppressed his temper again. He couldn't live a good life by himself. And it was really good when everyone was well. Yanrui took a deep breath, suppressed his temper, and then stretched out his palm in front of everyone. Xiongqing looked at Yanrui's actions and was a little confused for a while. He slowly stood up and stretched out his hand. It should be a handshake. Is this kid asking for peace? It seems that his temper is much better than Jian Anqi, which is really good. As soon as he stretched out his hand, he saw a handful of small black stones appear out of thin air in Yanrui's hand. Give these stones to the few people with the strongest physical fitness among you. If there is anything, we can talk about it in 10 days. It turned out that it was not a handshake. Xiong Qing was a little embarrassed when he stopped in the air. At this time, Yin Rui stood up like him and stuffed a handful of small stones into Xiong Qing's hand. This black one combined with the colorful one may cause fever in the middle. Just take some antipyretic medicine. Basically, the fever will go away in 1 day. Don't worry. After Yin Rui finished speaking, he grabbed another handful of crystal cores and stuffed them into Xiong Qing's other hand. You must use one black and one colorful one together. Yin Rui wrote a third-level crystal core, which, combined with the original species, is more than enough to stimulate the supernatural powers of people with extremely strong physical fitness. 10 days should be enough. There won't be any radiation in this thing. Wei Rong's tone was a little doubtful. We should test it first when we go back. Don't bring all the messy things to the army. Jian Anqi clenched his fists after hearing this. He was about to speak when he was stopped by Yin Rui. Yin Rui was actually very grateful to the person who spoke. He had been very nervous since he entered the door. Although he eased a little later, he was still tense. When he knew that this person spoke, anger instantly filled his chest, burning away the few tensions. It seems that you don't believe what I said. Yin Rui looked at Wei Rong and said with a smile. But I advise you to believe it. Otherwise, what do you want? Wei Rong raised his chin and said with some disdain. Don't think that if you pretend to be a ghost here, everyone will believe you. I tell you it's impossible. You will never pass me. Yin Rui looked at him, and the atmosphere in the room suddenly became tense. After a long time, Yin Rui slowly spoke. I don't care whether I can pass your ticket, but your car has been approved by the traffic police. What? Wei Rong slapped the table. You are standing there talking nonsense. Is Xian A9XXXX your car? I thought officials of your level would have drivers when they go out. If nothing else, at least the driver knows where you can and can't park. Deduct 2 points and fine 200 yuan. I hope you can remember not to park within 50 meters of the intersection next time. After hearing Yin Rui's words, Wei Rong looked around with an inquiring look, and saw that the people around him nodded calmly. Nonsense. Yin Rui didn't care. He was a little angry just now. Even if he was considerate, he would feel unhappy when being questioned repeatedly like this. Then the system told him that Wei Rong's car had been ticketed. The depression in his heart just now dissipated immediately. Yin Rui hummed a song in his heart, ate all the rice in front of him, and then said to Jian Anqi, "This dish is delicious. Can you learn to make it?" Jian Anqi nodded and answered without hesitation. Of course. Xiong Qing looked a little annoyed. He pretended nothing happened and continued to ask, "Can you tell me about the situation after the end of the world?" Yin Rui looked at Xiong Qing's expression, sighed, and told him everything about the end of the world. At first, there was a typhoon that lasted for a month. Yin Rui spoke slowly. He didn't know much about the situation outside in his previous life. He only knew that the cities along the coast were basically all submerged, and only 1/3 of the country's area was left. It would be fine if the weather returned to normal after the flood. But after the flood, it suddenly turned into a drought. The continuous earthquakes made people nervous every moment. Sometimes when they walked, the ground would shake, and then the earth would crack and swallow people. As far as he knew, many people at that time chose to commit suicide because they could not withstand such torture. Listening to Yin Rui's story, everyone at the table frowned at the same time. The person who had just made up his mind not to speak could not help but ask at this time, what about other cities? What was the rescue situation at that time? Who organized it? It was organized spontaneously by the people. At that time, people in each city were busy with their own affairs, and had no way to integrate their strength like before. Yin Rui answered according to his memory. Everyone should know my supermarket. At that time, there was a temporary command center at the location of our supermarket. But in the end, there were only a few people left. But it was still a relatively strong force nearby. After hearing Yin Rui's words, someone frowned and asked, "Is it the same abroad?" There were reports when the typhoon just started. It was a global disaster. Later, all communications were cut off, and I didn't know the situation outside. Yin Rui answered truthfully, and the people around him were shrouded in a sense of silence. "I believe you," a middle-aged man in a suit said. "If it's fake, it's impossible to say so much detail. You just listened to a few words he said? Didn't you read his information before? In order to make money, He could write 3 short stories a day. It's not easy for him to write these few words. Yanrui didn't expect that they had investigated all these things. He looked at Jian Anqi with a guilty look. I'll tell you when I go back tonight. At that time, Yanrui only had some compensation and savings from his parents, which was not much money in total. So he thought about doing some part-time jobs. It happened that a senior sister introduced him to this job after knowing his situation. Because they were acquaintances and the aura of the senior sister. The publishing house paid a lot of money. Although the publishing house closed down after he graduated, he always remembered the good things of the senior sister. Although I am good at making up stories, I will definitely not make up such things. I will go to the psychiatric department for a checkup in a while. After the checkup, if you still don't believe me, I will have no choice. Instead of convincing you to believe me, I would rather prepare the supplies for survival in advance. Yanrui said frankly, you don't have much time left. If you continue like this, I don't know how many lives will be destroyed in your hands. Hearing Yanrui's words, Wei Rong, who was just opposing him, shut up. What Yanrui said does make sense. What does it matter if it is true or not? Anyway, if it is false, he can arrest Yanrui. If it is true, but no one wants this to be true. I think it is true too. We can't keep denying it just because we hope it is false. Mr. Yen has provided a lot of evidence. He is right. If we delay for 1 day, the survival rate of many people will decrease. We should not do this. Okay. Let's start voting now. Those who believe Yanrui's words, please raise your hands. Yanrui didn't expect that they would raise their hands to vote for their wishes at this time. He sat there waiting for the final result, and found that the 5 people looked at each other, and finally raised their hands. Even Wei Rong was no exception. After expressing his attitude, Wei Rong put down his hand, but his expression was still a little embarrassed. Don't think I believe you. I would rather do some useless work. I tell you, if good things don't come, I will definitely arrest you. Yanrui answered without hesitation. In fact, I hope that the end of the world will not come more than you do. Maybe life in a prison in peacetime is better than life in the end of the world. Since everyone has expressed their opinions, the purpose of this meal has basically been achieved. Yanrui stood up first, nodded to the 5 people in front of him and said, Everyone, I will leave first. After Yanrui finished speaking, Jian Anqi also stood up and added, I believe every word he says. I have known him since I was a child. He will never make up such a lie for personal gain. Oh, you don't need to make a promise. Go away quickly. Xiong Qing hurriedly waved to Jian Anqi. Go away. Go away. I don't want to see you now. We have a meeting here. Jian Anqi wanted to say something else. Xiong Qing continued, I order you to leave quickly. Retreat. Retreat. It was the first time that Jian Anqi heard Xiong Qing's order in this situation. He subconsciously stood up straight. Yes. Yanrui couldn't help but curl his lips behind him. He pulled Jian Anqi's sleeve and said, Go. Go. After leaving the house, Jian Anqi received an appointment message from the hospital. Someone had already registered for him and Yanrui. Not only Yanrui had to undergo a mental examination, but Jian Anqi also had to go along. We are really brothers in need. Let us prove to them that this is the most wasteful money they have spent. After Jian Anqi and Yanrui got in the car, Jian Anqi asked curiously while driving, Did the traffic police really issue a ticket to Wei Rong's car? Yanrui said, Of course. This is what the system told me. The system should not be wrong in this regard. Of course, I will not be wrong. The incident happened suddenly, so I did not connect the communication equipment to Jian Anqi. I saw that those people did not believe you at that time, so I used some tricks. Use tricks? You didn't call the traffic police over, did you? Yanrui was a little unbelievable. How did you do it? The system raised its chin and shook its tail with some pride. I called to report him. Yanrui. So that's it. He really didn't expect such a simple and unpretentious method. After a few hours, while Yanrui finished the inspection, Wei Rong finally finished the meeting. After leaving the house, Wei Rong looked at the sticker on the window and suddenly thought of what Yanrui said at noon. It's actually true. Chapter 123 Original Plane. The reports have been sent over. The hospital can prove that we have no problems at all. So they want to ask you what supplies you need most. Yanrui sat on the chair with a tangled expression. I don't know what supplies I need most. Anyway, when I came back, I needed food the most. When I just came back, I ate 3 bowls of Lao Gan Ma mixed with rice. And the rice was even cold. Hearing this, Jian Anqi couldn't help but feel distressed for Yan Rui. He walked up and hugged Yan Rui. Don't worry. I will definitely not let you suffer like that. Yan Rui smiled and patted Jian Anqi's shoulder. Then I want to eat roasted pig's trotters. The kind from the night market before. They roasted it so fragrantly. Let's go eat tonight. The supermarket is out of stock. Aye. We have to go buy goods today. We'll go in a while. Then let's travel. Yan Rui looked at Jian Anqi with unspeakable expectations in his eyes. When are we going to travel? Now. Now? Yan Rui was a little surprised. He hesitated for a while. Then said, we can't leave now. We still have a lot of things to do, including communication with the authorities. I always have to. Jian Anqi stepped forward and shook his hand. Didn't you write a note about the situation after the end of the world? You wrote it when you just came back. What you recorded at that time was the most accurate. You can just hand it in. Then should I also tell them what supplies they need to prepare for the end of the world? Yan Rui touched his chin and whispered, we have to make a list for them. You can make a list for them. But the list you make alone is probably not as complete as the types of supplies they prepare themselves. And they have some types of supplies that you don't know about. You simply can't be comprehensive. Jian Anqi touched his head and comforted him. Don't put too much pressure on yourself. You are doing very well now. Then Yan Rui looked up at Jian Anqi. Shall we leave now? Let's go. The two of them didn't bring anything. Just closed the door and drove away. When Xiongqing and his men were observing at the entrance of the supermarket, the people in the house had already left. And the house was already clean. There's nothing on the shelves in the room. Xiongqing's men leaned over the window of the supermarket for a long time. And after confirming that there was nothing inside, they came back to report to Xiongqing. Xiongqing couldn't believe it. Tell me again. Who's missing? All the people and goods inside are gone. This man also knew some inside information. He approached Xiongqing and whispered. Could it be that he got scared after making a big fuss and ran away? Impossible. Wait for me to call him and see. Xiongqing took out his mobile phone and called Jian Anqi. After Jian Anqi answered the call, he heard Xiongqing scolding on the other end. Where have you been? You stinky boy? After the report was sent yesterday, did you feel that you were okay again and fearless? Come back to me quickly. The voice was so loud that even if Jian Anqi turned down the receiver, Yan Rui, who was sitting in the co-pilot seat, could still hear Xiongqing's roar. Sorry. I can't go back. Jian Anqi's voice was flat. And he refused without hesitation, since the test has confirmed that we don't have those mental illnesses. And we have provided so much evidence about the end of the world. I feel that we have tried our best. When Jian Anqi said this, Xiongqing on the other end of the phone was speechless for a moment. What he said made so much sense that he didn't know how to refute it. Okay. No matter where you are, you should come back as soon as possible. We really need your help here. Xiongqing put down his shelf and said to Jian Anqi sincerely. There are many things we don't know. And our concept of the end of the world is not as clear as Yan Rui. You ask him to come and talk to us. 10 days later, Jian Anqi told Xiongqing about his plan that he had already made. 10 days later, people wearing 2 stones should have some physical conditions. After everyone sees their changes, we will go back. 10 days later, people wearing 2 stones should have some physical conditions. After everyone sees their changes, we will go back. How much can the sky do? You are just wasting time and the fate of the masses. Xiongqing said seriously. Now the higher-ups have agreed to fully cooperate with you. And you are now saying that pigs can grow wings. And we all believe it. But, hearing the words from Xiongqing in the microphone, Yan Rui whispered beside him, after the end of the world, pigs can really grow wings. Jian Anqi, why didn't you tell me this? Yan Rui shrugged his shoulders. There are more changes that I haven't told you. Anyway, the end of the world is a mess. Jian Anqi frowned. It's okay. You can tell me slowly. You can send the Doomsday Manual to Minister Xiong first. I have converted everything into Word. You can send it now, the system said. But Jian Anqi, do you want a copy? Anyway, you don't know much. Yan Rui immediately covered the mouth of the system. No. You send this to Minister Xiong. And I will tell Jian Anqi about it later. Yan Rui emphasized and repeated, I will tell you. It is much more vivid than cold text. Jian Anqi was happy. And he asked Xiongqing to send the contact email address. After sending it, he hung up the phone and said to Yin Rui, "It's your turn." Yin Rui cleared his throat. In the later period, there are those animal and plant mutations. Flying pigs and six-winged chickens really exist, but they are just a little bigger, or have some limb mutations. After catching them, you don't need to add any seasonings. Just roast them over fire, and they are actually quite delicious. Listening to Yin Rui's words, Jian Anqi felt a little sad. Not to mention no seasoning. The taste is a little off now. Yin Rui can't eat it. His memory of the taste of these things should be recorded after he was hungry for a long time. Can't these animals and plants breathe fire or something? Jian Anqi suppressed his annoyance and said with a smile, "I remember it was written in the novel. No. The mode here is still a typical weather disaster mode. But there is no guarantee. After all, these creatures have mutated into that state. Who knows what will happen next?" Yin Rui said, and even rubbed his hands uncontrollably. "I'm looking forward to it. We will definitely see what happens next. This life won't be shorter than the next life." Right? The two drove on the highway, stopping and starting. Whenever they came across a service area, they would stop and take a walk around. "We have run out of rice and flour in the supermarket. Do you want to buy some here?" The system looked at the location of the granary on the map and said with a sip of water, "Even if you want to buy, you can't buy it here." Yin Rui hit his head. At this time, even if these farmers sell grain, they will only sell their own grain reserves. When the end of the world comes, they will have no food to eat. At that time, money will become paper and can't fill their stomachs at all. Yin Rui was worried at this time. "Where do you think we can buy these things? Abroad? We can buy some abroad, but our own reserves are enough to last for about a year. So there is no need to worry too much." Jian Anqi took Yin Rui to stroll along the dirt road in the countryside. "System, can you put a notice in my personal store and tell them that I want to buy food?" Yin Rui suddenly had an idea. Although we are short of food in the end times, those love systems, learning systems, or hegemony systems should not be short of food. Shouldn't they be short of food? More than that, talk to the host of the love system. I think the situation in their plane is similar to that in this plane. Can we get goods from them? Yin Rui felt more and more feasible as he talked. You can also look for other systems. Don't you have a farming system? If the host of the farming system can't consume so much food in this plane, please sell it to me. I will buy it all. The system patted its chest and said, "Don't worry. I am now the first on the scoreboard. As long as I open my mouth, many small systems will come up to help. I know our system is the most powerful." Yin Rui touched the system's head. "Contact as many as you can. You also know our future situation. The more the better." The system clenched its fists and encouraged itself. "Don't worry. I will definitely help you with this matter." After that, the system's figure disappeared from the eyes of the two, and Yin was not surprised. But this time when he saw the system disappear, he turned around in circles a little uneasy. "What's wrong, baby?" Yin Rui bent down and pulled Yin into his arms. "Why are you unhappy? Do you think the soil here is a little dirty and dirty your paws?" Yin Rui held his throat and kissed Yin. "How can my baby be so smart and cute? And so clean? Who is the cutest baby in the world?" And Yin was not comforted by Yin Rui's words, but bit Yin Rui's clothes with some anxiety, pulling him, asking him to leave here quickly. Yin Rui felt bad. He looked up at Jian Anqi, and Yin has never been like this before. Did he have a premonition that something bad would happen here? Jian Anqi did not hesitate. He took Yin Rui's hand and ran outside. Just when he ran to a relatively flat road nearby, he felt the ground shaking, and it took about 10 seconds before it calmed down. Is that it? Yin Rui felt a little uneasy. It couldn't be an earthquake. Jian Anqi pursed his lips as he saw Yin Rui knew nothing about the earthquake. It might not be an earthquake, or the earthquake had a small impact and didn't cause any casualties, so it didn't attract everyone's attention. Yin Rui nodded, but his brows were furrowed. When he got back to the car, he started to look through his phone. Sure enough, he found a piece of news that was not very eye-catching. A 1.2 magnitude earthquake occurred in XX County at XX on X day, and no casualties occurred. Seeing the words that no casualties occurred, Yin Rui finally put his mind at ease. Fortunately, he should still have time. There should not be much difference between his previous life and this life. However, this also reminded Yin Rui not to move too much. A little butterfly, Did not want to cause a hurricane. I'm back. Yin Rui felt his arm sink. And sure enough, there was another little monkey lying on an ant's body. I have sent out the announcement. Recently, many people have opened personal stores. But you opened them with full payment. They all took out loans from the main control. Now many store owners have begun to contact us. Do you want to take a look? Let me see it quickly. The depression in my heart just now was swept away. Sure enough, what the system said was true. Now the heads of 3 stores have contacted him. One of them was the host of the love system he mentioned before. Yin Rui felt that this person was also an old acquaintance of his. So he opened the chat interface directly. Hello. What kind of food you have over there? How much is the price? The other side didn't waste words. Just said wait a moment. And then more than 20 photos were sent over. Is this the trading market in their plane? Yin Rui looked at the wholesale market he always went to before, and there was not much difference. Just take a closer look. It's just some packaging differences. How could it be like this? Are our 2 planes copies of each other? Yin Rui asked the system. The system replied, how is it possible? The social conditions of each plane from its birth to its later development are all developed freely by the intelligent creatures of the plane. There are tens of millions of planes in the world. And there are many planes with similar development. As far as I know, there are about 700 planes with a similar development speed as ours. Yin Rui took a breath. So many? Is there an end of the world outside us? Could it be that the plane gods want to eliminate homogeneity? That shouldn't be the case. But your plane may encounter some celestial influence. Or the planet's bearing capacity. Unable to bear it. The automatic cleaning mode was turned on. The system couldn't help but sigh when it said this. Even the main control couldn't figure out why there was a doomsday state in the plane. It turns out that even your main control couldn't figure it out. I thought those planes were controlled by your main control. Yin Rui shook the heavy system and it in his arms. It's useless to worry about the future. Let's find a way to solve the problem in front of us. What's the problem? Where do we stay tonight? It was already evening. Yin Rui and Jian Anqi turned around and went to the nearest urban area nearby. The 2 found a hotel that looked more upscale and moved in. After entering the room, Yin Rui said with some concern, I don't know if Anan will be angry. It must be lonely for us to leave him alone in the supermarket for a night. It's a cat, so it shouldn't be dissatisfied. Jian Anqi pushed Yin Rui. Do you want to take a shower first? Yin Rui shook his head, turned around and sat on the sofa, then pulled Jian Anqi over. Let's order the goods with Tianqianmiai Nico Nico first. Jian Anqi looked at the name with a puzzled look on his face. Doesn't he think the name is too long? It's a love system. Isn't it normal to call it this name? Yin Rui didn't think there was anything wrong. Let's order the goods with him now. He will definitely collect a deposit first. The system climbed onto Yin Rui's shoulder at this time. And the 3 of them looked at the screen together. The love system quietly told me that his host is very poor. Although the domineering president gave him a house and a car, he actually didn't have enough money in his pocket to pay the property management fee and maintenance fee. It's so hard. It turns out that love is not as reliable as starting a business. Yin Rui flipped his hands. Give me as much as you can get. I can give you a deposit first. As long as it can be eaten. I want it all. No upper limit. Sure enough. The other party quickly replied, I want a deposit. And I won't raise the price for you. I don't understand. I just want the labor fee in the middle. What a frank math student. So kind. In the end, I will give you 2% of the total price as labor fee. The higher the value of our transaction, the more you get. Deal? Please transfer the deposit first. I only have 2 hours today. This is not a one-time transaction. I will take time to trade with you during this period. You don't need to find someone else. With such a sincere attitude, Yin Rui did not hesitate to give him 50 million points. And the system over there instantly converted these points into currency. Okay. I will give you the first batch of supplies tonight. Do you want anything else? Such as pots, pans, and so on? I just saw a hotel closing down outside. Soup spoons are 50 cents each. Yin Rui, too. After contacting the host of the love system, Yin Rui felt relieved. Our points are going to shrink again. But these points are worth spending. Jian Anqi put his arm around Yin Rui's shoulders, and then said with a smile, just now was the most relaxed time for you today. Nonsense. Yin Rui turned over and sat on Jian Anqi. I want to show you when I am the most relaxed. Asterisk. The buffet in the hotel restaurant last night was really good. But it's a pity that I can't eat it anymore. Yin-Rui looked at the shadow of the hotel slowly going away in the rearview mirror, and said with some regret. Seeing this, Jian-Anqi took out a box of chocolate biscuits from the space cow. Try the taste of snacks at other planes. After the two of them finished their meal last night, the host of the Love plane had already started to deliver the goods. Because he was too lazy to settle the bill, he directly took a screenshot of his and the store's consumption records and sent it to Yin-Rui. Yin-Rui immediately gave this person another 10 million, and at the same time transferred the first batch of labor fees to him. Why does his sweet berry have a gold border? Why doesn't my name have a gold border? Yin-Rui asked curiously. I want to get one too. You don't have to. This is the costume he bought from the System Mall. After buying the costume, he can shine in the System Mall. Ah, forget it. He didn't want to spend the money. Yin-Rui ate and drank all along the way. He found that the things in that plane tasted almost the same as the goods in his own plane. This might be another you in the world. But this really helped him a lot. There is a lake here. Let's go to the lake and take a look. Yin-Rui pointed to the words on the road sign and said. Jian-Anqi turned the steering wheel without hesitation and drove in the direction indicated by Yin-Rui. When he got out of the car, Yin-Rui could smell the smell of water vapor. Ah! So comfortable. Yin-Rui ran to the lake and opened his arms. This place is really nice. If we live here after the end of the world, it should be very comfortable. If you want, we can build a house here. After listening to Yin-Rui's words, Jian-Anqi really started to make plans. The terrain here is a bit uneven. And you said there will be floods at that time. If we are too close to the lake, it is very likely that the house will be submerged. We need to find a place with higher terrain. Forget it. I just said it casually. Yin-Rui turned around and hugged Jian-Anqi. When the drought comes, this lake will definitely save the lives of many residents. Jian-Anqi hugged Yin-Rui back. Do you want to contact the host of the original plane again? Since he doesn't cut trees anymore, can he sell us some water? The water resources in his plane must be very abundant. You are right. Yin-Rui broke away from Jian-Anqi's arms and then devoted himself to the state of contacting the host of the original plane. He said he could sell us some water. It's still the rainy season there, and he's worried about the water. Yin-Rui excitedly turned around twice. The only requirement is that we provide him with a container for holding water. He only has a wooden barrel. Then let's find a tool in the System Mall that can hold water infinitely. I don't know if the space button can hold water, and whether electronic products can touch water. It's okay. But the space button is not easy to operate underwater, so it's not very suitable for our current situation. The system immediately extracted 3 pictures. These 3 tools are more suitable for our current situation. Yin-Rui raised his eyes, and then widened his eyes. Isn't the one in the middle the Axting magic lamp? Is there a lamp god inside? Of course not. There is only an infinite space array inside. But you put on the appropriate clothes and pour water out, and you can be named a god by people. And the host has become a water god in the village with this thing. And no one knows that he secretly went out in the middle of the night to add water to the pot. What an exaggerated shape. Yin-Rui immediately took out the magic lamp. Just take this mineral water bottle. Let him squat by the lake to jar it. It just conforms to the laws of physics. And a water bottle can hold a ton of water. Yin-Rui gave him 200,000 points with a heartache. And 2 ordinary-looking mineral water bottles appeared in Yin-Rui's hands. Why did you buy 2? The system asked curiously. The other one is for Tianqian Miai Nakanako. When Yin-Rui said this name, his expression was a little embarrassed. When he and the boss date, they sit by the lake and can drink a lot of water after sitting for a while. Or they can just put the water under the tap at home and drink it for a day. Anyway, the boss doesn't care about the water bill. Tianqian Miai was a little happy to receive the new task. The damn boss seemed to want to train him like a canary, and only let him go out for 2 hours a day. If it weren't for the system, he would be monitored by the boss's people all the time. And then, he would have no time to make money. It's so annoying. His target doesn't understand the suffering of the world at all. Yin-Rui thought about it, and simply bought a few more bottles. And then hung this bottle on his personal shop, indicating that after signing the contract, as long as the bottle is filled with water, he can get 500 points. Their family's water fee is only 2.8 yuan per ton. If other planes are similar to his situation, just filling water is pure profit. Sure enough, the 10 bottles he put on the shelf were taken away in a short while. Yin-Rui looked at the hosts, who signed the contract. They were also from various planes. Some people even left messages asking him if he needed spiritual springs that could cleanse the meridians and marrow. He only needed 5 million points to fill a ton of spiritual springs. To be honest, Yin Rui was a little tempted. But the price of 5 million was really a bit too much for him. He had already split every penny into two. And he was now hoping that 1 point could buy a starship. Don't give me a ton. Can you give me a pound? Unfortunately, Yin Rui was rejected. He complained to Jian Anqi sadly, in the future, I will make you write about this spiritual spring bath. After hearing Yin Rui's words, Jian Anqi smiled and rubbed his hair. We are already very good now. Don't forget that we are the only 2 people in the world with superpowers. And our weapons are invincible. We are basically at the forefront of the world. It doesn't matter whether we take a spiritual spring bath or not. That being said, Yin Rui still felt a little uncomfortable. He said to Jian Anqi, I am still a little greedy now. I originally thought that as long as I could eat and drink enough in the end of the world, I would be satisfied. Later, I became satisfied as long as I could dominate the end of the world. Now I want more people in the end of the world to live a good life. Yin Rui held his neck with his backhand and turned his stiff neck. Maybe the greater the ability, the greater the responsibility. My small shoulders can't support it. Jian Anqi looked at Yin Rui's cuteness, smiled and rubbed her shoulders. Don't worry. No matter how hard your shoulders are, I can rub them soft. Jian Anqi's breath sprayed in Yin Rui's ears, making Yin Rui feel itchy. He pushed Jian Anqi away with some struggle, and said while running with a smile, no tip for you this time. Jian Anqi, who was amused by Yin Rui, shook his head, then waved at him and said, come over quickly. The noodles we ordered should be ready soon. Ready? Yin Rui looked at the system. Our second batch of goods has arrived. He is really vigorous and resolute. Tian Tianmei's second batch of protective funds is still rice, flour, grain and oil. I don't know if his big hand will be discovered by the domineering president. I have provided Yin Rui with nearly 30 tons of supplies in the past 2 days. Received. Hard work. After Yin Rui sent a message, he asked with some concern, will this affect your love mission? Tian Tianmei no. I told him that I want to open an 822 convenience store and come to this market to find sources of goods. And that idiot believed it. Yin Rui, thank you. I will have to work hard for you for a while these days. Tian Tianmei, you are so polite. Don't be so polite. Yin Rui was stunned for a moment after receiving the message, and then looked at the words on the other side, and couldn't help laughing. Letting such a person to work on the love system is really difficult for him. What do you think of the main control? Will he come directly to your main control center one day? I don't think so. I heard from the love system that he likes that boss. Although he scolds him behind his back every day, he is quite tender in front of him. Alas, the poor system doesn't seem to be able to deeply understand human emotions. He didn't continue talking. Instead, he was in a good mood looking at the bottles that returned one by one. We have enough water here. Whether it's for drinking or using, we probably won't be able to use it up in hundreds of lifetimes. So can we fully devote ourselves to the journey now? Jian Anqi pinched Yin Rui's face with some dissatisfaction. You are finally relieved now. Yin Rui nodded. Don't worry. Don't worry. There is no time to be more relieved than now. Now the country is secretly collecting supplies in the back. And we are secretly collecting supplies in other planes. I don't believe that this life can be like the last life. And so many people can die. Yin Rui guessed correctly. While the two of them were enjoying the joy of collecting supplies during their journey, Xiong Qing was also constantly collecting supplies. If the apocalypse doesn't come, we will be laughed at to death. And we won't be able to move forward in this life. Wei Rong hugged his shoulders and said in a tangled manner, have you asked him? How did he know that the traffic police gave me a ticket that day? Xiong Qing was about to laugh at Wei Rong. But suddenly he recalled Jian Anqi's attitude when he received his call. And his expression was not so relaxed. Don't think about talking about work. But if the apocalypse really doesn't come, isn't it still a good thing? I would rather not mention it in this life. And I also hope that the apocalypse will not come. Who doesn't think so? In fact, Wei Rong already believed Yin Rui's words. When he saw Yin Rui that day, he actually believed 90%. The time when he really believed him completely was when he saw Yin Rui's Doomsday Handbook. After the flood, there is drought. Alas, I don't know how those who survived in the previous life survived. Wei Rong took a deep puff of cigarette. Poor my little grandson, who was born not long ago. Didn't Yin say that in the end of the world, everyone will give priority to providing supplies to women and children? Your little grandson should live well. Even if that kind of life is good. How good can it be? I have lived a good life in this life. Poor my little grandson. He still doesn't remember anything. Wei Rong couldn't help but tear up when he said this. And Xiongqing also fell silent. Although he didn't have children and grandchildren, he also had a back at home. The child was soft and cute, and he didn't dare to hug him hard. Okay, let's not talk about that. Let's stock up some more supplies now. Don't let these things go to waste when the time comes. And that will be a good thing. After hearing what Xiongqing said, Wei Rong also perked up. What is Yin doing now? I have something to ask him. Yin is now counting the supplies. He gave Tian Mei 50 million. Which is really too much. Tian Mei hasn't spent even 1/5 of it yet. I forgot that food is not expensive. The expensive ones are actually these biscuits and snacks. By the way, I also asked him to buy some seeds. Let's plant them when we have time. Because he started to collect goods in various planes. Yin points were a little tight. Why can we trade in the nightmare plane? Is the water in the nightmare plane drinkable? There are also people in the nightmare plane. So of course the water can be drunk. But it is difficult for the host in the nightmare plane to collect water. The system felt that it could not explain it clearly. So it unfolded the screen. You can see how difficult it is for the host in the nightmare plane. Yin opened the screen and saw a fair-skinned boy who looked only about 14 or 15 years old. Sitting by the pond in the school in a school uniform. With a rope wrapped around his hand. And his water bottle at the other end of the rope. The boy walked to the pond after wrapping the bottle. Then squinted his eyes and fell down. The next second, the boy's soul left his body. He looked back at especially noticing that the water bottle had sunk into the pond. And then nodded with satisfaction and floated away. Is this the nightmare plane? What is his soul going to do? Actually, it's to defeat the monsters in the nightmare. A bit like the Infinite Flow. Have you read the Infinite Flow novels? Yin shook his head. The system explained to him enthusiastically. He has read a lot. Green JJ costs 3 cents per 1,000 words. And he has already spent tens of thousands. After the system finished explaining, Yin couldn't bear to look directly at it. Such a young child has to participate in such a fight. You are a bit too cruel. Ah? But he is the first in the Infinite Flow game score list. He has killed monsters, and has reached the 69th place in the total score of the playing system. The Infinite Flow boss is only 69th in your place. What a poor plane. So he came here to make extra money. He can earn 500 points by drinking a bottle of water. Otherwise, he would have to kill 500 monsters to earn 500 points. Yin patted his head. Then I'll give him a few more bottles next time. He should be able to tie a lot of them on his wrist. A few days later, Yin walked and stopped, and collected a small batch of supplies. We shouldn't have too much impact on this plane if we buy these things. Yin looked at the things in the space grid, and said with some concern. I think buying 100 servings of grilled cold noodles shouldn't have too much impact. Jian Anqi crossed his arms, and said seriously. What about the 1,000 kebabs? Yin finished eating a kebab at this time. Washed the bamboo sticks in his hand. And then carefully collected them. These will be rare supplies in the future. The impact shouldn't be big. Jian Anqi said. There is a breeding farm nearby. Do you want to buy some? We will send them directly back to the farm in the supermarket. Buy. Yin answered without hesitation. Just buy a few pregnant ones. By the way, system, can you help deliver babies? The system looked like, how can you ask this question? I have to do the job of delivering babies. Do it. What else? Do you think Jian Anqi and I have learned these things? Yin spread his hands. After all, you are the most knowledgeable person in our family. And I feel that your fingers are the most sensitive. Although you are a little monkey, you are much better than my stiff 5 fingers. Don't flatter me. Even if you praise me to the sky, I won't help So's give birth. The system looked at the book Postpartum Care for Sows in Yin hand. Did you take the wrong book? No. You should not only learn postpartum care, but also prenatal care. Why don't you enter this book? Yin shook the book in his hand at the system. Give me 10 points. Yin operation did not violate any rules. He gradually entered books such as Postpartum Care of Sows, Legend of Egg Laying of White-Feathered Chickens, Difference in Taste Between Highland Cattle and Buffaloes into the database. Okay. With these, we don't have to worry about not being able to access the internet. Yin Rui made sure Yin Yin bought a book as well. When he went to the farm to buy pigs, the receptionist saw the book in his hand and couldn't help but feel a little relieved. The process of buying livestock and poultry went smoothly. Yin Rui and Jian Anqi passed by a large research farm, which not only raised pigs, cattle and sheep, but also chickens, ducks and geese. They had a full range of various types of animals, and even new species bred by their company. Yin Rui bought 10 of each type of pig, cattle and sheep, with a 2:8 split between male and female. He bought more poultry. In addition to buying 10 of each adult, he also bought a lot of cubs and eggs. Yin Rui even wholesaled 20 egg incubators under their promotion. When he left, the boss's face was almost frozen with laughter. It was the first time that someone bought so many things without them delivering them to the door. I like such customers. The truck was rented temporarily online by the system. Jian Anqi drove the truck to an open and secluded area, and then moved all the livestock to the farm in the supermarket with the system. The farm has not been fully built yet, but as long as it is here, there is no need to worry about them getting sick, as long as they are separated and don't fight. Chickens, ducks and geese can all be raised on the mountain. After we plant all the fruit trees, we will raise them all on the mountain. Draw a few rivers on the mountain and put water in them. We also have to determine the location of the fish pond. If we meet a fish seller when we pass by, the fish will not fight if we put them in the pond on the farm. Yin Rui asked the system, and the system proudly replied, "Of course they won't fight. The space we built is absolutely perfect. I think it can be more perfect, such as automatic delivery and automatic tree planting." After Yin Rui finished speaking, he lowered his head to look through the breeding manual in his hand, leaving the system alone to ponder. Towards dusk, the two found a hotel by the sea in a nearby city. "Are you doing this on purpose? You know I want to raise fish and drive to the seaside?" Yin Rui looked at Jian Anqi with an expression of "I have seen through you," and said, "About the same." Actually, it was because Yin Rui had said before that he wanted to see the sea, so he found the city closest to the sea. "Let's stay here for a few more days. And soon." Yin Rui knew what Jian Anqi meant, and he sighed heavily in his heart. And then he became excited again. Then let's enjoy the present moment. Chapter 124 Original Plane. Yin Rui, who had never spent a holiday at the beach, had put all the pressure of the past behind him these days. Whether it was diving, surfing, parasailing or sailing, he had a lot of fun. He even chartered a small yacht with Jian Anqi. The off-season is great. There are not many people, but the sun is a little too strong. Yin Rui played at the beach these 2 days and got a degree darker, but he looked healthier. "How is our fish pond going?" After taking a shower, Yin Rui came out shirtless, wiping his hair. The excavator costs 200 a day. It's too expensive. Jian Anqi had just come out of the farm in the supermarket. He took the towel from Yin Rui's hand and wiped his hair, then said, "It's almost done. You should be done if you finish it." After the two finished talking, Yin Rui turned his head and said viciously to the system, "It's your fault. Why didn't your main controller know to add a fish pond to the terrain?" The system was speechless. Not to mention that the main controller didn't know to add a fish pond to the terrain. If he didn't understand the content in this regard carefully, he wouldn't know it all. And he had to dig a fish pond specially. Besides, he doesn't like to eat fish. As a main controller, controlling thousands of planes, there is such a mistake. Yin Rui beat his chest, looking heartbroken. "I need compensation." The dagger was revealed. "Then, I'll ask the main controller to reimburse you for the money you spent on digging the pond," the system said weakly. This time, he was indeed in the wrong. Yin Rui shook his head in dissatisfaction. "I don't lack this little money. What I lack is time." "Then how do we adjust the time?" "The time of the original plane they live in cannot be adjusted, and time cannot be reversed. They are not great magicians." "Huh? Great magician?" Just as the system was about to speak, Yin Rui seemed to know what he wanted to say, raised an index finger, and shook it at the system. "Don't reverse time." "Just kidding. The pond he and Jian Anqi had just dug. If time went back, wouldn't all his work be in vain? So what do you want?" The system crossed its arms angrily. "Are you asking me to blackmail the master again?" "I'm sorry, I can't do it," Yin Rui said. "TSK, why didn't the system turn its elbow to his side? I don't ask the master for things. I ask him for time. I want a free time converter. I want to stay in the next plane for a while. But I don't want to pay extra money. Yenroi's words were clear. In addition to making money, the next goal of Jian and I is to build our farm well. And what we lack most now is time. So that's what you mean? This request is not high at all. Then I'll send a message to the master to apply. The master should agree. The master will definitely agree. Yenrui found that the master is quite easy to talk to. As long as the request is not too excessive, he can meet it. How about we buy the excavator? This thing will not be produced for a period of time in the future. Yenrui was moved. And Jian said, you have already given a warning. These things will sooner or later flow into the official books. We don't need to buy them. They will protect them. It's better to find the host of the love system to buy them. The name Tianqianmiai Nico was a bit hot to Jian lips. Yenrui knew what he meant and laughed. Then asked the system to help contact the love host. I don't know if the host of the nightmare plane has time to help with shopping. I feel that the situation in their plane is not much different from ours. At least there shouldn't be much difference in productivity. That's fine. As long as he can kill the monsters quickly, he can go shopping immediately. In this way, he is not much different from the host of the love system. Okay. Then you can help me contact him. After Yenrui finished speaking, he thought for a while. Except for him. Everyone who can be contacted and is willing to help us buy things has basically been contacted once. Of course. Now the host of each plane is helping you buy things. And our system will contact you privately. You have become famous. The system said with some pride. Some uncles don't want to do such troublesome things. And their system helps persuade them. This is also good. Yenrui and Jian returned to the supermarket hand in hand. Before entering the farm, Yenrui glanced outside the door. Is there someone outside watching us? Yenrui felt something was wrong. He hadn't noticed it before. But just now, he felt his hair stand on end. There are always people watching us nearby. It's nothing. Jiang patted his shoulder and comforted him. Your 5 senses have become so sharp now. It seems that digging fish ponds these 2 days has exercised your body. Yenrui threw the panic that just flashed past behind his mind. What do you mean by exercising my body? I exercise every day. You just didn't see it. The two walked into the farm holding hands and looked at the poultry and livestock they bought a few days ago. Are they used to eating this grass? Yenrui walked to the flock of sheep. When the sheep heard Yenrui's voice, they raised their heads and looked at him, and continued to eat grass as if nothing had happened. So good. Yenrui walked to a black-faced sheep and touched his wool. This wool is quite thick. We can shave the wool and weave it into yarn. And then I will weave a sweater for you. There was a black-faced lamb that was still a cub. It jumped and rubbed against Yenrui and nudged him with its head. Quite smart. Yenrui rubbed it. If it's so smart, I won't be willing to eat it in the future. System. The grass here is not from the spiritual grass of the Xiaoxian world. And it will speak after eating it. That's definitely not the case. These sheep are just ordinary sheep. No matter how much grass they eat, they can't become smart. But you can buy spiritual grass seeds in the system mall. Or ask the host of the Xiaoxian world to buy it for you. Didn't someone want to sell you spiritual springs before? The system suggested. That person is actually quite reliable. According to his system. However, his host is famous in the world of cultivation for his honest business. Famous for honest business in the world of cultivation where it's either you or me. Yenrui couldn't believe it. Could it be that he was famous for miracles? I bought them for meat. Not for pets. It's enough for me to raise you and Anan. By the way, where's Anan? He's fighting with pigs over there. Cows and sheep are easy to deal with. No matter what breed they are. They just need to eat grass. But pigs are different. Pigs are omnivorous animals and want to eat everything. So after putting the pigs on the farm, Yenrui was afraid that Anan would be bored. So he gave him a task, asking him to watch the pigs and not let them eat anything. What's wrong with him? Yenrui hurried to the bottom of the mountain and saw a black shadow rising into the air from the middle of the mountain. Oh my god! Yenrui felt the earth shaking. And his first reaction was, could there be an earthquake in this space? But within a second, his doubts were overturned. And there were more than a dozen black shadows on the mountain rushing down like thunder. Damn! The pigs flew! Yenrui couldn't care about anything else at this time. He pulled Jian hand while wiping the garbage system, and hid aside at lightning speed. Then Yenrui heard a tiger roar with a coquettish look. Yenrui looked in horror in the direction of the sound, and saw Anan opening his mouth and rushing towards the pigs with his teeth and claws. Hum! The sound from the pigs' noses expressed their panic. And there were also a few high-pitched screams. Not to mention the pig. Even Yanrui was terrified now. His little cutie. Is this still a little cutie? Yanrui stared at him with wide eyes. And then felt someone around him, and didn't react for a while. When he turned his head, he still had a fierce expression with his teeth bared. And then didn't break for a while, and ran forward 2 steps. His face accidentally hit the fruit tree that had just been planted. After knocking over a tree, his body gradually became smaller with his movements. After turning twice in the air, his 4 paws landed steadily on the spot. At this time, Enon had returned to the size of a kitten in a moment. Enon and Yanrui and Jian and Qi looked at each other. Both of them were a little embarrassed. Meow. Enon immediately stopped, lying on one side of her hind legs, and slowly lying on her side, raising her paw, looking like she was injured and unable to move. Yanrui wanted to ask something just now, but when he saw An's expression, his heart immediately tightened. He put the scene he just saw behind his mind, and hurriedly walked forward to hold An in his arms. What's wrong? Baby? Did you hurt your paw just now? Yanrui gently pinched An's paw, feeling a little distressed. A pig weighs more than 200 pounds, and no matter how cruel An is, it is impossible for his paws not to hurt when he hits them. Meow. An nodded and rubbed against Yanrui's arms. At this time, Jian and Qi and the system also caught up. The system put its hands behind its back and looked at An's appearance, and couldn't bear to look directly. Brother, you really don't have to. I don't know what book the system has read recently, and it calls him brother. An rolled her eyes at the system and continued to act like a spoiled child in Yanrui's arms. He was just helping me look after the pigs. It must be the pigs' fault. The pigs just came here and don't know the rules. Our An is teaching them the rules. Right? An nodded vigorously. Yanrui liked it so much that his heart softened. Let's go see those pigs now. I wonder where they ran off to. Yanrui stood up, patted the dirt off his body, and then hugged An and went down the mountain together. Just as Yanrui was about to go down the mountain, he was stopped by Jian Anqi, who pointed in the direction of the pond they had just dug. Look! They are all there. Yanrui squinted his eyes and took a look, then took a breath of cold air. More than a dozen pigs were lying together in the pond. What did An do to make these pigs so scared of him? Yanrui lowered his head and was about to ask a few questions when he saw An looking at him innocently with his big watery eyes. Alas, An was too serious and responsible. Go down and catch all those pigs, so that they won't run to the pond for no reason in the future. I'm about to release the water and drown them then. Yanrui put An on the ground. We'll catch fish for you from the pond then. An nodded, meowed happily, and then turned around and rushed towards the pigs like an arrow from a string. Hit the target. Yanrui applauded An from a distance. I don't know if it was because of Yanrui's presence. An restrained himself a lot this time, only changing his body to the size of a leopard, and then drove the pigs back to the shore one by one. With An here, I don't have to worry about the management of animals. Yanrui was relieved. Although An was a little fierce, he was very conscientious. Others could not be as serious as him. The livestock seemed to be fine. Yanrui turned and walked towards the mountain to check the poultry. The chickens and ducks were raised on the other side of the mountain. Yanrui had already marked the river on the mountain. In the flat area, you can see ducklings playing in the river. Oh! Who laid the egg? Yanrui saw the egg in the grass at a glance. The egg was a little white. He looked at it against the light, and found that it was not fertilized. We're having egg fried rice tonight. Jian Anqi took the egg over. Pick up a few more. One is not enough. Perhaps because the environment here is too comfortable. The poultry have an infinite sense of security, and don't care if someone takes their eggs. The 3 people searched around and found 4 or 5 eggs, one of which had a fertilized egg. That's great. Our farm can develop sustainably. We really don't lack meat this time, Yanrui said with some comfort. People live just to have enough food and clothes. We can definitely have enough. The only thing missing is fish. By the way, can this pond raise saltwater fish? There is a difference between saltwater fish and ordinary freshwater fish. In addition to water, there are also some differences in pressure. Normally, you can't raise saltwater fish in a fish pond. Anyway, with Yanrui's level, he definitely can't raise fish safely. So Yanrui decided to put pressure on the system. There is no fish pond. After we dig the fish pond, You can simulate the environment in the seawater. Yenrui said this very confidently. Originally, this space is a high-level space. Such a small matter must be no problem. Right? Of course. You will definitely not let anything die here. Even if you get a goldfish. I can let it live here for more than 10 years. The system said it with confidence. And Yenrui's heart was half relieved. That's fine. It happens that we are at the seaside now. Let's go buy some seafood. If we don't buy it now, we really can't eat it in the future. Yenrui and Jian'anqi tidied up the pond and filled it with water. At this time, the sound of the system prompting a new function suddenly came to his ears. In view of the host opening up a new terrain, the system decided to reward the host with 200 points. And the pond will exist as a new terrain in the future. 200 points. Yenrui was about to curse. But then he thought that 200 points was better than nothing. And the previous rewards from the main controller were all 10 points. The main controller has become generous. Yenrui pursed his lips. In that case, let's dig another pond. And then separate the seafood and river products to avoid the fish fighting in it. This is of course the best. But it costs money again. Can I get this for free? Yenrui pointed casually at the new terrain on the map and said, I want it. Are you not even thinking of an excuse now? The system lowered its head and quickly sent a message to the main controller. But unexpectedly the main controller replied in seconds. The main controller agreed. The system shared this news with Yenrui in surprise. And Yenrui's hand, which was about to click buy, also stopped at this moment. The master controller actually agreed to let me take advantage? Yenrui was overjoyed. He is really our good master controller. Yenrui happily accepted the gift package from the master controller, and then said with a smile, Now I am proud of the master controller, and I will definitely make the master controller proud in the future. The system secretly complained that Yenrui actually knew that he was taking advantage of the master controller all along. Put two fish ponds side by side. Put up a sign, so as not to confuse them later. Yenrui waved his hand and said very generously, I will not let the master controller give this sign. Today, seeing Yenrui's happy look, he liked him very much. He smiled at Yenrui and said, It is normal for the master controller to favor you. Who cannot like Yenrui? The farm work cannot be completed in one day. But today a major project was completed. And a big stone in Yenrui and Jian'anqi's hearts fell to the ground. After the two came out of the farm, they turned around and went to the basement. After pushing open the door, Yenrui had a clear goal and went directly to the innermost part of the warehouse. After turning around, he nodded with satisfaction and said, You organized it very well. You are worthy of being our good friend system. Of course, I followed the classification in the supermarket. I clearly divided the raw food area, cooked food area, snack area, and living area pots, pans, paper towels, shower gel and shampoo. The system said proudly, It will definitely be right to leave this kind of thing to me. After the system said it, it climbed up a nearby shelf in a few seconds, and then took out a small piece of biscuit and stuffed it into Yenrui and Jian'anqi. This is the most delicious snack I have ever eaten. I have eaten 2 boxes. I heard that it was customized for him by Tianqianmiai's boss. It is unique in the world, and no one else can eat it except him. Then how did he buy so many for us? Yenrui was a little hard to swallow for a while, not knowing what kind of suffering his comrades had suffered for him. No, he just bribed the chef because the boss called him to get up every night to cook. So the chef was not loyal to him at all. So that's how it is. Yenrui went from being terrified to feeling at ease. Let his chef make more of his specialties. Anyway, they won't go bad if they are left here. The system nodded and said, Tianqianmiai also thinks so. There are also several hosts in other planes who have such plans. In this way, we don't have to go to the snack street to stock up. Yenrui was satisfied. In the future, we will have more time to play with ourselves. We just need to take some time every day to check for deficiencies and make up for them. But in fact, with so many people helping, there is nothing missing. When Yenrui walked out from the last shelf, he took a look at the rice, flour, grain, oil, and various fresh vegetables and fruits on the shelf. Why do the fruits in these plains look similar? Is it just like the continental plates? They were all together before, but they were separated because of interstellar movement. Yenrui walked to a black fruit and patted it, turned around and handed it to Jian'anqi and said, It should be a grapefruit. The two opened it and found that there was white flesh inside. But except for the color, the taste was exactly the same as grapefruit. Why is there someone buying saw blades for us? What do we need saw blades for? And the one who bought blackboards for us. Tell them not to buy them. I really don't need 100 triangle rulers. Yin Rui's comments along the way were carefully recorded by the system. And it was also prepared to be sent to other hosts who wanted to make money. What is this? Is this from the nightmare plane? The icon on this small black plastic bag is exactly the same as the pattern on the clothes of the nightmare host he saw before. Yes, it is a specialty of their nightmare plane. If you smell it before going to bed, there is only a 50% chance that you can enter the dream of entertainment novels. Otherwise you will enter the battle mode. However, its use in our plane is not much different from sleeping pills. That's enough. Yin Rui silently put the things back on the shelf. And then reminded the system, tell him to buy more of this thing. It may come in handy in the future. How many people want to have a good sleep in the end times? Jian Anqi felt that Yin Rui was in a bad mood. So he held Yin Rui's hand. Do you want to go fishing? We haven't used the fishing rods on the yacht yet. Okay. Yin Rui curled his lips. But the smile did not reach his eyes. Jian Anqi sighed in his heart and pulled Yin Rui out of the basement. When we come back in 2 days, let's go see Wan Jiaming and the others. They have almost sorted out their things. You have stockpiled some supplies according to my requirements. They will definitely depend on us after the end of the world. Have you thought about what to let them do? Yin Rui shook his head. No. I don't want them to do anything. I just think they are all good people and have the right to survive. You know, betrayal is the easiest thing in this situation. But none of the people under Jian Anqi betrayed them, and even protected Yin Rui conscientiously after Jian Anqi's death. Then we just need to let them enjoy themselves after the end of the world. Jian Anqi said with a smile. The biggest worry for them at that time is that someone often asks them to borrow money. Yin Rui couldn't help laughing when he heard this. That's really a big worry. Didn't you feel someone outside? The two walked to the first floor, and the familiar feeling appeared again. It's still a peaceful era, and there's nothing in the supermarket. So there shouldn't be any thieves staring at this place. But where did the malice come from? Yin Rui frowned and asked Jian Anqi. You really don't feel anything wrong? Jian Anqi shook his head and said frankly, I only feel that there are 3 people outside monitoring our supermarket. These 3 people should be Minister Xiong's men. Their routines are similar to what I learned before, and they have no malice towards us. I don't think it's this. Yin Rui didn't know what words to use to describe those vague feelings. Anyway, I just feel something is wrong. System, please help me see if there are any suspicious people outside. Okay. The system made an okay gesture to Yin Rui, then turned on the nearby surveillance cameras and searched twice. But no suspicious people were found for the time being. These 3 people should be Xiong Qing's men. Looking at the posture, the steps, and the resolute expression, it seems that they should be a temporary guard team assigned to monitor. Forget it. We won't watch it anymore. Yin Rui was about to give up when he suddenly saw a familiar figure. Wait. Zoom in on that person. Yin Rui pointed to an ordinary-looking office worker on the screen who was riding a bicycle and wearing a helmet and said, Why does this person look familiar to me? Jian Anqi also opened his eyes wide. He looked carefully at the person Yin Rui pointed at. The person was riding a bicycle, but his speed was much lower than that of others. After riding for a while, he pushed the bicycle to the sidewalk and half leaned on the bicycle to play with his mobile phone. This person is wearing a hat and a mask. And this position is facing our supermarket. What does he want to do? Yin Rui said in confusion. I know who he is. Jian Anqi frowned. You know this person too. Who is it? Yin Rui couldn't remember for a moment, and he subconsciously recalled the friends he and Jian Anqi knew in common. But there is no such person who has a reason but strong malice to do such a thing. It's Mu Shiran. Jian Anqi confirmed. We met him last time. It should be him. Mu Shiran? What is he doing here? Didn't Mu Shiran target them after the end of the world? Why did he appear at the door of the supermarket at this time? Yin Rui thought about it and was terrified. Could it be that even if the end of the world had not come in the previous life, Mu Shiran would still attack the 2 of them? This conjecture made Yin Rui cold all over. If Mu Shiran betrayed them for survival in the previous life, Yin Rui could actually understand it. Who doesn't want to live? It's just that some people have different bottom lines. But now it is still a peaceful era. Why did Mu Shiran target him like this? Yin Rui couldn't figure it out. Jian Anqi put his arm around Yin Rui's shoulders and held him in his arms. Don't think too much. Anyway, there is no need for us to let them disturb our business now. No matter what they want to do. They are undoubtedly crickets trying to shake the tree and jumping clowns. Yin Rui nodded. But although he said so, he was still a little uncomfortable in his heart. This question was deeply rooted in his heart. We can let Wang Jiaming check it out? Anyway, he has nothing to do recently. Jia Zhenlin also took 2 classes of the investigation team that year. How about letting them apply what they have learned now? Okay. Yin Rui snapped his fingers. Tell them not to alert the enemy. I am really curious. What is Mu Shiran doing? Yin Rui really doesn't understand. The two returned to the yacht with deep doubts. The sea breeze blew away the little bit of depression in their hearts. What kind of broken thing still affects his mood? He is now on a rare vacation. Early the next morning, Yin Rui and Jian Anqi came to the seafood wholesale market. Many fishermen went out to sea at night and brought their full harvest last night to the seafood market in the morning, hoping to make a good price. Fortunately, they met Yin Rui today. Is this conch? Do you need to spit out sand for 2 days? What kind of conch is this? Oh, I haven't heard of this name. But it looks delicious. Please pack it all for me. What kind of fish is this? It looks so ugly. But it tastes good when steamed? Then pack it all for me. Yin Rui's large purchases attracted the attention of some people. Some people walked to Yin Rui curiously, wanting to find out about Yin Rui's background. Yin Rui said without hesitation, my dad opened a hotel. Someone held a buffet these 2 days. As a result, there was a problem with the previous supplier. So my dad asked me to come here to buy things. The more the better. He seemed to be a brainless rich second generation. Since he was not a weird person, everyone sold their goods to him with confidence. Wow. What a big crab. This thing is rare. It can't be given to a buffet. Yin Rui smiled and said to the fisherman who caught the crab, I'll keep it for myself. Yin Rui seemed to be easy to get along with. So some people were not too restrained and started to promote their goods in a big way. In addition to these fishermen, some well-informed vendors nearby also came over and wanted to talk to Yin Rui about such a business. The kind of business that doesn't bargain. The good thing is that some people want to sell their goods at a high price. But they will be exposed by the people around them. Yin Rui can't bear any loss at all. He likes it this way. This kind of business doesn't require thinking. It doesn't matter if it's a little more or less. His wallet can bear it anyway. He doesn't have many points now, but a lot of money. For a while, he didn't know how to spend it. This big yellow croaker is good. It's still alive. Can I keep it for 2 days? At this time, Yin Rui saw 2 big yellow croakers, and the fish were still shaking their tails in the water tank. This fish is precious, but it tastes really good. I chased it for a week to catch these 2. If you want it, I'll sell it to you at a discount. The fisherman next to him rubbed his hands excitedly. This fish is a good fish. But he was afraid that someone would not know the value of it. Buy. Name your price. If it's about right, I'll take it. 25,000 for one. If you like, take 2 away. The fisherman estimated and offered a price. You can ask people around. I really don't want much. Yin Rui knew the value of the wild yellow croaker. He nodded and pretended to want to see the appearance of the yellow croaker. He put his hand into the water, causing the 2 fish to tremble. In the eyes of others, Yin Rui stirred the water. And Yin Rui also took back the finger that had injected supernatural powers into the 2 fish. Deal? After buying things, Yin Rui rented a truck, declined the driver's kindness, and drove the car to the nearby area with Jian Anqi. Why did you suddenly think of buying wild yellow croaker? In fact, you can buy fish fry and raise them on the farm. The system asked in confusion. That wild yellow croaker is a good thing. First, I have never eaten such an expensive thing before. I want to try it. Second, Yin Rui paused, then smiled and said, the smaller one of the 2 yellow croakers is pregnant. After we buy it, we don't even need to buy fish fry. So that's how it is. However, neither of them thought that Yin Rui now has this ability to see whether the fish is pregnant from a distance. I think I've seen too little. There are so many seafoods at the beach today, and I've never seen them before. Me too, Jian Anqi said frankly, but I'm not very good at cooking seafood. If it doesn't taste good, don't blame me. How could I blame you for this? Everything you cook tastes good. Yin Rui smiled and pushed Jian Anqi. Hurry up. Put all these things in the fish pond. Yin Rui made an appointment with the fisherman for 3 days. Every morning he would go to the market at the dock to wait. Many fishermen made money because of Yen Rui. And Yen Rui did not lose anything either. He made time. We have almost bought all the seafood. And we have also played in all the nearby amusement parks. It is time for us to go to the next city. Yen Rui looked at the beach and said reluctantly, I don't know if I can see such a beautiful scenery again in this life. Of course I can. Jian Anqi answered without hesitation. And he hugged Yen Rui into his arms. You are not fighting alone now. The words are rough, but the truth is true. Yen Rui is certainly not fighting alone. Fighting with him is Xiong Qing, who is over 50 years old, but still fighting on the front line. Are you useless? How come you can't even find a single person? Xiong Qing was so angry that he slammed the table. Why are you asking them? Jian Anqi still replies to your messages every day. Just ask Jian Anqi directly. Wei Rong said sarcastically. Stop talking nonsense. Do you think I don't know what you mean? Xiong Qing blew his beard and glared. You don't even have the contact information of Jian Anqi and Yen Rui. I don't know where you get your confidence from. Have you paid the ticket? Don't think that you can drag this ticket out just because the end of the world is coming soon. I paid it the next day. Don't say it's useless. Ask Jian Anqi how much the first batch of typhoons flooded. Wei Rong poked Xiong Qing's heart and said, Why don't you ask for details? Yen Rui's manual was indeed not detailed. He only wrote the general situation and didn't know anything else. But Yen Rui only knew so much. At that time, he was just an ordinary citizen. Even the community notifications were dependent on community volunteers. How could he know any inside information? Xiong Qing and Wei Rong actually knew what was going on. But it wasn't just them. Others were also feeling uneasy, always wanting to get confirmation from Yen Rui. I don't know if they wanted to verify the pastor situation, or if they wanted to verify that Yen Rui was lying. Perhaps it was both. The news of the end of the world was too scary. Has Yen Rui's prediction been verified today? Xiong Qing pressed his temples and said through gritted teeth. Even fortune-telling can't predict this kind of thing. Wei Rong knew what Xiong Qing was talking about. And he couldn't help but sigh, yeah. How could any normal person guess that such a video would go viral? Today's video trending search number 1 is about a man who was blackmailed by a fraud gang when he went out. Because he had no money. He was caught and worked as a cook in the fraud gang. As a result, the first meal sent all the members of the fraud gang to the emergency center. Who would have thought that there was not a single smart person in this group? No one could tell that the beans were not cooked. And there are thousands of such news every day. And it is normal to have one. But this one has been on the hot search for a long time, because the victim is so handsome. Alas, this society that values appearance. Xiong Qing touched his face, pointed at Wei Rong and said, Aren't you in logistics? Why don't you go to collect grain? You are still in the combat department. Why don't you go to fight? Wei Rong rolled his eyes at Xiong Qing. The higher-ups have allocated funds to collect grain from all over the country, and strive to ensure that every region has reserve grain. At this time, Xiong Qing received a text message, and he frowned at the content of the text message. Have you found them? Wei Rong said casually, and saw Xiong Qing nod. Wei Rong immediately stood up and walked to Xiong Qing's side, leaning over to look at Xiong Qing's phone screen. What are they doing? Buying seafood? Wei Rong. Yen Rui didn't know that Xiong Qing and Jian Anqi's whereabouts had been found. But even if they were found, he didn't care much. They had already arrived at the nearby Kancheng, which was known as the world's best fish. The fish here is so delicious. Yen Rui couldn't stop eating. No. This fish can actually taste like this? It's incredible. If you like this, I'll buy fish and cook it for you tomorrow. Or I'll find a chef to learn from me. Jian Anqi listened to Yen Rui's praise for the fish on the table, and his heart was filled with endless fighting spirit. Yen Rui waved his hand hurriedly. Don't waste time on this kind of thing. After we finish our trip, we will go to the next plane. Time is running out. They have to hurry now. Start choosing now. System. What are the options for the next plane? Yen Rui pushed the system beside him, who was lying on the table with his hands on his stomach, without saying a word. I told you not to eat so much. Didn't we pack 10? Yen Rui said. The system slowly opened its eyes, and then turned around a little uncomfortably. He slightly enlarged his body, and then he felt much more comfortable. The next plane. The system raised its hand, and 4 more black grids appeared in front of it. The next A-level plane is already in the state of opening a blind box. Yen Rui? Then I don't want the A-level plane. I want the B-level plane. Yanrui answered without hesitation. I don't fight an unprepared battle. This is not an unprepared battle. And we didn't do it on purpose. After you make your choice, we will send people to the plane you choose to collect information for you. And you can enter when you think the information is sufficient. I don't want to choose. I still want to go to the B-level plane. Chapter 125 Original Plane. Think about it. If the B-level plane can earn so many original seeds, how much more can the A-level plane earn? The system demon whispered. It will really earn a lot. You don't even know the situation of the plane. How can you give me this guarantee? Yanrui asked back. You know me. I won't do anything I'm not sure of. Then, the system hesitated. Then I'll go back and apply to the master control again. After all, no host has gone to the A-level plane yet. And the system needs to talk to the master control. Why is it so troublesome for us to travel now? Is this the loneliness of the strong? Yanrui leaned back in his chair. And the waiter beside him saw his fingers pointing in the air. Walked up and asked with a smile, Excuse me. Is there anything I can help you with? Yanrui immediately withdrew his hand. No. But now I can finish the dishes to be packed. The waiter still smiled and responded. But he was still a little confused. How could someone pack 20 servings of a dish? It's not a unit dinner. But this had nothing to do with their waiter. After delivering all the dishes to Yanrui's car, Jiananchi and Yanrui set off again. I just checked online, and there are fish fry sellers nearby. Let's go buy some more. Isn't it a bit monotonous if there are only fish? And how many kinds of fish do they have there? Jiananchi asked. Do you want to go to a few more places? There is a village over there. A professional breeding village. There should be many kinds. And there are also crocodiles for sale. Yanrui said. How about we buy some crocodiles? He probably can't beat an ant in the farm. Recalling an ant's figure, Yanrui felt safe. Such a big pig can't beat him. Let alone a crocodile. Jiananchi didn't know where Yanrui started to trust an ant. But an ant? There are indeed traces. Jiananchi started to discuss with Yanrui at this time, in addition to the fry. We should buy some of the things that can be seen and raised. Especially seeds. I bought them. I bought a lot of seeds. Yanrui looked at his phone and said casually, even if it's a vegetable I don't like, I bought the seeds. So good. Jiananchi raised his hand and rubbed Yanrui's head. At this time, Yanrui suddenly saw a message on his phone. What does early warning mean? Yanrui patted Jiananchi and asked him to park the car on the side of the road. Look at your phone. Jiananchi frowned and took out his own phone, and found that he had received the same message. What earthquake drill? They're actually doing this here. Yanrui got off the car and found that the people around him didn't take the text message seriously. Some people were talking and laughing. Some people took a look and put their phones back. And some people didn't even know how to receive text messages. Yanrui immediately grabbed someone next to him. Brother, what does that text message warning mean? The brother was also confused. I don't know what it means either. I received it for the first time today. Yanrui nodded. Walked back to Jiananchi and analyzed in a low voice. Did the higher-ups start to prepare? Jiananchi also nodded and said, that should be the case. Minister Xiong will also send me messages in the next 2 days to report the situation over there at any time. Why did he send it to you but not to me? Yanrui only then realized that Jiananchi could actually receive messages from Xiong Qing. As soon as Yanrui finished speaking, Jiananchi's phone rang again, and a message popped up on the screen. You have received warnings in Manchung. How is the official doing? Jiananchi looked around at the calm surroundings and said bluntly, a pile of loose sand. Xiong Qing's message was not replied for a long time. After seeing Jiananchi's response, Yanrui said cautiously, is your tone a bit stiff? Be softer when you reply next time. It's okay. We all talk like this in the army. Jiananchi explained, quickly stating the situation is the top priority, and adding emotional adjectives can easily waste time. Is that so? Yanrui was skeptical. After the two got back in the car, they came to the fish pond that Yanrui directed as quickly as possible. How many kinds of fish fry do you have here? When Yanrui saw the seller, he didn't even say hello and said directly, I want 1,000 of each kind of fish fry. Brother, do you really want 1,000 of each kind? How many ponds do you have at home? Many kinds of fish can't be raised together. Yanrui's eyes turned. And then he looked up and saw Jiananchi asking for help. Jiananchi cleared his throat and said, I have more than a dozen. Wow. Then you are really a big deal. My family only has 6 kinds of fry. But other people in the village have different kinds of fish. How about we pool our resources? And you have more than a dozen fish ponds at home. So the area must be quite large. 1,000 fish fry should not be enough. I will double the price for you and guarantee that your business will be prosperous in the future. The seller looked at Yin Rui and Jian Anqi with shining eyes. He didn't want to let go of such a good customer. Yin Rui shook his head. 1,000 is enough. To tell you the truth, I also bought fish fry from other places. But I can add some other species. I am not particular about fish fry. Just give me whatever you have here. Do you want loach and crayfish? And mud snails? Crabs? Clams? Abalone and so on. My brother's family specializes in selling river clams in the neighboring village. Do you want them? Yin Rui nodded without hesitation. I want them all. Can you prepare all the goods tomorrow? The seller answered without hesitation, of course. It's the off-season now. Each of us doesn't have much other things. But we have a lot of inventory. Where do you live? The man looked at Yin Rui and Jian Anqi. They were dressed in ordinary clothes, and the car they drove was not a luxury car. Maybe they were just ordinary people who were struggling to start a business. If you want to save some money, you can stay at my house. My house was just renovated half a year ago. There is an empty room in the house that has never been occupied. If you want to stay there for one night, we will charge you 100 yuan. Yin Rui was a little tempted. He looked up and saw Jian Anqi, who nodded. Any savings is a lot. 2 people with 9-digit savings stayed in a farmer's house with a 3-digit budget for one night. At night, Yin Rui originally wanted to take some food out of the supermarket with Jian Anqi. But the seller came to invite him to eat. 100 yuan and a meal included. We both made a profit. When Yin Rui sat at the table, he said with a smile. The seller smiled simply. It's just a matter of adding 2 pairs of chopsticks. And even home-cooked dishes don't cost much. If you want to buy seedlings in the future, just come to my house to take care of the business. I won't even charge for accommodation next time. That's a deal. Don't ask me for accommodation next time I come. The buyer's surname is Wu. He has 3 children. His wife went back to her parents' home at this time. The dishes on the table were all cooked by Brother Wu himself. You came at the right time. The things in the river have just grown. And people from outside haven't come to collect them. They are not old yet. And they are the most delicious. Brother Wu sighed. Dad, my mother doesn't let you drink. The oldest of the 3 children is the older brother. But the oldest child is only about 10 years old. At this time, he is pinching his waist and looking at Brother Wu with an angry face. Little bastard. You just told your mom about the accommodation fee. And I haven't settled the bill with you yet. Now you jump out to find fault again. Are you waiting for me to beat you up? Right. Mom said that she is in charge of the family's money. If you manage the money, the family will become poor. I don't want to live in poverty. What the eldest brother said makes sense. Brother Wu cursed with a smile. And then shyly told Yin Rui frankly, my wife manages the money at home. She will be back tomorrow. You don't have to worry about me making a mistake in the calculation. Yin Rui laughed out loud and said jokingly, you didn't want to use our accommodation fee as your own treasury from the beginning. Brother Wu was a little shy after hearing this. But he nodded. I want to buy a fishing rod recently. But I can't save enough money. Yin Rui picked up the wine glass and clinked it with Brother Wu. That's right. That's not right. You wait until my 3 children go to college. Then I will be free. I will. Brother Wu talked for a long time, but couldn't say what he would do after he was free. Instead, the boss sneered disdainfully. You drank too much last time and said that after we go to college, you will be free to go out and travel with my mother. He is still with his wife. Brother Wu smiled happily. Little bastard. I won't buy you a tour. But I will travel with you. You are dreaming. In the future. Yin Rui felt a little uncomfortable when listening to Brother Wu's words. But this discomfort only stayed on his face for a moment. And he immediately adjusted himself and said with a smile, your wish will definitely come true. That's for sure. Brother Wu clinked glasses with him again. By the way, I want to ask you, did you receive the text message today? Yin Rui nodded. I received it. What's wrong? The village party secretary said that if you receive such a text message next time, you must run to an open place as quickly as possible. But I was afraid that I couldn't see it. So I told him that if this text message is so important, it should ring twice more. And the loudspeaker in the village should also remind me a few more times. I basically can't take care of anything when I go to the pond. Now it's an exercise. I advise you to find a way to bring your phone with you, such as getting a waterproof phone case or something. Yen Rui advised. The weather has been a bit abnormal recently. My friend is? Yen Rui pointed to the sky mysteriously, and Brother Wu immediately understood. What's wrong? Do you have any inside information? Anyway, I can't tell you more. As long as you receive the news, take your wife and children out, Yen Rui advised. Anyway, it's better to believe it than not to believe it. No matter what the people above say, it's impossible for them to use such things to deceive us. Do they still want to be officials? Brother Wu seemed to be thinking about something, and Yen Rui didn't know if he listened to it. But he didn't want to say more, as if he had some purpose. When the two of them washed up at night, Yen Rui realized a problem. There is only one room in this house, and there is a bed in the room. Are we going to sleep in the same bed? Yen Rui put the towel on his neck, and then said to himself, let's go back to the supermarket to sleep. Isn't it nice to feel the farm style here? There will be plenty of time to sleep in the supermarket in the future. After washing his face, Jian Anqi lay on the bed and patted the place beside him. What can't two grown men sleep together? Yen Rui pursed his lips and slowly moved to the bed. What can't two grown men sleep together? Is our relationship the same as that between ordinary grown men? Is the world alike? When did you learn it? Jian Anqi chuckled, lifted the quilt, and pulled Yen Rui into his arms. Sleep. Yen Rui looked up and asked, what did you learn? Sweet talk. Jian Anqi tried his best to keep calm. In fact, his heart was so excited that it was about to jump out of his chest. What's the difference? Isn't it just sleeping? Yen Rui watched Jian Anqi close his eyes. He blinked and moved forward to kiss Jian Anqi's chin. Jian Anqi's eyes opened immediately and his Adam's apple moved. Aren't you sleepy? Then use up some energy. The next morning, Yen Rui listened to the chaotic sound of ping-pong outside and reluctantly opened his eyes. He raised his hand and slightly pulled the curtains. The sunlight immediately shone on his eyelids, startling him for a moment. After he recovered, he stood up and walked out the door, only to see Jian Anqi making breakfast with Brother Wu. Brother Wu got up early in the morning and started making noodles for the children. Each steamed bun was made very delicately, which was very different from his rough hands. Look! Do I have 18 folds here? Other people's big buns have 18 folds. And my small buns can also have 18 folds. Brother Wu showed it to Jian Anqi like a treasure. He tilted his head and saw Yen Rui, who had just walked out of the room. You got up too? Just now Xiao Jian said you wouldn't be able to get up so early. Yen Rui was about to speak when he couldn't help yawning. After yawning, he touched his nose and said awkwardly, the air here is so good. Sleeping here for an hour is equivalent to sleeping in the city for 2 hours. Indeed, the environment here is good. Brother Wu turned his head back and moved his hands faster. You sit there for a while. My buns will be ready soon. Yen Rui took advantage of Brother Wu not looking at them and raised his eyebrows provocatively at Jian Anqi. Jian Anqi regretted that he should not have let Yen Rui go last night. But there will be opportunities in the future. Jian Anqi decided to take it slow. After breakfast, people came to deliver goods to Yen Rui one after another. Yen Rui only wanted 1,000 fish fry, which were basically 2 large boxes. However, there was a mistake this time, and the two of them forgot to drive the truck over. We can also deliver goods to you. You tell us where you want to go. We deliver for free within 50 kilometers. Brother Wu said. Where is your new pond? Are you going to fish or have a farm stay? You can rent the car to us for a day, and we will drive back by ourselves. I can send the car back to you tonight. Yen Rui wiped his sweat. It's not far. It's not close. My place is being repaired. The road is not repaired yet. It's a bit troublesome to go there. When he heard that it was a bit troublesome, the driver who had originally decided to deliver the goods also backed out. Brother Wu had 3 children at home and couldn't leave. So he was powerless even if he wanted to deliver the goods. So he agreed to Yen Rui's idea of delivering the goods himself. Okay. Let's look at Lao Zhang's car. Lao Zhang's car is easy to drive. Jian Anqi and Yen Rui had no objection. After waiting for a whole morning, all the goods were ready for him. Even the goods from the neighboring village were all in place. I'll give you some nutrient powder. Pour this powder into the fish pond. The fish will grow faster, and you can save some time. That's fine. Thank you. If customers can catch big fish, our reputation will spread even more. Just now, Brother Wu asked them what kind of business they wanted to do. When he heard that they were going to do fishing ponds, Brother Wu was relieved. It's okay as long as they are not in the same industry. After getting the confirmation, Brother Wu worked even harder. He didn't have any physical enhancers, nor did he use any skills or abilities to improve his body. But he persisted to the end like Yan Rui and Jian Anqi. During this period, his wife came to see him and wanted him to take a rest. But he refused. You two are in really good health. The rumors that people in the city can't do it have been broken by you. You are better than us. You work more efficiently, Yan Rui said with a smile. After sorting out the goods, Jian Anqi came to the driver's seat. At this time, Yan Rui took a look at Brother Wu's address, then turned around and waved goodbye to him. See you next time. See you next time. Brother Wu smiled and waved goodbye to the two of them. After leaving, Yan Rui's heart was bulging. Do you think they can survive the first wave of natural disasters? Yan Rui thought of something and felt even more depressed. This place is too close to the sea. Why do you have so little confidence now? Jian Anqi comforted him. I think they should be able to survive safely. Tell me about it. Yan Rui changed his sitting position. I'm all ears. Today's text message is the first measure. I believe there will be more measures within this month. At least this early warning sign will be improved. After everyone is familiar with the process, they will definitely not be in a hurry. At that time, even if they need to relocate or provide disaster relief, it will definitely be better than being unprepared in the previous life. But everyone is not very clear about today's text message. I hope it can be done better in the future. Yan Rui put his hands together and prayed to the sky. I hope the God who sent me back to travel through time can also protect others. Yan Rui still doesn't know why he was chosen to be reborn. And he has never asked why the Master Controller chose him as a host. But since he is back, he will definitely make good use of his advantages. Let's put all these fish and shrimps into the pond quickly. After filling the second pond, Yan Rui nodded with satisfaction and said, after raising all these fish, we can also make some salted fish or something, which is very durable. Before that, we should expand the pond, since he saw that most of the pond had been filled with fish fry. He reminded, isn't it a bit too small? It is indeed a bit small, but let's talk about it later. System. It's been so long. How have you found out about the situation of the A-level plane? If Yan Rui didn't mention it, the system didn't want to mention it at all. He hasn't received a response from the Master Controller yet. The Master Controller has added 3 new products in the system mall. But when I asked him how to ask, the Master Controller didn't answer. But as a bridge of communication between the Master Controller and Yan Rui, he must not say that. The main controller is a bit busy now, and is working hard to solve your problem. But he is too busy to adjust for a while. The system data is running fast. So he found an excuse to persuade. Don't be too anxious. The main controller has been busy updating recently, so the evaluation of the plane level has fallen a little behind. Yan Rui nodded. Then ask him to prepare seriously. If he doesn't give me the information of the B-level plane within 3 days, I will go to the B-level plane to choose one. Yan Rui suddenly asked, why don't you let me go to the B-level plane? Anyway, there is only 1 day, and it won't delay too many things. I recommend you the A-level plane for your sake. You are a godlike example of speed running in the eyes of others. If you go to the B-level plane, this halo will be reduced. I'm not an angel. What do I want that halo for? Tell me the truth. System. The main control server is not enough. He hopes to record as little data as possible. He can save money and buy a server. Yan Rui, why is your reason so mundane? I'm still wondering if you have any lofty reasons. If so, I can feel better. The main control doesn't want to either. It costs a lot of money to maintain the server. The profit he extracts from it is just enough to break even. For now, there is not much profit at that time. And you always ask him to develop new functions. He is exhausted? Wait a minute. Is this equivalent to I am the character he keeps in the game? Looking at Yan Rui's serious expression, the system panicked. Of course not. The Master Control has his reasons. You have to believe that he definitely does not want to harm you, or say anything else. His starting point is good. He really wants to help you. Yan Rui frowned and asked again, am I really not a character he keeps in the game? Don't worry. I will definitely not be angry. When have I ever lied to you? The system clarified without hesitation. It's really not a game. He will tell you when it can be made public in the future. All I can tell you now is that he is just like you. An ordinary person. But you live on Earth. And he lives in a higher level of civilization. Hearing this, Yanrui still felt a little regretful. If it were a game, it would be really good. I was just saying why he didn't pay Krypton Gold. Chapter 126 Original Plane. Yanrui and Jian Anqi have integrated the farm again these days. When the integration is almost done, Yanrui asked the system again, "Have you found out the situation of the A-level plane?" The system hesitated, but still told the truth. "I have found out part of it. The A-level plane is a bit difficult." Yanrui was interested. "How difficult is it? Tell me about it." The system scratched its head a little uncomfortably. In the past 2 days, the system finally got news about the A-level plane from the main control. But this news was different from usual. The space of the A-level plane is a little unstable, so we can only give you a rough range. We can't control which node you will fall on, the system said weakly. In fact, there is also a possibility of falling into the space gap. Seeing Yanrui's face getting worse and worse, the system hurriedly spoke to assure, "But you don't have to worry too much. The space of this plane is very stable. If there is any accident, we will definitely come back as soon as possible. There will be no mistakes in this regard." Yanrui's expression was a little better. "So it's actually not dangerous. But you can't guarantee other aspects, right?" The system nodded. "In fact, the main control doesn't want to. Mainly because that kind of plane is really too difficult to control. The power of those planes exceeds the ability of the main control a little bit." The system stretched out 2 fingers to Yanrui and gestured a small gap. "In fact, the gap is not very big. You really don't have to worry too much." Yanrui shook his head, sighed, put his hands behind his back and looked at the sky and said, "We have been together for so long. You still don't know me very well." Hearing this, the system's heart tightened. "What are you talking about? In this world, besides Jian Anqi, is there anyone who knows you better than me? So you can only be the second place. And if anyone can talk, maybe you will be the third place." Yanrui shook his head. He turned his head to look at Jian Anqi. "Tell him why I am unhappy." The system pinched his waist and looked at Jian Anqi. He didn't believe that Jian Anqi's answer would satisfy Yanrui. "You can't tell us the situation of the A-level plane. We don't know what kind of goods we should bring over. How can we make money in this way?" Jian Anqi looked at Yanrui, and Yanrui gave him an affirmative look. And then, he was relieved. He said that he was the undeserved first place in Yanrui's heart at that time. The system was dumbfounded. "Aren't you worried about your own safety? Isn't survival the most important thing in your heart?" "That's wrong. I said you missed the point here." Yanrui waved his finger. "Not only do you not understand me, you don't understand yourself either. Would you let me have an accident? Or if I have an accident, would you not save me?" Yanrui bent down and picked up the system standing beside him, touched the 2 hairs standing on his head and said, "Since I don't need to worry about my own safety at all, why don't I put all my thoughts on other things?" The system suddenly realized. And at the same time, he couldn't help feeling a little ashamed after hearing Yanrui's words. "This matter is indeed my fault. I will pay attention to it in the future." Jian Anqi looked at Yanrui and smiled cunningly. He now wanted to hold Yanrui in his arms and rub him hard. However, the surrounding environment did not allow it. So he could only hold Yanrui's hand and hold his fingers tightly, then walk out of the park. The 4 of them had just set up a tent for a picnic by the park. This was their first small family gathering. "The sun is so nice." Yanrui raised his head, held the fence and stood by the lake, sighing, "I don't know if I can see such a view again in the future." "I definitely can." Jian Anqi's expression was firm. "The disaster will definitely not last too long. And the 2 of us will definitely live until the day when the disaster ends. Anyway, you 2 will not die. Don't worry. I will let you live as long as the heaven and the earth." The system raised its 2 front paws and looked up as if shouting at the sky. And Yanrui covered his mouth. "Keep your voice down. This is a scenic spot. It's amazing to find out that your monkey can talk." The system was somewhat unwilling to restrain itself. At this time, some tourists saw the little monkey on him, and the cat that had been following them, and greeted them enviously. "Your cat is so cute. What breed is it? It looks similar to my tabby cat. But my cat is not as well behaved as him. I don't know what happened to my cat before, but after it was injured and I rescued it, it became very attached to me." The tourist, "Oh, did you sterilize it?" Yanrui, "And then, you are not allowed to hit people. Yin Rui and the tourist kept apologizing to each other. Jian and Qi held an ant's skin on the back of his neck. And the family left the scenic spot in silence. I know you are different from other male cats. But others don't know. If you want to die, if you suddenly hurt someone again, I will spank you. Yin Rui threatened, and in front of everyone. And was shocked and didn't dare to speak anymore. But he still felt a little wronged. Not all cats need to be sterilized. Right? They didn't have any cats that were sterilized. And didn't know that sterilization was actually good for the body. He didn't understand the painstaking efforts of humans. But Yin Rui didn't want to give him a lecture. Should we go back now? Yin Rui looked at the scenery speeding backwards outside the car and said in a low voice, actually, I still want to take a plane. He has only taken a plane once since he grew up. After the A-level plane ends, let's take a plane to travel abroad? Jian Anqi comforted. We always have a chance. Yin Rui knew that Jian Anqi was actually comforting him. He knew in his heart that no matter whether he had really survived the apocalypse in the future, the scenes before and after the apocalypse would definitely be very different. If he traveled after the apocalypse, it would definitely be less interesting. Let's go now. Yin Rui felt an impulse in his heart. Anyway, the time in the plane can be adjusted. We don't have to worry too much about other things. Let's go now. No! The system immediately stopped him. The main control said that the A-level plane is only stable in the next 2 days. I hope you two can enter the plane quickly. After you stabilize the plane, you can do whatever you want. What does the stability of the plane have to do with us? Yin Rui keenly caught the key words in the system's words. Wait a minute. You let us go to various planes to do business. Is it to let us improve the stability of the plane? Yes. The system felt that there was no need to hide anything from Yin Rui at this time. You go to stabilize the situation of this plane. Reduce the consumption of war and energy. And the plane can slowly recover by itself. And the plane will not collapse by itself. And finally disappear. Yin Rui opened his mouth and was speechless for a while. What if we fail? Or we deliberately provoke a war for our own benefit? Increasing the speed of the plane's collapse? Yin Rui's questions came one after another. Or will those planes that we did not choose collapse because of this? Yin Rui suddenly felt a huge sense of guilt in his heart. And felt ashamed for his choice. Of course not. The main control has created so many systems. And of course each of them has their own role. If you don't choose this one, someone else will. Their integration speed may be slower. But with the help of our system, they will definitely achieve the effect in the end. You haven't answered me yet. What if there are those who commit crimes among them? Indeed, there are. The system spread its hands. Then destroy that person humanely. And then adjust the time node to choose another host. Just like in the martial arts plane. Another host appeared after you. So that's it. Yin Rui gently pinched the system's belly. Little bad guy. Always scaring me. The system pushed his hand away. Don't wrongly accuse people. This is not what I said. So do you want to go to the A-level plane now? The system blinked its big round eyes. Looked at Yin Rui with some expectation and asked. The A-level plane should make a lot of money. But I don't know what to bring to sell. Yin Rui said helplessly. I can't do a losing business. You can at least tell me a little bit about the A-level plane. The system clenched its fists and blushed. Don't worry. I will definitely let the main control give you a satisfactory answer. Yin Rui raised his hand and rubbed his head. Then I'll trouble you. My little baby? System, actually. It's not a big deal. This kind of thing is actually not a big deal. Just wait for me. As soon as the system finished speaking, the whole person disappeared. Jian Anqi glanced at it and found that the system was gone. He smiled and held Yin Rui's hand. Is this not good? It's not bad. I'm telling the truth. Yin Rui scratched his hair. We'll give him some compensation when he comes back. It's not impossible. Don't worry too much. Jian Anqi continued to concentrate on driving. There's a Western restaurant in front. Do you want to go there and eat something? Then we'll pack a few more for the system after we finish eating. While eating, Jian Anqi and Yin Rui also looked at the text messages that Xiong Qing sent to themselves and each other. The content was almost the same. They all told them how much supplies they had prepared, what kind of warnings they had made, and what kind of lessons they had taught the people. Yin Rui was different from Jian Anqi. Jian Anqi replied briefly with a few words, such as expressing his opinion on the value of what they did. But Yin Rui was different. Yin Rui would seriously analyze the purpose of the above measures with Xiong Qing, as well as the loopholes in the plan, and would praise a certain point of view. In short, Compared with Jian Anqi, Yanrui's emotional value is directly maxed out. And Xiongqing sends Yanrui messages more and more frequently. At night, Yanrui and Jian Anqi checked into the hotel. And at this time, the excited voice of the system suddenly reached their ears. I understand. I understand. I understand the situation of the A-level plane. Yanrui felt his arm sink, and saw the body of the system appear in his arms. Yanrui habitually shook his hands, and then said, tell me what's going on. The A-level plane is that kind of... how to say it? The system shook its head. Although it's not easy to say, but I can give you an example. Just like the nightmare plane. Everyone lives in the plane, and another plane is inserted into it. What do you mean? Yanrui seemed to have listened to a physics Olympiad math problem, and he could understand every word. But he really couldn't understand the concept of this sentence when they were put together. It's a bit like a VR game, but it's a life or death game. If you fail in the game, you die immediately. Yanrui? What is this? Gambling? Anyway, the ending is similar to gambling. Once you enter the game, you're basically dead. Those planes are all different types of games. For example, the nightmare plane is actually a nightmare game. If you win, you can open your eyes and see the sun the next day. If you die, you just sleep forever. And the conditions for you to be eliminated are basically winning a certain number of games. But basically no one succeeds. Is it the same for the host of the nightmare plane with the system? Yanrui felt that the man was a bit pitiful. And it would be nice if he could jump to that plane to help him. He is the same. But because he has a system, he can buy a lot of props. So his chance of survival is higher. And even if he dies, the main controller can find a way to revive him. This is the benefit of following the boss. However, although there is no difference between the end of the world, he always feels that the end of the world encountered by the host of the nightmare plane is more dangerous than the end of the world he encountered. What do they need outside? Yanrui asked. They don't seem to lack food and drink. What can we sell to them in our supermarket? Sleeping pills. Do you have sleeping pills for sale here? The system asked. In the nightmare plane, when the sleep index reaches a certain value, the game will not pull people in. How can there be sleeping pills? They are all controlled drugs. If you want to buy them, you need a doctor's prescription. Even buying a few more bottles of melatonin requires reporting. Yanrui said. And I don't necessarily have to go to the nightmare plane. Aren't there other games? Yes. There are card games, detective games, and confrontation games, tower defense games. The system counted them one by one on its fingers. These games are actually quite difficult. Why are there no farming games? Yanrui was a little disappointed. Actually, I like playing farming games the most. Farming games are not difficult. How can you gamble your life? If someone's rice doesn't grow well, he will be hit to death by a shovel. The system hugged its arms and was speechless. I don't know what happened to the heavens of those planes. They suddenly turned black. Then is it a bit too much for me to go against the way of heaven? Yanrui thought deeply. Of these games, it sounds like card games are the safest. Card games are not safe. But card games have one advantage, which is different from other games. Yanrui pricked up his ears and prepared to start from this only advantage. In card games, people die very quickly. As long as you fail, your soul will be sucked away by the card in the next second. The loser will not feel any pain. Oh, so that's it. That means the funeral industry is not easy to provide services. Yanrui looked up at the sky. Not knowing who he was talking to, you are quite gentle. Forget it. Show me the information of these planes. At least I know everything. And then I will prepare some goods for each plane. I won't make money from these planes. But there must be a lot of original seeds there. After hearing this, the system rubbed its hands excitedly. This is true. I heard that the original seeds there are like mountains. And no one wants them even if they are placed there. Don't you control the situation of those planes? How come there are still such rumors? Yanrui thought about it for a while, and knew that this was false. But he was still a little tempted. Yanrui lay on the bed, turned around, and turned to Jian Anqi's arms. I think the A-level plane is pretty good. What do you think? I think it's pretty good too. If we encounter a plane with a similar situation to ours, we can also stock up. Yanrui thought so too. When the system sent all the information about these planes to him, he couldn't wait to open the document and read it. Only 5 characters in each plane? Although Yanrui didn't have high hopes for this situation, He didn't expect it to be so few. It's better to have it than not to have it. Let's see it together. Yanrui rubbed against Jian'anqi's arms. And the system also came up and rubbed against Yanrui's arms. And then saw the three of them rubbing together, and jumped on the bed to join. At the same time, she was secretly proud of herself. It was right not to go back to the farm today. Otherwise, how could she get the chance to act like a spoiled child in Yanrui's brother's arms? Detective game. Everyone needs to form a team of 5, and successfully solve the case within the specified time. The loser will be killed by the murderer. There are so many cases. Isn't there a time to finish? Where can they find so many perverted murderers? Yanrui was speechless, and clicked on the next case. Tower defense game. 10 people in a group. The loser will randomly become the other party's prisoner, and have 2 chances to escape. The head of the loser who escapes will be displayed as a trophy on the wall of the winning party. This is perverted. Isn't it? Isn't it okay to let people rest in peace? Yanrui was at a loss for words about the rules of the game. They are really not human. Of course they are not human. The rules are made by the laws of each plane. After the system finished speaking, it urged Yanrui to start the next page quickly. You may have cursed too early now. Maybe there will be more inhumane games than these 2 games later. Yanrui. Then I will continue. Competitive game. Players face each other and engage in hand-to-hand combat. Before entering the game, they can buy props on the field or snatch props from the opponent. The loser needs to provide all the props as the spoils of the winner. Yanrui said. The rules of this game are quite restrained. But if one person becomes another person's spoils, the end will definitely not be good. Yes, the spoils can participate in the next battle on behalf of the owner. If the spoils fail 3 times in a row, they will be directly eliminated by the game. I said. Hearing this game rule, Yanrui curled his lips. People who grow up in this environment may all be mentally abnormal. And there should be many cases of killing people on the field. The system nodded. Especially if you participate in the game continuously. This situation will be more common. Some people will even say that they are helping him end the torture early and doing good things. Yanrui felt a little nauseous. He subconsciously grabbed Jian'anqi's hand to find his sense of security. Jian'anqi used a little force to fix Yanrui tightly in his arms. It's okay. If we go to this plane, I can fight for you. Jian'anqi kissed Yanrui's forehead gently. They definitely can't beat me. And they definitely don't have the conditions I have. I have my own private doctor. Jian'anqi originally wanted to make Yanrui laugh, but found that he seemed to have gone in the wrong direction. Before, Yanrui was in his arms, raised his head hard, and looked at him with disapproving and somewhat angry eyes. Don't say such things. You will definitely not get hurt. Yanrui ranked this plane as the first plane he didn't want to go to the most. He was not afraid of death. He was just afraid that this situation would really happen. And he would definitely go crazy at that time. After going crazy, let alone making money, he might be directly wiped out by the plane. Jian'anqi lifted Yanrui's chin, kissed him gently at the corner of his mouth, and admitted his mistake frankly. I'm sorry. It's my fault. I shouldn't say such things. Yanrui was blushing because of Jian'anqi. But this emotion was fleeting, replaced by endless irritation, especially with the electric current sound deliberately emitted by the system in his ears. For a moment, all the charming atmosphere was gone. Okay. If you keep going like this, I'll let the main controller arrange a blind date for you. Who wants to fall in love? Who wants to go on a blind date? I'm in the stage of pursuing my career now. Making money is more important than going on a blind date. The system raised its chin and said proudly, Do you want to see the situation in the last plane? Yes. I want to see it. Yanrui repositioned himself. The last card plane doesn't look very dangerous. What are the contents of these cards? Card game, divided into one-on-one and one-on-many. One-on-one failure has the opportunity to revive relatives and friends. Relatives and friends include teammates and friends. One-on-many failure will randomly select a passerby in the game, and let the passerby draw the number of survivors. And those who are not selected will be directly wiped out. Yanrui. What the hell is this? The rules of this game are too scary. This is not a survival game. This is not a human nature game in the skin of a survival game. Okay. Now the most terrifying game, top 1. Card game deserves it. Chapter 127 Original Plane. Why are these games so scary? Yanrui shuddered and backed out. How did the heavens of those planes come up with this kind of desperate game? Who knows? Anyway, none of them are good. The system pouted. And after landing? Because you are an outsider. I don't know if you will be selected as a game player. After hearing this, Yinrui's heart tightened. We won't play this perverted game again. Right? The system was also a little uncertain. And it wisely shut up at this time. Yinrui sighed. Can I really not go to the B-level plane? Not that I can't. But everyone has already watched your teaching video in the A-level plane. And there is still a vacancy in the A-level plane. Teaching video? Yinrui exclaimed. What teaching video? The system realized that it had spoken out of turn, and subconsciously covered its mouth. There is no teaching video. Yinrui narrowed his eyes, and looked at the system that was holding its hair tightly with guilt. Did you record my situation in each plane? And then sent it to the master control. And the master control edited it into a teaching system for other hosts to see? It guessed word for word. The system felt even more guilty. Give me the copyright fee. As expected, Yinrui stretched out his hand to the system. How can you not pay the copyright fee? The system hesitated. The master control didn't give me either. Then go to the master control to ask for the copyright fee. You have to pay the copyright fee. I am the genuine product. And you have to support the genuine product. Yinrui pinched the system's face. We will go to this terrifying plane in a few days. What do you want in the next 2 days? I will take you to play. The system thought about it. Why did it feel that Yinrui's tone was strange? Wouldn't it be a later vengeance? No. No. As long as you prepare well. These planes are a bit dangerous. At least you should upgrade the protective shield first. The system suggested in a low voice. I think this money really can't be saved. What do you think? But I'm short of money now. And I don't have points to upgrade the protective shield. What do you think I should do? The system still didn't hear the implication of Yinrui's words. Yinrui pinched his face with a look of disappointment. What did I just tell you? Copyright fee. Oh, I'll go now. After the system disappeared, Yinrui and Jian Anqi sent an back to the farm in the supermarket. And now no one would disturb them. The next morning, Yinrui brushed his teeth vigorously. Jian Anqi walked to his side with a satisfied smile and pinched his right hand. Does it hurt? Do you want me to give you a good massage? Yinrui was pinched twice by Jian Anqi and hummed comfortably. Just give me a massage? Then your after-sales service is not very good. I'll give you massages in the future. Jian Anqi stepped behind Yinrui and kissed his forehead gently. Do you want to go home directly or continue driving? Drive. Take a different route. See the scenery. And think about what we need to bring to that plane. Yinrui was really worried. Those planes didn't look like simple planes. The difficulty index was rising in a straight line. Moreover, there was too little information in hand. And he couldn't imagine what they were missing. Medicine for injuries? Or really, like the system said, bring them some sleeping pills? Yinrui bit his lower lip unconsciously. Shall we ask Minister Xiong for special approval? Sure. As long as you state the conditions. He will definitely help. After checking out of the hotel, the two went to a nearby breakfast shop and bought dozens of steamed buns. After buying the buns, they ordered meals for about 20 to 30 people at every nearby restaurant. The two walked and stopped like this, and a little bit made a lot, thinking that they might not be able to taste the same taste in the future. Yinrui felt more and more sad. If we travel to the detective plane, should we bring them some detective dramas as teaching materials? Yinrui scratched his head and said irritably, then should we buy props from the system mall? That would be a bit worthless. That can't be helped. Our plane has not yet developed to the level of that plane. It is normal that there are no suitable props. Why don't we buy as many goods as possible that are not available in the supermarket? Even if we can't use them. It doesn't really matter. But it would be best if we can use them. Goods that are not available in the supermarket? There is nothing in our supermarket. Compared with the big supermarkets, we don't have a lot of goods. But in terms of variety, there is actually nothing wrong. Our supermarket is mainly food. There are not many clothes, pants, shoes, etc. There are also some maternal and child products. Even if we can't use these things in that plane, we can donate them after the end of the world to meet everyone's needs. Jian Anqi analyzed. Look at the last plane. The items they lacked the most were beyond the scope of our supermarket. This time, what they lack may not be within the scope of our supermarket. We should not stick to the supermarket. What do you think? Let's do it this way. Let's tell the other hosts outside. Anyway, no matter what they can buy, they should buy it and keep it ready. Yin Rui didn't feel that he had no money at this time. He should save money and spend money. If he saved the money, if he made the right bet, it would definitely be a huge profit. In the afternoon, the two stopped in a nearby city again. Yin Rui and Jian Anqi found a hotel in the city center that looked the most expensive and stayed there. As soon as he entered the room, Yin Rui was pleased by the exquisite decoration in the room. It's really a first-class hotel that costs 19,000 per night. I feel that the lights there are brighter than those outside. I really hope that we can still live in such a hotel after the end of the world. Of course. Jian Anqi patted his chest and promised Yin Rui. If you can't live here, I will build one for you. Okay. Stop talking nonsense. Yin Rui smiled and pushed Jian Anqi, then sat on the sofa and patted the seat next to him. Come and sit. Don't be shy. I'll take a shower first. I'm too tired after driving all day. Jian Anqi took a deep breath and said, then turned and went into the bathroom. Yin Rui smiled, looking at Jian Anqi's back as he left. He walked around the room. The hotel slippers are good. They are not sold in the supermarket. The paper towels are also good. There are a lot of paper towels in the warehouse. But it doesn't hurt to prepare more. Well, pajamas are pretty good too. I only bought 3 sets for myself before. Do you want to wholesale some? There doesn't seem to be a nightmare plane in the options. This pen is also good. There shouldn't be a shortage of pens in the plane. Right? Otherwise, how do they write? Yin Rui walked around, still struggling whether to buy a batch of bedding sets and pillows and quilts for himself in the supermarket. The ashtray next to him was shining and looking at him, as if he wanted to be his backup guest. He was crazy. Now he wanted to buy a batch of everything. If he continued like this, let alone making money, it would be good to be able to make a profit. I'm done. Let's have someone bring dinner up later. Jian Anqi's hair was wet after taking a shower, but he didn't blow it. He walked behind Yin Rui, hugged him in his arms, and lowered his head until his arms were filled with the smell of Yin Rui. Well, let me blow your hair for you. The water droplets on Yin Rui's hair dripped onto Yin Rui's neck, causing a burst of coolness. Do you think we should buy another batch of hair dryers? You can buy them. If you can't sell them, you can put them on your personal store. Anyway, no matter what you sell, people will buy them. Because he was too nervous, Yin Rui forgot about this. He seemed to be the top celebrity in the entire system now. Everything in his personal account will have a celebrity effect, so there is no need to worry about selling it. Okay, let's go wholesale a batch of hair dryers, floor scrubbers, and sweeping robots. I was watching videos before and found that there are also TVs that can follow you around. Do you want to buy some? After hearing Yin Rui's suggestions, Jian Anqi frowned rarely. These shouldn't be necessary. No matter which plane it is, there should be no shortage of TVs that can follow people around. We can order a few ourselves. While waiting for the meal, Yin Rui ordered a lot of goods online that were not available in the supermarket, but had a certain chance of being used in the plane. This store also has raincoats. This reminds me, I almost forgot that I don't even have a raincoat myself. During the typhoon and heavy rain in the end times, he only remembered to stock up on food for himself and forgot to buy an umbrella or a raincoat. You said this mobile phone chain? No matter how you think about it, it shouldn't be used. Yin Rui looked at the shopping app in his mobile phone and wanted to buy everything he saw. This doll is also very beautiful. There shouldn't be many production channels in the future. Buy more. The large number of Yin Rui's orders made the seller even a little at a loss. Even though it was time to get off work, the boss directly asked him, as a customer service, whether he had clicked the wrong number. For example, clicking 1 set instead of 10,000 sets or something like that. It's not like this hasn't happened before. The boss was ready to let him place the order again, but found that Yin Rui answered without hesitation. That's the number. Isn't your family a wholesaler? Don't you have so many goods? Of course there are. If you get together with the nearby factories. Plus the factory will work overtime tomorrow. 10,000 sets is actually quite easy. In stock. This happened several times at night. And Yin Rui even began to skillfully note its 10,000 sets. Don't contact me anymore. I didn't place the wrong order. You don't know until you see it. I found that the dolls are so cute now. The clothes on these dolls are more delicate than those on children. Yin Rui sighed. I didn't have such beautiful clothes when I was a child. Then let's buy a few more sets of clothes tomorrow and keep them as spares. Yin Rui was about to refuse, but he thought that he had money anyway, so he bought it. Before going to bed, Yenrui ordered another table of food, put them all in the space, and then nestled in Jian Anqi's arms and began to sleep soundly. Before going to bed, he did not forget to mutter, "Don't forget to buy shampoo and shower gel. I like the smell in the hotel. Ask them what brand it is." The next morning, Jian Anqi told Yenrui that he had already ordered the shampoo and shower gel he mentioned last night. Yenrui's expression was even a little confused. Jian Anqi touched him nonchalantly and said, "Let's go. Come down for breakfast." After eating, the two checked out and embarked on their journey again. As a result, at this time, Yenrui's mobile phone kept ringing several times. After Yenrui took out his mobile phone, he frowned at the text messages on his mobile phone. "What's wrong? What's written on the phone?" "Minister Xiong said that I'm popular online, and someone is looking for me." Yenrui looked up at Jian Anqi with a confused look on his face. "He also said that it's not just me. Both of us are popular online." "Jian Anqi? Are you sure he's talking about the two of us? Isn't he looking at some other random people?" Yenrui shook his head and clicked on the video Xiong Qing sent him. He found that the content was that their family had a picnic together a few days ago. Yenrui was holding it in his arms, and Jian Anqi was tearing chicken strips for an to eat. The system sat obediently aside, waiting for Yenrui to open nuts for him. Yenrui opened one for him, and he ate one, and when he was bored while waiting, he played with an ant's tail. An ant's tail was big and fluffy, and the system often braided his tail. Yenrui and Jian Anqi didn't think there was anything special about it. But the problem was that this video was popular. What's there to be ashamed of? Yenrui really couldn't figure it out. "I'm so thirsty." "If you're thirsty, come to the supermarket to buy drinks. It should be said that I'm dying of cravings." "Do they know that we are a couple?" Jian Anqi said. "Isn't this a popular term on the internet? But the problem is that the two of us." Yenrui's expression was tangled. He really couldn't figure out why this happened. Just this video. It became popular? Yenrui scratched his head and then clicked on another picture sent by his Xiong Qing. It was a screenshot of his video website account. In just a few hours, he had more than 10,000 fans. And it was still rising. No way. I was so diligent in shooting supermarket management videos before. And I only had 800 fans in several months. How come I have more than 10,000 fans now? After Yenrui re-downloaded the video software, he logged into his previous account and found that the fan screenshots Xiong Qing gave him were already delayed. His current account has 30,000 fans. "If you don't like it, you can just cancel it," Jian Anqi said. "We don't have time to deal with such boring things now." Yenrui nodded. He didn't accept advertisements and didn't want to be famous. He created this account to increase the popularity of the supermarket. Now this account is completely unnecessary. So he just closed it. Just when he was about to click to cancel, Xiong Qing called him via video. Yenrui was surprised. In all these days, Xiong Qing had never disturbed his and Li Hanqi's lives except for sending text messages. He had never made a video call suddenly. Yenrui answered the video call and saw Xiong Qing on the other side of the video with a red face. "Boss Yen, we are so lucky." "What good luck? What's wrong?" Yenrui was confused, and then heard Xiong Qing excitedly say, "If you become famous, the rest of our things will be much easier." Seeing that Yenrui's expression was still confused, Xiong Qing slowly explained to Yenrui, and only after Yenrui put down the phone did he slowly react. "He means that he doesn't want me to cancel this account, and he wants them to take over the management?" Yenrui knew that in this era of traffic, although some people can rise to the sky with traffic, he never thought that this situation would happen to him. And what he climbed to was not the sky of traffic, but the sky of indifference. They want Yenrui to educate the public about the end of the world. "I told them that the end of the world is coming." How could they believe it? Even Xiong Qing and the others didn't believe it at first. They asked me to urge fans to stock up at home. Isn't this a bit of a fantasy? Jian Anqi was silent after listening to Xiong Qing's words. He knew better than Yenrui how much influence a person could have in the era of traffic. But Yenrui is just a new internet celebrity. Many people have become popular with a little bit of fame. They have begun to accept advertisements and do live broadcasts crazily, waiting for the big brother to brush the train, make a wave of quick money, and withdraw directly. Jian Anqi parked the car on the side of the road, took Yenrui's phone, and said, "Let me see what is written in the comment area." Two handsome little brothers, so well matched. LGWKL. KSWL. Is there any sister who can give me a through train? Who is the one between the two of them? Who told you that two men feeding monkeys together are homosexuals? The one on the right is my husband. Jian Anqi is very familiar with this kind of comments. He clicked on the video he had posted before in Yin Rui's account. And the comment area below suddenly became lively. Brother, look at the monkey. Husband, what shape is your cat's tail? Is it this? Love the shape.jpg. Brother, do you have the contact information of the brother holding the cat in his arms? It's paid. KSWL. Yin Rui came forward. Because he didn't read these things much. He didn't understand many abbreviations. He asked Jian Anqi and found that Jian Anqi was very familiar with it. How do you know everything? Are you an internet celebrity outside without my knowledge? Jian Anqi smiled and avoided Yin Rui's aggressive words. And then said, I am just familiar with some internet terms. There is nothing to do in the army. So I watch short videos when I am bored. Check in. The store manager's first video is so cute. Check in together. Where did you buy this monkey? If you have a source, PM me. Have you noticed that the comments under the store manager's videos before he became popular all came from the same IP address? Does this new feature reveal something? Do you really not have a direct link to the brother holding a cat? I think the one holding a cat is not as good looking as the one feeding the monkey. Yin Rui did not see the comments on these videos, but instead kept looking through Xiongqing's news. Jian Anqi breathed a sigh of relief. Secretly uninstalled his video software. And analyzed with Yin Rui, they should want to use your influence to warn the people on the internet. Just this one video? If it goes viral, it can give people a warning? That's unlikely. It would be better if he just spent money to buy supplies from various planes and distribute them to everyone. Yin Rui. A country bumpkin who can't play with the internet. Can't imagine that anyone can have such great power. As long as your account continues to operate, there will be such power. You think you may not be able to do anything. But if among these 50,000 people, even 50 people listen to you and buy supplies during the typhoon, or listen to you and take some protective measures, you will not only save these 50 people, but 50 families. It is important for people to save themselves. No matter how much you do, it is not as good as the self-salvation of the people. After listening to Jian Anqi's words, Yin Rui was thoughtful. What about you? You are also popular. I see so many people want your contact information. Yin Rui looked at his private message in the background and took a screenshot to show him. Someone asked me for your face photo. What does he want? Don't worry about it. If you are going to create this account, I will just help you in the video. The video of a family of 4 having a picnic in the park that made them talk about it was not discussed much because Jian Anqi kept his head down and never showed his face. More comments were like he was so skilled at pinching hazelnuts for the little monkey. They looked like a family. Is there really no one who can sell me a monkey like this? This little monkey is so well behaved and looks so smart. It is completely different from the monkeys I met when I traveled before. Husband, stop feeding the monkey. Feed me. Jian Anqi flipped through the comments one by one, and soon turned off the screen of his phone. He hugged Yin Rui in his arms without saying anything. And Yin Rui exclaimed, wait a minute. I haven't finished replying to Minister Xiong's message yet. Minister Xiong meant that he only needed to appear in the camera and leave the rest to them. He would definitely find the most professional team to make him a most popular online celebrity in the shortest time. Yin Rui only needed to show his face, and Jian Anqi only needed to appear in the camera slightly. But the system and it also needed to cooperate. And Xiongqing was asking him if his pets at home were well behaved, etc. After Yin Rui replied, he was still a little confused. Can I really do it? It's okay to give it a try. Even if it's just to save one person. And you've already saved more than one person. When did I save anyone? Yin Rui's mind was still a little confused. You saved me. And you also saved Wang Jiaming and the others. Will you let them repeat the mistakes of their previous life? That's definitely not the case. Yin Rui had a little more confidence. And then he listened to Jian Anqi continue to speak. When we went to various planes to perform tasks before, have you forgotten how many people thanked you? And how many people gave you gifts because you saved their lives? Chapter 128 Original Plane. Yin Rui has been in low spirits these days. Along the way, he just stared at the outside in a daze, not knowing what he was thinking. Jian Anqi saw him like this, and did not force his way into his spiritual world. He just followed him silently, and reminded him every moment that he could buy something. Buying things is addictive. Yin Rui can only be happy at this time. How can we still have encounter pictures? We can't take the system with us when we go out in the future. How many people found us because of this monkey? Yenrui pinched the monkey's face. And the system grinned and said dissatisfiedly, "You can't punish me with the mistakes of outsiders. I am such a conscientious system." Then change your image. Didn't I buy you so many images of cats, dogs and bears? Change one. Yenrui tapped the system's face. Change to a bear. I like bears. I don't want to. The system jumped out of Yenrui's arms and posed a fighting preparation. Posed towards him. If you want me to change my image, you have to pass me first. Yenrui became interested and posed for a battle with him. Come over and eat some yogurt. If you don't come, and then we'll eat all your portions. I'm coming. The two ran to Jian Anqi in unison. We will be back to the supermarket tomorrow. After receiving the goods, we will go to the next dimension. Yenrui was eating yogurt and felt a little better. At worst, we can use the points to ask other hosts to help us buy things. Jian Anqi nodded. And when he was about to touch Yenrui's hair, he felt a gaze coming from the side. Jian Anqi immediately looked up and found someone holding a mobile phone to them. It seemed that someone recognized them again. How is your account data these days? Jian Anqi asked curiously. Yenrui didn't know. He didn't check it these days. He just threw all the account passwords to Xiongqing. As for what Xiongqing did with his account, he didn't care at all. Now there are already 300,000 fans. The number is not increasing fast, but not slow either. Jian Anqi looked at Yenrui's account. We'd better seize this opportunity and do as much as we can. Yenrui sighed. He really didn't want to appear on camera now. Minister Xiong has sent the script. After we finish shooting, we will send the video to them and give it to them for editing. Even if they don't want to do it, they have to do it. After all, Xiongqing has also considered starting a new account from scratch. But the popularity is definitely not as high as Yenrui. They all want to cooperate with other internet celebrities. But this matter is too sensitive. They have also found a few official accounts privately to start sending various coping methods during disasters. But the comments under those videos are not as many as the comments Jian Anqi sent to Yenrui. So you were plotting against me at that time? Yenrui thought of the comments under his previous videos, all of which were sent by Jian Anqi, who registered several accounts. And his heart softened. Well, there are actually comrades. Jian Anqi touched his nose uncomfortably. Who knew that the software could later update the location of the IP address, which exposed him all at once. Let's not talk about that. Let's shoot the short video first. He coughed uncomfortably, then took out the script, and the two began to study the script stumblingly. This time, the script asked Yenrui to make an introduction, introduce his family members to everyone, and focus on the little monkey and the little cat. Jian Anqi did not appear on the screen, or only appeared with his voice. Then Yenrui said that he was the owner of a supermarket and introduced the operation of the supermarket to everyone. The most important thing is that Yenrui also had to mix in some safety information that people could not detect from time to time. For example, don't wade in the water when it rains, or go to the supermarket to buy things when you are hungry, and don't eat green plants outside casually. Yenrui felt a little speechless when looking at this script. Who would eat green plants outside casually now? In this era, everyone must treat this sentence as a joke. Who will remember this sentence after the end of the world? And even if they remember it well, eating enough is the most important thing. Yenrui sent a message to Xiongqing, saying that there might be some problems with the script and he wanted to change it. For example, if there are any problems, you can go to the nearby street office. Or if you really have nothing to eat at home, you can contact the person in charge of the community. However, he plans to keep the reminder of not wading in the water when it rains, and also to store some food at home anytime and anywhere, and show everyone what he has stored. Maybe it can arouse everyone's impulse to stock up. After the message was sent, Xiongqing replied immediately, while affirming Yenrui's idea. He also praised Yenrui for being a good person who really cares about the people. Anyway, good words are free. Xiongqing sent a long essay of praise with about 7 or 8 paragraphs and a total of about 2,000 words, which made Yenrui blush. After Yenrui sent Xiongqing an emoticon, he continued, "Then let's start recording now." They chose an uninhabited field beside the highway. There were basically no people here, so they were not afraid of being disturbed by others. Yenrui, who was not very used to the camera, sat by the car with the system and began to introduce. The system looked up and pinched Yen-Rui's face from time to time. Oranin pretended to be disobedient and gave the system a few meow punches. Yen-Rui followed Xiongqing's script while maintaining the peace between the two of them. After recording twice, Yen-Rui gave each of them a head bang, and they calmed down. However, after sending all the versions of the video to Xiongqing, Xiongqing actually felt that the video with two people making trouble was more enjoyable. It should be said that even Yen-Rui felt that the video with an N and the system making trouble was more lovely. I watched this video. Yen-Rui took the video recorded by Jian-Anqi and watched it several times. Jian-Anqi hugged him and asked, "What's wrong? Don't you like it? Or do you think something is wrong?" Yen-Rui shook his head. "Nothing. I just feel that your video is better than my own. Maybe it's a lover filter." Jian-Anqi smiled and kissed Yen-Rui. He didn't tell Yen-Rui that he had read a lot of knowledge about photographers on the internet in the past 2 days. It's hard to do art. We're done recording. Let's go now. Yen-Rui raised his foot and tried to leave. But a bug crawled onto his shoe. He shook it off and then remembered what it was. That's a hard gold bug. Yen-Rui looked at the bug and was a little confused. Why does a hard gold bug appear now? In his previous life, Yen-Rui first heard the name of this bug after an extremely hot and dry period. This bug is even worse than a cockroach. But unlike a cockroach, it carries a large number of germs and can transmit them to all nearby creatures. Not just plants or animals. It can infect plants with deadly germs and animals with deadly viruses. And even humans cannot escape its clutches. And its diet is similar to that of a pig. Basically, it eats everything that can be put into its mouth. And even eats things that pigs don't eat. And its reproductive ability is particularly strong. It's just that it can eat. But if a person eats it, they will be immediately infected with unknown bacteria and eventually die from bacterial infection. The population dropped sharply at that time, which was greatly related to the existence of this hard gold bug. What is a hard gold bug? Jian-Anqi picked up his phone to check for information about this bug, but found that it did not exist on the internet. After Yen-Rui explained the situation of this bug to him, Jian-Anqi realized the seriousness of the problem. We must set up a situation report to Minister Xiong at night. Besides Jian-Anqi, Yen-Rui also thought of this at the first time. After he contacted Xiongqing, he immediately searched in the nearby grass, trying to find a hard gold bug as a case. The hard gold bugs are still very small now, and no one should notice their existence. But after the end of the world, they will eat everything, and then it will be a big problem. Yen-Rui was scratching his head while searching. After searching for a long time, Yen-Rui was so tired that he collapsed on the ground, but still couldn't find the second hard gold bug. It's dark now. Let's stop looking for it. You can write down the characteristics of the hard gold bug, and then draw a rough outline and send it to Minister Xiong. That's the only way. However, after doing this, Yen-Rui still felt a little empty in his heart. He thought he might have seen it wrong at first. But thinking about his current situation, this situation would never happen. What's wrong, baby? Just when Yen-Rui was melancholy, and then frantically pulled at his trouser legs under his feet, Yen-Rui pulled him into his arms. I'm too tired now, and can't play with you. Otherwise, find Jian-Anqi to play with you. And then grabbed Yen-Rui relentlessly. Yen-Rui had no choice but to stretch out his hand and wanted to smooth an ant's hair. As a result, as soon as he stretched out his hand, he saw an ant's head come up, opened his mouth, and spit out a black thing. Ah! Yen-Rui's adrenaline surged, and he jumped up from the ground, startling, and Jian-Anqi rushed over immediately after hearing Yen-Rui's voice and hugged him in his arms. What's wrong? What's wrong? Yen-Rui threw the thing that and vomited to him to Jian-Anqi without hesitation. Jian-Anqi saw that it was a black bug and subconsciously wanted to shake it off. But he thought of something and turned on the flashlight and shone the flashlight on his palm. Is this a hard gold bug? After Yen-Rui calmed down, he moved closer and found that it was indeed the case. He had been looking for it for so long and couldn't find it. But Anan actually found it directly. Yen-Rui excitedly bent down, picked up Anan, and then kissed her vigorously several times. Sorry, baby. I scared you just now. Anan shook her head, rubbed her head against Yen-Rui's neck, then purred softly, and snored happily. Yen-Rui's heart melted after hearing this. After kissing Anan a few more times, he turned to Jian-Anqi and said, Let's drive at night to send this bug back. Jian-Anqi nodded in agreement. After Yen-Rui got in the car, He looked at Jian Anqi with some concern. Do you want a tube of physical strength enhancer? Driving at night is very tiring. Jian Anqi smiled and pinched his ear. You underestimate me too much. Don't you know what my physical strength is like? Yin Rui always felt that Jian Anqi's words were meaningful. He turned his head away with red ears. Okay. Drive quickly. You have good physical strength. If it's too late, Minister Xiong may not be able to hold on. However, Yin Rui underestimated Minister Xiong's physical strength. Minister Xiong is now excited and wants to go downstairs to run 10 laps. Quick! Quick! Call the researchers over. They have work to do now. Xiong Qing paced back and forth in his office. Okay. 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 Xiong Qing said 3 OKs in a row. And his guard asked in confusion, why is it a good thing to find this endangered species? It would be best if this threatening species can be solved in advance. If it can't be solved in advance, then let those researchers get some medicine, and we will take measures to eliminate insects in advance. Anyway, don't do it like Yin Rui said, and the bugs will be king in the end. Xiong Qing had already memorized Yin Rui's notes. He knew the harm of this bug, and there was more than one kind of bug in Yin Rui's notes. But because the other pests were creatures they had seen, they could prepare in advance. But this hard gold bug seemed to appear on the earth suddenly, catching people off guard. But what was unexpected was that Yin Rui could actually catch one. And the hard gold bug is not a known pest now. So maybe he can find his natural enemy in the farmland. I don't know what species became extinct after the end of the world, which made the hard gold bug the only one. Xiong Qing sat on the sofa for a while, and then stood up from the sofa. After reporting to his leader, he had nothing to do again, and finally couldn't control his impulse. Come on, Xiaoang. Let's drive up to greet them. Yin Rui and Jian Anqi are almost at the headquarters now. It's not necessary, Minister. Even if they come back, they have to send the bugs to our headquarters in the end. And the current headquarters is located at the back door of Yin Rui's supermarket. That is the command center that Yin Rui could not reach in his previous life. After hearing Xiao Zhang's words, Xiong Qing calmed down a little. But calm as he was, he still had some impulses of hope. If there were no hard gold bugs in this life, the situation would definitely be much better. At least we wouldn't be out of food. Xiong Qing rubbed his hands. Pass my order down. No matter what insect researcher or agricultural expert. Anyway, it's related to this subject. All researchers with a confidentiality level that is enough should come here. Xiong Qing didn't believe it. So many people couldn't figure out a small bug? Jian Anqi and Yin Rui didn't know the situation on Xiong Qing's side. But the two of them returned to the supermarket as quickly as possible. Yin Rui originally thought that they were receiving commissions at the door of the supermarket. But unexpectedly, someone welcomed them directly into the school behind the supermarket. What about the children going to school? Will this alert the enemy? Yin Rui didn't expect that they could occupy the school directly with such a big fanfare. I just told them that there were serious quality inspection problems in the school's teaching building, and another campus has been prepared. We also provide free school buses for children who live far away, so there is basically no problem. Seeing Yin Rui again, Xiong Qing liked him more and more. Especially, he figured out one thing. That is, Yin Rui. Maybe he is the son of the plane in this world. This term was told to him by Xiao Zhang. He doesn't read novels, but Xiao Zhang would read novels to kill time when he was free. Yin Rui should be the male protagonist. Jian Anqi is really lucky, but his own luck is not bad either. Among so many people, he is the only one who can talk to Yin Rui, and it is obvious that Yin Rui does not dislike him. Thinking of Wei Rong's face, Xiong Qing laughed even more happily. Did you bring the bug back? Show me what this bug looks like. Xiong Qing asked impatiently. Yin Rui nodded and handed the box to Xiong Qing. Xiong Qing observed it for a long time, and found that it was a black bug that was slightly larger than a beetle. But there was a little gold on its legs, and the edge of its shell was also like gilded gold, which looked quite noble. I have never seen this bug before. But after the end of the world, is this bug also this big? Xiong Qing asked curiously. Yin Rui nodded. It is definitely not this small. After the end of the world, this bug is 3 times bigger than it is now, and it is twice the size of its current body. However, this bug is harder to kill than a cockroach. Sometimes you think you have killed it, but in fact it can still move. It is disgusting. Thinking of that scene, Yin Rui couldn't help but shudder, and even Xiong Qing suddenly felt a little nauseous after hearing this. Anyway, I'm not an entomologist. Let's leave these things to professionals. They are definitely not afraid of this. Xiongqing smiled. I have edited your video and posted it. And I also asked the backstage to push a wave of traffic for you. And your fans have increased a lot. Really? In fact, Yanrui didn't pay attention to these. He didn't regard recording videos as his career at all. So now, he couldn't help but ignore some of them. So they're preparing to stock up now? Yanrui asked curiously. Have you read the comments below? When it comes to comments, Xiongqing's expression is a little embarrassed. There is only one video now. And they haven't discovered the guidance hidden in our words. It will probably be fine in 2 days. The comments below are nothing more than, Husband, I want to see another little brother. Husband, don't touch the cat. Touch me. Cats and handsome guys? I can. Xiongqing didn't know what I can meant at first. He just thought this sentence was the most serious one among all the comments. Until Xiao Zhang explained the meaning to him. Xiongqing wiped his non-existent sweat awkwardly. You don't need to be too nervous. We have done what we should do now. Even if your video doesn't play a big role, it doesn't matter. We have taken many measures to ensure that it is different from what you saw in your previous life. Hearing Xiongqing's words, Yanrui's depression in the past 2 days finally dissipated. This feeling is right. Recording a video is just an auxiliary channel. It doesn't matter whether it succeeds or not. There is a more powerful state machine behind it that is silently making all possible preparations. After relaxing and changing his state of mind, he was no longer so depressed when he looked at the comments in his videos. He comfortably liked the first few comments with the highest number of likes. For a while, Yanrui's videos became more popular. At the same time, professionals also sent Yanrui the scripts for the other 2 episodes. They planned to post a video a day, so that they could maintain the popularity and convey their own views to everyone as much as possible. Are you going to record a supermarket vlog tomorrow? Yanrui believed in his bare shells. Then the 2 of us will leave now. We will finish recording these 2 videos tomorrow night and send them to you. After Yanrui and Xiongqing said goodbye, they hurriedly pulled Jian Anqi away together. This supermarket video will be divided into 2 parts, and will focus on the storage period and storage methods of various foods, as well as the cheapest prices of various grains. Yanrui walked while looking at the script in his hand and guessed with Jian Anqi, do you think the higher-ups will make preparations in advance? For example, contacting various supermarkets and shopping malls to offer big discounts on grains. But the price is not easy to grasp, and it will be bad if it is used by speculators. Jian Anqi answered without hesitation, this is certain, and we can observe. If there is no movement in the supermarkets in a few days, we can also remind them, and the rest depends on them. Yanrui nodded. They also asked me to introduce how to use various tools, such as how to determine the cause of the power outage. I can't use this, and I need your help. Yanrui grabbed Jian Anqi. Can you help me? Jian Anqi laughed out loud, yes. Sir. After the 2 returned to the supermarket, the first thing they did was to put all the things in the supermarket in place. Yanrui wanted to test his physical strength, so he didn't drink the physical enhancer. As a result, he found that after he and Jian Anqi filled all the shelves in the supermarket, he was not tired at all. I just lifted 150 kilograms of soybean oil, and my hands didn't feel sore at all. Not even a mark. Yanrui looked at his hands that didn't even turn red, and said with satisfaction, maybe if I practice a little more, I will become an indestructible body. Okay, let's record the video like this tomorrow. Or record it now. I'm full of energy now, and I feel like I can't fall asleep even if I lie in bed. Yanrui lifted up his sleeves and looked at his muscles. Fuller. Jian Anqi grabbed Yanrui and pushed him upstairs. Have a good rest tonight. You haven't been home for so many days. Go take a shower, and I'll change the sheets and quilt covers. Just change the sheets in your room. I'll change the sheets in mine. Yanrui felt Jian's footsteps stop behind him, and he turned back in confusion. What's wrong? Don't you want to change the sheets? Jian Anqi's mood was visibly low. He shook his head, no. Go take a shower. Yanrui laughed when he saw Jian Anqi's reaction. Why? Do you want me to invite you to sleep at my place? Yanrui said jokingly. He turned around and pulled Jian Anqi. It's just washing the sheets. You sleep with me tonight. He got used to sleeping outside these days, and he didn't want to change this habit. Chapter 129 Original Plane. After Yenrui took a shower and returned to the room, he saw Jian Anqi wearing glasses, leaning against the bed and pretending to read a book. Yenrui smiled and walked forward, and threw himself into Jian Anqi's arms with a run-up. "Wipe my hair." Jian Anqi found a book and put it in his hand after Yenrui came out of the bathroom. He had no thoughts, but was secretly feeling Yenrui's every move, until Yenrui threw himself on him. He was relieved and threw the book aside, and firmly caught Yenrui's arms. Yenrui thought Jian Anqi was a little funny. He saw Jian Anqi's expression after he came out of the bathroom. He was obviously not thinking about the book, and his eyes were erratic. He wanted to look at him, but he didn't dare to move because of his guilty conscience. Yenrui hugged Jian Anqi. "What are you thinking about? Your expression is so solemn?" Jian Anqi shook his head. Naturally, he would not tell Yenrui what he was thinking. Instead, he hugged him tightly in his arms, hugging him tighter. "Why are you still worried about gains and losses?" Yenrui smiled. "After recording the video tomorrow, we will go to the plane. This video can be posted for 2 days, so there should be no rush. It's up to you." Jian Anqi stroked Yenrui's hair and smiled at Yenrui. It seemed that what Yenrui said was always right to him. "I'm going to sleep." Yenrui rolled over Jian Anqi with a force, and after lying in the quilt, he hit Jian Anqi again. "Go to bed quickly. Hair is not dry yet." After Jian Anqi had a bottom line in his heart, he pulled Yenrui up. "Blow dry before going to bed." The next morning, Yenrui started filming the video after reading the script. However, when he was filming the video, some neighbors came to watch the fun. "Oh, Xiaoyan is famous. We saw you too when we were watching the video. Xiaoyan will not have trouble finding a partner in the future. Now all the girls on the internet say they want to marry you." The aunt who had just bought vegetables stood at the door of the supermarket, eating an apple and teasing. "My little granddaughter said before that she would marry you when she grows up. I heard that after the school moved away. She found that she couldn't see you at school and cried at home. Oh, what can I do? I can only turn my grief and anger into motivation and let her study hard next semester." Yenrui smiled and said, "When she gets 100 points in the final exam, I will treat her to candy. Then I will go back and tell her." More and more people gathered outside the door. At this time, Xiongqing also brought people to Yenrui's supermarket. "The last time you took the photo, there was still something incomplete. This time we found a professional. In order not to be suspected by everyone, Xiongqing changed into his regular clothes. We found a professional photographer. Jian Anqi, please stay away." Since Jian Anqi was not the one taking the photo, Yenrui became more nervous. But he quickly adjusted and started shooting according to the script. When shooting the home power outage inspection measures, Yenrui paused for a while, and then said to Xiongqing, "I have to let Jian Anqi help me." Jian Anqi walked to Yenrui's side, without waiting for Xiongqing's consent, and picked up the family tool box on the shelf. Xiongqing looked at Jian Anqi, who was unwilling to take a promotional photo before, but now stood happily beside Yenrui, and was speechless. "Don't touch the wires directly with your hands. Even if the community is out of power, you must turn off the power switch first, because the time of the power supply is uncertain, and it would be bad if something unexpected happened. This wire is the ground wire, and the ground wires should be connected together. We just need to use tweezers to gently clamp it, and the light will be installed. Don't go out easily when it rains heavily outside. If you have to go out, stay away from the electric poles, because the wires on the electric poles will fall off and fall to the ground and be covered by water, which is easy to conduct electricity when it rains heavily. If there is really nothing to eat at home, you can also call the nearby supermarket to stock up. For example, our supermarket is in. We will also deliver goods when it rains. Don't worry that the roads will be difficult to travel when it rains. We will provide training on delivery software, but everyone should still check the weather forecast at any time. If there is a typhoon or heavy rain, you must stock up in the nearby supermarket or market in advance." After recording for about 4 or 5 hours, Yenrui's stomach was growling with hunger, and Jian Anqi immediately stopped. "No need to record anymore today. These contents can be posted in 3 days. Okay. Divide it into 3 parts: upper, middle and lower. At that time, the family stocking table will be posted in the comment area, but the comment area may block the URL. I have to study it." Xiongqing fiddled with his mobile phone, looking tangled. "Good guy. The operator behind his account turned out to be Xiong Qing himself. Minister, don't interfere with this. Let me do it. A girl who looked younger beside Xiong Qing took the mobile phone from his hand. You just need to grasp the general direction and leave the remaining minor tasks to me. After the girl finished speaking, she looked up at Yin Rui and winked at him. The girl looked young, but she seemed to be very good at work. Much better than him. The material inspection is complete. We can withdraw now, and we won't disturb you too. After the girl finished speaking, she retreated behind Xiong Qing. Is it okay, Minister Xiong? Xiong Qing nodded. He didn't really know much about these things, but since the professional said it was okay to withdraw, then he would withdraw. He was familiar with obeying orders. After sending everyone away, Yin Rui chatted with the neighbors at the door for a while, and told them that his supermarket would reopen in a few days, and hoped that everyone would come to support it then. Will this supermarket be open before the end of the world? Jian Anqi asked Yin Rui what he meant. Then we will ask a few of them to come and work as deliverymen for us. I thought so too, Yin Rui said with a smile. We really have the same mind. But in this case, you may be discharged from the army just like you have not. And you still have to listen to the arrangements from above. They originally retired for some unavoidable reasons. Some because of their families. Some because their grades were not good enough. Or they could not go to the places they wanted. In short, they are still very proud of this identity. So you don't have to worry too much about them. Yin Rui thought about it, and couldn't help but say, at that time, I originally wanted you to form a guard team with me. But now I find that the pattern is small. Yin Rui shook his head as he spoke. You still need to have a beacon around you. As soon as Yin Rui finished speaking, Jian Anqi came forward and hugged his neck. Who do you say is the famous lamp? Yin Rui was not shy at all. He stood on tiptoe and kissed Jian Anqi on the mouth. And even kissed a loud bow. Jian Anqi wanted to kiss back, but was stopped by the huge cough of the system. Yin Rui was about to say that he ruined the atmosphere. But he saw a circle of old neighbors standing at the door. There was even the little girl who said she would marry him when she grew up. Yin Rui pretended to be calm and received the guests. After seeing the two people's actions, the little girl asked loudly, Brother, did you kiss the wrong one? You should kiss the sister? Yin Rui's face did not change at all. But he was already mad in his heart. However, he still explained in a calm tone, Brother did not kiss the wrong one. Brother can kiss brother or sister. But brother likes this brother more. After Yin Rui said a tongue twister, he touched the little girl's head. When you grow up, you should understand. I have grown up now. The teacher said that in the 3rd grade, you can write with a fountain pen. Those who write with a fountain pen are adults. Then do you want to eat the lollipops that adults also like to eat? Yin Rui sent away the little girl, who left with a box of lollipops. Before leaving, her grandmother looked at Yin Rui and hesitated to speak. Yin Rui looked at her face and said, Come and play when the store opens in a few days. You really are. Jian Anqi looked at Yin Rui like this, and liked him more and more. He put his arm around Yin Rui's shoulders and whispered, In the future, those parents may not bring their children here. They will think that you have taught them bad things. How is it possible? No one can teach you how to do this. Isn't this instinct? Yin Rui raised his head and gently kissed the corner of Jian Anqi's mouth. They don't even know this. How can they teach good children? Jian Anqi was satisfied. He walked to the door of the supermarket and closed it. And then said to Yin Rui, Is there anything else to do? If there is nothing to do, shall we go to the plane now? Yin Rui thought about it, and bought everything he should buy. And a lot of things he shouldn't buy. In order to be prepared, he even bought 20 boxes of nail clippers. And he didn't know who he would sell them to. Even if there are any omissions, we can ask the hosts of other planes to buy them for us. Anyway, no matter how much we buy, it will not affect their original plane. Yin Rui shrugged. System, can we leave now? Yes. Yes. But the host had better upgrade the supermarket's protective cover. In the process of transmitting to the A-level plane, there is a high probability of encountering a space storm. After the system finished speaking, it felt that Yin Rui's body stiffened. Then the system immediately added, You two can first inject your superpowers into the protective shield outside. And the protective shield will be discounted to a certain extent according to the value of energy. Why didn't you tell me this earlier? Yin Rui immediately rushed to the door of the supermarket. Let's try this first. Maybe our superpowers should be able to replace a lot of points. Yin Rui looked at the measuring instrument that had been hanging outside the door, since the zombie plane. I remember that so many superpowers charged our supermarket before. But in the end, they didn't even increase to 30. Let me see how much we can charge now. Yanrui put his hand on the measuring instrument, and then quickly injected his superpowers into the protective shield. Looking at the value of the measuring instrument, Yanrui couldn't help but open his mouth. 40? Yanrui turned his head and looked at Jiananchi in surprise. It's actually 40. Jiananchi also remembered that before leaving, the data of their protective shield was only more than 20. Later, the two of them never took the matter of the protective shield to heart. Later, after upgrading, the value of the measuring instrument at the door became 20 again. But after Yanrui injected all his superpowers into the protective shield, it is now 40. Let me try it too. Jiananchi was also a little itchy. After he put his hand on the protective shield, he immediately injected all his superpowers into the protective shield, and at the same time secretly guessed what level the value would reach in his heart. 67. Really good, Yanrui exclaimed. What value will be upgraded to a new protective shield? 100. This is a percentage. The system looked at the energy of the two people and was a little incredible. Although he had been living with two people before, the impression left by these two people was that they would never do anything by themselves as long as they could rely on weapons. Meow. After hearing the conversation between several people, and then also jumped into Yanrui's arms, he stretched out his claws and pressed on the protective shield. Yanrui thought it was cute. Why do you also want to try to see if you have any superpowers? It seems that there is only internal force in the martial arts plane. Even if an is practicing, he should not be able to get a protective shield. Oh my! Yanrui widened his eyes, and found that the value on the measuring instrument also changed from 67 to 72. So, internal force is also counted? Yanrui was incredulous, but then calmed down and immediately figured out the key. So the energy of these planes is of the same origin, but they are just called differently. Right? Yanrui looked at the system and asked. Don't tell me that these planes are all different periods of the same plane. Although this sounds ridiculous, it makes sense if you think about it carefully. The system immediately waved its hands. This is definitely not the case. The places I took you to are all different planes. Definitely not different timelines of the same plane. But why are these energies the same? Yanrui asked. After all, internal force and supernatural power are not quite the same. Internal force is cultivated by oneself, while supernatural power is innate. The two energies are completely different. Maybe they all absorb energy from the universe? Although they are all different planes, the universe is so big that if each plane absorbs a little bit of the heavenly Tao, it can support the entire plane for a long time. The heavenly Tao. Energy. Scientific and unscientific. Yanrui's expression was dazed, as if he was doing a cyber physics problem. Okay. That's enough. Anyway, you can really be sure that those planes are not the same plane. Right? Absolutely not. The system patted its chest to guarantee. Yanrui didn't want to hear why he was so decisive. But since the system guaranteed it, he would no longer worry about it. But the plan needed to be postponed for one day. In this case, let's go tomorrow after the protective shield is fully charged. System. Ask the main control today if you can get more information about those planes. Yanrui quickly arranged today's schedule. Let's go to the nearby agricultural market and buy some seeds. Although there is no shortage of other things in the supermarket, our farm is still short of a lot of things. By the way, see if you can learn how to kill a pig. It will be hard to find such a master in the future. Have the dolls in the warehouse arrived? Let's take all the dolls back today. In fact, after Yanrui bought the doll, he still felt a little regretful. How could this thing be used? The only use may be to coax the boss's children. Children cannot be over 3 years old. Or it is the kind of girl who likes cute peripherals. But that hobby is still a niche after all. And the chance of encountering is not high. And the IPs of different pages are different. It is difficult to start work without IP blessing in the new plane. He will not write a storyline for the doll for friendly communication. But if it is too boring, he can write one at that time. But the situation of those planes may not give him a chance at all. I believe in the plain introduction of those A-level planes. Yanrui couldn't help scratching his head. This protective shield must be prepared before you go. Jiananchi stood up at this time. I'll go and recharge the shield. After hearing this, Yanrui pushed him down. Come on. Take a break before going. Don't exhaust yourself just to save some money. He recharged the protective shield before Jian Anqi. But he himself felt that he had not recovered to 50% of his condition. Jian Anqi, who started later than him, had to continue. Why did I suddenly feel that Jian Anqi was a little bit in love? Yanrui secretly glanced at Jian Anqi, patted his lower back, and then said, "Let's go to the farm first to see how our fruits are growing." A few days ago, Yanrui planted a few apple trees in the farm for experiments. After the two walked under the apple trees and looked up, they found that the apple trees had grown a large area of green fruits. This apple grows really fast. What kind of fruit tree is this? I forgot. I bought more than 10 kinds of apple seedlings at that time. I will know when they grow up in a few days. There are also love hosts Tianqianmai, who mailed them seedlings from afar. I heard that they were picked from the domineering farmhouse, and they didn't spend any money. The domineering president's farmhouse. Yanrui marked the tree that Tian Mei sent him. The domineering president's fruit should be very delicious. I always feel that the person that Tian Mei wants to capture doesn't look like a domineering president. Jian Anqi complained a little, and then changed the topic with Yanrui. Let's go buy 2 nests of bees. It will be troublesome to pollinate by ourselves. We pollinate ourselves? I don't. You pollinated the apple tree? Yanrui opened his mouth in surprise. We are together every day. When did you do it? How come I don't know? When you are resting. And it is not difficult to do this. It will be finished in half an hour. If the breeding scale is expanded later, I may not be able to do it by myself. Then let's go out and buy bees now. Yanrui made a prompt decision, and secretly thanked that he didn't jump to other planes immediately. After buying bees and a few berries, Yanrui happened to run into a nearby market, and the two decided to go there without hesitation. The things in the market are indeed different from those in the supermarket. We should check for deficiencies here. Yanrui looked at the outdoor goods lined up in a row and swallowed his saliva. Buy a plate of tofu first. Yanrui had prepared tofu before, and Yanrui also prepared brine tofu. But the tofu he prepared was the kind of plastic sealed tofu, not this kind of tofu, which can still be seen faintly in the summer, emitting endless bean fragrance. There are Chinese medicines here? Uncle, how much do you sell them for? I just dug them out of the garden. The roots are still there, and they are still fresh. You have to prepare them yourself when you buy them back. The uncle selling Chinese medicine smiled and said, My daughter's Chinese medicine garden is really full of crops, and we old couple don't have time to prepare them. So we just happen to come out to sell them during the big market. It's just that the medical insurance policy is good now, and everyone goes to the hospital to buy medicine. Besides, few people are willing to process the medicinal materials from preparation. Even the barefoot doctors in the village buy Chinese medicine directly from the Chinese medicine store, and don't buy fresh ones. Yanrui and Jian Anqi looked at each other, and Jian Anqi immediately understood and nodded, and the two of them hit it off with their eyes. Uncle, I bought all these medicines. I want to ask if you have any Chinese medicine seeds for sale. I just happened to come here, and I bought all of them. I don't want to go anywhere else. Yes. My daughter bought a lot of them when she graduated and came home. But she didn't grow some of the medicines anymore. So all the seeds were piled up in the warehouse. Plant Polygonum multiflorum and Platycladus orientalis leaves now, saying that hair loss is the most promising industry in the future. After hearing what the stall owner said, Yanrui couldn't help but touch his hair. He was indeed a visionary. Okay, let's go get it now. Can you be the boss of your daughter? Yanrui said with a smile. The uncle laughed. What you said? I definitely can't do it. But my daughter is at home now. Anyway, you have to go to my house to get the goods. It's not far. That's fine. Yanrui and Jian Anqi did not drive, but sat in the back seat of the uncle's open-air tricycle, whispering to each other. A few years after the end of the world, Chinese medicine was basically the only treatment method. At that time, Western medicine was particularly precious, and there were very few people who could make medicine, and ordinary people could not use Western medicine at all. Speaking of this, Yanrui slapped his forehead. Why did I forget this? At that time, I was injured and had a high fever, and it was you who found the grass leaves from somewhere to apply to me that made me better. Yanrui immediately sent his loophole to Xiongqing, who quickly replied with an okay gesture, and Yanrui breathed a sigh of relief. Anyway, we must not repeat the same mistake. Planting more Chinese medicine in our farm is better than anything else. Yanrui clenched his fist and breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, I remembered it at this time. Jian Anqi touched Yin Rui's head. And just when he was about to say something to comfort him, the uncle's voice came from the front seat. Brother, you see the little girl in sportswear in front? That's my daughter. Yin Rui looked up and saw a middle-aged woman who looked to be in her 30s waving at the two people. Yin Rui was stunned for a moment when he saw the person waving at them. What's wrong? The uncle thought that he had shocked the two people by saying that his daughter was still a little girl. And he was a little unhappy. Yin Rui immediately reacted. And he smiled shyly. I was caught off guard and saw a celebrity. And I was a little surprised. What celebrity? Before the uncle could speak, Jian Anqi asked first. That's Professor Yun. I've seen Professor Yun's interview. Professor Yun is a leader in Chinese medicine cultivation. I didn't expect to see him here. Yin Rui immediately covered up his surprise and said with a smile, I'll have to trouble Professor Yun to sign an autograph for me and take a photo with me later. This is the #1 druid in the end times. Chapter 130 Card Game. The first druid of the apocalypse is what Yin Rui called him. His name is Yun Heng. At the beginning of the apocalypse, he relied on his own ability to lead the entire village to survive, and then cultivated a variety of grains and Chinese herbal medicines that can resist the apocalypse environment. When it is dry, she cultivates drought-resistant grains, and when there is a lot of water, she cultivates water-loving grains. Anyway, basically, except for some natural disasters that she really can't resist. As long as she can change the living environment, she will solve them one by one. She also saved many people who had no medicine to treat diseases because of cultivating Chinese medicine. At that time, Yin Rui still remembered that he drank her medicine, even when all the animals became manic and their beasts were difficult to control. There were still many animals around Yun Heng who took the initiative to serve as her guards, which was completely different from the wild beasts outside. It really surprised him to see people here. After hearing what Yin Rui said, Yun sure felt annoyed for his previous guess. He walked up and shook Yin Rui's hand without hesitation. I'll let my daughter give you a discount later. Yin Rui, yes. Yes. But why? At this time, Yun Heng had taken off his gloves and walked in front of several people. Hello. My name is Yun Heng. Are you two here to buy Chinese medicine? What company do you represent? No. No. My girl. These two are here to buy the seeds you didn't use before, Yunshir said. And they both know you. Really? Yun Heng laughed. My memory is not good. When have we met? I just saw you from a distance a few times in school before. Yin Rui laughed and immediately skipped the topic. Next. I want to buy some seeds you don't want. It's right here. Follow me. Yun Heng waved to Yin Rui. And several people followed Yun Heng's footsteps and walked towards Duping. There are quite a few seeds that Yun Heng doesn't need. Yin Rui looked at the full warehouse and opened his mouth slightly. You look scared. But I'm not asking you to buy all of them back. Yun Heng smiled and said, There are signs here. Buy whatever you want. Even a pound. The quality of the seeds here is good. But the main direction will change in the future. So it's useless to keep these. Yin Rui glanced at the sign. There are a total of 40 or 50 kinds of Chinese medicine in this warehouse. And even a few flower seeds are mixed in. I want them all. But Professor Yun, can we leave a contact number? If there are any problems when planting in the future, I want to ask you. Yin Rui took out his mobile phone and handed it to Yun Heng. Yun Heng agreed without hesitation. Of course. It's no big deal. After getting Yun Heng's contact information, Yin Rui felt a little relieved. Then let's start moving the goods. I'll transfer the money directly to you. So generous. You don't even ask the price? Yun Heng smiled. I'll give you as much as I want. Aren't you afraid that I'll cheat you? Yin Rui smiled and asked back. Professor Yun won't cheat his fans. Will he? Yun Heng laughed heartily. Of course not. But these seeds of mine are all good seeds. And the price is definitely a little higher than outside. 100 yuan per pound. Yin Rui answered without hesitation. Deal. Yun Heng had about 800 kilograms of seeds. And the cart had to pull them many times before bringing all the seeds back. After Yin Rui transferred the money, Yun Heng smiled and sent them away. Before sending them away, he enthusiastically reminded them, if you have any questions, be sure to contact me. Don't be embarrassed. After the two left, Yin Rui just pointed to a point on the map and said, Let's go to the herbal medicine market. What are you going to the herbal medicine market for? Aren't these seeds enough? Yin Rui shook his head. I'm not sure yet. In the last life, Yun Hung was able to achieve such success because she had enough seeds for experimental research. Now those seeds are in our hands. I'm afraid I'll lose something very important. So you won't touch these seeds? Jian Anqi asked. Yin Rui nodded. Let's not use them for now. I don't know what's so special about these seeds. After the end of the world, we will return them to Yun Hung through the above. Then why did you buy all the money just now? Jian Anqi was curious. If you want to meet people, you can buy less. She must be in need of money, Yin Rui said. She quit her university teaching position and returned to her hometown to do research. She lacked research funds. I remember someone said that her family was not in good health. Yin Rui's memory of some things in his previous life was a little vague. Anyway, it's only 80,000 yuan. Just consider it as a gift to our savior. She saved your life? When? Jian Anqi's heart was lifted. When did you get injured in your previous life? Under what circumstances did you get injured? She even saved your life. Yin Rui said. The weather was too hot at that time. If it continued like this, it would be easy for an epidemic to break out. She stood up and distributed medicine to everyone for free. And everyone had a bowl of medicine to strengthen their bodies and prevent diseases every day. And when someone was injured at that time, the hospital used the medicine she donated. Yin Rui took out his mobile phone and sent a message to Xiong Qing. We have to report this situation and must protect her well. System. Are you there? Mark Yun Hung. If she is in danger, you must tell me as soon as possible. Received. After hearing Yin Rui's evaluation of Yun Hung just now, the system also respected him. Such a person is naturally qualified to be protected by him. The two came to the medicinal materials market again. Anyway, no matter whether it can be used or not, he bought everything he could buy, and even some peripheral products of some medicinal species. For example, herbicides, or pesticides to resist diseases and pests. Yin Rui knew nothing about these, but he bought so much of each, and he would definitely use them when the time comes. Host, Sunar just sent you a message. Do you want to take a look? Yin Rui went around the herbal medicine market and returned with a full load. When he got back to the car, he heard this sentence from the system. Yin Rui was a little dazed when he heard Sunar's name. His invention actually came true? Yin Rui couldn't believe it. Show me what he sent. He said that his work has been going well recently. His condition has stabilized a lot, and he is very happy. He hopes to communicate with you face to face in the future. Wow. Yin Rui sighed. This is definitely the most amazing genius I have ever seen in my life. Jian Anqi also nodded in agreement. They all saw the progress of Sonda, which was indeed beyond the imagination of normal people. Let's reply to him too. Yin Rui took out his mobile phone and wrote a slightly long essay, encouraging Sonda to keep working hard, and expressed that he missed him very much. After everyone's attitude, he sent the message to the system and asked the system to forward it to Sonda. I don't know how Sonda did it. After the end of the world, the magnetic field is disordered. Not only can mobile phones not be used, but even radio stations can't be used. If we can let Sonda. Yin Rui thought of this and shook his head first. No. The basic technology level is different. Don't worry too much. There is no need to put all the burden on yourself. The people above will definitely find a way to deal with these things. Haven't you written them down in your notes? Yin Rui recalled and made sure that he had written all the information in his notes before taking out his mobile phone to continue surfing the internet. The internet was gone at the end of the world. Even if he had other ways, it would be gone. Moreover, the interesting thing on the internet is not the internet itself, but the netizens who surf the internet with them. Yin Rui sighed. Do you have any favorite movies or TV series? Let's download them now, while we have time. Jian Anqi shook his head. I don't have any. You just need to download the ones you like. Then system. Download all the movies and TV series you can find on the internet. Are there any discs in the warehouse? There are still some. The others have been sold. But you don't have to worry about it. I have saved them all. As long as you want to see. I have them all here. The system is really considerate. After the two returned to the supermarket, they recharged the value of the shield to 87. Yin Rui estimated that as long as he came again in the evening, the shield would be successfully upgraded. At this time, Xiong Qing called, and Yin Rui answered it, and found that Xiong Qing was looking at him with a frown. What's wrong? What's the matter with Minister Xiong? Yin Rui asked. Are you sure that Yun Hung saved many people in the end times? Are you sure it was her? Xiongqing asked again. Yin Rui listened to Xiongqing's doubtful tone, and a strange feeling rose in his heart. What's wrong? I'm sure Yin Rui would never make a mistake on this point. Xiongqing sighed. Then do you know why she returned to the countryside? I don't know. Yin Rui pricked up his ears and listened to the inside story. Someone said she had academic fraud and contacted her students to report her. The evidence was solid, but the school didn't want to make a big deal, so they just issued a dismissal notice internally and didn't specify the reason to the public. So many people didn't know. How is that possible? I guarantee with my life that she is definitely not such a person. She not only saved many people in the end times, but also did not seek fame and fortune. She was once banned for refusing a high-paying condition from a base. Yin Rui's first reaction was that Yun Heng couldn't do such a thing. Academic fraud? Academic fraud is just for fame and fortune. But Yun Heng is not the kind of person who pursues fame and fortune. So we are going to investigate this matter in depth. After all, I believe in you. But we should be more cautious in other aspects. Then you must investigate in depth. Anyway, I don't believe that Yu Heng would commit academic fraud for money, fame and fortune. Yin Rui frowned when he said this. I don't think she is such a person. Don't worry. We will definitely refer to your suggestions. We just hope to be more accurate now. After hanging up Xiongqing's phone, Yin Rui was a little unhappy. At this time, the system popped up. Why don't I help you check it? Can you get evidence? Yin Rui was a little moved. You go and check it. I feel you should be faster than them. The system said proudly. I am definitely faster than them. The system is indeed very fast. In just 5 minutes, it gave him a 6G compressed package. So is Yun Heng's story true? Yin Rui clicked on the 6G compressed package and asked. It's true. Academic fraud did happen. But it wasn't her who did it. It was her office colleague who wanted to compete with her for the title. Is the title so important to you humans? How can you be so shameless? I'm a small shop owner. I definitely don't care about these things. There aren't many people who are obsessed with titles. Look at Yun Heng. She doesn't care. But why did Yun Heng's students report her? Her students should know best whether Yun Heng did it or not. Because they paid her. The person promised that if the student reported Yun Heng, he would give him a doctorate and approve a large amount of research funds. The person also said that no one cares how the research funds are used. And it doesn't matter if they don't use them for experiments. Hiss. Yin Rui was shocked by the shamelessness of these people. If you don't have the ability to be a doctor, don't be one. Or if you want to apply for a doctorate, just apply for a journal and publish a paper normally. Doing small things behind the scenes not only ruins Yun Heng, but is also unfair to other applicants for a doctorate. Then how can he frame someone so easily? And I don't believe Yun Heng didn't argue for himself. Because Yun Heng's bad colleague is the dean's nephew. Send these evidences directly to Minister Xiong. He must know that this should be done. Catching scientific research termites is the responsibility of a citizen. Yin Rui clenched his fist and sent the message with his fingertips. Xiongqing didn't understand at first and replied with a question mark. Yin Rui wanted to type an explanation, but felt it was a bit troublesome. So he directly sent him a 59-second voice note. After a long time, Xiongqing replied with a received message. Jian Anqi saw that he smiled again. And then he smiled and said, Yun Heng probably couldn't understand why he was suddenly cleared of his grievances. Because she is a good person. Yin Rui felt that he had done something particularly remarkable. Good people should be rewarded. This is my view of good and evil. Okay. Okay. Jian Anqi hugged Yin Rui. I'll ask Minister Xiong. How will they deal with it in the end? Yin Rui nodded vigorously. Then I'll have a small cake. Before going to bed, Jian Anqi and Yin Rui once again injected all their superpowers into the protective shield. After seeing the meter on the protective shield showing the word 100, Yin Rui jumped up excitedly. Great! I saved a lot of money again. Yin Rui touched an ant's head. Let's not wait until tomorrow. Let's go now. Okay. By the way, system, can we extend the time in the plane a little longer this time? While selling things and organizing the farm, 300 days doesn't seem to be enough. Then buy the one with a ratio of 1 to 500. The master control can give you another 300 days. So you can stay outside for 2.5 years. The system said. There is already a 1 to 10,000 time converter. Do you want to try that one? No. No. It doesn't take that long. Yin Rui waved his hand quickly. and then said to Jian Anqi, "Then let's follow the plan recommended by the system?" Jian Anqi nodded. "Okay. You two must prepare your protective patterns. The A-level plane is really a bit dangerous." The system reminded again. "I've been prepared for a long time. I'm harder to kill than a 9-tailed fox with 9 lives." Yin Rui patted his chest, touched Jian Anqi's chest, and then said with a smile, "Let's do it." Jian Anqi held Yin Rui's hand tightly. This was the system's formulaic electronic sound, which came over. "Host, are you sure to start the plane conversion?" "Yes." Unlike the smooth plane transfer in the past, this time Jian Anqi and Yin Rui felt a huge noise coming from the window, and the floor began to vibrate constantly. Yin Rui didn't stand firmly, and fell into Jian Anqi's arms. Fortunately, several people are now in Yin Rui's room. The system is holding an ant's fur tightly, and an ant's claws are hooked tightly on Yin Rui's bed sheets. Yin Rui can't open his eyes in Jian Anqi's arms. Everyone is struggling and waiting for the vibration to disappear. It was unknown how long it took before the space returned to calm. Yin Rui opened his eyes and nervously climbed to the window to touch the glass. The glass is not broken. Right? There is no spare in the warehouse. The protective shield is still there, so there will be no problem with the glass. Not only the glass, but the entire supermarket will not have any problems. You don't have to worry too much. The system also loosened its hand holding an ant's hair at this time, and then belatedly meowed and looked at the system with some dissatisfaction. The system rubbed an ant's face embarrassedly, and then said to Yin Rui, "Do you two want to go outside and take a look?" Yin Rui nodded, changed his clothes, and went downstairs. At this time, there was a lot of noise outside. He looked out the window and felt that the scene on the street was not much different from the area where he lived. Is this a commercial area? There are still many people. Yin Rui looked out the door through the glass. At this time, someone discovered the supermarket that suddenly appeared, and called his friends next to him to point at the supermarket sign and back away. Yin Rui was not surprised by their reaction. He waved to the people outside, but they took 2 steps back and ran away in fear. Yin Rui pursed his lips and said, "System, do you know which A-level plane we have come to?" The system shook its head. "The data is very complicated now, and we can't find out the area we are in for the time being." Yin Rui sighed, and he and Jian Anqi stood at the door and began to greet customers. Leeson Supermarket has a special offer today. Buy one get one free for many products. Come if you like. Yin Rui's shouting attracted the attention of many people, but they just looked at Yin Rui with their eyes and did not support him at all. Buy one get one free. Yin Rui went out to talk to the people around him, and at this time on the street, suddenly, many long black lines appeared around the road, and the image was a bit like a shadow off the ground. Yin Rui was a little curious, patted the person next to the black line, and then asked, "What is this?" The man turned around and looked at Yin Rui with horror. "Don't you know what this is? Have you been living there before?" Yin Rui smiled a little embarrassedly. "My brain is broken, and it just got better today. This is the entry line. Each line will choose the player it wants. When the time is up, this line will enter the player's body, and then you will automatically enter the game." "What game?" The person being asked was speechless. "Card game. Don't tell me you've never heard of it before." Yin Rui grinned at the man and said, "Didn't I say that? My brain is broken. Maybe I will have to ask the same question again later." The man looked at Yin Rui and couldn't help but feel a little envious. "Oh, if only I could forget these things." After Yin Rui found out what kind of world this was, he quietly retreated and wanted to return to the supermarket. But at this moment, he suddenly found that his body could not move. Yin Rui was suddenly terrified and wanted to scream. But at this moment, he was like a wooden man, completely losing control of his body. At this time, Jian Anqi in the supermarket also found something unusual, but his brain did not react too much. The next time he jumped in front of Yin Rui, hugged Yin Rui, and wanted to take him back to the supermarket. However, the speed of the black line was faster than Jian Anqi's movements. At the moment when Jian Anqi hugged Yin Rui, the black line penetrated Yin Rui's body. The next second, Yin Rui and Jian Anqi disappeared in the street at the same time. Most people on the street disappeared at the same time as the two, and then went crazy immediately after seeing the 2 people disappear, and ran on the street, trying to find the 2 people. But he searched for a long time, but felt that the smell of the 2 people suddenly disappeared without a trace, and then scratched the ground with his claws in annoyance. At this time, the man who had just been asked a question by Yen Rui walked to an inn. Poor little thing. Your owner has been received into the game, and it is estimated that he is in danger. Do you want to come with me? I will take you to the nearby pet rehabilitation center. After hearing what this person said, Yen bared his teeth at him, and then walked back to the supermarket with a steady cat step and closed the door. Yen Rui and Jian Anqi were not there, so he was now the person in charge of the supermarket. He must manage the supermarket well. Jian Anqi and Yen Rui felt their feet go empty. They looked around and found that the surrounding scene had turned into a huge and gorgeous room. What is this place? Yen Rui nervously squeezed Jian Anqi's hand. I won't enter the game on the first day I come here. Right? System. Where's the system? Connected. I'm connected. The system seemed to have just done something important, and the electronic music was crackling, which made Yen Rui's ears a little uncomfortable. What's the situation now? Yen Rui looked around and found that there was no one around. You have entered the game now. But how did you two enter the game? You two are not from this plane, so it stands to reason that this world should not be able to find your existence. The system felt that its database was about to explode. He did not find any basis in it at all, and he felt very panicked. Then can we go back to the supermarket directly now? Yen Rui asked. The system made another sizzling sound of electricity, and after about half a minute, the system screamed in panic. I am now disconnected from the outside. Yen Rui suppressed his panic and comforted the system in return. Don't be nervous. It is normal to have a little accident. But what's normal? He is so nervous now. Is the card game a game played by people? But fortunately, he is not alone now, and there is Jian Anqi beside him. Yen Rui hugged Jian Anqi, took a deep breath on him, and then patted his shoulder. Let's look for clues in the room. Jian Anqi had already scanned the room when the system and Yen Rui crashed. He took Yen Rui's hand, walked to the table, and lifted the base of the globe. Yen Rui looked at the things under the base and opened his eyes wide. Why is there a card in it? It's not game time now. Now is the time to find the card. Jian Anqi frowned. It seems to be like this. Yen Rui took a deep breath and touched the protective pattern on his chest. And then, he was relieved a little. Let's see what it is. Identification card. Can identify the authenticity of objects. Number of uses 3. Yen Rui once again nervously called the system. 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 How do you decide the winner of the card game? He only knew that this was a game where passers-by drew a few people who could survive. And he didn't know any other rules. I don't know either. But I scanned and found that there are a total of 15 cards in this room. I have marked them all. Hurry up and take them. The floor plan of the room instantly appeared in front of Yen Rui and Jian Anqi, and the red dots on it were the locations of the cards. Hurry. Hurry. I'll start from the left. You start from the right. Yen Rui was about to let go when Jian Anqi held him tightly. From now on, I can't let go of your hand. Jian Anqi frowned and said with a firm look. Let's start from the left together. Yen Rui felt that Jian Anqi's strength was a little stronger, and he nodded. Then let's do it now. The process of finding the cards was not smooth sailing. Although the system has marked the location, some cards are stuck in the cracks of the wall. Too treacherous. This plane really has something. However, all 15 cards were in hand. After Yen Rui and Jian Anqi got the cards, they sat on the sofa and looked through them one by one. In addition to the identification card just now, there are confinement card, protection card, transformation card, and so on. Even if all 15 cards were found and looked through, the two still felt confused about the gameplay of this game. Are we going out now? Yen Rui looked around. This room doesn't seem to have a door. This room has a bed, a table, and all kinds of daily necessities. It is like a model room decorated in European style, which is flashy but not practical. Let's wait here. It would be great if we can wait until the game is over. Yen Rui sighed. He knew that his idea was not very realistic, but he still had a glimmer of hope. There are 5 minutes left in the search time. In order for all players to have a good gaming experience in the game, this game will record in real time and prohibit all types of cheating. If cheaters are found, they will be struck by lightning. Yen Rui raised his middle finger in the direction where the sound came from. I don't know if it was an illusion of the two of them. Yen Rui felt that the sound paused. The winners of the game please gather in the game hall on the first floor. At that time, the survival rate of the winners will be determined according to the choices of passers-by. There is a certain probability that it will be 100%. Hope everyone has a good time playing the game. After the broadcast stopped, Yin-Rui saw a door appear in front of him. He touched Jian-Anqi, and Jian-Anqi's eyes turned cold. Let's go out now. The two stood up, and Yin-Rui wanted to push the door out first. But Jian-Anqi held his hand to open the door. I will go out first in the future. If I find that there is no danger, you can follow me out. Yin-Rui smiled and rubbed Jian-Anqi. Don't be too nervous. This time, I came into the game by accident. And it will definitely not happen again in the future. Today, ask for the exact game time. When the game time comes tomorrow, we will hug each other. If we are selected by those black lines, we will enter the game together. While opening the door, he looked around and found that he didn't see anyone and didn't feel anything unusual. So he pulled Yin-Rui out. Yin-Rui was also cautious. After he felt that there was no one around, he began to observe the situation around him. This is a hotel. This is a luxuriously decorated hotel. This is a... How come there is no firefighting equipment? This is an unqualified hotel. Yin-Rui and Jian-Anqi walked to the elevator. As soon as the two stood at the elevator door, the elevator automatically opened the door. And there was no one inside. Yin-Rui took a step back. I don't want to go in. He didn't like watching horror movies, but he had seen pigs run even if he hadn't eaten pork. How many people died directly in the elevator? Then let's go around again. After the two passed the elevator door closed automatically. Yin-Rui complained subconsciously. It's like a sensor door. He took out a piece of gum and handed it to Jian-Anqi. Chew it. I heard it can relieve tension. Jian-Anqi took the gum. The things in your safety button are quite mixed. The two couldn't go back to the supermarket. So naturally they couldn't connect to the space grid. And only the space button they carried with them was left. But fortunately, the space button can be used normally. Don't talk about gum. I still have a lot of messy things in here. And there is a big box of dolls we ordered online before. I don't know if it's the effect of gum. The two are not as nervous as before, but can start to treat this game with a normal mind. Halfway through, Jian-Anqi pinched Yin-Rui's fingers. Yin-Rui raised his eyes. And after the two exchanged glances silently, Yin-Rui spoke. I'm a little tired. Let's squat here for a while. Don't squat here. I'll hold you. Jian-Anqi opened his arms. And Yin-Rui threw himself into his arms skillfully. At the moment when Yin-Rui clasped Jian-Anqi with both hands, Jian-Anqi waved his palms vigorously in the air. People who didn't follow his movements would think he drew a huge semicircle. Pa! A crisp slap echoed in the empty corridor. As the sound appeared, a figure appeared behind the two and fell to the ground. Yin-Rui immediately squatted down and grabbed his hair, slamming him against the wall. Seeing that the man had no ability to resist for the time being, he grabbed him and asked, Who are you? Why do you want a girl to follow us? Xiao Chung was dizzy from the collision. First, he was slapped with a loud slap, which made him turn around in place. And then someone grabbed his head and slammed it against the wall. Even the hardest head was now a little overwhelmed. Wait. I need to slow down. I feel like I'm tongue-tied now. Wei Chung quickly raised his hand to beg for mercy. I need to slow down. Let me slow down. Yin-Rui let go, stood up and took 2 steps back. After about a minute, Wei Chung shook his head. And then he had the strength to raise his eyes and look at Yin-Rui and Jian-Anqi. Why are you two so serious? Didn't I just follow you two to find a way? Why did you two want to kill me? You followed us secretly from behind. And we didn't react. We are not enemies. What if you stab us in the back? How could I stab you? I swear to God. Wei Chung raised his hands. This level is obviously a personal escape game. As long as you escape from this place within the specified time, you can win. Why should I kill you? Personal escape game? Isn't it a battle royale? Yin-Rui looked at Wei Chung with some suspicion. Then why are you following us? You two look quite smart. And you must have more cards in your hands than I do. Maybe there is a guide card. What's wrong with me taking a gamble? When Wei Chung said this, he suddenly felt particularly wronged. He couldn't help but shed tears. Is it easy for me to survive in the game? Now I have to be beaten. I really don't want to live. Yin-Rui. Okay. Then we'll leave. If you follow me again, we will definitely find you and slap you. Face. Why can't I follow you too? Wei Chung immediately stood up and wiped the remaining tears on his face. Then said, You two don't have backpacks. Which proves that you have no supplies. I'll share some food with you. And you can take me away. Wait a minute. How long will this game last? Do you need to bring a bag? Yin Rui had a bad feeling in his heart. Doesn't it end in 1 day? How can it end in 1 day? The longest time is 1 month. And the shortest is 3 days. I have 5 days of food in my bag. Let's save some, and try to escape from this hotel within 1 day. Wei Cheng was quite optimistic. But Yin Rui thought that since this was an escape game, there was no need for players to fight each other. So he was a little relieved. Then how can you guarantee it? You will definitely not do anything to me? Yin Rui took a step back. You walk in front of us. And we follow you. That's fine. Wei Cheng agreed without hesitation. He first took out 2 bottles of water, and handed them to Yin Rui and Jian Anqi to show his friendship. I only brought 5 bottles of water. Let's save some. Unless we can find a resource point. But my luck is not very good. I haven't found a resource point in 2 games. I don't know if you two can do it. We too should be able to do it. Yin Rui said. I don't know how many days this game is limited to. I just don't know when the time limit is scary. Wei Cheng put on his backpack again. If you don't go out within the specified time, you will be directly wiped out in the game copy. But even if you win, there is a certain chance that you will be wiped out if you go out. Wei Cheng looked painful. I don't know when this kind of life will end. Looking at Wei Cheng like this, Yin Rui couldn't help but feel a sense of sympathy. This kind of life. I guess it's almost over. He came here to change this situation. Every time the great god of the plane teleports, there is a reason. The main control will not send him here for no reason. I'm almost connected to the main control now. Yin Rui just thought of the main control, and the system's voice rang in his ears. It's just that I can't connect to the supermarket for the time being. Don't worry too much. I'm working hard. It doesn't matter. As long as you can connect to the main control, everything will be fine. We can buy anything we need directly in the system mall with points. By the way, can you contact Anan and tell him not to worry too much? Okay. I'll find a way to notify him. The system's voice disappeared again. But this time Yin Rui was more confident. He held Jian Anqi's hand and walked more quickly. Is there no map here? We don't even know which floor we are on now. Yin Rui's voice made Wei Cheng's heart jump. How can there be a map here? We have to explore on our own. But the sooner the better. Why don't we split up and meet here in an hour? No. This time, Wei Cheng and Jian Anqi had a tacit understanding. Jian Anqi lowered his voice and said in Yin Rui's ear, Have you forgotten what I just said to you? Yin Rui's eyes were erratic. And he leaned over to Jian Anqi's ear and whispered, I mean we should be in a group of 2. Leaving Wei Cheng alone. After Yin Rui finished speaking, he gently pushed Jian Anqi. How could I forget what you said? Jian Anqi then laughed. Okay. No. 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 Wei Cheng said 3 no's in a row. I absolutely cannot leave you two. You two have drunk my water. Saved my life. Seeing Wei Cheng so terrified, Yin Rui suddenly felt something was wrong. What do you mean? Why do you not want to leave us too? Do you have any other conspiracy? Yin Rui looked at Wei Cheng and narrowed his eyes and said, Tell me the truth. I will never scold you. How could I have any conspiracy? I just think you two are good people, and you will never kill people. Wei Cheng looked at the 2 of them and collapsed loudly. The people outside may have gone crazy now. Chapter 131 Card Game. Are you going crazy killing people? Yin Rui and Jian Anqi looked at each other in confusion. Then asked with interest. Tell me more about it. Where are you two from? How come you don't know the essence of this game? Wei Cheng saw Yin Rui stop, wiped his face and said, This is a killing game. If the number of people who survived in the end is more than the number chosen by passers-by, then the probability of being chosen to die is very high. On the contrary, if the number of people who survived in the end is less than the number chosen by passers-by, then everyone has a chance to draw a waiver card. What is a waiver card? Yin Rui changed his posture and listened more attentively. Wei Cheng was a little surprised that Yin Rui didn't even know what a waiver card was. But he still explained, It's the gold medal for immunity from death next time you enter the game. With this, as long as you are not killed by your teammates, the game background itself cannot kill you. So that's how it is. He also wants a waiver card. But Yin Rui was thoughtful when he heard this. Do you have a waiver card? Wei Cheng immediately took 2 steps back. I don't have one. How could I have a waiver card? And even if he really had a waiver card, he couldn't tell Yin Rui. What exactly is this person thinking? How can he be so naive that it doesn't match this game at all? Forget it if you don't have it. Yin Rui clapped his hands. I'll think of a way. Yin Rui pointed at Wei Cheng and said, wait here for a while. I want to discuss tactics with my friend. After he finished speaking, he looked up and saw Jian Anqi's meaningful eyes. Yin Rui turned around and added to Wei Cheng, I want to discuss tactics with my boyfriend. Wei Cheng. Okay. System. Can we contact the system mall now? Yin Rui leaned on Jian Anqi's arms, blocking Wei Cheng's sight. Okay now. What do you want to buy? There are no exemption cards for sale in the system mall. Then we have to get an exemption card to see what the principle of this thing is, and see if it can be replicated. Yin Rui rubbed his hands and said to Jian Anqi, let's give it a try. Let's go out and grab one. Jian Anqi said without hesitation. Since the killing outside is crazy, our gameplay this time should be a little different from the previous plane gameplay. Yin Rui knew what Jian Anqi meant. The difference should be that Jian Anqi wanted to kill everyone. Yin Rui was not an inexperienced person. He immediately agreed, let's do it. Then he reminded Jian Anqi, don't trust Wei Cheng too much. He looks honest. But honest people won't hide and follow us. Jian Anqi nodded. The two men put their foreheads together. Don't worry. I can definitely protect you this time. Yin Rui looked at Jian Anqi and said with a smile, I don't need your protection. I can do it myself. Jian Anqi shook his head. That's different. After the two men came over, Wei Cheng asked them, what are you two going to do? Go out and find someone directly? Or hide from people and find resources first? Whatever you find is what you find. Yin Rui grabbed Jian Anqi's hand. Do you have a card that can explore the surrounding situation? Wei Cheng shook his head. No. But I still have a light card here. Is it a card that can be used when there is no light? It's like a flashlight. No. As long as someone wants to attack me, this card will be automatically triggered and then blind the other person's eyes. Wei Cheng spread his hands helplessly. But you can punch me when you need light. But you have to wear sunglasses before hitting me. Otherwise it will be bad for your eyes. How could there be such a weird card? Yin Rui recalled the cards in his hand and felt that although many of the cards were a bit weird, they were better than Wei Cheng's card. Forget it. Let's go first. Because he pulled Jian Anqi forward and said to the system, can you find the nearby resource points? Scanning. But the magnetic field here is a bit chaotic. It may take some time. As soon as the system finished speaking, he heard him cheer, found it. Found a resource point. It's on your right. Right hand? Yin Rui looked to the right and motioned Jian Anqi, who was standing on his right, to knock on the wall. Jian Anqi understood and touched the smooth wall on the right. Just as he was about to do it, Yin Rui called him. Wait a minute. Wei Cheng. If I smash the hotel wall, the people behind this game won't ask me for compensation. Right? Yin Rui said cautiously. This thing looks a bit expensive. Wei Cheng was also stunned for a moment when Yin Rui asked him, and then immediately replied, absolutely impossible. This kind of copy is refreshed once a day. Even if you smash this hotel into ruins, the people behind the game will not ask you for compensation. That's it. Yin Rui pushed Jian Anqi. Jian Anqi did not hesitate, clenched his fist, and smashed the wall hard. And fine cracks immediately appeared on the wall in front of him. Oh my god. You are so lucky to get the physical enhancement card. Wei Cheng looked at Jian Anqi with an expression of envy. I have played the game so many times, but I have never got a physical enhancement card. Yeah. Yin Rui laughed, tore off the wallpaper on the wall, and punched the cracks on the wall twice. Sure enough, behind the wall, there appeared a box as big as a shoebox. Yin Rui pulled the box out of the wall with all his strength. After opening the lid, he found 2 bottles of water, 2 capsules, and a silver button. Yin Rui gave the water directly to Wei Cheng. This is what we return to you. Thank you for just now. Wei Cheng didn't expect Yin Rui to be able to accurately find the resource point in such a short time. And what he didn't expect was that he gave him such an important resource so casually. He gave the water to Yin Rui to make friends with the two of them. He felt that these two people were not crazy people. And if they could really survive to the end, they would be able to help. But Yin Rui. Wei Cheng looked at the fists of the two men and felt that he was not the person they needed to make friends with. He felt mixed emotions and didn't know what to say. What is this capsule used for? Yin Rui looked at Wei Cheng and asked. One of these capsules will keep you from feeling hungry for 24 hours. This small silver piece of iron is the key to the room. Which room's key? It may not be the key to any room. We can try it. But the room that this silver key is equipped with should have a card in it. So that's how it is. Yanrui felt that his luck was really good. Not only did he find such a guide for free, but he also got whatever he needed. I think it must be tiring to carry that big bag. Let's exchange it. Yanrui pointed to the bag behind Wei Cheng. How about exchanging your supplies for these 2 capsules? What? Wei Cheng didn't react to Yanrui's words for a while. After Yanrui repeated it again, he said in a panic, I didn't mean to take your 2 capsules. I meant it. I just want to get out alive. If you can take me out alive, I can give you 500,000 crystals. Yanrui was shocked by Wei Cheng's sudden reaction. He hurriedly comforted him. I didn't mean to take these 2 capsules. And I really want to exchange with you. I just saw that there were biscuits and sausages in your backpack. The taste is much better than capsules. Can't you exchange 2 days of supplies for 2 days of capsules with me? What about you? Do you think so too? Wei Cheng looked at Jian Anqi and asked doubtfully. Jian Anqi nodded. What he meant is what I meant. Wei Cheng opened his mouth. Then you have a deal. You are not allowed to change it. And don't tell others about our exchange. Okay? Of course. Do you want to exchange? Let's not waste time here. Change quickly. And move on. After hearing this, Wei Cheng was sure that he was really lucky. How could his supplies be as precious as 2 capsules? Even though he said that 1 capsule could last for 24 hours. But if you can hold on, you can survive for 30 hours. Wei Cheng exchanged 5 bags of biscuits and 20 sausages for 2 capsules from Yanrui. Then carefully put one in the inner pocket of his coat and swallowed the other directly. Wei Cheng's backpack became lighter. The burden on his shoulders also became lighter. And his mood became better. He said to Yanrui, I swear that I will never betray you in this game. Yanrui took the plastic bag that Wei Cheng had produced from nowhere, nodded nonchalantly and said, Then I'll see how you perform. Wei Cheng clenched his fists and made up his mind to hold the thighs of these 2 people tightly this time. But as he walked, he felt that he couldn't hold the thighs anymore. Do you have any more supplies in your bag? Really? Then I can't exchange the capsule in my hand. Yanrui looked at the box in front of him with a troubled expression. Yanrui found 3 supply points on this floor. These supply points were all hidden in places invisible to the naked eye. These 2 people seemed to have opened their eyes. They found a supply point by smashing the wall, and a supply point by kicking the door. Do these 2 people have any cards that can open their eyes? Since you don't have enough supplies. Forget it. Yanrui shrugged. Let's go to the next floor. Wait a minute. Wei Cheng shouted, scaring Yanrui. Why are you shouting so loudly? You scared me. Sorry. I just want to ask if our previous deal still counts. The deal where I give you 500,000 and you protect me to leave the game safely. When did you agree to this deal? Yanrui couldn't remember for a moment. But 500,000. Deal. But if you are killed by the choice of passers-by in the end, I will not be responsible. Yanrui added. Wei Cheng nodded vigorously. Don't worry. The last step is life and death. If you fail, I will definitely not blame you. But I'm still lucky. I should be able to survive the last step. Okay. Then stretch out your hand. Wei Cheng stretched out his hand doubtfully, and then felt a pain on the back of his hand. A pattern appeared on the back of his hand, but it disappeared after a moment. Follow us. You go wherever we go. If someone breaks us up later, you come back to this floor to find me. Understand? Wei Cheng nodded vigorously. And after several people walked into the elevator, they looked at the densely packed floor arrangement and felt a headache. They are now on the 96th floor, and this hotel has 108 floors. No wonder they haven't seen anyone for so long. The probability of encountering a player is too small. Jian Anqi and Yanrui said. Let's start from the top floor. And me. Wei Cheng followed the 2 closely, reminding them of his existence all the time, for fear that they would forget him. After the 3 of them reached the 108th floor, they walked out of the elevator and looked around, and found that this floor was quite lively. The one on the right or the one on the left? Yanrui asked Jian Anqi. Whatever. What do you think? The right side? We go counterclockwise. And the people on the right look more interesting. Yanrui looked up at Jian Anqi and said with a smile. Wei Cheng was listening to the conversation between the 2 people, muttering in his heart. Is there someone on the left and right? Or are the 2 people just gambling? How can it be said so simply? Forget it. Let's go with the 2 of them. Yuan Wei felt that he was lucky this time. Just after entering the game, 2 piles of cards were placed in front of him. And the practicality and attack power of each card were particularly strong. He saved the time to find new cards and memorize the functions of these cards. Now he is using them like a fish in water. And he has also collected 6 or 7 younger brothers. Want to drink water? Yuan Wei looked at an old man beside him. You are a waste of water. If I were not here now, you would have died of thirst. The old man he scolded was named Shen Hui, 56 years old this year. In the eyes of others, his age was indeed a bit older than other players. But that was only for normal games. This kind of gambling game did not distinguish between the old and the weak. He entered the game today just to prevent the Black Line from choosing his wife. Old man, let me give you a drink. Yuan Wei waved at Shen Hui, who knelt on the ground in humiliation and moved forward until he was at Yuan Wei's feet. Boss, what are you giving him to drink? It's a waste to give him a drink. I don't even want to give him my urine. A young man wearing glasses and looking gentle stood behind Yuan Wei and said arrogantly. Yuan Wei stood up and turned around to slap the man in the face, then covered his face and rubbed it hard. What do you mean by this? Are you saying that I don't respect the elderly and love the young? Get lost. Shen Hui looked desperate. He had not drunk any water since he entered the game. Although he said he brought some supplies from outside, he had handed them all over after being seen by Yuan Wei, under the pretext of reasonable allocation of resources. But he knew in his heart that although he said he wanted to allocate resources reasonably, these resources would never fall on his head. Shen Hui closed his eyes, regretting that he did not say goodbye to his wife before leaving. Shen Hui listened to the sound of Yuan Wei unbuckling his belt and pursed his lips tightly. I think there is a saying that is very true. That is, giving you a drop of water is a waste. But I am a soft-hearted person, and I will definitely not watch you die of thirst. Oh, good job. Boss, we must protect the environment. The boss is right. Since everyone thinks so, then I will not go against public opinion. You know, it is not easy to be a boss. Yuan Wei had half of his pants down at this time. I really work hard to lead a team well. So, I fucking who touches me? Shen Hui opened his eyes immediately when he heard the turn of events. He jumped up from the ground and bit Yuan Wei's ear. Yuan Wei was distracted by the movement outside and did not notice Shen Hui's actions for a while. Before he could react, his face was covered with blood. Yin Rui had been listening to the behavior of several people just now. He felt a little nauseous. It's not that you can't make plans for yourself in the game, but Yuan Wei's behavior is completely harmful to others and not beneficial to yourself. He suppressed the self-esteem of others in order to satisfy his own selfish desires. Look, you'll kill them. Yuan Wei covered his face, picked up Shen Hui beside him, and then took out a card and stuffed it straight into Shen Hui's mouth. But Shen Hui didn't know where he got the strength from. He kicked Yuan Wei's calf, and he screamed in pain. Even Shen Hui pulled the card out of his mouth and threw it out. The card just fell into Wei Cheng's hand. Wei Cheng waved at Yin Rui, and seeing that Yin Rui didn't want to pay attention to him, he shouted loudly, I'll keep this card for you for now. Yin Rui and Jian Anqi didn't hear Wei Cheng's words at this time. They just felt that they suddenly became heavier, as if half of a mountain was pressing on them. It should be the gravity card, Yin Rui guessed. And then Yin Rui felt a little tingling in his hand. When he lowered his head, he found that the ground on the ground had turned into mud, and a plant broke out of the ground and rolled him and Jian Anqi up. Kill them both, Yuan Wei shouted loudly. And this old man? Who has the time transfer card? Give me the time transfer card first. Yin Rui struggled to break free from his restraints, while also paying attention to Yuan Wei's movements. He saw a young man in sportswear using the card in his hand on Yuan Wei, and the wound on Yuan Wei's face immediately recovered, and even his pants were pulled up. Can the time transfer card restore a person to a certain point in time? This thing looks good. While struggling, Yin Rui said to Jian Anqi, I like that card. Jian Anqi's voice was calm, without any panic of being imprisoned. I'll grab it for you later. Sew up their mouths later. And don't let the one behind him go. Yuan Wei pointed in the direction of Yin Rui and shouted angrily. Kill all these dogs. I'm afraid that won't work. Yin Rui raised his head and smiled at Yuan Wei with an unclear meaning. Yuan Wei didn't react for a while, but he felt that the death of these two people was foolproof. But the next second, he found that his feeling was wrong. The plants on the two people withered and shattered in an instant for some reason. And the slightly taller, Expressionless man was not affected by gravity at all. For a while, the 7 or 8 people who followed him were lying on the spot in an instant. And they didn't even have the chance to take out the cards. Yuan Wei picked up the cards in his hand and activated them all. His brain was blank in an instant. And only the thought of activating the cards remained. His brain couldn't react to the effects of these cards at all, but instinctively used all these cards to attack Jian Anqi. But a scene that shocked Yuan Wei happened. After those cards hit this person was not hurt at all. Could it be that he got a card like the Vajra Indestructible Body? But the game description said that there is no such protective card. The original intention of this game is to let humans kill each other and consume each other. So how could there be a self-protection card? But before Yuan Wei could figure it out, he felt a tremor in his body. The next second, he couldn't control himself and fell to the ground. His mind was blank, and he couldn't think of any analysis anymore. Jian Anqi moved his hands, and the sparks in his palms crackled. At this time, the pressure on Yen Rui had disappeared. He ran to Jian Anqi and curiously touched the sparks in Jian Anqi's hands. Your fireworks look like the fireworks during the Chinese New Year. They are really beautiful. And they are blue and purple. As long as you like, I will show you every day in the future. He insisted with a smile. Then bent down and He picked up the scattered cards around Yuan Wei one by one, and put them in Yen Rui's hands. You keep all these. I forgot which one you wanted just now. Yen Rui was also looking through this thick stack of cards. At this time, Wei Cheng also picked up the cards around those who had just been defeated by Jian Anqi, and gave them to Yen Rui. Yen Rui became a card tycoon for a while. But the card tycoon's mind became more confused. What you wanted just now should be the time conversion card. There is a small hourglass in the lower right corner of the time conversion card. As for the others, I suggest you keep the anti-gravity and gravity card, and the indifferent paper conversion card. Although they didn't use it, I think it is very valuable. At this time, Shen Hui, who had just struggled to stand up from the ground, said hoarsely. Yen Rui looked at him. How do you know so much about their cards? Because they think I'm useless. So they said nothing behind my back? But I wrote down everything they said. There was still a trace of blood at the corner of Shen Hui's mouth. I don't know if it was the blood from his cracked lips or Yuan Wei's blood. Seeing him like this, Yen Rui took out a bottle of water from the plastic bag and handed it to him. Drink it first. One bottle is not enough. We still have more. Shen Hui was very thirsty. He drank a bottle of water and felt alive again. After throwing away the bottle, Shen Hui bowed deeply to the two people. Thank you very much. My name is Shen Hui. If I can get out this time, I will definitely repay you. How can you repay me? Yen Rui looked Shen Hui up and down. Looking at this ordinary old man, he didn't hold much hope. Forget it. I don't need you to repay me. Just tell me the use of these cards. Yen Rui kicked Shen Hui. And Wei Cheng saw this, and pulled Shen Hui's body and threw him aside. Yen Rui nodded with satisfaction, and then said, I will give you a few cards later. Thank you, Brother Yen. Wei Cheng was flattered. This is a great thing. Shen Hui thought about the relationship between the three people, then lowered his head, and explained to Yen Rui the function of this pile of cards calmly. After listening to Shen Hui's explanation, Yen Rui's expression was a bit hard to describe. To be honest, these cards are basically all used for attack, which is completely different from the card games he played in college before. In the card games he played before, at least half or one-third of them were functional cards, such as construction cards or gold cards. And the cards in this card game have only one purpose. That is, to kill people, teammates, and opponents, like a massacre. Yen Rui TSK, secretly thinking that this card game really doesn't give anyone a way to survive. Host, can I scan these cards? And then send the data back to the main control. The system's voice came from his ears at this time. Yen Rui naturally agreed to put all the cards in a row and spread them on the ground. After the system scanned, it told Yen Rui good news. I have contacted Inen now. I have told Inen that we will go back in a few days. Now we are just trapped in the game, but there will be no danger. Let Han Han take good care of the house. Inen agreed. Since Inen has been contacted, Yen Rui's heart has also fallen to the ground. Come on, Wei Cheng. These are for you. Yen Rui randomly drew 5 cards and gave them to Wei Cheng. In this way, Wei Cheng now has 15 cards in his hand. As long as he uses them properly, it will not be a problem to reach the last level. Here are some cards for you. Yin Rui saw that Shen Hui was a pitiful old man, so he gave him 5 cards. I don't need any of these cards. You can keep them. Shen Hui's eyes widened, and he asked in a trembling voice of disbelief, Are these really for me? Yin Rui nodded, and stuffed the 5 cards into Shen Hui's hand. Just take them. Anyway, even if these cards were added together, they couldn't hurt Yin Rui at all. And these cards given to these 2 people at least gave them the ability to protect themselves. Yin Rui stood up. Let's keep going forward. At this time, Shen Hui followed. Can I go with you? If I can successfully get out, I will give you 50,000 crystal stones as a thank you. Now they had no time to be polite to each other. Shen Hui directly stated the price. I don't know if this money is enough. I'm offering 500,000. How can your 50,000 yuan be enough? Wei Cheng said loudly, glaring at Shen Hui with some dissatisfaction. Shen Hui's face turned pale. Knowing that he couldn't afford so much money, he could only smile stiffly. Sorry. I won't bother you guys then. Looking at Shen Hui's appearance, Yin Rui couldn't help but feel sympathy. He sighed and said, We have to walk around this building counterclockwise. I wonder if we have a chance to be a partner. Shen Hui's eyes lit up. At this time, Wei Cheng muttered a little dissatisfied. But he couldn't bear to leave Shen Hui here alone. You are different from him. You are protected by me. Look at how many people attacked you just now. But you are not hurt at all. Yin Rui whispered to Wei Cheng, I tell you, even if you walk sideways in this building, no one can hurt you. If you don't believe me, take a knife and cut yourself to see if you bleed. Wei Cheng recalled the situation just now, but still didn't believe it. As a result, Yin Rui took out a knife from somewhere and stabbed his arm. Wei Cheng subconsciously wanted to hide, but found that the knife scratched him. But there was really no injury at all. Hey, this is really a lass. What's going on? What's wrong with you? Teach me. Wei Cheng shouted in surprise. Your knife is not sharpened. Is it real or fake? Of course it's real. Yin Rui stabbed Wei Cheng twice again, and Wei Cheng smiled and dodged as if he was tickled. The corridor was filled with Wei Cheng's rusty bell-like laughter for a while. Then I'm not afraid of this. Is there a time limit for this? Wei Cheng no longer cared about Shen Hui at this time. Shen Hui's current state was not comparable to his. Don't worry. As long as you don't rush forward foolishly and follow me, you will definitely survive to the end. And your money will not be wasted. Not wasted. Not wasted. Wei Cheng repeated with a smile twice, and then put away the knife with a sense of satisfaction. He even took care of Shen Hui enthusiastically. Uncle, let's go together. Shen Hui saw the performance of the 2 people just now. He couldn't figure out how these people did it for a while, but it seemed safe to follow them. Should we get rid of these people? Shen Hui pointed to the group of people behind him. My things are with them. I want to take them back. Bring them here. Yin Rui said. I can wait for you. I'll go with you. Wei Cheng followed Shen Hui with a smile. After Shen Hui got all his things, he kicked Yuan Wei hard a few times to relieve his anger. He had lived a decent life, but this was the first time that someone had trampled on his face. If he didn't kick him a few times, it would be difficult to relieve his resentment. Are these people dead? Yin Rui asked. Jian Anqi replied, They should be just unconscious now. I just paralyzed them with electricity just now. I don't know how much power I controlled. Wei Cheng couldn't bring himself to kill them, so he turned around and left. At this time, Shen Hui also looked at the people lying on the ground with resentment, glared at them fiercely, and then left. They won't live long. As they got farther and farther away from these people, Wei Cheng and Shen Hui, who had been lowering his head and didn't know what he was thinking, said, These people don't have any cards, and there are no resource points nearby. They have no value, and there is no way to find other people to rely on. They will be judged out by the game. What kind of gameplay is this? Yin Rui heard it for the first time. You mean even if those people are not killed by others, they will be judged offline by the system and processed? Right? Wei Cheng nodded. This is not written in the game manual, but I have seen this happen before. Anyway, there is no chance of winning, so the game simply judges failure and ends the player's game directly. This game is really deadly, in the literal sense. After listening to Wei Cheng's words, Shen Hui was scared. In his previous state, he might be pulled out by the game background in a while, even if he was not killed by Yuan Wei. Forget it. Don't think too much. Let's go find a resource point. Yanrui readily opened a vase, and then stepped hard on the base of the vase. The base broke and a palm-sized box appeared. Why is there no water here? Yanrui was still a little dissatisfied. All the resource points before had water. Maybe the things inside are more important. Maybe more valuable than water. Wei Cheng said. He was used to the situation where these two people attacked a certain place without saying hello and then took out a resource box. But Shen Hui, who saw this scene for the first time, couldn't help but widen his eyes. He had a lot of questions in his mind. But reason made him shut up. After opening the palm-sized box, he found a small box of capsules inside. About 10 capsules. And next to the medicine box, there was an old golden statue in the shape of a frog. Oh my god. I'm rich. Can I take this thing out? Yanrui looked at the golden frog statue and said with some surprise, this thing is perfect if it has a copper coin in its mouth. Let's take it back to attract wealth. Wei Cheng spoke at this time and asked Yanrui tentatively, do you really not know the function of this thing? Yanrui looked at Wei Cheng with some doubts. What does this thing do? This thing can give you the ability to jump across space. For example, we are now on the 108th floor. You can activate it and jump directly to the first floor. If you are lucky, we can jump directly out of the door. It is a one-time prop. Wei Cheng became more and more excited as he spoke, and even couldn't help but break his voice. This thing can be exchanged for 100 million crystal stones in the game. Originally, Yanrui didn't have much feeling about the effect of this thing. But after hearing 100 million, his eyes lit up instantly. He handed the thing to Wei Cheng. Do you want it? Wei Cheng swallowed his saliva, then shook his head and said, sorry. I don't have money. Yanrui felt a little regretful. Do you know any rich people? Are you rich people all in the same circle? Introduce me a client, and I'll give you a 10% commission. Wei Cheng complained in his heart. Let alone rich people here. All beings are equal. So what if they are in the same circle? There are many childhood sweethearts who turned against each other in the end. I just knew you after I came in. I can't contact them. Yanrui closed the lid and put the frog away. Then I'll keep going. Maybe I can find better things at other resource points. It was a pity that they walked another 10 floors and did not find similar precious props. But they dealt with many shameless people. You two are really precious. After Yanrui dealt with the people who wanted to snatch their cards and spoke rudely again, he looked at Wei Cheng and Shen Hui with some pity. There are no good people in this building. Yanrui shook his head and sighed. I am a good person. I must be a good person. I am your loyal believer. Wei Cheng bowed to Yanrui and Jian Anqi. I will light 2 electronic incense sticks for you when I go home. Yanrui waved his hand and said, I can't afford it. I can't afford it. Don't mess with these things. Wei Cheng and Shen Hui knew that Yanrui was being modest. He saw with his own eyes that Yanrui and Jian Anqi took out a bunch of miscellaneous weapons from nowhere and dealt with those who wanted to cause trouble on the spot without any effort. Shen Hui couldn't help wiping his tears. He felt that the probability of him getting out alive was getting higher and higher. At this time, Yanrui came to the 99th floor. He and Jian Anqi prayed, I hope there are no crazy people on this floor. That's hard to say. After all, some people may be decent people outside, but they will show their true colors in this environment. Jian Anqi put his hand on Yanrui's shoulder and said, we just need to find a way out. After several people walked out of the elevator, they still walked to the right front and heard the familiar noise. Yanrui was not surprised. Several people walked forward without hesitation to see what happened. Maybe they could help the injustice. No! Before Yanrui approached, he heard a heart-wrenching cry, which shocked Yanrui so much that he could not help but stop. This child should not survive. You see, even after giving him water, he still can't open his eyes. Let the child go directly after a while. It's too hard for him to stay here. No. No. Please. Someone can save my child. Yanrui pushed through the crowd and saw a haggard woman holding a young girl. The little girl's face was ashen, and she looked lifeless. Although she was still breathing lightly, according to Wei Cheng's words, she would probably be judged out in a while. The mother's face was covered with tears, and she asked for help helplessly. Is there a doctor? Is there a doctor who can save my child? Yanrui sighed when he saw this. Jian Anqi knew what he was thinking, shook his hand, and said, Go. Yanrui walked forward and squatted beside the two of them, holding the little girl's hand. The mother's eyes instantly lit up. Are you a doctor? Artificial respiration or cardiopulmonary resuscitation? Or do you have a treatment card? Yin Rui shook his head. Don't talk first. I can't guarantee whether I can save your daughter. The mother also knew the current situation, so she could only trust Yin Rui wholeheartedly. After a while, the child finally woke up. Thank you. Thank you. The moment the little girl opened her eyes, the mother immediately hugged the child, knelt in front of Yin Rui, and kowtowed to him several times in a row. After testing, player number 6077 is now out of the game due to long-term disconnection. The sound of the broadcast spread throughout the hotel, and the mother's face turned pale instantly, and the whole person was like a statue standing still. Yin Rui was horrified. Could this little girl be number 6077? Just now when no one could be saved. The game did not issue such a prompt. But just after he saved the person, the game actually issued such a prompt. This kind of card game is too bad. Yin Rui thinks he did it on purpose. Chapter 132 Card Game. Looking at the girl's mother, who was already stunned by shock, Yin Rui made a prompt decision. System. Is there any way to replace human magic? For example, clone magic, puppet magic, etc. If he hadn't encountered such a thing, it would be fine. But now that he has seen it, he must not let it go. The system's data told Lu Juan, and finally selected 12 methods. It may not be useful, but it's a last resort. Take them all out. Everyone suddenly found that a lot of things appeared in front of Yin Rui, and he didn't have any backpacks or storage equipment on him. Some people wanted to ask curiously, but were stopped by Jian Anqi, who was standing behind Yin Rui. What are you doing? I just asked a question. Why don't you let me? Now is not the time to ask questions. Insisting on looking at the person who was talking to him, with his eyes slightly narrowed, with a malicious look. He knew that he must have his own little tricks in his mind. Jian Anqi took a step forward, looked around, and then took out a gun from his waist in front of him. Whoever dares to move will be shot. The man who had been thinking about this for a while now was silent. Is it not possible to take a look at this little girl? No. Jian Anqi refused without hesitation. At the same time, Yin Rui cut the little girl's finger in front of her mother, and smeared the blood on each prop without hesitation. Should this be enough? Is this the fastest way to authenticate the identity? Yin Rui's forehead was covered with fine beads of sweat, and he was anxiously contacting the system in his mind. Almost. Basically, blood is enough. Except for the magic plane. There are products from the cultivation plane. They like to do these things the most. What are you doing? The mother finally realized it, and tried to break free from Yin Rui. Yin Rui grabbed the mother's collar and said viciously, if you don't want your daughter to die, just be quiet. The mother didn't believe that Yin Rui would have any way to save her daughter. She didn't want anyone to use her daughter for anything. Stop it! After Yin Rui's words came out, the woman's fighting spirit was aroused. However, when she raised her hand to attack Yin Rui, she couldn't move her whole body. She wanted to speak but found that she couldn't say a word. Countdown starts. 5, 4. Yin Rui looked at the mother and shed tears. He couldn't bear it for a while, so he loosened her shackles. At the moment when the mother could move, she couldn't care about Yin Rui anymore. She just hugged her daughter tightly and cried. The countdown is over. Number 6077 has left the game. I hope everyone will not make the same mistake again. Yin Rui lowered his head and sighed helplessly, and the mother finally couldn't help but burst into tears, crying so hard that the people around couldn't help but shed tears. Are you sick? The mother and daughter only have a few moments left, and you are still disturbing them. You even let the little girl bleed. I think this is some kind of evil magic. Are you a cultist? Or do you have a card that needs other people's blood to activate? I think he must have a lot of good stuff on him. You just need to give it to the mother and daughter. That's right. This guy is too inhumane and shameless. I think you want it. I'll give it to them, and then you can find a way to snatch it back. Yin Rui stood up and looked at the man who was obviously thinking badly. At this moment, he was very angry. He looked at the two men with an unhappy expression. How dare you say I'm inhumane when you have such thoughts? Who knows what you are thinking? Who are you trying to scare with a gun? Do you think you are the only one with a weapon, and no one else has one? I don't know who is instigating in the crowd. Although there are not many people watching, this person is very cautious, and did not leave any traces. The person who is talking seems to have an invisible card as well. Wei Cheng leaned close to Yin Rui's ear and whispered, let's go now. We might not meet these people if we go to another floor. Yin Rui shook his head, and turned to look at the mother and daughter. For a moment, He didn't know what to say to comfort them. Mom. An unfamiliar child's voice. Yinrui raised his eyebrows weakly. Mom, thirsty. The little girl who was sentenced to death actually opened her eyes at this time and lay in her mother's arms to ask for water. The mother didn't react for a while. And when Yinrui saw the little girl open her eyes, he immediately handed her a bottle of water. The mother was so panicked that she didn't have time to thank Yinrui. She opened the bottle of water and fed her daughter again. Fuck. She's really alive? This is the first time this game has gone wrong. The girl of destiny. If this news gets out, this little girl will make a fortune just by taking advertisements. I'm so jealous. I don't know if I can have such a good thing. It can't be that man. I think he did a lot of witchcraft that has nothing to do with cards. How is it possible? How can someone keep people against the will of the game? I think there is a bug. It's even more impossible to have a bug. This is too weird. The mother was ecstatic to find that her daughter did not leave her. After her daughter finished drinking the water, she immediately knelt on the ground and kowtowed to Yinrui frantically. Thank you for saving my daughter. I'm sorry. I was wrong just now. Thank you. Yinrui took a step back in shock. Then immediately reacted and helped the person up. No. 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 Don't do this. I just did it for the sake of convenience. Did you spend more than 700,000 yuan for the sake of convenience? The system's voice echoed in Yinrui's mind. This is the first time I see you so generous. How can saving people be called generous? That is a necessary expense. Yinrui replied to the system in his mind. And then checked the props in front of him one by one. And found that a substitute talisman from the cultivation world worked. It must be our ancestors who know these things. And this is the cheapest prop here. Yinrui picked up the gray talisman. Nodded with some satisfaction. And at the same time an idea came into his mind. You should all see that I helped her save her life. Yinrui stood up and looked around. Raised his neck and said proudly, Do you want to know how I did it? Did you really do this? Someone in the crowd didn't quite believe it. Aren't you afraid that the game controller will retaliate against you? Of course I'm not afraid. If I were, how could I have made these things? Yinrui shook the talisman in his hand. Do you want it? Of course I want it. Who doesn't want it? But these people still have some doubts about Yinrui. You said this is useful. Is it really useful? What if you cheat us? I cheated you. What can you do to me? Yinrui looked at the person who asked the question and said, Well, today one talisman costs 10,000 crystals. Those who don't have money here can write me an IOU, and I'll go out to collect the debt. 10,000 yuan for a life should be a good deal for them. I thought these people would be eager to buy it from me. But their performance opened Yinrui's eyes. I don't know if it's true or not. Give me one and I'll try it for you. Yinrui looked at the crowd and found that someone was looking at him. The person's expression was a little hesitant. I'll go find the unconscious player and try again. If it really works, I'll buy it. Yinrui felt that this was the normal thinking of a buyer. But he refused without hesitation. You can also write me an IOU first. Then try it again. If it works, come back and buy 2 more. Yinrui waved at the crowd. If everyone wants to try it, I can't do this business anymore. Then let me see. You give me a new one. The person who questioned just now walked up to Yinrui and stretched out his hand. Then said, Give me one first. Let me take a look. You can't buy something and not even let me see it. Yinrui pretended to take out another substitute talisman from his bag and handed it to the man in front of him. The moment the man received the talisman, he disappeared into the corridor. Yinrui rolled his eyes. I knew it was like this. Jian Anji said nothing, raised his gun, and fired 2 shots into the air. Everyone was confused. If this person wanted to escape, he should have walked on the ground. Why did he shoot at the ceiling? But after hearing the sound of a heavy object falling, everyone stopped questioning. Yinrui walked to the side of the fleeing person and kicked twice into the air. The person finally appeared under Yinrui's feet. Yinrui lowered his head and looked down at him. How is it? Is it useful? You should know how many bullets and wounds you have. I know. I was shot twice. But there is only 1 wound. Yinrui chuckled and turned to the person who was doubting. Did you see? My talisman is useful. 10,000 per piece. Does anyone need it now? Oh my god. There is such a good thing. Why haven't they heard of it before? Forget it. Never mind. 10,000 crystal stones. Even if it is not useful, it will be a waste of money. Even if you can't avoid the game taking away your soul, but you can extend your life. I'll buy it. I'll buy it. Wei Cheng was the first one to run to Yen Rui and wink at him. Yen Rui was helpless. Everyone knew that he and Wei Cheng came together, and the suspicion of being a babysitter was too heavy. But it doesn't matter. Yen Rui gave Wei Cheng 3. This is yours. Wei Cheng walked back with a smile, walked to Shen Hui, and quietly gave him 2. Just think of it as a benefit from your colleagues. Take it first. Shen Hui opened his mouth, wanting to say that he could still afford the 10,000 crystal stones. But seeing Wei Cheng's expression, he swallowed the words. Thank you. Wei Cheng patted his shoulder. It's okay. If we meet in the game next time, we can just help each other. Shen Hui's expression was bitter. This time he was lucky to meet Yen Rui and Wei Cheng, and there was a great chance that he could get out alive. But next time he might not be so lucky. I want to buy it too. At this time, a female voice suddenly appeared, and Yen Rui looked up and saw the mother, who had just kneeled on the ground. The mother stood up, but because she had been kneeling for too long, her legs were weak, and she could not stand for a while. Wei Cheng immediately supported her. Are you okay? The mother shook her head, but her daughter raised her head and said sweetly, Thank you, brother. My mother means she is okay. Wei Cheng laughed, and Yen Rui came over at this time. How many do you want to buy? The mother glanced at the child. I will write an IOU for 3. But you can just give me 2. 30,000 crystal stones are a lot of expenses for the mother and daughter. But if they can keep them safe, these 10,000 crystal stones will be particularly precious. Okay then. Yen Rui gave them 2 talismans. I wish you a successful escape. The woman nodded heavily, and wanted to bow to Yen Rui before leaving. But Yen Rui immediately stopped her. No. 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 If you want to thank me, just let the child say thank you. Thank you, brother. Although the little girl didn't know what happened, the handsome brother asked her to say thank you. So what's wrong with that? After sending the mother and daughter away, Yen Rui held up the talisman in his hand. There are still 10. The price will increase after 10 to 15,000 each. Hearing the price increase, some people who were originally calm could not help but couldn't help it. Although they said they had some confidence in leaving the game. Who could refuse to have an extra life in the game? I'll buy 1. I'll take 1 too. And me. I want 3. Seeing that everyone's enthusiasm for buying was mobilized, Yen Rui smiled with satisfaction and greeted, Okay. Everyone, take your time. Line up. And everyone sign the IOU of 10,000 each. If you die in the game, I won't ask your family for the money. This is his after-sales service. Hearing this, everyone's enthusiasm for buying was mobilized again. But there were only a few rich people like Wei Cheng. Everyone bought 1 or 2. And the 10 in their hands were immediately cleared. Okay. If you want to introduce other players to buy puppet goods, you can wait for me on the first floor. But the price may not be so favorable by then. And I will not stay on the first floor all the time. So you should hurry up and buy. After Yen Rui finished speaking, he took Jian Anqi and Wei Chengxianhui away. Some people wanted to follow behind, but Yen Rui turned back and said with a smile, Sorry. We don't accept new members now. We only have this one way. Who said we are following you? One person raised his head and said with his neck stiff. Yen Rui smiled and waved him away. Floating cards are really useful. Yen Rui grabbed Jian Anqi's hand. We are not trying to be the king. Don't let them be my little brothers in the end. How can I ask for money? Jian Anqi smiled and looked at Yen Rui. You are right. Wei Cheng finally understood that Jian Anqi was a complete love-brained person. He thought everything Yen Rui said was right. He even thought that if Yen Rui went to rob, Jian Anqi could help keep watch outside. Are we going to the first floor now? Wei Cheng asked. Yen Rui thought about it, then nodded and said, Then let's go to the first floor first. We have the substitute talisman. So let those people help us spread the word. In the elevator, Yen Rui did not speak, but communicated with the system in his mind. This talisman really can't be cheaper for me. I don't make much money at 8,000 yuan. You set the price at 10,000 yuan yourself. People will buy a talisman like yours that can save lives at 100,000 yuan. The system said in confusion. Why are you selling it so cheaply? I was shocked when you said 10,000 yuan. That's because I want to go the route of small profits, but quick turnover. Yen Rui made an excuse casually, and then negotiated. Can't this be cheaper? Can't there be another discount? I'm sure there will be a huge demand this time. It can't be cheaper. This thing is also in short supply in the cultivation plain. After all, there are very few people who draw talismans in the cultivation plane. Talisman practitioners are basically specialized talents. And they are all great treasures in the cultivation world. Is it difficult to draw talismans? Yin Rui asked silently in his heart. If it was very difficult, he would be embarrassed to bargain. The system raised its voice. Of course, it is very difficult. Everyone in the cultivation world has different talents. Some people like to draw talismans, but they don't have the talent, so they can't draw them. There are very few talisman cultivators, and the demand for talismans in the cultivation world is particularly high. It is not easy for us to negotiate this price. When Yin Rui heard this, he felt a little difficult. Are you really going for the route of small profits, but quick turnover? Although he just said that the price might increase for those who come to buy later. Even if the price increases, he will not increase it too much. Even if he says 15,000, if he sees a particularly pitiful person, he might give it away for free. He knows himself too well. He won't increase the price too much. You can think of a way. Jian Anji, who also knows Yin Rui, also spoke up at this time. He is soft-hearted and very easy to talk to. Or is there anything else that can replace it? Just now you all tried it. Other props may be useful outside, but only talismans are useful in this game. However, it would be great if you were a talisman cultivator. Talisman cultivators make a lot of money. Drawing talismans for 1 month can enjoy 10 months of happiness. What good life did the talisman cultivator have? Yin Rui pricked up his ears. Is it easy to learn to draw talismans? You can learn it if you want. When you draw a talisman, can you ask me to be your agent? We can split the profits 100% and 90%. The system sounded a little excited, and then paid for a book for Yin Rui. This is the introductory textbook for talisman cultivators. You can take a look first. Yin Rui took Jian Anji's arm and asked him to read the book with him. At this time, Shen Hui and Wei Cheng, who were standing opposite them, didn't know what to say. They both had the same idea in their minds now. Yin Rui and Jian Anji were indeed a little too mysterious. Whether it was the drinks they took out or their performance, plus their understanding of the game. Could these two be aliens? I heard that these scientists have found traces of aliens, and it is possible that they can escape this game after interstellar migration. If these two people are aliens, Wei Cheng was instantly excited. He just wanted to talk to the two people. And I saw another book appeared in their hands, and it was still the kind of antique. Could they be cultivators? The kind in novels, flying and hiding, omnipotent, have been practicing in seclusion, and now they come out of seclusion and find that the world has changed. So they are trying to challenge the game? Wei Cheng got excited when he thought of this. He walked up and pulled Yin Rui's hand out, just when he was about to say something. But before he could open his mouth, his hand was hit by Jian Anji, making a crisp sound. What are you doing? Jian Anji's tone was a little dissatisfied. Nothing. Nothing. I just want to ask if I can read this book. Yin Rui thought about it, and asked the system to buy another book, and handed it to Wei Cheng. You two read it together, and see if you can learn how to draw. Wei Cheng was overjoyed, and walked to Shen Hui, and shared the book with them. Yin Rui looked at the book and found that he could really understand it. However, after reading the principle of drawing talismans, he was able to determine that, except for himself and Jian Anji, no one else in this plane could draw the same talisman. The principle of drawing talismans is very simple. That is, inject your spiritual power into a special talisman pen, and use the pen to draw various different spiritual arrays. Each talisman is equivalent to a small world, and the substitute talisman is equivalent to creating a world with the same energy as your own to offset the external energy. Yin Rui felt that this spiritual power was the supernatural power that he possessed, but it was called differently on different pages. When we get to the first floor, we'll both try it. Yin Rui had finished reading the entire book while waiting for the elevator to reach the bottom floor. Wei Cheng and Shen Hui found themselves at a loss for these mysterious words at the first glance. But seeing Yin Rui pause for 1 second on each page, they felt relieved. Not everyone can understand this thing. Even Yin Rui and Jian Anji couldn't understand it, so it was normal for them not to understand it. Wei Cheng and Shen Hui looked at each other, and both saw the same feeling in each other's eyes. At this time, the elevator finally reached the first floor. After several people walked out of the elevator, Yin Rui took a deep breath of fresh air, then looked around and said, "Why is there no one on the first floor?" Because everyone is busy killing people. After all, the more people you kill, the greater the chance of survival, and the greater the chance of getting a waiver card, Shinhui explained carefully. And the loser will have his cards taken away by the winner. And the cards can also be exchanged. Some people have transferred a lot of money because of this. Also, if there are not enough supplies, you have to find resource points. The first floor is famous for having few resource points, so no one comes. Wei Cheng can now carefully explain everything about the game to Yin Rui and Jian Anqi. What if they don't know? They are much more important than some people who know the game well. Yin Rui bought 2 talisman pens and a little spiritual sand from the cultivation world from the system upgrade. Why don't you buy the talisman paper? The system reminded. Did you forget? I added it to your shopping cart. Where would you draw without the talisman paper? Yin Rui shook his head. I didn't forget. I did it on purpose. The talisman paper is too expensive. The more he can save, the better. Chapter 133 Card Game. The system thought it knew Yin Rui very well. But now it found that it didn't seem to know him that well. You save this little money? The system asked Yin Rui in disbelief. Although he already knew Yin Rui's answer, he couldn't help but complain. Don't be so stingy. Yin Rui turned around and asked the system. Do you think you have too many points? That being said, Yin Rui still brought him this shocking freshness. Okay. I see. You can also ask the host and other planes to send you some ordinary paper. That shouldn't be a waste. It's not. But I have other ideas. Yin Rui first took out a notebook, then held his breath and drew a protective amulet according to the method in the book. Try it and see if it works. After Yin Rui finished drawing, he turned his sore wrist. He had never used a brush before, and today was the first time he used a brush. In addition, the talisman required a perfect finish. He drew dozens of talismans before he could feel a slight energy fluctuation on the talisman he drew. So his wrist was always hanging in the air, and he felt a little tired. Jian Anqi took the talisman and stuck it on Wei Cheng, then took out a magnetic sound wave cannon and aimed it at Wei Cheng. Wei Cheng was so scared that he stepped back repeatedly. Sorry. Sorry. I was wrong. Wei Cheng actually didn't know where he was wrong, but he subconsciously admitted his mistake to save his life. The big gun in Jian Anqi's hand looked so scary that he felt that one shot could take him away directly. At this time, Shinhui, who had been trying to hide his presence, couldn't help but stand up and say, Xiao Wei is not a bad person. Otherwise let's just forget it. Yin Rui then realized why the two of them were so frightened. So he explained, it's nothing. This number won't hurt anyone if it hits you. It just has a little hypnotic effect. If I really want to kill you, I'll just let Jian Anqi shoot you with a gun. I'm just trying this prop. Yin Rui walked up and patted the talisman on Wei Cheng's chest, and then said, You are my 500,000. Have some confidence in yourself. Wei Cheng just didn't have confidence in himself. But now there seemed to be no room for maneuver. He could only close his eyes and wait for the judgment of fate. Boom! A cannon sounded. Wei Cheng shivered. Jian Anqi put away the magnetic sound wave cannon, looked at Wei Cheng standing intact, turned his head to Yin Rui, smiled and nodded. Great! Yin Rui smiled and threw himself into Jian Anqi's arms, kissing him on the face. After several kisses, Jian Anqi was stunned for a moment, then bent down and held his cheek, ignoring the eyes of others, and kissed him directly. Wei Cheng just felt lucky for his survival, and he wanted to report the good news to Yin Rui and Jian Anqi, and flatter them by the way. But at this time, he could only turn around silently. When he turned his head, he met Shinhui's eyes. He immediately turned his head to avoid it, and sighed in his heart. Wei Cheng, how do you feel now? Wei Cheng felt that every second was like a year. After a few years, he finally waited for Yin Rui's question. I feel very good now. I don't feel any pain in my body, and I'm not sleepy at all. Your talisman is really effective. I guess you are the only one in the world who has this ability. You are the savior of this world. After Wei Cheng finished speaking, he gave Yin Rui a thumbs up. I've left all my luck in this life to you. Nonsense. What the hell is that? Jian Anqi was unhappy, passed by Yin Rui's shoulder, and then walked back to the table. I'll help you massage your fingers. Take a break and continue writing. Yin Rui stretched out his hand. Press it quickly. Don't delay things. He didn't want to fall behind in making money. Jian Anqi knew his temper, and carefully pressed a few acupoints on his hand, observing Yin Rui's expression at any time. After making sure that his hand was completely unaffected, he let go of his hand, and then said with concern, Call me when you feel a little tired. Don't hurt your hand. Jian Anqi was a little irritable. He and Yen Rui practiced drawing talismans together, but he couldn't draw anything at all. The talismans he drew became ghostly talismans in the true sense, which were really ugly. After Yen Rui mastered the skill of drawing talismans, he became more and more like a god when drawing talismans. He drew 7 or 8 different talismans, and all of them were successful. Yen Rui was full of confidence, and finally drew the page of the substitute talisman. Before drawing the talisman, he took a deep breath, calmed his mind, and then traced the direction of the runes with his eyes. Finally, after determining the order of the strokes in his mind, he began to write. After all, spiritual sand is also very expensive. Yen Rui frowned and concentrated. Everything around him had nothing to do with him at this moment. He held his breath and concentrated, as if he was the only one left in the world, except for his pen and his spiritual sand. Nothing could touch his heartstrings. At this time, the sound of the elevator rang. At the same time, Yen Rui also started to write. Is there a high-level prop in this area? 6 or 7 people came out of the elevator and saw Yen Rui and his group. They silently guessed their strength in their hearts. An old man, 3 strong men. It seems that only one person is more difficult to deal with. One of the other 2 is white and clean, and looks fragile. After they came over, they were blocked by the strong man behind them. They should be a person who is powerless. There is another one, who is as thin as a chicken, and it is not known whether he can handle more than a dozen cards. At this time, the 6 or 7 people had an idea in their minds. The leader was a muscular man in his 40s, with a full beard and a height of about 1.9 meters. He stepped forward and pointed at Jian Anqi with his chin. Who is that kid? Why don't you say hello to me? Who are you? Why should I say hello to you? Jian Anqi looked at the people in front of him with an unhappy tone, as if these people were unlucky to come and die on their own initiative. Wei Cheng leaned close to Jian Anqi's ear and whispered to him the origins of these people. These people are all from the Shio gang. You can see that there is a tiger head logo on their clothes. This is the mark of their Shio gang. These people are not easy to mess with. Wei Cheng quietly glanced at Jian Anqi's face, and then added, they are all desperate criminals. Yeah. Jian Anqi responded to Wei Cheng with his nose. The people on the opposite side saw that Jian Anqi still did not take the initiative to come forward and humbly pay tribute to them after Wei Cheng left. And they knew that these guys needed to be loosened up by them. I didn't expect that there are still people who dare not take our Shio gang seriously. The bearded muscular man at the head laughed awkwardly, turned around and said to the younger brothers behind him, I haven't taught anyone a lesson for a long time. And now I have forgotten what to do. Brother, let me do it. Shit. Want to stand up? The person who provoked Jian Anqi cried out in pain unexpectedly. He didn't react to who hit him. And the next second he felt his body sink, and a body like a mountain pressed down again. Who the hell is it? Where are the cards? I have an explosive card. Blow his brain up for me. Hands are pressed down. Hands are pressed down. Cramps are cramps. Don't move. Don't move. Don't move. The cries for help came one after another. Jian Anqi sneered, followed the human ladder formed by these people, and walked up, standing on the top. At this time, he was standing on a height formed by 3 people, which felt a bit too high. He squatted down again, and then hooked his finger at Wei Cheng and Shen Hui again. Take away all their cards. Okay. I'm here. Wei Cheng didn't dare to cheer, but the joy in his tone also betrayed his disguise. He immediately ran to Jian Anqi and took all the cards scattered on the ground into his arms. And the ones in their pockets? Find them all for me. Okay. Wei Cheng cheered out a tune. But when he moved, the people under Jian Anqi's feet were cursing loudly. Who the hell are you? I'll make you pay for it. Just wait. If you offend me, you are equivalent to offending the entire Shio gang. Don't be so shameless. I'll give you the card and you let us go. When will you be willing to stand down? All the people who were stepped on were a little collapsed, especially the strong man in the lead. At this time, he was closest to Jian Anqi. He could even hear Jian Anqi's heartbeat because of his victory. Okay. I succeeded. Yen Rui's voice turned around, and Jian Anqi immediately stood up, kicked his legs hard, and walked in front of Yen Rui in one step. Yen Rui shared his joy with Jian Anqi at the first time. He shook his hand. Sour. Jian Anqi smiled and held his hand, then raised it slightly, and kissed the back of his hand tenderly. Is it better? It's fine. Yin-Rui smiled and took back his hand, then threw himself into Jian Anqi's arms. At this time, he heard the screams of pain coming from the left side of the lobby. What's going on? Are they injured up there? Yin-Rui didn't think that the miserable situation of these people was because of Jian Anqi. They wanted to disturb you while you were drawing the talisman. I wanted to stop them, but I didn't have enough strength. So they just did that. Jian Anqi spread his hands. I don't think I can be blamed for this. Of course you can't be blamed. Yin-Rui pinched his waist, then raised his eyebrows, and walked to the side of these people. When these people saw Yin-Rui, they cursed even more. They felt that Yin-Rui was definitely not as good as Jian Anqi. Yin-Rui was about to squat down when he felt his toes numb, and then fine and dense ice stubble extended upward along his feet. Who is it? Who has hidden an Ice Queen card? When the ice spread to his knees, Yin-Rui stamped his feet nonchalantly, and the ice immediately disappeared without even a trace of water left. Yin-Rui raised his finger and pointed at the group of people with a smile. What's wrong with you? How can someone hide cards privately? Naughty. I'll search again. Wei Cheng took the initiative to raise his hand to take over the job. He found 2 fish that slipped through the net as quickly as possible, and then came back to ask Yin-Rui for credit. Yin-Rui looked at the human knot that was getting tighter and tighter, nodded with satisfaction and said, You should be able to calm down and listen to my advertising now. You can't advertise your mother. Or you can kill me. Or you can wait for our Shio gang to issue a hunting order for you. And you won't be able to live well outside the game. Yeah. So do you want to buy a substitute talisman? Yin-Rui smiled and raised his talisman, waving it in front of everyone. This thing is very powerful. It can give you a life. And the game will give priority to this talisman to extract the soul. No. It's okay if you don't buy it. Yin-Rui stood up nonchalantly. If you don't buy it, you'll die. Yin-Rui snorted coldly, then stood up and looked at these people coldly. Jian Anqi. Electrocute them. Jian Anqi walked forward, and as soon as he raised his hand, a ghostly howling sound came from somewhere. I know I was wrong. Don't kill me. I'm poor. Please let me go. Do you still think 10,000 crystals are expensive? And although this thing is disposable, you can take it out of the game. If you don't use it this time, you can use it next time. Yin-Rui crossed his arms and shook his head. If you don't buy, you're really unlucky. These people may want to buy, but in front of the leader, they must not show their willingness to buy the substitute amulet. Yin-Rui pulled these people up, sighed and said, Forget it. You can buy it or not. I won't force you to buy or sell. But after you leave, tell the people outside that you don't want it. Just rob me. Yin-Rui waved at these people. They no longer had cards in their hands. In the future, they could only look for resource points and exchange resources for cards. Basically, there was no possibility of robbing. Let it go. I can't afford it. Among these people, even if some were unwilling, they still left cursing. They finally saw that the tall and strong man just now didn't even use cards when he beat them. And they didn't know how he practiced. And these people have lightning cards in their hands. Boss, are we leaving now? How did this group of people come and go back? The younger brother asked the bearded boss unwillingly. They have life-saving props in their hands. Of course, I know they have life-saving props in their hands. I'm not deaf. The bearded boss punched the elevator wall angrily. We can't beat him. And they have lightning cards. If we're not careful, we'll die here. Then can we buy props from him? I heard it only costs more than 10,000. Another voice appeared silently in the crowd, and the bearded boss felt numb. Buy? When have we ever spent money to buy anything? The bearded boss gritted his teeth. Go back and find a few more people to tell other forces that there are good things on the first floor and let them go and grab them. When the group on the first floor is almost exhausted, we will sit back and reap the benefits. I really don't believe it. Those little things can always have supplies? Yin-Rui had no idea that these people wanted to do something behind her back. But she couldn't do anything even if she knew. There are so many people in the game. And she couldn't dispel rumors one by one. This book is almost used up. Here are more than 30 copies. Yin-Rui flipped through it with a smile. And the more he read, the more proud he felt. More than 30 copies can be sold for 400,000 or 500,000. I'll sell more, and we can get more points back. Jian Anqi nodded. I'll help you. Drawing talismans is good. But the only bad thing is that the spiritual sand is too expensive. He saved the money for welfare, and spent it all on the spiritual sand. Don't you have any substitutes for this spiritual sand? Or can I mix it myself? It's too expensive. Can you stop thinking about saving money? Don't you want to draw the talisman more beautifully and sell it at a good price? Our talisman paper is really not very expensive. The system suggested speechlessly, I beg you. Why are you begging me? Can I see him now? I miss him a little bit. While enjoying Jian Anqi's massage, Yanrui chatted with the system a little bored. What is he doing now? Can I talk to him directly? He is chasing pigs now? Do you want to see? The system sent him an An's current situation. Yanrui looked at it on the screen and smiled with relief. It's really good. The pork raised by it must be very firm and delicious. I hope they can give birth soon. System, don't be so doting. After Jian Anqi massaged Yanrui's hands, Yanrui tore off 2 talismans from his notebook, gave one to Wei Cheng, and another to Shen Hui. I'll give you more. You must protect yourself and try to live to see your family. Wei Chen and Shen Hui were moved after receiving the talismans. It's a pity that the peaceful days didn't last long. Several waves of people came down intermittently and wanted to rob Yanrui's things. Although they were treated by Jian Anqi and Yanrui, they were all looking for trouble and didn't buy goods, which made Yanrui feel a little irritable. What's wrong with these people? If someone does this again next time, we will ask them why they started shouting and killing as soon as they got out of the elevator. And they can't beat them. After sending away another wave of players, who were very arrogant when they came and now became timid, Yanrui hugged his arms and said with some dissatisfaction, Did someone misinform us? And the injured people are too embarrassed to admit their failure. Maybe someone wants to take advantage of them. Jian Anqi guessed the thoughts of the people who came. I think we can't wait here. It's better to take the initiative. How to take the initiative? Yanrui asked curiously. System. Jian Anqi called out the system. Can you use your image to distribute flyers to us on each floor? But it's very dangerous. How can you be so cruel? The system's figure immediately appeared in front of the 2 people. He pointed at Jian Anqi and said, What if I get hurt? Jian Anqi raised his eyebrows and asked, Will you get hurt? That's not the case. How about I give you 20% of the profits for the customers who come based on your promotion? Yanrui tempted. It would be a pity not to make good use of the system in such a suitable situation. Only 20%? I think 20% is a bit too little. The fingers of the left and right hands of the system kept circling in front of it. Can you give more? After all, I risk my life to do this for you. If you don't do it, I will do it. Shen Hui straightened his chest and said to the little monkey who came out of nowhere with a trembling voice. He thought he would not be surprised by any unnatural situation around Yanrui and Jian Anqi. But until the monkey spoke human words, he still found that he had seen too little of the world. But Yanrui said that he could get 20% of the profits. He was not as rich as Wei Cheng. He hoped to save more money and buy more talismans from Yanrui to give to his wife. Why are you like this? The system looked at Shen Hui with complaint. Shen Hui straightened his back. But his calves were actually trembling. He didn't know where the things came from. And he didn't know if he could afford to offend them. But he really needed this money. I can design advertising stickers and posters for you, as long as I can participate in this matter, Shen Hui said, and expressed his determination to Yanrui and Jian Anqi. I can sign a life and death agreement, but I hope you can share the money I earn with my wife. Yanrui didn't know why society suddenly wanted to take the route of sacrificing oneself for justice. He hurriedly explained, Don't take it so seriously. We talk like this. You made me not know how to discuss with you. After Yanrui finished speaking, he looked at Wei Cheng again. Do you want to join? I'll give you 20%. Wei Cheng waved his hands vigorously, shaking his head like a wave drum. No. No. I'll just be there to help and cheer you up. He didn't want to exchange money for his life. He wasn't as desperate as old Shen. That's fine. We'll design 2 flyers. One for Ping Ping and one for Uncle Shen. Yanrui made the final decision. And then said, when the time comes, customers will count the purchases based on the flyers. Okay. Shen Hui clenched his hands, and his heart was filled with infinite fighting spirit. The system also reluctantly said him, and at the same time secretly cursed in his heart that if this old man was in danger again next time, he would definitely not go to rescue him immediately. The system was very fast, and immediately printed 1,000 flyers for them. Wei Cheng lent his huge backpack to Shen Hui. Shen Hui filled the backpack with flyers, and took a bottle of water in his hand, and prepared to set off. Wait a minute. Yanrui called Shen Hui. And Shen Hui turned to look at Yanrui. and felt Yenrui patting his chest twice. Okay. You can go now. Shenhui only felt a warm air flow slowly flowing out from his chest, making him feel comfortable all over. And even his shoulders, which had been sore all the time, became a little relieved. Thank you. Shenhui knew that this must be Yenrui's credit. He must distribute more flyers, introduce more people, and save money to let his wife try the legendary doctor's method. Chapter 134 Card Game. While waiting for the system and Shenhui to return, Yenrui stayed on the first floor, writing and drawing. I'll try to draw talismans on other things. I feel that this plane is not short of other things, but it is short of talismans. If you want to sell things, you have to find another way. Yenrui shook his head, deeply aware of the difficulty of doing business. Jian Anqi sat beside him and habitually acted as his guardian. If those things can't be sold in this plane, then sell them at the end of the world. It won't lose money. Maybe the previous planes were really simple, causing Yenrui to be a little careless. This plane gave him a warning when he came in, which was indeed different. No matter. At most we can use those things ourselves. Yenrui took out a palm-sized doll and prepared to try to do something with the doll. The doll was not big, and only a small area on the back could be used for painting. Yenrui's pen tip kept moving back and forth in the air, wanting to start. But he was not confident for a while. Changed to a bigger one. Yenrui put away the palm-sized doll, then took out a size and doll, turned over the back of the doll, and compared the size with his hand. When he felt it was about right, he started to work. Unfortunately, the first one failed as expected. This cloth is soft and hard to control, Yenrui said a little disappointedly. My hand is still not very stable. It doesn't matter. Change another one. Jian Anqi thought for a while, then took out a cutting board from the space grid. Draw on this one. Yes. Jian Anqi gave Yenrui a chopping board, the kind for chopping vegetables. Yenrui? This chopping board is flat and hard, and it won't deform easily. It's more useful than a doll, Jian Anqi said seriously. And if something unexpected happens, this thing can also be used as armor. Why not? Jian Anqi's words made sense. Yenrui didn't know where to start laughing. Okay. Then I'll draw on it. Yenrui still couldn't control his expression and laughed out loud. Hearing Yenrui's laughter, Jian Anqi was relieved. Seeing Yenrui's lost expression just now, he thought of several ways to make Yenrui laugh. But he didn't know why Yenrui didn't seem to feel his sense of humor. Still need props. Jian Anqi restrained his eyes, lowered his head, and looked in the space grid to see if there were other props that could be used to draw talismans. But as he searched, he regretted his carelessness. I should have bought an account book or a diary. This thing doesn't need more than a few pages. If he had bought it and left it aside, it could be used by Yenrui to draw talismans now. A wise man is always wrong. And he finally realized it now. But Yenrui didn't feel the entanglement in Jian Anqi's heart at all. He just finished drawing on the chopping board and looked at Jian Anqi eagerly. Can I use the things in the space grid? Of course. But at least leave me one of each. Yenrui was happy. He took out various tools that Jian Anqi prepared from the space grid to deal with the apocalypse that was coming at any time. Pot? Draw on the bottom of the pot. Bowl? Draw on the bottom of the bowl. Shovel? Draw on the top of the shovel. Drink? Draw on the water bottle. Not only did the props prepared by Jian Anqi produce great effects in his hands, but even the stockpiled potato chips and biscuits did not escape Yenrui's clutches. It was because the slippery wrapping paper was too easy to draw. Yenrui blew on the talisman he had just drawn, and then said with a smile, That's good. Now practice on these things. And when you get to the dolls, you will be more skilled and sell them at a high price. Yenrui was actually very confident in the idea of doll substitute. But unfortunately, he died before he could achieve his goal. He lost first because of his craftsmanship. So now there are cutting board substitute, pressure cooker substitute, plastic bag substitute, and other slightly weird substitute types. But now it is a seller's market. If they want to stay alive, they will probably buy even a brick substitute. Yenrui collapsed on the sofa in the hall. Jian Anqi sat beside him and rubbed his hands. Then asked, How many substitute talismans did you draw just now? More than 100. I feel that this thing is harder to write than summer homework. I can make up a book of homework in a day. But now I can't do it after drawing more than 100 talismans. It's like he's exhausted. But he can't say that. Jian Anqi smiled. How can making up for holiday homework be the same as drawing talismans? You don't use your brain when you write fake homework. You just copy from me. Not only did I copy from you, I also asked you to help me write. Yanrui hugged Jian Anqi. Do you think that if I wanted to write homework well, my grades would be better? And maybe I could go to military school with you. You don't like being a soldier. Why do you want to go to military school? Jian Anqi tapped Yanrui's cheek. But if it were to happen again, I would definitely force you to do homework with me from the beginning of the holiday. And I would never let you make up for it at the last minute. What a strict boyfriend. Yanrui lay back down. No. I don't have any superpowers anymore. I'm so tired. I can't even hear you. Jian Anqi held Yanrui's wrist, trying to inject his superpowers into Yanrui's body. But Yanrui couldn't help but hiss as soon as he used his superpowers. Why is there so much static electricity? This hotel is quite dry. Yanrui sat up and looked around, then discussed with Jian Anqi. It's okay to wait here. Why don't we rely on the system and see if we can find the resource point on the first floor? This is interesting. The card game level full of dangers has become an ordinary treasure hunt game for Jian Anqi and Yanrui. Jian Anqi and Yanrui said with a smile, if we find it, we can show it off to the system. Yanrui felt happy when he thought of that scene. The lobby on the first floor of the hotel was empty. The two of them searched everywhere, even under the sofa. But they didn't find any boxes. Do you think this resource point can be inside the sofa? Yanrui guessed, Wei Cheng. Come here. Wei Cheng didn't want to be a light bulb when the young couple was in love. He ran to the side early. At this time, Yanrui called him, and he naturally ran over from the corner. What's wrong? Brother Yan? What's the problem? I just want to ask you. Is it possible that the resource point is inside the sofa seat? It's very possible. Brother Yan, your observation ability is this. Wei Cheng gave a thumbs up. We just found so many resource points. So many inexplicable scenes are possible. And the sofa seat is naturally possible. Yanrui's heart was moved. He rubbed his hands and took out a knife to cut the sofa cushion. However, when he got close, his hand touched the material of the sofa, and he suddenly felt reluctant. Wei Cheng, can the things in the game be taken away? Wei Cheng was stunned, and then answered honestly, it should be possible. Someone took the things in the resource point out before. Except for the cards. Everything should be taken out? Wei Cheng was not sure at this time. He had never taken things out of the game on purpose. Sometimes I took a little thing, such as a bottle of water or a capsule. I don't know what Yanrui means. But the next second, he realized what Yanrui meant. The huge leather long sofa disappeared in front of him. This sofa is too expensive. I think it's more valuable than a resource point, Yanrui said. How about we take this back and put it in the coffee shop? Of course. Jian Anqi followed Yanrui's idea. This coffee table is actually not bad. Of course. Yanrui waved his hand and put all the things in front of him that could be taken away into his space button. Even the carpet was not spared. This hotel is so clean. There is not even a dust under the carpet. How did he create this game scene? Yanrui was puzzled. But if he couldn't figure it out, he shouldn't think about it. He was going to start looting. In addition to the sofas for temporary rest, the lobby on the first floor also had a huge reception area, which was equipped with small single sofas facing each other and coffee tables, which looked very valuable. These things can be sold to Tian Mei. If he wants to do business, these can all be used. While collecting things, Yanrui arranged the ownership of these things with Jian Anqi. Jian Anqi followed behind him with his hands behind his back and also made a suggestion. In fact, the quality of this window is not bad. If there are no guests in a while, we can find tools to remove the window. You see, it is made of double-layer thick glass, and the sound insulation and heat insulation should be good. The window frame is also made of aluminum alloy, and it can be sold at a good price if it is sold second-hand. TSK. Yanrui was amazed. Jian Anqi was worthy of being his soul mate, and was more thoughtful than he thought. There is also a small restaurant on the first floor. It's a pity that there are no ingredients in the meat restaurant. It's all cold furniture. But it's better than nothing. Don't collect these things yet. I'll try. There's no water source in this kitchen. If there is, we can collect some water. Jian Anqi looked at Wei Cheng at this time. Is the water here drinkable? Me too. Wow. He didn't know either. He had never seen anyone play games like this. Is this the card game that has always terrified him? Is this a furniture battle royale? Forget it. Jian turned on the faucet and found that there was actually water in it. So he hesitated for a while, then turned around and said to Rui, "Why don't we collect some first? And if we can't use it, we can take a shower with it. Let me feel it." Jian took a small basin of water, and then Rui put his hand in the water and felt it, but didn't feel anything unusual. It should be non-toxic, but I'm not sure. Let's wait until the system comes back. Let's connect it now. In this way, Wei Cheng found a new job, which is to get water in the kitchen. But fortunately, he now has a place to use his skills, and he doesn't have to worry about Rui and Jian throwing him away. The 10 or so large barrels in front of him are enough for him to work for a while. Jian and Rui collected a lot of home appliances in the kitchen this time, including refrigerators, ovens, and microwave ovens. If the stove was not difficult to remove, they would have to remove the stove as well. But there are a lot of tableware here, so Rui and Jian happily accepted them. Do you think the heavenly Tao of this plane wants to wipe us out directly? Although it seems that he may not be able to do it directly, he will have other tricks, such as sending a few particularly difficult people to fight us. So what? Is there anyone in this plane who can fight better than you and me? Jian didn't care. He turned his head and looked at Wei Cheng, who was humming a song while helping him get water. We met a smart man this time. He and Rui have done many things that are difficult to understand. But Wei Cheng didn't ask a word and worked diligently as their younger brother. That's why he can live until now. He now feels a little wise. Wei Cheng didn't know that he was so highly regarded by the two. If he knew, he would definitely jump 3 feet high. Maybe I'll get a chance to hug someone's thigh. Ha ha ha. Feeling that they had rested enough, Rui and Jian returned to the front desk, where they had been drawing talismans. This time, Rui took out another size M doll and tried to draw talismans on the back. Unexpectedly, this casual attempt was completely successful. Rui cheered and jumped up from the chair. I'm a genius. Of course you are a genius. Jian eyes were filled with pride. Rui hugged Jian and kissed him hard. If I don't make this money, who will? Rui drew more than a dozen dolls in one breath, because the dolls were not easy to draw and required Rui's full commitment. The efficiency was a bit low. Jian just stood beside him, with his hands behind his back and his head down, watching Rui's movements, like a pine tree. Ding! The sound of the elevator arriving suddenly appeared in the empty hall, and even echoed. Rui immediately raised his head. Is anyone coming? Indeed, someone was coming. The leader was the mother and daughter he had just rescued, followed by 7 or 8 players, who looked a little nervous. Benefactor, you are really here. When the mother saw Rui, she ran to him with her child in her arms. I want to ask, can I continue to buy a substitute amulet? Of course. The substitute amulet I gave you before. The mother sighed unwillingly, and then replied, something happened. After saying that, he turned his eyes again and looked at Rui gratefully. If it weren't for the substitute amulet you gave me, we would have died. It seems that there is still an accident. Rui did not ask more questions. He smiled and took out a doll and handed it to the little girl. How is it? Is this bunny cute? Hey, this one. You don't have to give the child a gift. She doesn't need a doll. The mother wanted to push the doll back, but after Rui pointed out the pattern on the back of the doll to the mother immediately shut up. New model? Rui nodded. He smiled and stuffed the doll into the child's arms, then took out a needle and handed it to the mother. Drop blood on the back of the doll, and it's done. The mother first pierced the child's middle finger with a needle. The little girl was in pain and tears, but she pursed her lips tightly to prevent herself from crying out loud. Rui looked distressed, and after the process was over, he gave her a few candies. Eat it. It's a reward for you. Because the mother did not continue to refuse Rui's kindness. After her child received the candy, she said to Rui again, I want to buy 2 this time. Rui took out a palm-sized doll and handed it to the mother. When the mother saw the doll, her eyes lit up. Then she thought about it and pushed it back. I don't need this one. Just give me the one that can hold a piece of paper. Girls must like dolls. Rui just noticed the look in the mother's eyes and confirmed this guess. It's too big, and it's inconvenient for you to carry the child. You can hang it on your bag or on the zipper of your clothes. Rui smiled and stuffed the doll into the mother's hand. The mother looked left and right and said gratefully, Thank you. It's okay. I'm open for business anyway. I'll sell to anyone. Yinrui clapped his hands and looked at the people behind her and asked, "Are they all here to buy the substitute talisman?" "Yes. Yes. Yes." The mother pointed to the people behind her. "They are all players who came to ask about the role of the substitute talisman after seeing its effect. Then you are lucky. I have stock here. You don't have to wait." Yinrui took out the strange carriers he had just used to draw the talisman from under the table. "These things are 15,000 each. And the dolls are 20,000. Yinrui pointed at the dolls and said, "Don't say I raised the price. That's my first customer who has welfare benefits. You can't compare with her. Do these things really have the same effect as the substitute talisman?" Someone in the crowd raised his hand and asked weakly, "It's not that I don't believe it. In fact, I just don't believe it. How could something that sounds so celestial be a rolling pin? Don't worry. These are all the same. But I don't have paper here. Only these things have space for drawing. Do you want to buy them? If not, someone will definitely want to buy them later. The system and Shinhui have been up there for a while. I don't know if they have attracted some customers for themselves. It should be possible. The system is quite cute. If he looks at someone with his big watery eyes and begs to come and buy things, that person will definitely not refuse. As for Shinhui, such a hard-working old man, the people above should also respect the elderly and love the young. These people were skeptical. Some of them were a little richer, so they took a few children away. And some people took away pots, pans, rolling pins to save money. And Yinrui had to start restocking again. "Can we two hide here for a while?" the mother asked with her child in a low voice. "I will never trouble you. I don't need your protection." "Why not? You two can sit here." Yinrui subconsciously pointed to the position of the sofa just now. But it was empty now. Yinrui's ears turned red for a moment. And he walked to the original position of the sofa and put it out. "You two can rest here. There shouldn't be any bad guys on the first floor now." "But there are no bad guys. And there will be trouble from the game system," the mother reminded. "Sometimes the game will randomly add tasks. And those who have not completed them will be wiped out. Let's talk about it then. Anyway, with the substitute talisman, my life will definitely be saved." Yinrui put down a sentence and went back to continue drawing the talisman. When he was tired of drawing, he chatted with the mother for a while. During the chat, he learned that the mother's name was Hu Xiaojing, and her daughter just turned 7 this year, named Hu Yuyo. Yinrui didn't ask why at first. Hu Xiaojing is a single mother, because when this happens, most of the time the father should die in the game. But this is not the case with the mother and daughter of the Hu family. Yuyu's father hooked up with a rich lady. Every time the game is about to start, the lady will send someone to stand next to him. If the black line chooses him, the people around him will block the attack of the black line for him in advance. And even if he accidentally enters the game, it doesn't matter. There are many players raised by the lady in the game who will keep him safe. The eldest lady sounds very capable. But why would you choose Yuyu? A father who has no responsibilities? Yinrui really didn't understand. Hu Xiaojing sighed. Because he's handsome. Yinrui, being good-looking is really an advantage. But I don't think he's as handsome as you two. Hu Xiaojing looked at Yinrui and Jian Anqi and said from the bottom of her heart, "My ex-husband is only half as good-looking as you two." Yinrui waved his hand quickly. "Let's not compare this." Luckily, someone got off the elevator at this time. And Yinrui immediately jumped up from the sofa and said to the mother and daughter, "You two have a good rest. Brother, I've got the water." At the same time, Wei Cheng also ran out of the kitchen. "Are there any empty buckets?" Yinrui and Jian Anqi divided the work. Jian Anqi was in charge of the kitchen. Yinrui was in charge of selling goods. And after getting busy, Yinrui suddenly missed the system very much. I wonder if the system is thirsty, hungry, or tired now. Are there any bad guys who want to capture him? It's so dangerous up there. And I don't know if he's injured. At this moment, Shinhui was standing behind the system with his mouth wide open, shocked and unable to say a word. What the hell is this? Tyrant King Kong? Isn't King Kong's hair black? And King Kong can't speak human language, and can't grow or shrink. What the hell is this thing? The system chased in the direction where everyone fled. Shinhui blinked, feeling tangled in his heart, but finally followed. This big monkey should still be rational and shouldn't hurt himself. The people being chased are crying without tears at this moment. Is this a new level added to the game for them? Cards have no effect on him. How can he play? This is too scary. Chapter 135 Card Game. Shenhui followed the system closely, but he was sweating in his heart while chasing. Horrible. Horrible. Such a big monkey, crushing all the players as if entering an empty space. Fortunately, he is his friend now. Not really a friend. Anyway, this big monkey should not hurt him. Right? Go to the first floor to buy things. The system forced the surviving players, who passed by, into a corner, and then stared at them fiercely without saying a word. The blocked players were in darkness at this time. They originally thought that this game would give people a glimmer of hope, but now they found that the game seemed to have been revised. He wanted to catch everyone in one fell swoop. Everyone felt that they were in great trouble, but they didn't dare to cry out loud, so they could only cover their mouths and shed tears silently. What are you crying for? The system shrank in front of them at this time, becoming half a person's height. Although it didn't have the deterrent power just now, the scene just now was still in front of them. These players still didn't dare to take it lightly, and even thought that this monkey would play some new tricks again. Take this and go to the first floor. You must buy something. The system gave each of them a flyer. It can save your life. If you don't buy it, you will die. No way. It's killing people. Why are you trying to make money now? Most of the people in front of me now have a pink flyer in their hands. Those who didn't get the flyer were still holding a grudge, fearing that the monkey would say those who didn't get the flyer look unlucky, so leave it as my food. But such a horrible scene did not happen. The monkey stretched out his hand behind him. Give me yours. What? Shenhui did not react for a moment. What do you want? Your flyers. You don't want the sales? If you don't want these people, then all of them will belong to me. The system rolled its eyes and moved its hand towards Shenhui. Hurry up and give me your flyers. Oh, okay. Shenhui hurriedly took out a small stack of flyers from his backpack and handed them to the system. Thank you for your trouble, the system said to him, and then distributed Shenhui's flyers to other people who did not get flyers. Take this thing to the first floor and tell them that you came to buy things because you saw the flyers. Remember? The players in front of them nodded vigorously, fearing that the system would be unhappy and grow bigger and crush them to death in the next second. The system nodded with satisfaction. You won't buy anything, or turn the tables and complain to my boss. Right? Shenhui thought that the little monkey was strong in martial arts, but didn't know much about the ways of the world. So why did he take the initiative to give them his handle? It doesn't matter if you complain. Anyway, the boss only has you as the best employee. Shenhui helped the system to add. We are familiar with each other. Now that we have met here once, it won't be difficult to meet again for the second time. Let's say hello to each other next time we meet. Okay. The system nodded. Anyway, I remember what these people look like. The system said it unintentionally, but these words sounded like threats to the ears of those players, and the listeners felt uneasy. Don't worry. We just need to go to the first floor to buy things. Right? A brave player raised the flyer in his hand and said hopefully, just buy it. Right? After buying it, they shouldn't chase them anymore. Right? Yes. Take the flyer, and my boss will know. The system crossed its arms. You guys go quickly. I have to find the next group of people. Okay. Okay. Hearing that they are not the only lucky ones selected, these players can't help but feel gloating in their hearts. We are all the same. Let's die together. Why don't you get up? The system took a step forward and turned to look at the players, who were still shivering in the corner behind him, and urged, hurry up. Don't you want to go? No. No. Really not. We are just a little weak now. Your pressure is too heavy. We can't get up for a while. The other players looked at this flatterer with disdain. Would anyone fall for such blatant flattery? This monkey looks like he has experienced many storms. This person must have made a wrong calculation. Haha. I didn't expect that I would find my soulmate here. If you mention my name there, our boss will give you a 20% discount. The system plucked a handful of hair from its body, then ran back and handed it to the player who had just started to please him. You must not die. Okay. Okay. I will try not to die. The player who got a handful of monkey hair also had strength at this time. He glanced in the direction of other players, then raised his chin and said hum with some pride, and then ran to the elevator. Let's go find the next group of people. The system pulled Shenhui forward, and Shenhui was only surprised at this time. You? As soon as Shenhui opened his mouth, The system glanced at him, hesitating. Say it quickly if you have something to say. Don't delay me to chase people. The system found that there were not many players on this floor. Only a few small shrimps left. He walked around and returned to the elevator, just in time to meet some players who were just trapped by him and were about to leave. Boss, you also want to go back to the first floor? I won't go back to the first floor. I'm going to advertise on other floors. The system repeatedly reminded. You must read the flyer carefully. The things my boss sells can really save your life. Okay. We will definitely buy it. In fact, the person who moved quickly just now had already read the flyer. The flyer said that the props that could give you an extra life were written on it, which was particularly unreliable at first glance. But he was forced by this monkey. If he didn't buy it, he might be strangled immediately if he was caught by this monkey. Are the people behind this game short of money? Are they committed to turning every player into a Krypton Gold player? Or is there anyone so bold that he has brought his own business into the game? Anyway, no matter which situation it is, ordinary people like them can't afford to offend. People with poor family conditions came to the first floor with sighs. Yin Rui saw someone coming down and greeted him with surprise. Are you going to buy something? The elevator capacity is not large. Only 6 or 7 people came down in the first batch. Later, 3 or 4 elevators came intermittently. A total of about 20 players were gathered on the first floor. Someone made us come here. It was a close call. He almost said the word forced out loud. Yin Rui looked at these people holding flyers in their hands, thinking that the system was really powerful, and letting the system go out to promote was the most correct decision he made. Yes, I sell substitute props here. After buying them, you don't have to worry about the game extracting your soul. If you don't believe me, ask her. Yin Rui pointed to the first beneficiary, Ms. Hu Xiaojing. She has experienced it herself. I swear to God, she is definitely not my agent. Hu Xiaojing nodded vigorously, then carefully recounted her and her daughter's experiences, and swore to God that if she was an agent, she would die a bad death. Some people were shaken by Hu Xiaojing's experience, but most players still didn't believe that such a magical prop existed. But everyone came here under threat. So what difference does it make whether they believe it or not? I'll buy it. I'll buy a small one. How much is a small doll? At this time, someone pointed to a palm-sized doll and said, this doll costs 15,000 for the big one and 20,000 for the small one. Are you sure you want the small one? Yin Rui introduced with a smile. There are other props. The effects are the same, but they are not very pretty. Why is the small one more expensive than the big one? These players don't know that it is more troublesome to draw talismans with the small dolls, and they think the price is the same as outside. Then give me a big one. Or give me a pair of slippers. I have monkey hair. And he said he can give me a 20% discount. Yin Rui was surprised that the system would actually give benefits to this player who met by chance. He was not so generous to his family members, and they just took advantage of his delicious food. If he said 20% off, I will definitely give you 20% off. This is the IOU. After you sign it, I will transfer the money to this account, Yin Rui said, pointing to the poster behind him that he and Jian Anqi had already prepared for the use of the stand-in props. Then raised his hand and looked at the crowd. Next. The next person is a young man who looks like he hasn't slept for a few days, wearing glasses and thin, and looks like he won't live for a few days. The dark circles under his eyes are as big as half of his face. Yin Rui looked at him curiously. Brother, I feel that compared with the stand-in props, what you need more is a good sleep. The young man with dark circles under his eyes laughed, then shook his head, as if resigned to fate, and said, it's useless. I have too much pressure in my heart. No matter how many sleeping pills I take, it doesn't work. When my body is exhausted, death will be a kind of relief. Yin Rui felt a little uncomfortable when he heard this. This doomsday form feels like every ordinary resident in the Lingqi plain. Cutting meat with a blunt knife is not as pleasant as when it rains directly from the sky. So which one do you need? The one in the 15,000 yuan range, or the one in the 20,000 yuan range? Yin Rui also put away his thoughts and put on a formal smile. The player with dark circles said nonchalantly, whatever. It's the same anyway. Yin Rui frowned. Do you want to see your insomnia? My medical skills are actually pretty good. It shouldn't be a big deal for him to make people fall asleep. The player with dark circles shook his head and said helplessly, then the one in the 20,000 yuan range. Give me an IOU. Yanrui handed the player a light green doll. After the player signed the IOU, he bit his finger hard, and the blood that seeped out immediately sank into the doll in his hand. He looked at the back of the player leaving, and said to Jian Anqi behind him with some concern, with his health. I'm afraid he will die halfway through the walk. It shouldn't happen. He's still young and should be able to hold on for a while. And the huge sound of hitting the ground attracted the attention of the two people. Yanrui looked at the surrounded players and looked at Jian Anqi with some difficulty. Isn't this slap in the face a bit too fast? The player with dark circles under his eyes, who had just taken 2 steps and was unsteady on his feet, was now fainted on the spot. And he didn't open his eyes no matter who shouted at him. Seeing his situation, someone shouted in horror. Did you do it? Yanrui pointed at himself in disbelief. Are you talking about me? The panic spread. And a player shouted, you found a big monkey to force us to buy things. And after buying things, people are like this. What kind of substitute props? In fact, we are your substitute props. The crowd immediately started to discuss. And Yanrui looked around. And there were many people who scolded them. Brothers will die sooner or later. But I will never let such people succeed. Do it. As soon as the man finished speaking, the card in his hand emitted a faint light. Crack technique. Solid stone tower. Light and shadow wave. Countless card moves attacked Yanrui and Jian Anqi. And the two retreated repeatedly without noticing. There were too many people. And Yanrui couldn't resist for a moment. He grabbed Jian Anqi and moved backwards with him, wanting to retreat under the front desk. But when he walked backwards, the hand holding Jian Anqi was loosened, and he felt a black shadow passing by in front of his eyes. Then, screams of pain came from the crowd that had just attacked them. In less than half a minute, the crowd returned to calm. What's the matter? Yanrui shook his clothes and found that there were no scars on them. So he walked towards Jian Anqi. Yanrui walked to Jian Anqi and patted him lightly, then complained, do you know that you scared me to death just now? After I missed, my mind went blank. Jian Anqi couldn't get enough of Yanrui's worried look. He put his arm around Yanrui's shoulders, lowered his head, kissed his forehead gently, and then gently admitted his mistake. I'm sorry. I won't do it again next time. Yanrui pouted, snorted from his nose, took a big breath of air unexpectedly, and then remembered what he had just said. What's the matter? Player, I'm the matter. But at this time, the players only had their eyeballs that could move. They knew that the monkey had spiritual power, and the cards had no effect on him. But the monkey boss looked like an ordinary player. As we all know, there are no protective cards in the game, and it is impossible for anyone to be immune to the card's moves. But the fact was right in front of them. Someone really ignored the card's attack. So many of them attacked the two people together. But they didn't even knock off the hair on their clothes. The thread on Yanrui's shoulder was still floating on his seams. Let us go. We won't dare to do it again. Yanrui looked at these players whose faces were already covered with black and gray, bared his teeth, and then said to Jian Anqi, you are too heavy. Jian Anqi shrugged and said nothing. They were too aggressive just now. I couldn't stop them for a while. However, Yanrui looked around and found that these people were not in danger of life. So he didn't want to care about them. He walked around them, found the player with dark circles under his eyes, and grabbed his wrist. In fact, there were still some players who didn't take action. At this time, their physical condition was still good, and they were not struck by lightning. But when they saw Yanrui and Jian Anqi coming over, they all took a step back in fear. Yanrui smiled. Wei Cheng, don't take the water. Come and help me entertain the guests. I'm coming. Wei Cheng, who had been paying attention to the situation outside, immediately turned off the faucet, and then trotted out. I'll receive them. Wei Cheng. Some of the players, who were still in good condition, recognized Wei Cheng. Wei Cheng heard the familiar voice and looked curiously in the direction of the voice. When he saw the person coming, he shouted happily, Zhou Yuan. Yanrui saw that the two knew each other, thinking that it would be easier to do things with an acquaintance. So he lowered his head and concentrated on checking the situation of the player with dark circles under his eyes. At the same time, he secretly hoped that Wei Cheng could really convince these players and let them stop questioning him. He could clearly see that these people were reluctant to buy things, and it was probably because the system was threatening them again. The situation of the player with dark circles under his eyes was not very good. All his organs were failing. In fact, There was no special reason. He just didn't rest well. And he had been overdrawing his body. So he was very weak now. Just stay dizzy like this, and you will feel better after a good sleep. Yin Rui put down the hand of the player with dark circles, and was about to stand up and leave, when he heard the game notification sound. After testing, player number 4280 was disconnected for a long time, and the game is now processing him to quit the game. After the game notification sounded, it was as if a mountain was pressing on the hearts of every player. Everyone looked at the player with dark circles lying unconscious on the ground. Although those who were struck by Jian Anqi's lightning looked more seriously injured, they knew that they felt that there was nothing wrong with their bodies. Besides, only one player was notified to be out, and that must be the dark circle who fainted before. Yen Rui said TSK. He didn't expect that. Without him explaining, this game took the initiative to deliver advertisements to his door. You all watched. You all saw clearly. You all know that he just bought my substitute props. I use my life to guarantee that his soul will not be sucked out by the game. How is it possible? Before, someone also boasted that he created a prop that would not be sucked out by the game. Although it is useless, it can still be sold for 200,000 yuan. Don't use this thing for false propaganda. You will be struck by lightning and there will be retribution. A player wearing a cross necklace, holding up his cross pendant, advised in the direction of Yen Rui. People should have conscience. Yen Rui snorted coldly. Anyway, the lightning has not struck me for the time being. And you just watch. But if you buy the props, you will pay double the price. The believer saw that Yen Rui was unmoved, so he took his hand back, then lowered his head and muttered some scriptures. Souls collected. Game continues. The sound of the game notification faded away. And at this time someone could not wait to walk to the side of the player with dark circles under his eyes. Stretched out his finger to test his breath. Yen Rui hugged his arms and looked confident. He raised his chin and looked at the person testing him, and then asked, "How is it? Is he dead?" The man touched his cervical artery in disbelief, then lowered his head and put his ear to his chest, listening to his heartbeat, and finally pinched his pulse in disbelief. Really not dead. The person who checked the physical condition of Dark Circle immediately stood up, clenched his fists, and shouted to the crowd, "He's not dead. He's really not dead." At this time, Hu Xiaojing also stood up and said with a smile, "Seeing is believing. My daughter was sentenced to death by the game, but she is still fine now. It was Boss Yang who saved us. And later someone attacked my mother and daughter. And this substitute prop also helped us block the fatal blow. So now everyone believes it. I'm really not a shill." Wei Cheng also said to his acquaintance Zhou Yuan, "This thing is really useful. If you don't believe it, I'll pay for you." Zhou Yuan was skeptical at first, but seeing that the Dark Circle player was really not dead, the scale in his heart also leaned towards believing. That man is just asleep. If you don't believe me, wait until he wakes up before buying. I'm not in a hurry anyway. Yen Rui was full of confidence at this time. He walked back to the front desk seat, picked up the pen again, and began to draw talismans on his props. Many people gathered around the player with dark circles at this time. Everyone was touching him, trying to see if he was really alive. "Boss, give me 2 20,000 yuan ones. I'll keep the account." Wei Cheng stood in front of the stage with a smile. "I'm buying them for my friends." Jian Anqi handed him 2 dolls the size of a pendant. After Wei Cheng got them, he couldn't wait to run to Zhou Yuan, and at the same time excitedly told him how safe he was here, and persuaded him to stay. Zhou Yuan was of course tempted, but he didn't know whether Yen Rui would keep him. He didn't want to make things difficult for Wei Cheng, so he could only nod and say that he would consider it. "Ah, what are you doing?" The player with dark circles opened his eyes at this time and looked at the people around him with a confused face. "Did someone touch me just now? Are you really alive?" A man who was just hit by Jian Anqi and was covered in black and gray, and his clothes were full of holes, pinched the face of the player with dark circles. Hey, what are you doing? Do we know each other? Are you just touching me?" When Dark Circles just woke up, he was still a little confused. When he saw a black man stretched out his claws to him, he immediately woke up and retreated in fear. "Oh, he's really alive. Yes, he looks quite energetic. He's really not dead. What did you feel just now?" The Dark Circles player was confused by the reactions of these people. It was not until someone explained the origin of Hailong to him that he picked up the doll he had just bought. It's black. He remembered the stripes on the back of the doll. It was abrupt and bright red before, but now it has turned black. I don't know if it's his illusion. The whole doll has become gray and bald now. Magic, there's hope. The players who finally confirmed that Yenrui's substitute item was useful cheered with open arms. And some even shed tears of excitement. Yes, there's hope. Happiness came too suddenly. Boss, I want to buy 10. A player ran to Yenrui and shouted excitedly. Yenrui's voice was calm. No. Each person is limited to 2. And can only use it for themselves. Wei Cheng, come to supervise. I'm here. Wei Cheng dragged Zhou Yuan to Yenrui. Boss Yen, this is my friend Zhou Yuan. He's very reliable. Can I let him come with me? Yenrui didn't even raise his head. Yes. But if you want a protective item, it's a different price. Chapter 136 Card Game. Okay. Wei Cheng quietly talked to Zhou Yuan for a while. And then Zhou Yuan left. He came to discuss with Yenrui, can I buy a protected quota? Like Wei Cheng. I will also pay 500,000. Okay. Yenrui agreed without hesitation. But he kept his head down, and the pen in his hand did not stop. Wait for me a moment. Or, Yenrui called out, Jian Anqi. You help him draw that. Zhou Yuan looked at Jian Anqi, who was sent out, and felt a little scared. His move just now really left him with a big psychological shadow. In addition, Jian Anqi's face was as black as the bottom of a pot. Stretch out your hand. Jian Anqi had no expression on his face. But Zhou Yuan said that Jian Anqi's black face towards him was really wronged. After a long time, you will know that he can only have a good face when facing Yenrui. And he is cold and inhumane when facing other people. Zhou Yuan stretched out his hand tremblingly. And Jian Anqi took out the magic protective pattern stored in the space button and gently applied it. Zhou Yuan felt his wrist cool. And then Jian Anqi's voice came to his ear. It's over. Do what you need to do. Wei Cheng hurriedly pulled Zhou Yuan away. At this time, many people had already started queuing in front of Yenrui, wanting to buy a prop that could save a life. Although the price was a bit expensive for them. Since this thing was really effective, it was equivalent to giving him a life. And it was not too much for them to go bankrupt. Not to mention that it was only 15,000. Wait a minute. I don't have any stock here now. If you want to queue up, you can queue up. If you don't want to queue up, you can go and wait nearby. There is a rest area there. Oops. I forgot to take away all the sofas in the lounge area. Just find a place to rest. Or go up to find resources. I can't finish drawing for a while anyway. Yenrui said it honestly. But in fact, he still had a small part of the stock he left. Humph. He didn't want them to think that this thing was easy to buy. Yenrui felt a little uncomfortable when he thought of those who had just attacked him. But this discomfort immediately disappeared after thinking about the amount of money he would make. A good start. As expected. The greater the risk, the more money you make. I hope there will be more and more such opportunities in the future. Yenrui's speed of drawing talismans is getting faster and faster. And he is getting more and more skilled. Now he doesn't even need to keep an eye on the pen in his hand. And he can still think about slacking off. Hey, why are you here? I don't know why the system is so fast. Not long after, several groups of people came down. And the lobby of the hotel was almost full. Yenrui then put down his pen leisurely. Okay. We can start selling now. Hearing this, Zhou Yuan immediately ran to the outside of the front desk, ready to organize the crowd, and strive to be the best assistant. Seeing that he was so proactive, Wei Cheng also felt relieved to continue to help Jian Anqi and Yenrui get water. Many of the people who came later were hit by the system. If you look closely, you can see that some people have slight bruises on their faces. They didn't believe that there could be any good things here. But when they heard the people in front of them buying devoutly like believers, they couldn't help but ask the people who had already bought how magical it was. After hearing the story of the man with dark circles under his eyes, who sat next to Hu Xiaojing and her daughter, and actually saved his life from the game system, he couldn't believe it for a moment. Brother, don't say it's you. I didn't believe it when I first came. The only clean thing on this man's body was his feet, because his shoes were smashed by Jian Anqi and couldn't be worn. After taking them off, only the socks inside were left. I was beaten like this. But now I'm queuing here quietly. So this thing is really effective. There were many people in the crowd with the same situation. whose Xiaojing also pulled her child to promote Yanrui in the crowd. And her sincere words touched everyone who heard it. Many people were moved by the fact spread by word of mouth in the crowd for a while. Even if they were really forced when they came, they now have some sincerity. Anyway, it's an IOU. If you really die here, the IOU will be invalid. After you get out, even if you don't pay it back, what can you do? Someone looked at Yanrui and had evil thoughts. Yanrui didn't care about this kind of thing at all. Because in his eyes, this kind of thing would never happen. Every IOU is watched by the system. If someone really dares to lose his money, then it will be the system's money. Thinking of the system's little money grubber, Yanrui was really relieved. Who dares to take the system's commission? Yanrui collected IOUs one by one. And soon, the IOUs became a fixed stack. Okay, this batch has been sold out. The next batch will start selling in 3 hours. Customers who have bought it don't need to block here. Go do what you need to do. Yanrui waved at the crowd. Don't block here. Yanrui finished speaking, but the others still didn't react. More people pretended not to understand what he said, and turned around in circles, refusing to get on the elevator. Just kidding. If someone else snatches the substitute props, wouldn't all the hours of waiting in line be wasted? Ding. The elevator rang again. Yanrui subconsciously looked in the direction of the elevator. And then a huge monkey occupied all his eyes. How did the system suddenly become so big? But after the system became bigger, it still looked so cute. Yanrui rubbed his fingers with an itchy hand, and then said to the system, "Come here quickly so that I can touch it." The system ran to Yanrui in 2 steps, lowered its head, and squinted its eyes comfortably when Yanrui's palm touched him. "You should become smaller. These people are staying here, and I have no way to deal with them." Yanrui shrugged, sighed and said, "It's so difficult." As soon as Yanrui finished speaking, the system immediately opened its eyes. He looked in the direction of the crowd and yelled, "Get out!" Many people were frightened by the sudden attack of the system and shuddered, then rushed to the direction of the kitchen in a panic. Wrong way. Jian crossed his legs and blocked the way of those who wanted to escape. Those people were so scared that they wanted to cry, turned around and ran. But they found the way to leave the first floor. The system was in a good mood when it saw that more than half of the people were gone. He shrank while talking. "Show me how much I earned today. The IOUs are all over there. Count them yourself. I've separated your and Shenhui's IOUs. By the way, where's Shenhui? Didn't he come down?" Shenhui definitely didn't get as many flyers as the system. The first batch of the system has been distributed, and now he's back to rest. So Shenhui should be almost there. "I'm here." Yanrui looked up and saw Shenhui standing there motionless. It turned out that he was standing behind the King Kong system. Just now, the system was too big and blocked Shenhui, so he didn't see it. "This is yours." The system was too lazy to turn its head in the direction of Shenhui. He raised his hand and handed the stack of IOUs belonging to Shenhui to the back. "You count it yourself." Shenhui was flattered to take the thick stack of IOUs, although it was thin compared to the system. It was enough for him. After all, compared to the system, he didn't do anything. What he did just now was to run behind the system. The system went crazy and didn't care about anything. The speed was too fast, and his old arms and legs almost couldn't keep up several times. "We sold quite a lot. I have 67 here. How many do you have?" The system looked at Shenhui and asked with satisfaction. "I have 19 here." Shenhui was also happy, with wrinkles on his face. According to the commission agreed before, he would have at least 19,000 yuan in his account, which could offset the money he just spent on the stand-in props. "You're not bad either." Listening to Shenhui, who had a much smaller number than himself, the system turned around with satisfaction, holding his belly and pinching his waist, and said to Yanrui, "I've recorded all the accounts. We'll calculate them together when we go out." "Okay." Yanrui answered straightforwardly. "How many floors did you run just now?" "6th floor. Many people will come down soon. I know your first floor is not big enough, so let them buy things according to the schedule. The system is quite thoughtful. You just draw too slowly. If you draw faster, we can earn more now. What we earn now is free, not something taken out of the supermarket." Yanrui enjoyed Jian Anqi's massage, sighed comfortably, and then said to the system, "I don't know when this level will end. Probably 3 days." The system said, "Just now I met a senior player upstairs. He predicted that this time it will end in 3 days. Then can he predict how many people will be left in the game this time? Yen Rui was curious. Is he here? I want to ask. The system spread its hands. He is not here. But I also heard someone ask the same question as you. And he still said that the number of people left in the end is completely random. And there is no pattern at all. Like a lottery. Betting on your own luck. Yen Rui is confident. I have always had good luck. He now has the basis for this kind of pride. Whether you have luck or not has nothing to do with you. Even if the game can suck away anyone's soul, it can't suck away yours, the system said. But you should draw quickly. Anyway, there are only 3 days left. Earn as much as you can. If you don't want the free money, you are a bastard. Okay. Okay. Yen Rui pulled his hand back from Jian Anqi's hand. I will continue to draw now. And you two can continue to distribute flyers. After the two men left, Zhou Yuan came over, looking like he had a hard time speaking. Yen Rui looked up at him and asked, What's wrong? Do you have any questions? Zhou Yuan nodded. Yen Rui thought he wanted to ask why the system could speak, just as he had prepared a plan for how to fool the system. He heard Zhou Yuan ask, Is what they said true? We can get out in about 3 days? So that's it. Yen Rui felt a little disappointed after hearing this question. Yes, but this is not accurate. After all, it's also the guess of other players. Anyway, it's a hope. Zhou Yuan's mood suddenly improved. He hummed a song and went to find Wei Cheng to share the good news. Yen Rui still underestimated the player's desire to leave the game. He took a deep breath and continued to divide the work with Jian Anqi. This time, it's your turn to sell the goods. Anyway, you know the price of these things. I have to hurry up and continue to draw talismans. Thinking that there were only 3 days, Yen Rui couldn't help but feel a sense of urgency. The system was fast enough, and he had to catch up with the system. Little did they know that the system was now showing off its power upstairs, and the players above were all in danger for a while, which made many enemies who used to fight each other stand on the same front. This won't work. A man with a thick beard knocked on the table hard. If this thing continues to be sold, it will definitely affect our business. How will it affect the business? Don't you want to live? A woman with her legs crossed and bright red nails painted said, I heard that his stand-in prop is real protection. After buying it, it is equivalent to competing with the game for life. The woman propped her chin with her hand and looked at the bearded man with a smile. You should buy it too. It's my business to buy it. What we are discussing now is our business. The bearded man looked at the woman with dissatisfaction. You can get an extra life for only 15,000 yuan. So there is no point in having me. What if no one hires us? Are we going to starve? That shouldn't be possible. The woman rubbed the back of her hand with a worried look on her face. It's summer now. There's no northwest wind for you to starve. Damn it. The bearded man slapped the table hard, stood up and pointed at the woman and cursed loudly, Qin Xiaoya. Don't be shameless. Is it me or you who are shameless? And Qin Xiaoya looked up and down at the bearded man. Considering that we have known each other for so many years, I will give you a word of advice. Qin Xiaoya raised her chin and said to the bearded man, with a contemptuous tone, Don't kill yourself. Although the appearance of Yen Rui and Jian Anqi will affect their business in the game, it is better to be affected than to die. Humph. If you don't want to cooperate with me, then get out of here. The bearded man waved his hand and felt his body lighten. The next second, he was floating in the air and couldn't land for a while. Qin Xiaoya spat in his direction, pointed in the direction of the door, and threw him out. This is the room we are in now. You told us to get out. I see you are so arrogant here. Go eat shit. Qin Xiaoya put the card away, and the function of the card immediately became invalid. The bearded man fell to the ground and fell heavily. The people following Qin Xiaoya all laughed out loud, and the bearded man left indignantly. After he left, Qin Xiaoya put away her playful expression and turned serious. So what they said is true. This guy is really interesting. Qin Xiaoya flicked her fingers. How about we go to the first floor to take a look? Sister, why don't we talk to him about cooperation? We are already senior players here, and there are still many people. Provide him with some help and establish a good relationship. Qin Xiaoya pinched the baby-faced girl behind her. We are not like those stinky men, who are blinded by greed and go forward to seek death. The bearded man became more and more angry as he walked. He returned to his base and found his companions. He waved his hand and said, Go to the first floor. Then we bring flyers. His younger brother didn't know that his elder brother had just been defeated by Chi Seoya, and was now angry. Bring a shit flyer. If you like flyers so much, just eat this flyer. The younger brother was immediately scared and stopped talking. He didn't know what he said wrong. Just now, his elder brother went to the first floor to buy a substitute prop. But he didn't even let him see it when he wanted to. Yin Rui had just finished making a batch of props for the substitute talismans, when he wanted Jian Anqi to give him a shoulder massage. He saw a group of aggressive people coming down the elevator and walking towards him. Jian Anqi. Kill them! Yin Rui shouted loudly, pointing in the direction of the bearded man. At the same time, the bearded man took out a card and chanted a spell to kill Yin Rui. As the bearded man made his move, he thought that he was lucky. The boss had just finished making a batch of props. After he got rid of him and took the things back, those things would be his. As for the tall and strong man behind him, he didn't believe that he had defeated a group of people by himself. Well, he believed it. Less than a second later, the bearded man was lying on the ground, unable to move. In fact, it was not quite accurate to say that he could not move. He would still twitch from time to time. This man is here to provoke. Yin Rui curled his lips and sat back. Let's continue. He just got off the elevator, and another group of people came out. This time, it was a team of 7 or 8 people, who looked more friendly and all women. The leader was Qin Seoya. When she passed by the bearded man, she felt that the person lying on the ground looked familiar. She stepped back a few steps, lowered her head and took a closer look, and found that it was the bearded man who had been shouting at him a few minutes ago. Ha ha ha. The sisters behind her couldn't help laughing. The bearded man opened his eyes after hearing the laughter and looked at them angrily. They were not afraid, but took out their phones to take pictures with a smile. Qin Seoya walked to Yin Rui alone. Excuse me, are you the boss who sells stand-in props? Yin Rui shook his wrist, which was a little uncomfortable, and nodded and replied, It's me. If you want to buy props, go to the back to line up. Qin Seoya was a little upset, looking at the line behind her that had turned several corners, and her teeth were a little sour. I want to discuss a big business with you. By then, you won't have to worry about selling props, and there will be no more people who offend you. Yin Rui tilted his head and looked at Qin Seoya, asking doubtfully, I don't have to worry about selling now, and no one dares to offend me anymore. Why should I cooperate with you? Qin Seoya. Okay, if you have nothing to do, just go to the back and queue up. There are more and more people. Don't waste everyone's time. Yin Rui smiled kindly, but didn't give Qin Seoya any face at all. Qin Seoya tapped the table in front of Yin Rui with her fingers, her expression stern. She wanted to talk to Yin Rui alone, but it was obvious that Yin Rui had no intention of being alone with her. She frowned, raised her head, and saw Jian Anqi's unfriendly eyes. She immediately changed her expression, smiled and nodded to Jian Anqi, and told the sisters not to take pictures anymore and to queue up at the back of the line together. After watching the people leave, Jian Anqi bent down, put his face close to Yin Rui, and whispered, Don't pay attention to her. She might be the one who wants to recruit you. Yin Rui laughed, turned his head, and took the initiative to kiss Jian Anqi. Of course I know there should be a big force behind her. Don't worry. I have seen a lot of forces that want to recruit us. Right? However, these forces should be smart people. They will not take the initiative to attack him. Unlike the bearded man, it seems that he has not wronged him at all. Yin Rui turned over the front desk, walked to the bearded man, put all the cards in their hands together, took out a box from the space button, and made a simple lottery box. These people don't seem to have any entertainment measures. They are under a lot of pressure, and everyone seems to have no hair. Yin Rui touched his thick hair, sighed, and then said, Let's make a lottery box for fun. There is no use for us to keep these cards. Okay. Jian Anqi thought Yin Rui's idea was quite interesting, so he quickly made dozens of paper balls, put them in the lottery box, and the chance of winning was actually quite high. In addition to the cards, let's give some small gifts, such as water, biscuits. Anyway, there are so many in the space button. Jian Anqi nodded, wrote a few more strokes, put the paper balls into the lottery box, and asked Zhou Yuan to pass the lottery rules to the back. Sure enough, with the lottery, this new gameplay, the players' expectations have also increased a bit. And the mood in the crowd is no longer so stagnant. Those who have bought things before can also draw directly without queuing. Some players took out their own stand-in props as proof and drew a winding card directly. I actually drew it. This is my first time winning a prize. The player who drew it was so happy that he danced with joy. When Yenrui handed the card to this person, he was even more ecstatic. It's a real card. Wow. The crowd couldn't help but exclaim. Many people in the game regard cards as their lifeblood. Not to mention giving them away. Even letting other players take a look at them is not allowed. But this is normal. If other players find out the details of the cards in their hands, and someone studies them to find their nemesis, their lives will be in danger. But there is no problem with making the drawn cards public. Everyone is gradually infected by the joy of the dreamers. There are more people who didn't win the prize. But these players didn't get depressed. They all received the small gifts prepared by Yenrui and Jiananchi for them. If you don't spend money, you earn it. Chapter 137 Card Game. For a while, there was less fighting in the game, and more publicity for Yenrui's temporary stall. Hey, have you been to the first floor? It became a new way of greeting. Yenrui did not limit how many times a person could buy, but each player could only buy one at a time. And if they wanted to buy the second one, they had to queue up again, and the line was too long. And it was very likely that the game would end before they finished buying the second time. We should be able to go out today, Yenrui asked. Basically, everyone in the entire game copy knew about Yenrui's existence. Yenrui also promoted the location of his store, and promised them that after going out, the types of substitute props would be more diverse. Yes. Today, the system licked its fingers. I'll go wash my hands. Today is our last meeting. When everyone finds out that they can survive even the last random selection of passers-by. We have props here, and I believe it will spread further. You can also draw talismans directly on paper when you go out. Jiananchi joked, you don't have to draw talismans on inexplicable things anymore. It will be much more convenient for you in the future. Yenrui laughed and hit Jiananchi. I also bought a lot of beautiful notebooks, which can be divided into design and cute styles. Maybe someone will buy 10 or 8 because they like paper. He once saw someone on the internet spend more than 10,000 to buy a small card of his favorite idol. The buyer said that after buying this beautiful card, his mood would be better. Then he should use more beautiful paper to make people feel better. Although there is no limit on the quantity, it should be able to sell. Yenrui, who doesn't know much about the small card market, touched his chin and was thinking about how to promote it in the future, when the familiar voice of the game came from all directions. Yenrui shuddered at the prominent voice, and the players who relaxed because of the safety of the first floor also froze at this moment, and regained their panic and nervous appearance. Jiananchi grabbed Yenrui's hand. Yenrui shook it back, and then turned to the system and said, leave first. They might count you as ahead. The system nodded and disappeared from everyone's eyes in the next second. But at this moment, no one noticed the abnormality here. This game is over, and the remaining players are 16,300, of which 27 have quit the game. Yenrui felt a pause during the game voice broadcast. He frowned, hoping that he was wrong. There are 432 players who have successfully escaped from the dungeon. Congratulations to the 432 players who have successfully advanced to the next round. I hope that other players can enter the game again if they have the chance in the future. A chance in the future? What chance? A chance to be reborn? The game broadcast suddenly began to play a soothing and playful pure music background sound. It was the time to extract the soul. Listening to such music, Yenrui couldn't help but feel a little numb. Yenrui rolled his eyes at the game. About a minute later, the voice of the game broadcast came again. This round of the game is over. See you next time. Players. The players gathered on the first floor looked around and found that no one fell to the ground. Yenrui shouted loudly at this time, everyone, take a look at the props in your hands. The red pattern turns black, which proves that the prop is useless. Just throw it away. At this time, someone looked through his props and found that the pattern on his props had turned charcoal black, as Yenrui said. They were happy to share their joy with the players around them. But before they could speak, the game was completely over and everyone was ejected from the copy. Feeling the sunlight shining on him again, Yenrui felt like he was in another world. He didn't know what happened in the hotel before. There was only light but no sunlight. He felt that he was calcium deficient. Meow! A huge black shadow rushed towards Yenrui. Yenrui raised his arms and hugged the sudden small cannonball, and rubbed it on his cheek with some joy. Has Arden been lonely these 2 days? I'm sorry, baby. I won't leave you alone in the supermarket next time. Anan felt wronged and buried her head in Yenrui's arms. Yenrui comforted her for a long time before An's restless heart calmed down. Jiananchi looked at Anan, who was just acting coquettishly in Yenrui's arms, and gently tapped his nose. Why do you only burrow into his arms and not mine? Anan also rubbed Jiananchi in a flattering way. At this time, the system rode back on An's body in a familiar way. Come on. I'll tell you how I killed everyone in the game. Yenrui pulled his ear. Come back here. Go to the main control and report the error first. He was not originally from this plane, and there must be some abnormal data for him to enter the game. As for each plane, his existence should be no different from a ghost, except that he is a body and a shadow. After hearing Yenrui's words, the system sighed with strength. Then can I go with Anan? Let's go to the farm together. By the way, the farm, Yenrui exclaimed, and ran to the farm without saying a word. He stayed in the game for about a week, and he didn't know what kind of chaos the creatures in the farm would be in. He pushed open the door of the farm, and the first place he came to was the hill where he planted fruit trees. At this time, the fruit trees on the hill were full of fruits, red, green and white, and looked lush. If all the fruits were picked, Yenrui and Jiananchi would not be able to eat them all in a year. At this time, a pig caught the attention of the two. He only heard him snort and rush forward. Yenrui exclaimed, and wanted to move forward to stop him, thinking that the pig might not want to live because of being suppressed, and hit the tree to commit suicide. Before he could get to the pig, he saw a large piece of ripe fruits falling from the tree that the pig hit. Looking at the pig picking up the fruits and eating them docilely on the ground, Yenrui didn't know what to say for a moment. After the fruits fell to the ground, a group of chickens and ducks rushed out from nowhere, flapping their wings and rushing to the pig, and also scrambled to eat the fruits. The pig seemed to have not seen that he was trying to snatch the fruits of his labor, and even made room for them, allowing them to eat more happily. Before, I saw that the chickens and eggs in the woods were scattered, and these pigs were more difficult to deal with than one another. I didn't expect that this time. They seemed to have changed into a group of pigs. The pigs also discovered Yenrui's existence. After seeing Yenrui, they stopped eating for a while, and then started eating again as if no one was around. Yenrui was satisfied. I don't know if it was an ant's credit. These pigs might have been beaten into submission by him. Jiananchi did not comment on this. At this time, Anan ran over and pulled Yenrui's trouser legs down. Yenrui didn't understand why, so he just followed them down the mountain. Anan took Yenrui to the fish pond, or the fish pond filled with seawater. What's wrong? Yenrui looked at Anan anxiously, digging holes in the ground with his claws, and asked curiously, These fish have been hungry for several days. Are you afraid that they will starve to death? Yenrui raised his hand and took out a bag of fish feed. With a strong swing, he poured the whole bag of feed into the fish pond. It's okay. They won't starve to death. I'll go check on the cattle and sheep. They eat grass. It shouldn't be a problem if I'm not here these days. Anan rolled on the ground. Yenrui looked at his movements and suddenly realized, I know. I haven't fed the fish pond yet. Let's go. Anan couldn't bear it anymore. For the first time, he felt that not being able to speak was such a troublesome thing. He bared his teeth at Yenrui. His body suddenly became bigger, and he stepped back a few steps facing the fish pond, and then suddenly sprinted forward. Plop! With a bang, it fell into the pond. Soon, Anan came ashore with a huge tuna in his mouth. Yenrui asked carefully, You mean? You want to eat this fish? Anan nodded, then approached Yenrui, and shook it hard, splashing most of the water on his body onto Yenrui. Yenrui felt guilty, and did not blame Han Han. Instead, he felt embarrassed. He squatted down and took out a bath towel to wipe the water off Anan's body. Okay. I'll give you fish tonight. How do you want it to be cooked? Fresh cut or soup? Or grilled for you? Anan raised his paw, snapped, and showed 3 nails. Yenrui understood. All 3. Anan nodded with satisfaction. And Yenrui smiled and pinched his face. I'll go for another round. Jiananchi. Or you can go out and cook for Anan first. He can't eat so much. Which one do you want to eat? Jiananchi asked, picking up the fish on the ground. I can do anything. Yenrui smiled and replied, "You know me. By the way, I think someone outside should find our supermarket soon. You go and deal with them first. If anyone wants to fight, just beat them out." Indeed, many people have found Lisan's supermarket. At this moment, they are standing outside the supermarket, queuing up with their heads down, afraid that they will open their mouths again and provoke the good mood of the old man in front of them. At this time, the system has become a person's height again. He pointed in front of him and wanted to show off his power. And he was rude. Several people said, "I don't know where you are from, but if you continue like this, I will tell you how you are gone." Yes, yes, yes. The people standing at the door were in great pain. They were the local gangsters. They were lucky that they were not selected by the game this time. Today, all the game players quit. They found that there were a lot of people who quit the game. So they followed their neighbors, who had just entered the game, and listened. Then, they heard Lisan's supermarket, there are treasures, make a lot of money, and so on. They immediately made up their minds to go to this Lisan supermarket to take a look. It would be better if they could bring back some small money. Anyway, they might be drafted into the game next time and die. They lived one day at a time. As a result, when they arrived at Lisan's supermarket, they found that there was no one in the supermarket. Only a monkey the size of a palm. These people suddenly became excited and searched the supermarket with a lid. Deer came to the cash register again and wanted to take all the cash in the cash register away. Although few people use cash now, it is better than nothing. At least it should be enough for a bowl of noodles. When they were doing all this, they found that the monkey was just sitting in front of the cash register. Even when they opened the cash register, it stared at them with its big watery eyes, looking at them with a puzzled look. This monkey is quite cute. And it's wearing clothes. One of them stretched out his finger and wanted to touch the system. Don't do anything unnecessary. Take the money quickly and leave quickly. The cash register was opened, and the money inside was divided among several people. What kind of money is this? Forget it. Let's go first. These people turned around and rushed out the door. But when they reached the door, they felt that they were pushed back by an invisible force. Several people looked at each other and went forward to touch, thinking that they had hit the glass, but found that they could stretch out their hands, and there was no glass in the middle. It's really a ghost. Let's go! Hee hee. After being hit by the invisible main missile again, several people heard a burst of laughter. What is this? Is someone back? These people took out their weapons from their pockets and prepared to fight. However, they didn't wait for their target person for a long time. They looked around in disbelief. Did I hear it wrong? It was the sound outside. Then let's go! Everyone had goosebumps on their bodies, and several people vaguely felt that something was wrong. So they picked up things from the ground and ran away. Hee hee. The voice appeared again, and several people were stopped in the supermarket again. They finally felt something was wrong. Is there a ghost here? It makes sense. How could someone make money in the game? It must be a ghost. It's him. He's laughing. One of the gangsters found that the system was covering its mouth and chuckled. Someone walked to the system angrily, stretched out his fist and gestured to the system twice, looking like he wanted to vent his anger on the system. Can we get out if we kill him? The gangster who looked the oldest in the lead raised a stick and hit the system on the head without saying a word. But after the stick fell, they felt a strong force that blocked the movement. Several people looked at the system in disbelief, and saw that the system's small body caught a stick that was twice as big as him. They didn't know how the system did it, but the next second, they knew. This monkey changed from the size of a palm to the size of a person in an instant, as if it was inflated, and even had infinite strength. It pulled back the stick that almost hit him again, and beat the gangsters in front of him to tears. These gangsters wanted to run, but they seemed to be trapped in this world. Several people were squeezed in a small area at the door, and they couldn't even roll over. You are a monster. If you are a monster, kill him. Ah, it hurts. I was wrong. Monster uncle, please spare my life. I will be your cow and horse in the future. Stop. Stop. Some of these people begged for mercy. Some shouted, but they all lost their voices in the end. It's not that they were beaten to death, but the system thought they were a bit noisy, so they muted them with one button. That's enough. The system shook the pink and blue vest on its body, thinking that the products of the main control are good. This clothing will grow and shrink with its body shape, so there is no need to worry about it being broken. stand in a row at the door, and wait for my boss to come out. And then I will think about how to deal with you. The system threw the stick out of the door, pointed outside and said, "You can run. But think about the consequences after running." The system looked at the changing expressions of several people and chuckled. "Cowards. Asterisk. So they are really thieves who want to steal our things?" After listening to the system's narration, Yenrui looked at the gangsters standing in a row outside the door with scars on their faces, and said with some novelty, This was the first time he encountered such a reckless robber. He even bought for 0 yuan. Did he break anything? Yenrui looked at the system and asked. The system shook its head. Of course not. But they are so evil that they should be thrown into the pig pen. Not a single pig. Yenrui stretched out his hand, and the system climbed up along his arm, sat on his shoulder, and pointed outside the door, and said with gritted teeth, He also took all the cash in your cash register. Call the police. Call the police immediately. Other things would be fine. But Yenrui couldn't stand this at all. But calling the police would require going outside. And Yenrui was a little traumatized by the outside world now. Let's call the police station. What phone number should I call the police in this plane? The system started to contact the police station directly. And soon 2 people in police uniforms came to the supermarket. Yenrui took a quick look and found that it was an acquaintance. Zhou Yuan. This person turned out to be Wei Cheng's friend Zhou Yuan. Seeing that the supermarket owner who called the police was Yenrui, Zhou Yuan finally understood everything that had just happened on the phone. He had just received a call, and the alarm address on the phone was different from what he had imagined. Before, this was just an abandoned 2-story building. It used to be a clothing store, but the owner of the clothing store was later selected into the game and never came out. So the house has been abandoned. In less than a day, this place has become a brightly decorated supermarket. Anyone would think there is something fishy going on. But Zhou Yuan and Yenrui came out of the game together. He took the lead in stopping his colleagues' questioning and greeted Yenrui with a smile. It's you, Boss Yen. I said that except for you. No one else has the ability to open a supermarket here. No, it's not like that. When you open a business, you can't talk about ability or inability. No matter how capable you are, you will be at a loss at this time. Yenrui pointed at the gangsters outside the door and said with some grief, They robbed my money. Zhou Yuan stared at the old acquaintances outside the door with wide eyes, thinking that they dared to rob even Yenrui. But this is normal. Now the game has just ended and everyone is reviewing. No one has time to come to Leeson Supermarket to find out. But I believe that in less than an hour, this place will definitely be crowded with people. He can come here, which can be regarded as a back door opened by God for him. Just in time for me to pay back the money. Zhong Yuan looked towards the sun and directly scanned the payment code of Yenrui's supermarket. Then the sound of collecting 500,000 yuan surrounded every corner of the supermarket. It turns out that the unit of measurement here is yuan. Zhou Yuan lowered his eyes, secretly noted it, and then said with a smile, I can gather all the players in this game and send them a notice, asking them to come and pay back the money quickly. It doesn't matter. I have already sent them my account number. Besides, I don't think anyone dares not to pay back the money. Yenrui looked at the colleague with a serious expression beside Zhou Yuan and greeted him. Do you want to eat something delicious? I'll treat you. No need. Tang Ping had countless questions in his mind to ask Zhou Yuan. He wanted to leave here quickly and let Zhou Yuan give him an answer. Zhou Yuan also saw his thoughts. Then we will leave first. Do you have any economic losses here? Do you need these to provide compensation? Yenrui shook his head and urged, Let them go quickly. Standing here affects my business. After Zhou Yuan took the man away, Tang Ping immediately asked the question that puzzled him the most. Why did you give him 500,000? You didn't tell me that you owed money outside before you entered the game. I didn't owe money outside. I owed money in the game. I gave him 500,000. And he guaranteed that I could come out of the game intact. Zhou Yuan patted his shoulder. I advise you to buy some things from him and get along well with him. He can save your life. Tang Ping felt that Zhou Yuan might be bewitched. Many scammers said that they could guarantee the safety of people in the game and promise to bring them out intact. But this is a paradox. Those who can come out must be intact. What if they can't come out? People can't be resurrected after death. Besides, such things usually require money after the fact. Without money transactions, they can't catch people at all. I advise you not to be cheated again. And 500,000. That's 500,000. Enough to find someone to enter the game for him. If you don't believe me, forget it. In a few days, you will definitely beg me to get along with him. Zhou Yuan patted Tang Ping's shoulder. I have to leave early today. After Yan Rui put the money back into the cash register, he injected his supernatural power into the small potted plant in front of him, and then said to the system, please help me get a few B5 books from the basement. The kind with fragrance. And buy 10 kilograms of spiritual sand by the way. Okay. The system was about to place an order when it heard Yan Rui reminding, don't grind it. I can grind it myself. The price of the already ground spiritual sand and the unground spiritual sand is not the same. The system did not expect Yan Rui to save even this money. He frowned and pleaded with Yan Rui sincerely. Can you please stop being so stingy? If I save 1 point now, I can use 1 more point in the end times. 1 point can be exchanged for a steamed bun. And maybe I can save 1 more life. Yan Rui raised his eyes and took out a small bowl of the spiritual sand bought by the system and put it in the wall breaker. Grind it 5 times by yourself. And the money for a wall breaker will come out. And the rest is pure profit. Okay. I can't argue with you. Do whatever you want. The system jumped off the cash register, ran to the stationery area in the basement, and selected 5 notebooks that met Yan Rui's requirements. Now the notebooks are so beautiful. When I was in school, I had nothing but a broken draft book. I used the corners of the test paper when I calculated. Yan Rui looked at the paper brought by the system and began to recall the past. I really have to carry a little bit of everything with me in the future. The system didn't say anything about this. It helped Yan Rui to adjust the spiritual sand, and watched him skillfully draw the substitute talisman 1 by 1, and said with some envy, you have so many ways to make money. Why are you envious of this? You are not bad. When they pay off the IOUs, I will give you your dividends. Yan Rui thought the system wanted to remind him that he didn't give him dividends. So he spoke to reassure him. Don't worry. No one can surpass you. And I will definitely not keep your money. Who told you this? The system pouted and then reminded, someone is coming outside. Yan Rui looked outside the door. But he didn't expect that the second person to come was Hu Shaojing. Boss Yan, you are really here. Hu Shaojing. After seeing Yan Rui, she said excitedly. Actually, I wanted to find you when I just came back. But I searched for Lisan's supermarket on the map several times and couldn't find it. It was not until an hour ago that I found the address here. Hu Shaojing spoke quickly when she was excited. As soon as I found the address here, I started to dress the child, and then went out and took a taxi. At first I was afraid that the map was wrong, but when I saw that you were really here, I was relieved. Hu Shaojing paid the money she owed Yan Rui, and then she seemed to put down a big stone in her heart, and began to observe Yan Rui's supermarket with her mind. Your place is really different. If I lived nearby, I would definitely come here every day. Don't want to move just because I'm here. In fact, there's nothing special. It's just some ordinary eating and drinking. Yan Rui returned to the cashier. You can go in and take a look. Take whatever you want. I'll give you a 50% discount today. He picked up the pen and began to draw the substitute talisman on the paper. As he drew, he said, I won't entertain you. Looking at the familiar pattern, Hu Xiaojing's eyes lit up. Okay. The most wanted thing was right in front of her. But it seemed that Yan Rui didn't draw many pictures, so she could wait a little longer. Hu Xiaojing originally just wanted to take her daughter for a casual stroll, pick up a few things and check out, and ask if the substitute talisman could be sold to her again when checking out. Unexpectedly, she was actually attracted by the things in Yan Rui's supermarket. The things here can be bought outside, but the prices outside are more than 3 times more expensive than those in the supermarket. After the game started, too many people died, and productivity could not keep up. Things that seemed ordinary before were no longer affordable. But the prices in Yan Rui's supermarket were still similar to those before the game appeared, or even cheaper. What surprised her was that there were many snacks suitable for her daughter here, and she could still afford all of them. Are you buying these? Yan Rui looked at Hu Xiaojing carrying 2 full baskets of things, and asked hesitantly, your home should be quite far from here. It's okay. The bus goes directly to my door, and I can still carry these things. Hu Xiaojing's eyes were bright, emitting a happy light. I'll come again tomorrow. Okay. When running a business, there is no reason to persuade customers not to buy things. If you can't carry it later, I'll let our little monkey help carry the things to the station. No need to bother. Really no need. Hu Xiaojing waved her hand and refused quickly. She knew what kind of existence that monkey was, and asked him to help her carry things. He felt that he would shorten his life. By the way, Boss Yin, are you selling this avatar? Hu Xiaojing looked at the papers on Yin Rui's desk, her eyes full of desire. Yin Rui nodded and said, Yes, I sell it at 10,000 yuan per piece. You've been very considerate of me. I'll buy 2 at the normal price of 15,000 yuan per piece. Hu Xiaojing gave Yin Rui 30,000 yuan without saying anything. Although I can't compare to the rich second-generation lady, I can still make a lot of money. Yin Rui didn't refuse anymore. He smiled and said to Hu Xiaojing, Then I can only welcome you to come again next time. After sending Hu Xiaojing away, many people came to the supermarket to pay back their money. They were all like Hu Xiaojing. At first, they just wanted to pay off the money for the substitute talisman and buy a few more. Not only for themselves, but also for their families. Unexpectedly, after seeing the things in the supermarket, they couldn't suppress their excitement and started buying like crazy. Yin Rui couldn't resist for a while, so he simply asked the system to become a person's height and asked him to help him cashier. He had to draw talismans on the side. Most of the people who came were for the substitute talismans. Yin Rui kept drawing, and his hands were sore. But there was still some shortage of supply. Jian Anqi originally wanted to ask Yin Rui to go downstairs for dinner at this time. But when he saw Yin Rui surrounded by people, he immediately felt distressed. No more today. We'll continue tomorrow. Jian Anqi walked to Yin Rui with an expressionless face. Except for those who have already painted. The people behind don't need to queue up anymore. We'll continue tomorrow at noon. Why do you say you don't want to sell? I've been waiting here for half an hour. Someone stood in the crowd and shouted at Jian Anqi in dissatisfaction. Or you give me the half-hour's work delay fee, and I'll leave. I can also make you unable to survive even half an hour. Jian Anqi looked at the arrogant and frivolous face in the crowd, chuckled, and then said, Whose family is he? Believe it or not, I'll put him on the blacklist. Yin Rui pulled Jian Anqi. Okay, I won't paint anymore. Don't conflict with customers. Seeing Yin Rui's restrained appearance, Jian Anqi felt unhappy, but he didn't say much, just glared at the crowd fiercely. But the man in the crowd seemed to think he had won a battle, and ignited his arrogant flames. I think you don't want to continue here. Believe it or not, I will close your shop tomorrow. Fan Xian was so annoyed. He didn't want to go out today. If his father hadn't given him errand money to go out and pay the debt and buy things, he wouldn't have come out. What kind of substitute talisman is this? It can fool others, but it can't fool Master Fan. He has seen many of these scammers. When he gets home, he will call the police and have this shop closed down. Most people in the crowd looked at Fan Xian in disbelief, and began to persuade him, Young man, you can't be like this. You asked this place to close. You have such a vicious heart. Whose child is this? So uneducated. If you don't want to buy anything, just leave. Don't stop us from buying things. You have all been deceived by him. Just like a cult. Fan Xian's face turned red with anger, thinking that these people didn't understand good or bad words. A bunch of idiots. You should die in the game as soon as possible. Living is a waste of air. This was a bit murderous. And Yin Rui was the one who saved them from the game. But Fan Xian actually cursed them to die in the game. Yin Rui's eyelids jumped when he heard Fan Xian's words. This sentence should be the most vicious curse in this plane. Seeing that someone wanted to take action, Yin Rui stepped on the table and flipped over the cash register, walked quickly to Fan Xian, and punched Fan Xian hard before others took action. You dare to hit me? Fan Xian was a little bit incredulous. Do you know who I am? Fan Xian rushed forward with his teeth bared in claws, wanting to fight back. But how could he be a match for Yin Rui? Because Yin Rui grabbed Fan Xian's arm with a flash, and with the force of his foot, Fan Xian fell out. There was a burst of applause all around. Yin Rui raised his hand and asked everyone to calm down first. Then he lowered his head, looked at Fan Xian, and said coldly, Who asked you to come? Let him bring you to apologize to me tomorrow. Yin Rui snorted coldly after saying that, and returned to the cashier without looking back. Then Yin Rui immediately changed his expression. He smiled gently and said, I am really sorry. Everyone. I just came back. The substitute talisman has not been drawn yet. It is a bit out of supply now. But I promise that I will definitely let everyone bring at least one substitute talisman into the game before the next game. Anyway, The game time is fixed. If he has not finished drawing the substitute talisman before entering the game, the worst case scenario is to go to the system to buy 1,000 or 800. Anyway, there are not many people in this area. After hearing what Yanrui said, other guests immediately opened their arms and cheered. Some people also persuaded Yanrui, "Boss Yin, don't work too hard. Without Boss Yin, I don't know what to do." After Boss Yin said this, my heart was at ease. "By the way, Boss Yin, can I make an appointment here? I can pay first." As soon as this was said, everyone immediately affirmed, "Yes, Boss Yin, we will pay in advance, and then we won't be in a hurry. We just need to get it before the game." Looking at the expectant eyes of everyone in the crowd, Yanrui hesitated. He pursed his lips and thought for a while, then decided, "Okay, you can make a reservation." When they heard that they could make a reservation, the crowd cheered again. Fan Xian looked at all this with his eyes wide open. "No. Report it. He must report it." After sending off all the guests, Yanrui stretched his body, closed the door, and stopped business for the day. "I am so tired today. It's my first time to go to the extreme weather plane. I moved the goods all night, but I am not as tired as now." Yanrui yawned and rubbed his head on Jian Anqi's shoulder. It would be great if there was an automatic talisman drawing machine. Jian Anqi hugged Yanrui distressfully and let him pick him up without saying a word. Yanrui exclaimed, and those tired feelings were immediately thrown behind him. "Ah, what are you doing?" Jian Anqi lowered his head and kissed Yanrui's lips. "I feel sorry for you. You feel sorry for me. So you want me to walk less steps, right?" After a brief surprise, Yanrui closed his eyes and began to enjoy Jian Anqi's service. Jian Anqi carried him upstairs and then placed him in front of the dining table. "See if what I cooked today suits your taste. The food you cook always suits my taste." Yanrui picked up the chopsticks and ate a big bite. "I have never eaten such fresh salmon. It was just caught from the fish pond and served on the table, which was different from the cheap dishes he had eaten before. I didn't expect that I would live to such a day in my life." After eating, Yanrui fell on the chair with his belly in his hands, and sighed with enjoyment. "It's so good to be alive. Yes, it's so good to be alive." After Jian Anqi cleaned up the table, he carried Yanrui, who deliberately stayed in front of the table and didn't want to move, back to the bedroom. Yanrui happily stretched out his hand. "Give me a massage." Now he is enjoying Yanrui, but he doesn't know that a storm in his name is brewing outside. "Are you telling the truth? That boss named Yanrui actually has a prop that can help people successfully leave the game?" Qin Xiuya stood tall, looking forward, with a firm look in her eyes, and answered with a sonorous and powerful voice. "It's true. I guarantee it with my life. If it weren't for him, I might not be able to get out of the game this time." After Qin Xiuya finished speaking, she took out the small doll she bought from Yanrui, and several substitute props she got from other partners. These are the evidence. The middle-aged woman in front of her looked very capable. After listening to Qin Xiuya's guarantee, she didn't waste any words and walked directly to Qin Xiuya to compare the differences between several props. "Is it the color that is different?" "Yes, Auntie. The lines on our props were the same color at the beginning, but after coming out, the color of the lines on the props became different. I heard that after the substitute props are used, the color of the lines will become darker and blacker." Qin Xiuya looked at the props in her hand, still a little scared. This prop of mine should have been used. Qin Xiuya's Aunt Qin Lu also breathed a sigh of relief after hearing her words. She stretched out her arms and hugged Qin Xiuya cherishingly. "Fortunately, we have lived again." Qin Xiuya's eyes were red. Her mother died in the game. Now she and her aunt are the only ones left in her family. They can't lose each other again. "Let's go to the address he left before tomorrow to take a look," Qin Xiuya said. "By the way, see if we can have a chance to cooperate." Chapter 138 Card Game. Yanrui's current attainments and talismans cannot be said to be high, but he is confident that he must be the most skilled and fastest person in drawing substitute talismans. He is confident that he can compete with the talisman cultivators in the cultivation world. "Don't draw anymore. Take a rest. It's only the first day. Don't get too tired." Jian Anqi took the milk and looked at Yanrui, who was drawing a talisman every 5 seconds. He said with some heartache, "Draw again tomorrow morning. I am so angry. Why can't I learn it? Can't I share the burden with Yanrui?" Yanrui shook his head while drawing, and said happily, Don't look at me drawing a lot. But I'm not tired at all. As long as I mobilize my supernatural power to rotate my wrist when my hand is sore, my wrist will stop being sore immediately. Yanrui finished another drawing, raised his hand, and shook his wrist at Jian Anqi. Look! It's flawless. Jian Anqi grabbed his wrist, pulled out the pen and put it on the inkstone, then held Yanrui's hand and squeezed it. What? You don't need me anymore? Yanrui smiled. Why are you jealous of my supernatural power? You should hurry up and get nervous. I think my supernatural power will be upgraded if I practice it every day. I'll make more progress tomorrow. Jian Anqi pointed at the watch. It's already 1 o'clock in the morning. Do you still want to finish drawing all the talismans in one day? There are at least hundreds of thousands of people in this city. Even if Yanrui draws with both hands, it is impossible for him to finish all the talismans in one day. Do you want to try to draw with both hands? Jian Anqi looked at Yanrui in a daze and picked him up from the chair. Go to sleep. Yanrui snorted. If you want me to sleep with you first, just say it directly. I won't refuse. I knew you wouldn't refuse. Jian Anqi lowered his head and rubbed Yanrui. I just like to ask you a few more questions. The next morning, Yanrui opened his eyes and saw Jian Anqi sleeping beside him. Breathing steadily, he raised his fingers and gently stroked Jian Anqi's cheek. Jian Anqi raised his hand and grabbed his wrist. Are you pretending to sleep? Yanrui turned over and complained about Jian Anqi. You have woken up a long time ago. Why don't you get up? It's not time yet. I want to stay in bed. Jian Anqi gently kissed Yanrui's fingertips. Now that the charging is complete, I'll go make breakfast for you. Yanrui hammered Jian Anqi. And after Jian Anqi left, Yanrui also raised his spirits, and then sat at the table and began to draw talismans. Don't work so hard. Why don't you go to the system mall to buy a substitute talisman? The system discussed with Yanrui, otherwise, I will talk to the main control and give you a preferential price. You are buying in bulk, so it should be cheaper. Can it be cheaper than writing it by hand? Yanrui touched the system's head, and then said, Don't worry about me. This is also considered as training. I told Jian Anqi yesterday that my current supernatural power level is much higher than before, because this is also a kind of training supernatural power. The system looked at Yanrui, who was talking and working non-stop, and sighed in his heart. Well, you should at least take out a few more original seeds. This is true. Yanrui almost forgot about it. Yanrui took out a large handful of original seeds and placed them next to his desk. Sure enough, his mind became much clearer for a while, and his movements became faster and smoother. Unexpectedly, he still had room for improvement. Yanrui was a little excited. He happily threw a candy to the system. It's really my good baby. The system left happily. Yanrui came downstairs after breakfast, but he didn't open the door. He planned to draw more talismans in the morning and then open the business as planned at noon. But to his surprise, there was already a long queue outside the door. Yanrui thought about it, compared his hand speed, and then looked at the crowd outside, and decided to open the door early. He opened the door and looked at the remaining customers who wanted to enter the door and said, 20 people come in at a time. Each person is limited to 2 talismans, and no refunds or exchanges after sale. Okay. The response came one after another. The system was afraid that because there were too many people, there would be a situation like yesterday. So it immediately became bigger to protect the dignity of this supermarket. This outside is not like other planes. There is no source of information transmission. The reputation of the system has spread outside. No one dares to show off in front of this monkey, who can change size at will. And they all heard that the boss of the supermarket and his boyfriend were better fighters than ordinary people. In the game, they could beat those who wanted to win in a group without using cards. So there were not many people who wanted to make trouble in the supermarket yesterday. Seeing Yanrui busy drawing talismans again, Jian Anqi sighed helplessly, and could only put a hot compress pack next to him to support him silently. At this time, the system heard someone calling him, and he stuck his head out and saw a woman waving at him at the end of the team. The system scratched its ears. Qin Xiaoya? What did he do? Just line up and pay the bill like everyone else. He couldn't stand the warmth of being so familiar. Qin Xiaoya said something to the woman next to her, then lifted her hair, ran to the system, and greeted him, Brother Monkey. Are you tired here? I'll find you a stool? The system took a step back. I'm not tired. Tell me what you want to do quickly. Qin Xiaoya took a step forward. I just wanted to ask if you can sell me a stand-in prop today. I see everyone wants to buy one. The system shook its shoulders uncomfortably. Yes, you can. Go to the back and line up. My brother will definitely need your stand-in prop. Is he painting? I thought I came to. He won't have to endure this fatigue after he leaves. Qin Xiaoya moved forward and poked her head into the supermarket. Then greeted Yanrui. Boss Yin? Are you busy? When Yanrui saw Qin Xiaoya, he knew she wanted to cooperate. He raised his head and smiled at Qin Xiaoya. Then pointed to the end of the line. Let's talk when it's your turn. Boss Yin treats all customers with the same attitude. Qin Xiaoya nodded indifferently. And before leaving, she took out a piece of banana from somewhere. Do you want to eat it? The system shook its head and rejected her kindness. When he saw that Qin Xiaoya had reached the end of the line, he immediately became smaller, jumped onto Yanrui's shoulder, wrapped his tail around Yanrui's hand, and said pitifully, Rui, I want to eat bananas. Yanrui heard everything about what happened outside clearly, and he tapped the system's nose. Go to the farm to pick them. There are already mature banana trees in the farm. Eat as much as you want, but don't eat too much. The system responded happily, then went to the farm to pick 2 bunches of bananas as quickly as possible, and sat at the door to eat happily. Other customers who had not yet entered the supermarket and were waiting in line saw the system eating bananas, and they couldn't help swallowing their saliva. It's not that there are no bananas in this plane, but bananas are too expensive. And it's not that bananas are expensive, but all fruits are expensive. They basically can't bear to eat a whole bunch so luxuriously. This little monkey can eat 2 bunches by himself. Isn't he afraid of getting angry? Whoa. Don't show off your wealth. The system doesn't know what they think in their hearts. But even if he knows what they think in their hearts, he doesn't care. Although he is eating at this moment, his eyes are closely staring at every move outside the door. Sure enough, he found something strange. What are you taking pictures of? The customer who had been watching the monkey eating bananas found that the monkey disappeared without blinking. And the next second, he heard a cry of pain from the crowd. What's wrong? Jian Anqi walked out the door and saw the system jumping on a person. The person rolled his eyes and looked like he was about to suffocate. He took pictures secretly. The system pointed at him. He must want to take pictures secretly. Jian Anqi looked at the man who wanted to talk but couldn't find the opportunity, and gave the system a look. The system immediately understood, jumped down, stuck out its tongue at the man, and then returned to its work. Jian Anqi pulled the man out and took his camera. The man looked at Jian Anqi and wanted to see the pictures in his camera, and shouted, Why do you invade my privacy? And you're, that thing? Who knows what kind of monster it is? I don't know what this man was thinking of. His expression, which was originally horrified, has now become firm. He pushed his glasses and shouted to the crowd, Unless everyone is fooled by him, the substitute props are fake. Did I still die a lot in this game? If it really worked, those dozens of people would not have died. Jian Anqi listened to him with his arms folded, and looked at the guests in the crowd who had already wavered. And he couldn't even get angry. Jian Anqi shook his head. Who is the person behind you? He is quite courageous. I advise you not to follow him anymore. He pushed you out just to kill you. Did you see the drug you just mentioned? After he gets bigger, he can step on you to death. He doesn't even need to be in the game. He can kill you outside the game. Jian Anqi looked at this gentle and timid man and shook his head. You still have to follow a good boss. At this time, some people in the crowd seemed to believe what he said, and some questioned and whispered to their companions, It is true. I heard that in the game. Someone had a conflict with him. Are those the ones who died? Don't talk nonsense. I know those people who had a conflict with Boss Yin. They didn't die at all. Those who died were people who made mistakes during the game, and they had nothing to do with Boss Yin. Qin Xiaoya stood up excitedly at this time. She finally waited for this opportunity. It was really great. She was worried that she didn't have a chance to flatter Boss Yin. Jian Anqi looked at Qin Xiaoya and stepped forward. Not surprised. If you don't want to buy, you can leave now. But don't make trouble. After being blacklisted by our customers, you are prohibited from buying some products. Jian Anqi opened the photos on the camera and frowned. What are you taking pictures of? The pictures here are not of the crowd or the surrounding environment. This person took pictures of Yan Rui from all angles. Why are you taking pictures of him? Jian Anqi didn't feel anything about it at first. But when he saw that this person dared to take pictures of Yan Rui, He was furious and grabbed the person's collar. Who sent you here? The person taking the picture shuddered immediately. At this time, he was still stubborn. No one took pictures of me. I am just a freelance writer. I took some pictures to introduce this supermarket to everyone. Isn't it okay? Or are you guilty? I think this is a black shop. Are you afraid that I will expose your true face here? So you want to cover your mouth? Jian Anqi looked at his stubborn look and laughed in anger. This time he was really angry. He tied the man up in a few seconds and hung him on the tree next to him. Then pulled out the memory card and the camera and crushed it in front of him. When you have thought it over, come to the supermarket and confess. Even if I run a black shop, what can I do? Do you want my shop to close? No! Qin Xiaoya shouted again. It must not be closed. If it is closed, where can we buy substitute props? This time I was able to get out. All thanks to the substitute props. Otherwise I would definitely die in the game. If you don't believe me, ask other people. Others must have the same situation as me. Right. Qin Xiaoya looked around, trying to find her allies. Sure enough, many people responded. Yes. Yes. Not only did I escape at the end of the game, but I didn't die even when someone attacked me from behind. If it weren't for the stand-in item, I would definitely not be able to get out now. And I don't think the stand-in item is expensive at all. I think it's worth it to spend 15,000 yuan to save my life. Of course it's worth it. Who said this is a black shop? Someone just came out of the supermarket and was surprised to hear Jian Anqi's black shop theory. The things here are 2/3 cheaper than other supermarkets. If this is a black shop, then what are other supermarkets? Yes. Look at these apples. 3.2 yuan per pound. I remember that the market downstairs from my house is already 15 yuan per pound. It's not 2/3 cheaper. It's 4/5 cheaper. You bought apples. And I bought some too. I also bought cherries. My children have never eaten cherries since they were young. The two people who just came out of the supermarket didn't know each other's names. But they had a common topic. In front of everyone, they began to compare what they bought with what they bought. The bored customers in the queue watched the conversation with great interest. And at the same time, they were secretly amazed in their hearts. Are the things in this supermarket so cheap? Jian Anqi looked back at the man who claimed to be a reporter, snorted coldly, and turned back to the supermarket. Yen Rui was too busy in the supermarket by himself, and he had to waste time to deal with it outside. This kind of villain is really annoying. What's going on outside? Yen Rui was standing at the cashier to help customers with bills. After Jian Anqi took over his work, he said calmly, nothing. Probably someone is jealous or wants to hit you and take you in. It's a PUA tactic in the mall. Haha. So stupid. Yen Rui laughed, stretched his waist and shook his neck, and continued to draw talismans. Yen Rui's speed of drawing talismans is very fast now. Basically able to meet the needs of all the customers who want to come. Seeing this, he is no longer so nervous, and even feels happy, injecting his supernatural power into the small spiritual plant in front of him. I don't know when you will grow up. Yuan Rui touched the leaves of the small spiritual plant in front of him and said casually, Hello, Boss Yin. It's finally my turn. I'm Qin Xiaoya. Do you remember me? Yen Rui nodded. Of course I remember. Then can I chat with you when I buy something later? By the way, this is my Aunt Qin Lu. Aunt, this is my life-saving boss Yin. Qin Lu looked at Yen Rui and was a little surprised. She knew Yen Rui was young, but she didn't expect Yen Rui to be so young. He looked like he was only in his early 20s, and even his temperament was a little naive and immature. From Yen Rui's eyes, it can be seen that this man is definitely not a wicked person. Qin Lu was relieved, and then stretched out her hand behind Yen Rui's back. Hello, Boss Yin. Yen Rui also stretched out his hand, shook it politely towards Qin Lu, and then immediately picked up the pen again. Please do as you please. I will continue to prepare the substitute props. Yen Rui's reaction put all the words Qin Lu wanted to say back into her stomach. He and Qin Xiaoya looked at each other and saw the helplessness in each other's eyes. And he is like this in the game. He is not easily influenced. I understand. Let's try another way in the future. Jian Anqi saw all the interactions between the two of them. But at this time Zhou Yuan appeared at the door again. Boss Yin. Boss Jian. Zhou Yuan should not be at work today. After he walked into the supermarket in casual clothes, he looked around and said with a smile, Boss Yan's business is still so good. Yen Rui put down the pen he had just picked up. He took the initiative to stand up and greet Zhou Yuan. How did you have time to come today? I'm here to pay back the money for Wei Cheng. Wei Cheng's father suddenly had a heart attack because he entered the game. He is now recuperating in the hospital. So he can't get away. So he asked me to help pay back the money. After Zhou Yuan transferred the money, he asked, can I bring a few stand-in props for Wei Cheng's family? If you are not in a hurry, leave an address and I will send it to you tomorrow. It may not be enough today. For such a super big customer, Yanrui naturally wants to maintain it well. Zhou Yuan nodded, left his address, and looked at the person outside and asked, what did he do wrong? He secretly took a photo of Yanrui, thinking of the person outside. Jian Anqi replied coldly, he must have bad intentions. How about this? How about I ask a few friends of my family to come and help you maintain order here? And they just happen to have nothing to do now. Zhou Yuan suggested, I'll ask them to take a leave. And they should all be able to come. Zhou Yuan's friends should all be police officers. Yanrui was a little embarrassed to trouble the police. But he was still worried that there would be a stampede outside after too many people. It was still the second day. And there would be more and more people in the future. He could only nod and agree, then I'll trouble you. Can you do part-time jobs? Of course. We can. Our salary is low. And everyone has their own part-time job outside. Some of my colleagues are fitness coaches and full-time coaches. Zhou Yuan could make up anything for Yanrui's heart, fearing that Yanrui would not give him the opportunity to get close. I can do it too. Qin Xiaoya waved to Yanrui. She hurried to Yanrui, and then volunteered, I don't have anything to do. I can also come here to help you maintain order. Zhou Yuan looked at Qin Xiaoya, who suddenly appeared, snorted in his heart. But his expression was still kind. After all, we are more professional. Some things are not necessarily done by professionals. And non-professionals are better at it. The two people did not give in at all. And Yanrui could only persuade, otherwise. You come on first, third, and fifth. And you come on second, fourth, and sixth. Anyway, I will pay you 50 for 1 hour. 12 hours a day. And I will pay you 700. And 2 meals for breakfast and lunch. Okay? Okay. Qin Xiaoya answered first. She glared at Zhou Yuan with a smug look. I'll ask my sisters to come together. Okay. I'll take 1, 3, 5, and 7. Zhou Yuan was not to be outdone. After all, we are professionals. It's normal to give us 1 more day a week. Qin Xiaoya was in a good mood after getting the chance to get close to Yanrui. She looked Zhou Yuan up and down without caring, and said happily, of course. But you don't show up on the day I'm in charge. Same here. Yanrui seemed to have a headache because these two people suddenly confronted each other. He quietly said to the system, can you check if they have any grudges before? I'm too curious about the gossip between them. I am very restricted in the A-level plane, and it is difficult to find such information about the past. The system was actually very curious. But as soon as he checked the information, his central control was like a network jam. And it was terribly slow. Oh my god. They have been fighting since they were young. And they are still fighting now. Someone in the crowd saw Zhou Yuan and Qin Xiaoya fighting again, and sighed, I guess they will be like this for the rest of their lives. I remember there was also Wei Cheng. When they were young, Qin Xiaoya fought Wei Cheng and Zhou Yuan alone and won. In their kindergarten, they were criticized by flyers for a month. Then the 3 of them were criticized on the bulletin board for a month. Isn't that good? What's wrong with that? The 3 of them didn't know how to read at that time. And the people who criticized them were adults and teachers. I don't know how fierce the fight was. I heard that at that time. No one around dared to stop the fight. The 3 kindergarten kids could actually fight so hard. No wonder they can now get 100 responses. But Wei Cheng and Zhou Yuan together couldn't beat Qin Xiaoya alone? It's really impressive. Finally, the system and Yanrui relaxed after hearing the gossip from the crowd. After Zhou Yuan and Qin Xiaoya reached an agreement, Qin Xiaoya went out. Seeing that Zhou Yuan was not paying attention, she quietly ran to the reporter and whispered, do you need my help? How can you help me? The reporter was a little unconvinced after seeing Qin Xiaoya. Aren't you in the same group with that group? How can we be in the same group? We just met in the game. I think this person is a bit strange. So I came to ask you if I can get some information from you. My superiors also asked me to check him. Qin Xiaoya pointed at Zhou Yuan mysteriously, and then said, did you see it? He is my rival. And his superiors also want to investigate the owner of this store. The reporter believed it. He twitched his nose, pushed his eyes back to the bridge of his nose, and then said indignantly, I know he is not a good person. I tell you, I saw evidence that he extracted the little girl's soul. He is not saving people at all. He may be in the same group with the game. He is killing people. What little girl's soul? Qin Xiaoya looked at Zhou Yuan, who wanted to come out of the supermarket, and asked anxiously, Is it the beautiful little girl wearing overalls, carrying a pink school bag, and combing a princess hairstyle with bangs? She was talking about Hu Xiujing's daughter Hu Yuyo. She remembered Hu Yuyo's dress and thought that Yan Rui had only had an intersection with this little girl. Yes. It's him. I saw that she was dead. But I don't know what kind of evil magic he used to appease the mother of this little girl. This person is really too bad. The reporter gritted his teeth. I can't let him deceive others anymore. Oh. So that's it. Qin Xiaoya looked at Qin Lu, who was trying to divert Zhou Yuan's attention, and continued to inquire about her. Which newspaper are you from? I will contact you as soon as I get the inside information. I'm not from the newspaper. I'm a private team. I received an anonymous report saying that the culprit is Yan Rui, the owner of this supermarket. He illegally amassed a lot of money and made ill-gotten gains by relying on everyone's panic in the game. The reporter twisted his head towards Qin Xiaoya. I have my business card in my back pocket. If you want to contact me, just call the number on it. You can find me anytime and anywhere. I can be reached 24 hours a day. Qin Xiaoya took out the man's business card from her pocket with disdain. I'm going back to the supermarket to continue lurking. Brother, hold on. We are doing this for the good of all mankind. The man nodded vigorously. I will definitely hold on. I will never be deceived by him like others. Qin Xiaoya put away the business card in front of the man, then returned to the supermarket, stood beside Qin Lu and said to Zhou Yuan, Why don't you leave? What are you doing here? You are not buying anything. If you want to buy something, go to the back to queue up. I already bought it yesterday. I don't have anything to buy. And there was no queue when I came yesterday. Zhou Yuan didn't want to talk to Qin Xiaoya. They treated each other as strangers when they met before. If it wasn't for Yan Rui, he wouldn't want to talk to Qin Xiaoya. I queue up to prove that I have a sense of public morality, and I am much more valuable than you. Qin Xiaoya handed the business card she just got to Yan Rui. Zhou Yuan realized that Qin Xiaoya must have done something after going out. No wonder Qin Lu had been asking about his aunt just now. What was particularly coincidental was that Qin Lu and his aunt were classmates. But Qin Lu had not contacted his aunt for several years. He was wondering why Qin Lu was suddenly curious about his aunt's recent situation. Infuriating. Yan Rui didn't know what Zhou Yuan was thinking, but he had guessed most of it from the expression on his face. He smiled and handed Zhou Yuan a candy. Eat a candy to moisten your throat. Yan Rui picked up the business card in his hand. The business card was very simple, with only a name and a submission email address. After getting the email address, the system simply hacked the email address, and then showed all the contents to Yan Rui. So this person's name is Gong Chenwen. A nice name. Yan Rui looked at the contents of the mailbox opened by the system, and found that it was full of trivial matters, or various conspiracy theories. Trivial matters are similar to the kind of fight between one family and another family because of an egg, or the neighbor's uncle was caught cheating by the children. So the children were kicked out of the house, and had to sleep in the garage. Although the trivial matters in this situation have no value, Yan Rui read them with relish. But after reading 2 emails, Yan Rui could not continue, and the people in front of him were all waiting for his response with great interest. Thank you. I will follow this clue. But since it is not an official investigation, I am relieved. Yan Rui patted his chest and said, as if he had survived a disaster, I can't stand too much of a blow. Don't worry. It is definitely not an official investigation. I guarantee it with my life. Zhou Yuan promised. Qin Lu also spoke up. If there is any official news, I will definitely inform you as soon as possible. Although my rank is not high, I am well informed. Yan Rui didn't care, but he still nodded politely. He said to the 2, Then I'll trouble you. I won't receive you too. I have to continue to prepare the substitute props. Okay. They didn't dare to delay this matter. After these people left immediately, Yan Rui sat back in his chair, thinking. What are you thinking about? Jian Anqi looked at Yan Rui sitting back in his chair. His expression was a little solemn, and he asked while checking out the customer, Is it the person outside who made you unhappy? How could you make me unhappy? It's not because of this. Yin-Rui came back to his senses. I'm discussing with the system whether I can see a voice reading. These gossips are really suitable for killing time. So it's because of this. Jian-Anchi breathed a sigh of relief. If you are not in a hurry, I will read it to you in the evening. Let's read serious emails in the evening. The main thing is that I really want to see the family affairs now. The system gave Yin-Rui a voice broadcast so that he could observe the situation outside. Sure enough, there was a person hanging on the tree, which brought a lot of deterrence to the outside. Many people didn't even dare to breathe. So he was idle. A black car drove by. After the system finished reading a piece of news, a 90-year-old man divorced and found true love. And his true love turned out to be his 92-year-old cousin. It reminded Yin-Rui. Did you record the car? Jian-Anchi asked. Did you see what the people inside looked like? Are they the players who have appeared in the game? The system nodded and said proudly, of course, I saved all the videos of the people inside. There were 3 people in the car. And I think one of them looks familiar. Who is it? The player with dark circles under his eyes. Who felt like he was dying but didn't die. And was being observed by a group of people. Is it him? Why didn't he come down to buy things? And what does he have to hide? He can't be in cahoots with this reporter. This person can't be called a reporter. He's just a boring paparazzi who gossips. You see? He may not even have a press card. Yin-Rui looked at the man outside the door. Feeling a little disdainful, he believes everything others say and has no spirit of truth-seeking at all. He still has the nerve to call himself a reporter. If they really wanted to investigate the supermarket for the spirit of truth-seeking, they would not only take photos of Yin-Rui, but also take photos of the real situation of the supermarket. It would be better to ask the customers outside the supermarket and those in front and behind, or investigate the players who had crossed paths with Yin-Rui in the game, instead of making such a solemn conclusion. When Jian-Anchi found out, he stubbornly said that this was a black shop. One rat shit spoils the whole pot of soup. Don't worry about him. Let him go after half an hour. Yin-Rui snorted coldly and returned to his seat to continue drawing talismans. He had fallen behind a little just now, and now he had to catch up as quickly as possible. At noon, Yin-Rui was about to eat when he saw Zhou Yuan coming to the supermarket with 2 large bags, followed by several people with similar temperaments. Today is Wednesday. It should be our turn to work. Zhou Yuan smiled and looked at Yin-Rui and said, I brought you lunch. The exquisite packaging box was made by a senior chef. Yin-Rui licked his lips. He had not tasted this plain specialty yet, and he was still looking forward to it. This is made by my chef. I heard that you saved my life. So my parents asked the chef to prepare such a table of dishes. I saw that you are so busy here, so I asked them to deliver it directly. When they have time, they will come to visit you. Zhou Yuan smiled and explained, my parents are doing game data analysis, so they are very busy after each game. I hope you don't mind it. Yin-Rui shook his head hurriedly. How can I care about this matter? Don't scare me. No matter how old a person is, he is not afraid at first sight. But once he becomes someone's father or mother, especially the parents of acquaintances, he consciously takes on the status of a younger generation. The same goes for teachers. When Yin-Rui thought of his teacher, he thought of Shenhui. He didn't know how Shenhui was doing now. He had no news after he came out. It couldn't be that he ran away from the bill. Yin-Rui shook his head and thought that he should not worry about it. This is the lunch made by the chef of the rich family. He must enjoy it. It's good to have more helpers. Zhou Yuan found 2 people to help him with the cashier, and a few people went out to maintain order. He and the inspection pool had some time to go upstairs and enjoy lunch. I think we are quite lucky. You see, we just got to know Wei Cheng when we arrived here, and we got to know Zhou Yuan through Wei Cheng, and we got to know Qin Lu through Qin Xiaoya. These people should have relatives in important positions in their families, and they should be able to help us. Especially Wei Cheng. From what he said, he didn't enter the game many times. It should be that his family found a way, just like Hu Xiaojing's ex-husband. Alas, this is what rich people do. No matter when, they can find a way to survive by spending money. But ordinary people don't have this way, so they can only wait for the game's choice. But there is no other way. He still hopes to find a conscientious partner. If these people don't pass his test, he won't work with them even if they are friends for life. But a family that can raise people like Wei Cheng and Zhou Yuan shouldn't be too bad. What I'm more concerned about now is the player with dark circles under his eyes. I don't know what they are doing behind my back. Whatever. They can do whatever they want. If they close our store, let's see who can't help it first. By the way, when is the next game? I heard from people outside that it will be about a month later. The games around here are 3 to 4 weeks apart. They can't figure it out. The time is very random. Hearing this, Yanrui said, I was so unlucky last time. It could also be lucky, Jiananchi said. If it weren't for the fact that when we entered the game, we might not have figured out what this plane really needs. That's true. But we didn't eat enough and didn't sleep well during those days in the game. It was really tiring. Will we go to the next game? Yanrui asked. I don't know how many players there will be in the next copy. There are so many people in this plane. Not everyone will have the opportunity to buy the substitute props in our supermarket. If you don't want to go in, I can go in by myself, Jiananchi suggested. Besides, you can find a few trusted people to sell substitute props inside. Or there is another way. Jiananchi turned his eyes to the system, which was rolling a pancake and stuffing it into its mouth. But after eating half of it, the hair suddenly exploded behind it. Oops. Someone is plotting against him. The system's eyes shone, trying to find the source of the sense of crisis. But when it turned around, it saw Yanrui and Jiananchi staring at it with a meaningful look. He said, in this world, apart from these two people, who else dares to plot against him? What are you two going to do? If you have something to say, just say it quickly. Don't let me guess here alone. The system straightened its chest and said with great momentum, if it's not too much, I can reluctantly agree to you. It's definitely not a very excessive request. I just want to ask if you can go into the game next time and help us sell some stand-in props or something. Yanrui spread his hands. When the time comes, we will split all the profits 30% to 70%. The system's eyes lit up and stopped what he was doing. He subconsciously wanted to talk about the price and give himself more discounts. But when he thought of the 30% to 70% split, he stopped immediately. Such a satisfying split. I'll do it. Chapter 139 Card Game. Will you possess another player? Or detect the location of the black line in advance and let the black line enter your body and take you in? Yanrui asked while picking up food for the system. It's safer to go in with the black line. The system answered while chewing. If you don't go in, I won't have a channel to enter the game. And I won't be able to do anything inside. And the way of heaven in this plane is a bit dangerous. So it's better not to act rashly for the time being. How about I go in with you? After Yanrui said this, he felt cold. He turned around and saw Jiananchi's cold eyes. He shuddered and whispered, No. No. I just said it casually. Why don't you worry about my safety? System. She pouted and looked at Jiananchi with some dissatisfaction. We are also friends who have risked our lives together. You will come out alive. Jiananchi lowered his head and continued to eat. When the time comes, you should take more props with you. And you can carry some space buttons at any time. I have my own space grid dedicated to the system. And I don't need space buttons, the system said. Since someone has started to help, I will go around the neighborhood these days and enter the information of this plane. Okay. You can go out in the afternoon. Zhou Yuan has brought people to the supermarket to help. So basically there is no need for the system to watch the door. Just right for you to do more important things. The system was happy to hear Yanrui coaxing her. He looked in the direction of Jiananchi with a provocative look. And then finished the rice in the bowl as quickly as possible. Jumped off the chair. Wiped his mouth. And rushed down the stairs. I'm leaving. Contact me again when you have dinner. After lunch, Yanrui and Jiananchi went downstairs and looked at the well-organized supermarket. Feeling relieved. I'll go restock, Jiananchi said and walked to the basement. At this time, someone came behind Jiananchi kindly. Do you need my help? It will be faster if we restock together. No need. Jiananchi stopped the person outside the door without hesitation. The person looked at Jiananchi's blunt refusal and felt a little embarrassed. Yanrui stepped forward and comforted him. I'm sorry. He speaks in this tone. Our basement was stolen before, so he is more sensitive to this matter. Oh, is that so? But when you need my help, just call me. After Jiananchi carried the things upstairs, the man took the box from Jiananchi's hand, as if what happened just now had never happened. Xiao Yu, why are you so active today? You used to sit instead of standing at work, but today you are working on your own initiative. Zhou Yuan looked at his colleague, who suddenly changed his behavior and teased him with a smile. Do you want Boss Yin to give you a discount? Xiao Yu's expression froze for a moment. But the pause was fleeting. He laughed and hit Zhou Yuan. Can't I be active for once? The competition for jobs here is much more intense than that in the police station. I am trying to leave a good impression on Boss Yin so that he won't fire me. Xiao Yu smiled and unpacked the boxes of goods, and then put them neatly on the shelves, looking like an experienced hand. A week passed like this, and Jian Anqi and Yan Rui repeated today's actions in the supermarket. Jian Anqi kept replenishing and sorting the goods, while Yan Rui sat in front of the cashier and drew substitute talismans for everyone in front of everyone. Originally, Yan Rui thought that many people would wait for the next game at home peacefully after buying the talisman. But he didn't expect that some people would queue up to buy several times after buying it once. He saw a familiar face, who could come into the supermarket 3 times a day. You are not a scalper. When Yan Rui saw him again in the morning the next day, he couldn't help but ask, if you are a scalper, I will definitely not sell this thing to you. You better be able to prove that you bought this thing for your important person. The man immediately raised his hands, looking wronged. My dear boss, I really bought it for my family. I even took a leave of absence and drove here from the next city to purchase it. The man pointed at his face, then approached Yan Rui and said, I bought a substitute chopping board from you in the game. And that chopping board helped me block a move, which is equivalent to this substitute prop saving my 2 lives. So I recommended it to my relatives when I went back, and they all said they wanted to buy it. The man even opened his mobile phone to show Yan Rui his family group. Yan Rui looked at a group chat of more than 20 people named Healthy and Happy Family, and believed it 80%. Okay. How many tickets do you need? Yan Rui asked. You better not queue up. I'll just give it to you. Thank you. I still need 16 tickets. He originally thought that he could go back in 3 days. But he didn't expect Yan Rui to give him a break, and he didn't have to spend so much time. But in addition to the stand-in props, the things in Yan Rui's supermarket also attracted him. And he still didn't want to leave. Go. After receiving the money, Yan Rui put the talisman in a small box and handed it to him. There are so many people behind. Don't block it. However, this incident also reminded Yan Rui that there are always people who are not in the city who want to buy his things. If he opens up express delivery, wouldn't it be better? The one who came to the supermarket as a bodyguard today was Qin Xiaoya. He called Qin Xiaoya to his side and told her his idea. Qin Xiaoya immediately excitedly recommended herself. Don't worry. I get along well with the boss of the express delivery point downstairs from my house. I can definitely give you the best price. And it's the kind that arrives the next day. Qin Xiaoya was eager to fight. Since the last time the reporter she caught had no news, she had not found an opportunity to show herself. And this time was his second chance to beat Zhou Yuan. In fact, there is no need to worry too much about the price. After all, 1 ticket is more than 10,000 yuan. And the express delivery fee is nothing compared to this price. As soon as Yan Rui finished speaking and was about to discuss the details with Qin Xiaoya, he heard the familiar voice again. Boss Yan, I'm here to pay you back. Yan Rui looked up and saw Shen Hui standing at the entrance of the supermarket, with a woman of the same age and gentle appearance beside him. Yan Rui couldn't even guess. He knew that this woman must be the wife that Shen Hui always talked about. It's just right that you're here. But you don't have to pay me back. I'll give you a share instead. Shen Hui helped him make a lot of money in the game. And he had calculated it before, and originally thought that Shen Hui would still owe him hundreds or thousands of dollars. But he didn't expect that he would have to give Shen Hui 15,000 yuan. You still have to pay. I'm here to buy a substitute prop this time. Are they all talismans this time? Shen Hui looked at the note in Yan Rui's hand and said with a smile. This is good. This is convenient to carry. You can go shopping in the supermarket first. Maybe you will find something you like. Yan Rui invited Shen Hui to buy things in his supermarket. Shen Hui was very happy, especially bringing his wife to go shopping and breathe fresh air. He hoped that her health would be better. Sure enough, when Shen Hui's wife saw the things in the supermarket, her eyes lit up. The two of them took 4 large baskets of things to check out, including the talismans. You have to pay me 18,600. Yan Rui looked at Shen Hui and his wife, who held hands as soon as they put down the baskets, and his heart softened. But since you are old friends, I will give you a 10% discount. No need for a discount. Shen Hui waved his hand to refuse. Yan Rui had taken enough care of him both in and outside the game. Now he was letting him take advantage of Yin Rui. And he felt uneasy. Okay. But your wife doesn't look very well. Do you need me to help take a look? Yin Rui had already seen when Shen Hui's wife just came in that there must be something wrong with her body. If she is not treated, she will probably die soon. No need to bother. Shen Hui held his wife's hand tightly. And then he pulled himself together again and said, "It's a childhood disease. The doctor said there is no cure. But I am very satisfied that she can maintain her current condition. How can this work?" Yin Rui stretched out his hand and waved to Shen Hui's wife. "I am good at Chinese medicine. Do you want to try it?" Shen Hui's wife didn't have such a big psychological burden. He stretched out his hand and said gently, "Then I'll trouble you." Yin Rui felt Shen Hui's wife's pulse and found that it was indeed, as they said, that she was born with congenital deficiencies and should be premature. In addition, there was a genetic disease in the family. So it was even worse. She was able to live until now thanks to the careful care of the people around her. Yin Rui quietly transferred his special power into Shen Hui's wife's body. And Shen Hui's wife felt a warm current, which began to spread outward from the skin that was in contact with Yin Rui. She looked at Yin Rui in surprise. Yin Rui made this gesture to her. And she immediately pursed her lips to prevent herself from exclaiming, "I think you should change the direction of your disease. Go to the hospital for a checkup tomorrow. The doctor should prescribe different medicines. There is no cure. But the situation has become much better. Of course, you can't use the same large dose of medicine as before." Shen Hui didn't know what happened between the two. But according to his observation, his wife's complexion became better. And even her lips began to have blood color. He knew Yin Rui was a magical person. Seeing him like this, he could only quietly express his gratitude. "You saved my life again." Yin Rui waved at him. "Let's go. There's a long line behind us. See you next time." Yin Rui originally thought that he was just kind enough to help someone cure an illness. But somehow, the news got out. Yin Rui looked at Wei Cheng, who was begging in front of him, and said with some embarrassment, "It's not that I don't want to go, but the store really can't do without me. He draws talismans very quickly now. But it's just the same. If he leaves for a while, the supply of substitute talismans will definitely not keep up. Please save my dad. He is still sometimes conscious and sometimes unconscious. As his son, I must find a way to find him some famous doctors. But no matter how many I find, my dad's condition has not improved. I really have no choice but to find you." Wei Cheng lowered his voice and bowed to Yin Rui. "Please, you are my greatest hope. As long as you save my dad, I will give you any amount of money." Yin Rui was still a little embarrassed, but he looked at Wei Cheng and asked, "How did you know I can save people?" Wei Cheng said a little embarrassedly, "Actually, Qin Xiaoya told me." Although Qin Xiaoya and Wei Cheng are sworn enemies, after the matter was connected to Wei Cheng's family, she couldn't bear to reveal the news to Wei Cheng at the risk of being hated by Yin Rui. Wei Cheng was also loyal. "It's not Qin Xiaoya's fault. I forced her to tell me. I begged people around me to find a doctor every day. I guess Qin Xiaoya was annoyed by me. So she told me about you and Wei Cheng's wife." Yin Rui didn't have much aversion to this matter. But he turned to look at Jian Anqi beside him and whispered, "Otherwise, I will go out with him. It won't take long. You stay here to look after the store." "No." Jian Anqi refused without hesitation. "Don't you remember that after the last time, I made up my mind to follow you and not let you go out alone in the future?" After listening to Jian Anqi's words, Wei Cheng didn't know what happened last time. But he saw Yin Rui's expression became hesitant again, and his heart tightened. "I asked Zhou Yuan to help look after the store and let him help Qin Xiaoya. I will never let anything in the store be reduced. That's not necessary." After Yin Rui called the system back, he said hello to him, and then brought Jian Anqi and Wei Cheng to Wei Cheng's home. Wei Cheng's home is very big. As soon as you enter the door, you will see a huge square. Yes, ordinary people's villas have gardens at the entrance. But the entrance of the sanitary home is a huge square. In the middle of the square, there is a fountain with running water, as if to welcome them. It also sprayed a rainbow. Yin Rui looked at Wei Cheng and said in surprise, "You are actually a young master of this level." "Don't talk about this. And I'm not a young master." Wei Cheng anxiously pulled Yin Rui into the castle. Yin Rui was about to say that you are not called a young master. Don't be modest. And then he heard Wei Cheng continue, "I am the second young master. And I have an older brother." Ah, it turned out to be like this. Damn rich people. However, seeing the richest and most majestic old man in the family lying on the bed, with a ventilator. All the complaints in Yin Rui's heart just now disappeared. Is this your father? Yin Rui looked at Wei Cheng, and saw that Wei Cheng was a little tearful. He squatted down and held the hand of the old man on the bed. Yes. He is my father. Yin Rui squatted down and just wanted to take the pulse. He heard a scolding from the door. Who are you? Wei Cheng. Why do you bring people home? He is a doctor. He can save Dad. Brother. Let him try. Wei Cheng stood in front of Yin Rui and said, he may be better than those doctors you found. Nonsense. Yin Rui looked at the old version of Wei Cheng, who was wearing a suit and gold-rimmed glasses. He was a little helpless when he said these two words after a long time. Let me try. I will never use medicine recklessly. If I do, I will definitely ask your doctor to check first. Yin Rui was even willing to lower his price to make brother Wei Cheng feel better. But Yin Rui didn't need to use medicine at all. Using medicine was just an excuse. Brother Wei Cheng pursed his lips and said seriously, I can only feel your pulse first. You don't have anything in your hand. Brother. Wei Cheng felt that his brother's words offended Yin Rui a little. He stamped his feet anxiously, and then leaned over to his brother's ear and said a few words. Only then did the man in a suit relax a little. Then I'll trouble you. Wei Ning nodded to Yin Rui. Yin Rui sat on the bed, lifted the old man's wrist, and closed his eyes. After injecting his spiritual energy into the old man's body, he turned his head and asked, What are you treating? Isn't it because after I entered the game, my father suddenly couldn't accept the blow and fell ill with high blood pressure? He seems to have a cerebral thrombosis now. Wei Cheng answered. He is dizzy. There must be something wrong with his brain. The doctor said that the blood vessels inside are swollen. If you have surgery, there may be surgical errors, because the operation is too difficult. Wei Cheng told Yin Rui everything he knew. And Yin Rui looked at Wei Ning. Do you think so too? Of course. Wei Ning heard that Yin Rui had something else in his words. And he continued to ask, no matter what problems you find out about my father's health, please tell me the truth. We two brothers are the ones who want my father to recover the most. Since that's the case, Yin Rui simply stopped hiding a word. Your father is poisoned. And it's a chronic poison. At least a year. Seeing the brothers' shocked expressions that didn't seem fake, Yin Rui knew that they really didn't know anything about it. If you hadn't entered the game, he would probably have been fine for a month. But after a month, he would still be like this. Yin Rui pointed at Wei Cheng. You are just the cause of the disease. And your father's disease actually has nothing to do with you. Then may I ask if my father can be saved? Wei Ning was unusually nervous, and his fingers pinched the buttons of his sleeves unconsciously. But he still maintained the last bit of rationality. Can it be detected by blood drawing? Yin Rui nodded. Actually, it can be detected. But I don't know why he has been ill for so long. And you haven't done a blood test. Or you have done a blood test, but it didn't find anything at all? The secrets of the rich are all the most ruthless moves. I will check this matter. Thank you. But can my father's poison be cured? Or what does he need? Wei Ning loosened his tie and asked irritably. Any price is fine. As long as my father can be cured. It can definitely be cured. But he is now a bit deeply poisoned. So it will take a long time to recover. Yin Rui looked at the somewhat manic Wei Ning and asked, How long have you been like this? What? After Wei Ning loosened his tie, he finally felt that he could breathe and his emotions became more stable. Sorry. What are you asking? I don't quite understand. Yin Rui put down Wei's father's wrist, stood up and walked in front of Wei Ning, holding his hand unexpectedly. And before everyone could react, he put 2 fingers on Wei Ning's pulse, and then transferred his own supernatural power. You are also poisoned. After Yin Rui put down Wei Ning's wrist, he hugged his arm and frowned and said, You have been poisoned for at least a month. You didn't notice anything wrong with your body. After hearing what Yin Rui said, Wei Cheng ran to Yin Rui in fear, showed both of his hands to Yin Rui, and said, Help me see if I am poisoned. Yin Rui touched Wei Cheng's wrist and pushed his hand away. You are fine. Just a little kidney deficiency. Wei Cheng. Okay. After being speechless, he immediately reacted. How come my brother is also poisoned? Brother, do you feel any pain or dizziness? I remember Dad said that he sometimes feels dizzy. Wei Ning took a deep breath and pressed his forehead. Yang acupoint. And then calmed down his emotions. Just when he was about to speak, he heard Wei Cheng yelling, Boss Yin. You must help me save my brother. My brother never has a headache. I used to have a headache a lot. When I was teaching you. My headache was the worst. After Wei Ning told Wei Cheng to shut up, he looked around the room and saw that they were all his confidants. Then he continued, "Excuse me. Can you help me and my father detoxify today? I heard that the area of your store is only more than 100 square meters. And I have a warehouse-style supermarket of 10,000 square meters nearby." "Stop. I don't want those. I just want money," Yan Rui said. "Let's set a clear price. Save your father for 1 million and save you for 500,000. How about it? Is this price okay?" "Deal. 2 lives are definitely worth 1.5 million. Then stretch out your hand." Yan Ruiyang. Wei Rong stretched out his hand, and then injected his superpowers into Wei Ning's body as before. Walked 3 big cycles, and then sealed several points on his meridians according to the method in the Shuyu technique, and controlled all the poisons in these points. Finally, he merged all these points with his superpowers. And after taking back the superpowers, Yin Rui put the superpower points with poison into the water cup on the table. "It's this poison." Yin Rui picked up the water cup and wanted to hand it to Wei Ning. But seeing Wei Ning's shaky body, he turned around and handed it to Wei Cheng. "You can take it for testing. I'll get some from your body later and increase the concentration. Maybe we can test it out at once." Wei Cheng held the water cup and looked at Wei Ning with some concern. Wei Ning waved his hand. "Then please save my father." Wei Ning was completely convinced by Yan Rui. Others might not know it, but he really felt relaxed now. And no matter who saw a long piece of black blood being drawn out of his body, they would be surprised. But there was not even a wound where the blood flowed out. No wonder he was the one who could keep Wei Cheng safe in the game. Chapter 140 Card Game. Your father will wake up soon. You better nourish him recently. He has been in great trouble for more than a year. Be prepared for a protracted war. Yin Rui clapped his hands and looked at Wei Cheng. "We have to go back now. Let's settle the bill quickly." "Okay. I'll transfer the money to you now." Wei Cheng put down the water cup and took out his mobile phone. After transferring the money to Yin Rui, he stayed by his side and didn't want him to leave. "Our family is a little dangerous. Can you protect me for a while? Just like in the game." Yin Rui took a step back. "I had to protect you in the game. Now I have a full-time job." Wei Cheng also knew that his request might be a bit excessive. He looked at his elder brother, who was pale, and sitting beside his father's bed, and continued, "Then can you draw one for my elder brother?" Wei Cheng made a gesture, and Yan Rui immediately realized what he wanted. "That's no problem. Stretch out your hand." After hearing this, Wei Ning wanted to stand up, but Yan Rui saw that his body shook violently after he stood up. Seeing this, he immediately asked Wei Ning to sit back down. "I'll do it. I'll do it. He can still take care of the patient." Yan Rui walked in front of Wei Ning and shook his hand. Then Wei Ning felt a coolness on his forehead, which not only dispelled the anger in his heart, but also felt that his arms had regained strength. "I don't know if it's my illusion." Yan Rui felt that Wei Ning didn't really need such an expensive prop. So he blocked a part of his own supernatural power in his body and gave him 2 amulets. "This is for you. If the amulet turns black, you can find me to exchange it." Wei Ning was overjoyed. After explaining, Wei Cheng hesitated to speak. Yin Rui knocked on his head and said, "The one in the game can still be used." After hearing this, Wei Cheng was relieved. "That's not what I meant." Yin Rui smiled and looked at him. "We are going back." Okay. I'll take you back." Wei Cheng looked at Wei Ning with some concern. Wei Ning nodded. Wei Cheng said, "I'll be back soon." Then he rushed out the door with Yin Rui at the fastest speed. On the way back, Wei Cheng sat in the car thinking about something, while Yin Rui closed his eyes to conserve his energy. After returning, heavy work was waiting for him. "Do you think I was also plotted against when I entered the game this time?" Wei Cheng suddenly shouted in the car, scaring Yin Rui. Yin Rui looked at him and knocked on the seat. "What are you doing?" Wei Cheng turned around and analyzed with him. "I also entered the game when the game just started, including Zhou Yuan. At the beginning, the mortality rate in the game was not so high, so entering the game only delayed a few days. Later, the mortality rate suddenly increased, and we also found the black line pattern, and basically never entered again." Wei Cheng pondered. "What do you think is the probability that Zhou Yuan, Qin Xiuya, and I will enter the game together this time? Aren't you 3 good friends and acquaintances entering the game together?" It should be normal. And now you three have come out together. Yin-Rui looked at the rich kid who had no worries and lost interest. If you don't want to enter the game, will you send someone to go in and out with you when the game is about to select players? Wei Cheng shook his head. No. We will ask people to help calculate the density of black lines and the probability of their upcoming positions. When the game is about to start, we will go to the place with the lowest probability of black lines appearing. Just like buying lottery tickets. But this time is different. I talked to Zhou Yuan once, and he said that he was like me. It should be an area with a very low density of black lines. But that day it was densely packed. As if they would not stop until they brought him into the game. Wei Cheng continued, if it was normal, I would be selected. After all, everyone has the possibility of entering the game. But this time it is too bizarre. It is indeed a bit bizarre. Combined with the situation in Wei Cheng's family. Yin-Rui reminded, you ask Zhou Yuan and others to pay attention to the health of their family members to see if there are any signs of poisoning. Yes. I will call Zhou Yuan now, as well as those friends, and ask them to let him know if there is such a situation in their own families. Wei Cheng acted immediately, and quickly picked up his phone to send messages to his friends. Yin-Rui reminded, don't alert the enemy. Wei Cheng laughed and said confidently, don't worry. I'm not too smart. But I'm not stupid either. Yin-Rui was speechless after hearing what Wei Cheng said. After returning to the supermarket, Wei Cheng actually got out of the car with Yin-Rui. Aren't you going back to help your big brother? Yin-Rui asked curiously. Wei Cheng shook his head. My big brother asked me not to go back yet. I'm going to hold a small meeting here. By the way, do you have a place to stay here? I can't go home today. Yin-Rui thought for a while. Then can you accept sleeping on the floor? Wei Cheng thought for a long time, and finally touched his chin and said with some embarrassment, when I was in college, I didn't even sleep on a bunk bed. I slept on the floor. Wei Cheng glanced at Yin-Rui, and seeing Yin-Rui's if you don't accept it, you will be rejected expression. He struggled and said, I can pay. Yeah. So you can accept sleeping on the floor? I'll put a few more quilts on you. Yin-Rui didn't continue to talk, but Jian Anqi whispered a few words in his ear. And then Yin-Rui looked at Wei Cheng and said, do your friends have plans to live here? My friends? They come here. What to live in? Wei Cheng was puzzled. They don't have any at home, ah? You are worried that their family will have the same situation as mine later. So you want to provide them with protection as soon as possible. Right? But I am not reliable. They probably won't believe me. Yin-Rui. Then you can sleep on the floor first. After returning to the supermarket, Yin-Rui quietly discussed with Jian Anqi, if we turn that room into a homestay, they may not come to live here at all. Didn't you hear Wei Cheng say that he didn't even live in a bunk bed in college? It is estimated that they will buy a house directly outside the school. That's no choice. It's not good if the room is empty. If they don't want to live here, we can hire some baristas or bakers. Okay. Let's do it. Recently, Yin-Rui and Jian Anqi are both a little busy. So the room has been empty. But it can't be empty all the time. It will delay their making money. Zhou Yuan said he would sleep on the floor with me. What a good brother. Wei Cheng entered the supermarket excitedly and cheered with Yin-Rui. We agreed that I will sleep in the corridor between the first and second rows of shelves. And he will sleep next to the refrigerator. We will form a T-shape, which is safe. After hearing this, Yin-Rui looked at Jian Anqi, who shrugged his shoulders and said, you two don't have to sleep on the floor tonight. I have a room over there. It should be okay for you two to sleep in the same room. Is there a bed? Wei Cheng was excited. This was an unexpected surprise. Yes. But it's 10,000 per night for a room. And 3 meals are included. If you two find a few more people to live together, you can also rent it on the platform. It's only 10,000. I'll pay for 1 month directly. Wei Cheng transferred the money to Yin-Rui without saying a word. Can I see the room? Let's see it in the evening. It hasn't been cleaned yet. Yin-Rui didn't even raise his head. I heard someone quarreling outside again. Go and see what's going on. Okay. Wei Cheng ran out without saying a word. Yin-Rui saw him go out and hurriedly said to the system, can you change that room into a single room? What kind of single room? The system had no idea what Yin-Rui said. Yin-Rui directly found a few photos of the hotel on his phone. Anyway, the room is big. You can design it into a hotel suite. And you can also build a few more rooms to prepare for his friends to move in the future. Okay. After receiving the order, the system did not check the door. did not eat snacks, and devoted itself to the decoration. Don't forget, the two of them will move in tonight. By the way, there will be no formaldehyde. Don't let it end up being him who poisoned. The system covered its mouth in surprise. Why do you think so? I am a system that can connect thousands of planes. Yin Rui apologized and returned to his seat to draw talismans. At this time, Wei Cheng also came back. Boss Yin, guess who I met outside? Yin Rui shook his head. I don't know. We both know people. Everyone who should be here now. Yin Rui couldn't think of anyone special for a moment. He looked up at Wei Cheng curiously. Who are you talking about? It's the one with dark circles under his eyes. Wei Cheng whispered. He should be here to pay back the money. But why did he come so late? He's here? Yin Rui suddenly remembered how he was sneaking around the door before. And frowned. Then let's talk about it when he lines up to come in. Yin Rui had already begun to be on guard against this person. When this person came in, Yin Rui found that he had changed his appearance. His dark circles had become lighter. His face had flesh. And his mental outlook was completely different. Hey, where did you go for recuperation? Yin Rui stood up and greeted him with a smile. My family found a doctor for me. But thanks to you, you opened a treatable hole for my disease. Otherwise those doctors would still be helpless against my disease. Yin Rui waved his hand. No, it just happened. Are you here to buy stand-in props today? Dark Eye Circle nodded. I want to ask. Can I buy more? My home is a bit far from here, and it is difficult for my family to go out. Although Yin Rui has always limited the purchase to 2 per person, he is a little curious about what this person wants to do. So he said, okay, write me a list of your family members. I want to record it. Ah? Dark Eye Circle didn't expect Yin Rui to do this for a while. He was a little at a loss for a while. This? Yin Rui waved his hand. It's okay. We are acquaintances. Tell me how many you want, and leave your address. I will mail it to you in a few days. Dark Eye Circle pointed to the stack of talismans in Yin Rui's hand and said, I see there are still a lot here. These are what I want to sell today. If I give them all to you, everyone will queue up in vain. Yin Rui shrugged and said embarrassedly, sorry. I don't have so much stock. I can ask Boss Yin to send it to you today. We have been queuing for a long time. Yes. I came to queue up this morning. I still need 2 more today. I will go back to my hometown after buying them. I came here specially from my hometown. Hearing what everyone said, Dark Eye Circle could only hurriedly leave his address. After paying, he didn't even buy anything in the supermarket. He lowered his head and left in a hurry. Then Yin Rui called Zhou Yuan and handed him the address. Are you familiar with this location? Chapter 141 Card Game. Zhou Yuan looked at the address in his hand and frowned. He took out his mobile phone and searched for a long time. He took a photo of the address and sent it to his colleague. Finally, he said, this address is an unfinished building. What about the phone number? Yin Rui continued to ask. Is it his own phone number? Zhou Yuan continued to check and found that even the phone number was not the real number of this person, but the phone number of a person named Zhao Yuqing. Zhao Yuqing. Male. Age 82. Before Zhou Yuan finished speaking, Yin Rui waved his hand. Fake. Fake. Definitely fake. You check what the dark circles are called. I guess he was held hostage. Yin Rui thought about everything in a positive way, but he couldn't take it lightly. If he wasn't held hostage, we would find a way to solve it from him. You know what's going on in his family. Yin Rui pointed at Wei Cheng. Zhou Yuan pursed his lips and nodded seriously. Maybe there are several forces behind it. You who are being plotted against should be more careful recently. This person is a breakthrough point. Yin Rui didn't want to get involved in their disputes. But if he didn't, these people might affect his business. There won't be more dangerous people than the cruise ship plane. Yin Rui calmed down and smiled at Zhou Yuan. Anyway, you live here. I will definitely keep you safe. Zhou Yuan listened to Yin Rui's words, and the pressure in his heart was reduced a little. At night, Yin Rui invited Zhou Yuan and Wei Cheng to the presidential suite where they were going to spend a few nights. As soon as he opened the door, Wei Cheng immediately blurted out, Your family has such a good place? After hearing this, Zhou Yuan immediately tapped his forehead. Go and choose a room. Only 2 rooms? Wei Cheng looked around and found that the 2 rooms were impeccable. Whether it was the landscape, decoration, interior decoration, or living conditions, they were all in line with his living standards. It was much better than the floor bed he had prepared. Wei Chung said excitedly. I want to move my family here. Boss Yin, can you provide a yearly package? Of course. But there is no discount for a yearly package. Yin Rui smiled and rubbed his hands. It's really good. The system is reliable. He just asked the system to search online for how the suites in luxury hotels are decorated. And the system did everything clearly. He didn't check in advance because he didn't have time. But he asked Jian Anqi to come and check in advance. Jian Anqi's evaluation at the time was good. And Yin Rui had a plan in his mind. I didn't expect it to be so perfect. And it only cost 10,000 points. Yin Rui looked at the room that could earn back the money he invested in one night. And said with a smile, you two can stay well. If you need anything or are missing anything, you can just come to the supermarket to get it. Is it free? Wei Chung rolled on the sofa in the living room and looked up expectantly. Yin Rui laughed out loud. How is it possible? We automatically keep accounts here. You two can just pay for it when the time comes. Wei Chung. Alright. Although the two didn't know how Yin Rui kept accounts automatically, they thought of Yin Rui's great magical powers and tacitly didn't ask. After Yin Rui closed the door, he straddled Jian Anqi's arm and shook it. I regret it a little. Why do you regret it? Jian Anqi looked at Yin Rui, who was acting like a spoiled child. And he couldn't see the road clearly. He felt light and fluttery. Yin Rui said, if I had known, I wouldn't have decorated it so early. I would have let the system decorate it for us. At that time, I was very careful with my money and spent all my savings. At that time, Yin Rui had just returned. And the system was like a newborn baby. It didn't even have a portable space, let alone the ability to decorate a luxury suite with 10,000 yuan. And you added a lot of money to it yourself at that time. Yin Rui gently bumped into Jian Anqi. Did you invest all your money in it? Jian Anqi's soul returned to his place. And he touched his nose uncomfortably. There are still some savings left. TSK. Yin Rui teased. You are so silently devoted. What if I don't fall in love with you at that time? Wouldn't you lose money? No loss. Jian Anqi said seriously. I spend money on you voluntarily. If I want to return, then the money I spend becomes mundane and I feel. Love should not be mixed with these worldly existences. Listening to Jian Anqi's words, Yin Rui covered his face and kissed him hard on the lips. Then looked at Jian Anqi with a somewhat satisfied expression. And said with emotion, if nothing else, my love luck is simply better than 90% of the people in the world. Jian Anqi rubbed his head, looked at Yin Rui's bright eyes, and said with satisfaction, I am the one who is better than 90% of the people. When he was a child, he was scared to death when he knew that he liked a man. But when he thought that the man was Yin Rui, he was not so scared. Yin Rui would never stop playing with him. And even if he didn't play with him, so what? Not playing with him. No. Yin Rui must always be by his side. Yin Rui felt that Jian Anqi's thoughts had drifted to some unknown place. And he grabbed his hand hard. And the pain finally brought Jian Anqi back to his senses. What are you thinking about? Yin Rui asked. Jian Anqi shook his head. Nothing. Just thinking about what kind of tricks that dark eye circle would do in this plane. Don't think about it. Families like Zhou Yuan and Wei Chung can't think of it. And we, who are new here, can't figure out what they want. Yin Rui was not worried at all. Anyway, our substitute talismans are selling well. And we can make money in points. By the way, have you heard that the cultivation plane has opened up a spiritual field for us to grow food? Jian Anqi really didn't know. These days, he and Yin Rui were busy with their own things. And for a while, there was a time when the news was out of sync. He pricked up his ears. Why? What do you mean? It's the cultivation plane that sold us the substitute talisman. Because of personal problems, they specially opened up a spiritual field. The spiritual field there can even grow our food once a day. One day, Jian Anqi was surprised. Yin Rui saw that Jian Anqi showed the same expression as himself. And nodded vigorously, yes. It's one day. I feel that we don't need to buy food from other places anymore. We can just ask them to grow whatever we want. But they are actually willing to grow so many ordinary foods. Their personal problem is not poverty. Jian Anqi said. Of course, if you are not poor, you can grow more spiritual plants and herbs. This is also a helpless method. Yin Rui understands this feeling very well. And there are sweet berries. He said that he asked the boss to buy him a pig farm, and said that he has learned how to make sausages. When the sausages are ready, he will give them to us to eat. Isn't he trying to capture the boss through the love system? As soon as Jian Anqi asked the question, he immediately realized that his question was redundant. It seems that this is the real sweet berry. The next day, Yin Rui put breakfast at the door of Wei Cheng's Zhou Yuan early. After eating, Wei Cheng came to Yin Rui, who was drawing a substitute prop before the supermarket opened. Now Yin Rui is a little annoyed with drawing the substitute talisman, and is ready to draw some substitute props to ease his eyes. What are you doing? Yin Rui looked at Wei Cheng, who was hesitant to speak, and said, this style doesn't suit you. Just say it if you have something to say. Then I'll say it directly. Wei Cheng said, I want to ask. Can I let my brother and my father live in? After Yin Rui finished the last stroke, he put down the pen, looked at Wei Cheng and said, why? I asked my brother yesterday, and my brother hasn't found out who is the one who betrayed Gary. I tell you, it must be someone familiar to the family. Because? Stop. 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 No need to explain. I just found out that there is a traitor in the family yesterday. It should be normal that it was not found out within a day. Especially with the size of your family. There are only 2 people in his family, Jian Anqi and Yin Rui. If one party betrays, the other party will definitely know it immediately. But Wei Cheng's family is different. There are hundreds of peripheral workers, and there are more than a dozen departments responsible for the internal affairs. There are more than a dozen people in the cleaning department alone. These people have the opportunity to contact the nearby chef department. Don't be too nervous. Your brother will be fine with my protection. Yin Rui gave Wei Cheng a reassuring look, then put down the doll in his hand and changed to another doll painting. After hearing this, Wei Cheng crossed Yin Rui's table, leaned on the table, grabbed Yin Rui's shoulders, and banged his head on the table. Please, just let my brother and dad come. They are really important to me. They can't get sick. Oh! You? Yin Rui now regretted why he designed this position so small, which made it unavoidable now. Jian Anqi finished making dessert for Yin Rui and went downstairs. Seeing Wei Cheng like this, he frowned. The next second, Wei Cheng felt his buttocks numb, and he had no strength in his body. What are you doing? Jian Anqi pretended to look at Wei Cheng as if nothing had happened. Yin Rui smiled knowingly. He said he wanted his father and brother to live here as well. He was afraid that I wouldn't agree, so he begged me here. Why don't you agree? You don't disagree, do you? Jian Anqi put the pudding next to Yin Rui. Eat it. It has mango flavor. Yin Rui nodded. Of course I didn't disagree. I just asked a few more questions out of curiosity. His emotions were so strong that I was a little overwhelmed for a while. Yin Rui looked at Wei Cheng with a smile. I didn't say I disagree. If you want to bring someone here, just bring them here. But you can't bring a nanny here. No. No. After hearing this, Wei Cheng said happily, I will go back with Zhou Yuan to pick up my brother now. Yin Rui waved at Wei Cheng. You two hurry up. I will give you a surprise when I come back. Wei Cheng ran away happily, taking Zhou Yuan away. After seeing the 2 of them leave, Yin Rui quickly called out the system. System. Hurry up. Expand the area. And build 1 presidential suite into 3 presidential suites. So many? It costs money to expand the area. You won't forget it. The system was a little uncomfortable listening to Yin Rui's sudden big move. Are you sure it's 3? Sure. Sure. Yin Rui emphasized twice. It's okay. Just go ahead. I have a hunch that we can make a lot of money with this room. An idea has already formed in his mind. And it's just a matter of practicing it next month. Chapter 142 Card Game. In the afternoon, Yin Rui heard the noise coming from outside. He looked out the door. When he saw the situation outside, he couldn't help but grin, looking like he couldn't bear to watch. I called them both. Wei Cheng came to Yin Rui with great interest. Boss Yin, I have thought about it. They will live in my room. And Zhou Yuan and I will share a room. Yin Rui swallowed back what he wanted to say. No need. You all have your own room. Alas, looking at this happy rich second generation, Yin Rui really couldn't say anything to ask him to be more low-key in front of him in the future. Wei Cheng's eyes lit up. Although he didn't know how Yin Rui did it, he just knew that Yin Rui could do it. He waved at the door. Outside, the nanny car for the wealthy, which was so high and wide, was surrounded by more than a dozen people who were serving this family. It was so big that everyone forgot to scold him for cutting in line. Although it was not cutting in line, Yin Rui and Jian Anqi came out to greet them. looking at Wei's father, who was moving the leather sofa air mattress. They whispered, "Are you okay?" Wei's father, wearing an oxygen mask, raised his eyelids, looked at Yanrui, and nodded slightly. When the bed was pushed to the door, Wei Cheng immediately asked all the medical staff to leave, and he pushed his father into the supermarket by himself. There is no place to put it in the supermarket. A customer who was queuing outside kindly reminded. If you want to see Boss Yin for treatment, put it outside. The air circulation is good. No. Thank you. Wei Cheng's face flushed red, and he pushed the bed with both arms, cursing in his heart that he didn't know why the bed was so heavy. Let me do it. Jian Anqi took action, looked at Wei Cheng, and pushed the bed into the room without a sound. Only then did someone discover that there was such a mysterious door on the inside of the supermarket. What is that door for? Someone bravely asked Yanrui directly. Can we go in and take a look? Oh, there you are, Yanrui said with a smile. That's the hotel. Mr. Wei had something wrong at home, so he came here to recuperate. So that's it. After hearing Yanrui's words, everyone was not very interested. There was a house nearby, so who would go to the hotel specifically? And they didn't think the hotel could be special. And those who knew that the hotel was different were now open-mouthed in surprise. If Wei Cheng was just surprised yesterday that Yanrui's room had such a luxurious suite, today, he was really convinced. You built a corridor in one night, and no one here even noticed that you had renovated it. Wei Cheng gave Yanrui a thumbs up. Boss Yin, I'm convinced by you. Just convinced. Yanrui pushed Wei Cheng away. Go and see if there is anything you need in the room, and tell me if there is nothing. Okay. Wei Cheng pushed his father into the newly built room, and his brother Wei Ning followed behind him, squinting his eyes and saying nothing. What's wrong? Do you have a lot of questions to ask? Yanrui looked at Wei Ning's face and said with a smile. Ask any questions you want to ask. Wei Ning shook his head. Forget it. I know this is no longer an area I can understand. It doesn't matter. I can't hurt you anyway. By the way, did you have lunch? We provide 3 meals here. Wei Ning shook his head. No. I don't even dare to eat at home now. Before I find out who the traitor is, every bite may cost me my life. Yanrui patted his shoulder with emotion. I understand. I will give you a good supplement later. At this time, Wei's father was in a new environment, so he was a little more energetic. He opened his eyes and looked around, then pointed at Wei Cheng and took off his oxygen mask. He put his ear close to him. What's wrong? Dad? Do you want to? What do you want to say? Go hire 2 more people. Ahem. Wei Cheng put the oxygen mask on Wei's father's face again. How can this be done? There are so many people outside who want to kill us. It's very dangerous. What's wrong? At this time, Wei Ning walked in. He saw that Wei's father's face was flushed, and hurried forward to help him breathe. Yanrui quietly watched behind the 2 of them and whispered to Jian Anqi, he is old and sick, and there are 2 children taking care of him. Jian Anqi's heart tightened. Do you want a child? What nonsense are you talking about? Why do 2 grown men want children when they are together? Yanrui looked at Jian Anqi with a suspicious look, as if he didn't know why he said such a thing. I mean, can we let the system split up, and let him take care of us when we are old? He shouldn't get old. I won't get old. But I won't take care of you, because I won't let you 2 get old either. The system's voice exploded in Yanrui's ears. Yanrui rubbed his ears and said, Okay. I got it. You can't be filial to me in this life. The system just snorted and disappeared. At this time, Yanrui saw Wei Cheng with red eyes and pouting mouth, and he and his brother walked out of the door together. My dad asked me to hire 2 more people to take care of us. He's afraid that we can't take care of ourselves. Then you take good care of yourself and show him that he will recover quickly. Yanrui patted Wei Cheng's shoulder. Let him know how terrible you are when you grow up. Wei Cheng burst into tears of joy when he heard Yanrui's words, while Wei Ning pinched his nose and said, I won't go out with you. I'll stay in the room to rest for a while, and then I have to work. Yanrui didn't expect Wei Ning to work at this time. After he went out with Wei Cheng, he sighed. No wonder you don't want to take over your family's work. There is such a workaholic in your family. Yes, my brother has been like this since he was a child. After Wei Cheng walked out of the door, he looked at the long line outside the door and regained his spirits. I'll help too. After another busy day, Yanrui closed the door and ate with everyone in the restaurant on the first floor. The meal was cooked by Jian Anqi, whose cooking skills were impeccable. Wei Cheng devoured the food ravenously. And even the usually reserved Wei Ning kept his head down, constantly putting food into his mouth. Zhou Yuan picked up food for the two brothers, and his hands were sore. Are you two okay? Don't eat so much. I'll prepare some stomach-strengthening and digestion-promoting tablets for you two later. Yin Rui was a little frightened when he saw the two men eating. And Wei Cheng, you haven't been poisoned all the time. How come you still eat so fast? I'm just trying to cheer my brother up, Wei Cheng said shamelessly. And I've always eaten like this. My dad said I look blessed when I eat like this. By the way, does Mr. Wei need to eat? Yin Rui asked. Wei Ning nodded. You can eat liquid food from the day after tomorrow. And I may have to prepare a bowl of porridge for my dad every day. That's no problem. Just tell me in advance. Yin Rui patted his chest and assured Jian Anqi, don't worry if Jian Anqi cooks. It's delicious and healthy. It turned out to be Jian Anqi's. Wei Cheng told Wei Ning at first. But Wei Ning didn't believe it. After eating and drinking, Wei Ning put down his chopsticks, wiped his mouth, and resumed the look of a noble president. I still want to thank Boss Yin for taking us in at this time. To be honest, I have also asked many people for help in the past few days. But although everyone said that they would ask for help if they needed anything, they actually had no intention of lending a hand. Yen Rui sighed. Of course this is normal. But I am just opening a normal business. You don't have to thank me at all. That's different. Wei Ning shook his head. Yesterday I promised to share an experimental result with him equally. But Wei Fong actually wanted to take it all for himself at this time. Wei Ning sighed heavily. At that time I really thought we were still friends. Who is it? Brother? Wei Cheng asked curiously. Wei Ning smiled and patted his shoulder. Anyway, it's not Zhou Yuan and Boss Yin. You really made the right friends. I know who it is. It's the Lu family. If it weren't for their cowardly family, I would even think that the poisoning was done by the Lu family. By the way, have you really not found any clues about the poisoning? Yin Rui asked curiously. After hearing this question, Wei Ning paused, and then asked back, I wonder if Boss Yin knows why our family is the first family to be targeted. Or maybe the only family to be targeted. Yin Rui shook his head. He didn't know the situation here at all. At this time, the system jumped over, and Yin Rui hugged him. Presumably, he came here to quickly collect information after hearing what Wei Ning said. Maybe Boss Yin doesn't know when the card game started to appear here, and the source of everything should be this card game. When the card game was mentioned, Yin Rui and the system's eyes lit up. Yin Rui moved his chair and changed to a more upright posture. Then what? The card game appeared 2 years ago. It was refreshed every 3 months or 1 month. And it was not until recently that a large number of people died. Yeah. Yin Rui nodded seriously. I heard that everyone treated it as an ordinary game before, and only started to take it seriously after people died. That's right. But it's not entirely right, Wei Ning said. In fact, before the card game appeared, my researchers had already discovered that unknown energy began to appear near our company. And since then, supernatural events have occurred near our company. Chapter 143 Card Game 1. Yin Rui listened to Wei Ning's words, and was shocked for a moment. He didn't know what to say. Supernatural event? What kind of supernatural event are you talking about? Yin Rui widened his eyes, and asked in disbelief. Is all this a sign? It's not a sign. It can only be said that the person behind the card game appeared much earlier than we know. Wei Ning looked worried. I can't even find out who is behind it. Yin Rui thought silently in his heart. If he knew that the person behind it was the illusory hand in the sky, would he really be in a trance due to the impact of the supernatural event? Don't check who is behind this for now. You won't be able to find out, Yin Rui said silently. But you will definitely find out who poisoned you. Hearing Yin Rui's words, Wei Ning's eyes shone, and his whole sitting posture became straight. Maybe you are really an alien. Can you tell me my fortune? Yin Rui, looking at the expectant eyes of several people, Yin Rui did not hesitate to expose their fantasies. I declined. I can't tell fortunes. Jian Anqi chuckled, and before Yin Rui pinched his hand, he took the initiative to ask, what kind of supernatural event is it? Are you talking about the vicinity of my company? Wei Ning reorganized his words. Before I knew about the rumor, it had actually been circulating among ordinary employees for a long time. The rumor at the beginning was that there was a ghost in the company. After overtime every night, the computer would automatically restart until the next day when I went to work. And then the computer would be shut down again as if nothing had happened. They were so well disguised. How did they get discovered? Yinrui propped his chin up, listening intently. From this point of view, the ghost was well disguised. One night, after someone got home from get-off work, a bug suddenly appeared in the system. He returned to the company to work overtime and found that his computer was actually turned on. It is possible that he forgot to shut down the computer. But when he walked to the computer, he found that his computer was running, and the mouse and keyboard were running as if controlled by someone. Speaking of this, Wei Ning's Adam's apple moved, just when he was stunned and confused. Except for the computer at his workstation. All computer screens lit up at the same time, and they all started to run automatically without anyone controlling them. Okay, wasn't it a virus? Zhou Yuan, who heard this secret for the first time, looked curious. I remember that your company has many competitors, and it's not uncommon for them to create a virus. Hearing this, Wei Ning smiled bitterly and shook his head. I hope it was done by a competitor. But our system did not show any signs of external attack that day. And even the bugs in the system were caused by problems with the internal code. What does your company do? Yinrui was curious at this time. He felt that this was probably done by the heavenly Tao, which had already had basic consciousness in this plane. But why Wei Ning's company was chosen was still under discussion. Our company makes games. Wei Ning smiled bitterly. Yinrui was surprised. Don't tell me that your company produced a card game. Wei Ning nodded with a wry smile. This game was made by our company. Oh my god. Yinrui thought that no news could make him emotional. But when he heard Wei Ning say this, he was really surprised. So the card game that kills people every month is equivalent to the live-action version of the game you made? Wei Ning nodded helplessly. It was true at the beginning, but it has changed later. Wei Ning also felt a little wronged. Our game does not take the player's life even in the game. And every player has an initial 5 lives after entering the game. After the game fails, 1 life will be reduced. But after 30 minutes, this life will grow back again. And for this kind of battle card game, we mainly want to make money by selling props. Yinrui felt at this time that the way of heaven in this plane was really something. Knowing its own shortcomings, it looked for ways to play with humans from all aspects. Although the game is good, the price after the game is not something that everyone can afford. After that incident, did it become a big deal? Did you take any measures? Yinrui continued to ask. Of course. In order to prevent the rumors from spreading too far, I specially asked Da Monk to come to our company to handle it. Yinrui. But after the card game appeared, the rumor that this card game was operated by our company spread out. At first, many people came to our company to ask us to pay for our lives. Especially the families whose people died in the game. And they were even more devastated. If it weren't for Yinrui not allowing smoking here, Wei Ning would have wanted to pick up the cigarettes he had quit long ago. Whenever he recalled the situation at that time, he would feel depressed. Later, my company went bankrupt. But at that time, it had to be closed. All the employees in the company would even be hurt inexplicably when they went out. As early as the beginning of the storm, some people had already resigned one after another. Looking at Wei Ning with a depressed face, Yinrui patted his shoulder. You have worked so hard. But fortunately, my father needed me here. So I went to his group as CFO. And I didn't lose my job. Wei Ning laughed at himself. At the beginning, I was thinking about doing a business outside to show my father. But in the end, I ended up back to the starting point, and had to return home to inherit the family business. After listening to Wei Ning's words, Yinrui swallowed back the consolation that was about to come out of his mouth. Yeah, that's good. Damn rich second generation. So to sum it up, someone stole the core of your game. And the trend is getting more and more crazy. You obviously didn't do anything. But you have to take the blame for the black hand behind the scenes. Right? Wei Ning nodded. That's it. Later, we also studied the distribution pattern of black lines. It was effective for a period of time. But since the last time, it has completely failed. And it can even be said to be a backlash. That is to say, you used the calculated data to reduce the probability of entering the game. But the game system detected cheating. So you returned it all at once. And pulled all the cheaters into the game? Yinrui asked in confusion. Why did I only see Zhou Yuan and Wei Cheng? How did the rest of you escape? Hearing this, Wei Ning's expression was serious. I don't think we escaped. Because this time only Zhou Yuan and Wei Cheng had such a strange phenomenon. Maybe next time it will appear next to me. Wei Ning was overwhelmed and shuddered in his heart. Yin Rui's words just reminded him that if he didn't find out that he was poisoned, then he would drag his sick body into the game next time. And he would definitely not come back. And by that time, there would be no one left in their family. If it weren't for Yin Rui, Wei Cheng might not have been able to get out the last time he entered the game. And his father was unconscious because of the poisoning. This is a conspiracy against his Wei family. Wei Ning thought of this and slammed the table. No. I have to go back and take a look. What are you looking at? We can't find the person yet. It's dangerous for you to go back. But if I don't go back, they will never give up. They may even catch my friends to threaten me. Wei Ning made up his mind. He stood up and looked at Yin Rui with a smile. Please take good care of my brother. Boss Yin. I won't help you take care of him. If you want to take care of your brother, take care of him yourself. You still have a father. Anyway, I don't care. Yin Rui turned his head and folded his arms. He didn't understand why Wei Ning suddenly showed personal heroism at this time. Boss Yin. Wei Ning saw what Yin Rui was thinking, and felt that he had entrusted the right person. I may not be able to find a chance to end the game. If the game can really end, then the mistakes I made before can be written off. It seems that Wei Ning still feels that making the game is a mistake. It's actually useless. Yin Rui didn't want to hit Wei Ning, but he didn't want Wei Ning to be shocked when he found out the truth. You can't stop this game with your power. I know some inside information, so I can't let you do this or take risks. Yes, brother. Let's stay here. The game is so dangerous, and the people behind it must be even more terrifying. Without you, I don't know how to take care of Dad. What if Dad dies in my hands? Wei Cheng hugged Wei Ning's arm and shook it hard. Please, brother, just stay here. At this time, even Zhou Yuan couldn't help but persuade him, Brother Ning. You really don't need to be impulsive now. We don't have any clues now. When we have clues, I will definitely not stop you. Okay? Yin Rui didn't want anyone to take risks. We really need to think about this matter carefully. I understand. But, what sound? Jian Anqi suddenly spoke. Yin Rui didn't understand. What sound? Isn't it just the sound of us talking? Ding. A small sound appeared, as crisp as the sound of a glass bead machine on the glass. Wait. Glass? Yin Rui immediately stood up and ran out the door. When he reached the door of the guest room, he looked towards the supermarket door. As expected, he saw several men in black holding guns and shooting at his glass door. Sure enough, Yin Rui was not even surprised by this. He stopped Wei Ning, who was about to leave in a hurry. What are you going to do? Boss Yin, I know you have magical powers, but they have such weapons. Your door may not last long. They just want to find me. I will go with them. Please take care of it for me. Hey. Wait. How long do you think my door can last? Yin Rui leaned on the door frame and put his other foot on the other side of the door, blocking Wei Ning at the door. Unable to move, he hugged his arms, raised his chin and looked at Wei Ning with a smug expression, and said, Guess what level of attack my door can withstand? I guess. Looking at Yin Rui's smug look, Wei Cheng answered first, I guess 10 minutes. Generally, doors can't stand being hit 10 times. So he guessed 10 minutes, which should be reasonable. Of course not. Yin Rui looked at Wei Ning. You are smarter than him. Guess how many minutes he can hold out. I guess half an hour. Wei Ning answered cautiously. Half an hour is probably the time it takes for nearby police forces to gather. Yin Rui is so confident that he must know that he can wait for the police's support. Okay. You can't guess it again. It's a lifetime. Yin Rui clapped his hands proudly. Don't you feel particularly excited after hearing this news? Ah? Wei Cheng tilted his head. A lifetime? The quality of your bulletproof glass is so good. Zhou Yuan knocked on the back of Wei Cheng's head. What nonsense are you talking about? Wei Cheng covered his head before reacting, and then asked excitedly, Can we kill them all? Wei Cheng accepted this so well that Yin Rui admired his good attitude. 500,000 per person. Wei Cheng held Yin Rui's arm. 500,000 for the living and 300,000 for the dead. Do you think it's okay? Wei Cheng. Wei Ning stopped him sternly. He couldn't let Jian Anqi take risks for himself. But no one in the room seemed to listen to Wei Ning. Jian Anqi. Yin Rui pulled out his arm that was held by Wei Cheng. Let's go! After hearing Yin Rui's words, Wei Cheng and Zhou Yuan's eyes lit up. Only Jian Anqi took a step forward, stood in front of Yen Rui, then turned his head and held his shoulders and said, "You don't have to go out. I can go by myself. Don't you need me to cheer you up?" Yen Rui raised his hand and made a flag-raising gesture. "I'm not afraid that you will be lonely." Jian Anqi smiled and rubbed Yen Rui's head. "I'm going out. Come on." Wei Cheng and Zhou Yuan raised their hands at the same time. They both saw Jian Anqi's attack. The scene where Jian Anqi beat people without the strength to fight back, but still left a breath, is still vivid in their minds. Wei Ning has never seen the scene, and Wei Cheng has never had the opportunity to tell Wei Ning about the details of his game. So Wei Ning doesn't know how Jian Anqi killed people. "Boss Yin, is Boss Jian okay? We can call the police and then join forces after they arrive," Wei Ning said cautiously. After all, they have weapons in their hands. The supermarket's defenses are very good. Wei Ning saw it. So he felt that if they stayed here, they would not be in any danger. But going out to fight these people with heavy weapons. He noticed that Yen Rui and Jian Anqi were both mortals, and their flesh was also soft. Wait until they come. Wouldn't there be more casualties? Yen Rui raised his eyebrows. "But you can call the police now. Didn't anyone call the police just now?" Wei Ning slapped his forehead, forgetting that there were unreliable people around him now. "I'll call the police now." Zhou Yuan saw Wei Ning was about to take out his mobile phone to call the police, and specifically told Wei Ning, "Tell them to wait until there is no sound before surrounding them. Otherwise it is easy to get hurt." Wei Ning glanced at Yen Rui and found that Yen Rui actually agreed with Zhou Yuan's words. "That's it. Tell them to be careful, or wear bulletproof vests." Wei Ning dialed the police station in his own temptation. When he was about to speak, he felt that the outside of the door was as bright as day in an instant, which made his brain blank, and he couldn't speak for a while. Yen Rui's voice appeared in his ears and soothed his emotions. "Nothing. Just ask someone to come over." "Right. Right. Right. That place where the light suddenly appeared just now. There is no fire." "No fire. Fire? Oh. Sorry. You got hit by a tree. It's okay. We can put it out without a water truck." After a long time, Wei Ning slowly opened his eyes, but his vision was still a little blurry, and he couldn't see clearly what was happening in front of him. "Wei Cheng, help your brother sit next to you for a while. You can't see it either? Okay. Then I'll ask Jian Anqi to be gentler next time." Yen Rui patted the eyes of the three of them, and Wei Ning felt a coolness in front of his eyes. He blinked subconsciously, and found that his vision finally returned to normal. "How many alive?" Yen Rui opened the door of the supermarket and walked to Jian Anqi's side. He looked at the big net in Jian Anqi's hand and said with a smile, "Isn't it a bit of a waste to use a net that can catch flying vehicles to catch these people?" Jian Anqi pulled the net in his hand, and then said with a smile, "Reuse the waste. It's idle anyway. Otherwise I have to spend money to buy props again." The vanguard team that came to attack their supermarket had a total of 8 people, each with a light machine gun in his hand. Yen Rui felt that there should be a sniper not far away, but the moment Jian Anqi went out, he had already left. The shot he shot at Jian Anqi's forehead was bounced back by Jian Anqi's forehead. It is estimated that this sniper will doubt his life for a while. Yen Rui waved to the supermarket. "You guys come out and see. All 8 people are alive." "Where are we sending you?" "All 8 people are alive. But I don't know if they are in good health. And I don't know how many days they can live after being chopped by Jian Anqi. Send him to my lab." Wei Ning finally came to his senses, and his IQ returned. "If I send him to the lab, someone should be able to help me find out their background and why they want to kill me." I didn't expect Wei Ning to have such a lab. They hadn't even talked about this when they were having dinner just now. I must ask him about it during supper. Then hurry up. Maybe the police will arrive first. No need. They are always nearby. Sure enough, as soon as Wei Ning finished speaking, a black nanny car stopped beside the few people. And then a few people in black got off the nanny car. But the people in these nanny cars were all wearing black suits. Unlike the people on the ground who were all wearing black. They were all black. And Yen Rui couldn't tell what they were wearing. Take them all away. And find out their purpose. If you can't find out, draw their blood for the illusion experiment. Wei Ning faced his men, feeling oppressed. Ask them who poisoned us. They must be in the same group. Got it, Brother Ning. Yen Rui was afraid that one nanny car would not be enough for them. But unexpectedly, 4 identical nanny cars appeared out of nowhere. and the people getting on and off the naughty cars looked almost the same as those in the first car. How many bodyguards do you have around you? Yanrui looked at Wei Ning in disbelief. You don't have to be so scared. I can definitely protect you. After all of Wei Ning's men left, he touched his nose uncomfortably. Sorry. I am short-sighted. Yanrui waved his hand. It's okay. You go in and rest first. I guess you will be busy in a while. Just tell me if you need anything. The phone in the room can be used. After a while, the police came to sit and register. Fortunately, Zhou Yuan was there, and the two sides negotiated for a while. With Yanrui's sugar-coated bullets, these policemen who ran away even left with a smile. Wei Ning didn't sleep all night. When it was dawn, he pinched his nose a little tiredly. He yawned, stretched his waist, went into the bathroom to take a shower, and then came to his father's room. Seeing that there was no problem with the data on the machine, he laid down on the sofa in Wei's father's room and slept for a while. Wei Ning opened his eyes after only 3 or 4 hours of sleep. He changed his clothes and went out to have breakfast. But before breakfast, he stood in front of the floor-to-ceiling window of the supermarket and looked out, wanting to appreciate the quiet scenery on the street. Just by looking at it, he felt something was wrong. Wei Ning rubbed his eyes vigorously, then looked at Wei Cheng, who was picking snacks on the shelf, and called him over loudly. Wei Cheng. Wei Cheng. Come here quickly. Wei Cheng yawned lazily. What's wrong? Brother? He was still going to go back to sleep after breakfast. Look outside. Wei Ning pointed outside the door. Do you think something is wrong outside? What's wrong? Wei Cheng said lazily. Isn't it nice outside? What's wrong? Wei Cheng rubbed his eyes and said sleepily, if there is anything wrong, just go find Boss Yan directly. I'm a waste, and it's useless for you to find me. You really piss me off. Wei Ning hit Wei Cheng's back of the head hard, waking Wei Cheng up from his sleep. I want you to look at the tree outside. Wasn't the tree burned last night? It was Boss Jian's fire extinguisher that put out the fire. But the tree doesn't look like it has been burned. Wei Ning pointed at the lush tree outside the window and said, look carefully at the tree outside. Does it look like it has been burned? Eh? Wei Cheng opened his eyes wide and looked out the window. He found that it was just as his brother said. The tree had no signs of being burned. He was a little unbelievable. He dropped the things in his hands and ran out of the door. Wei Cheng ran to the side of the tree, touched the branches on the tree, touched the trunk again, and shouted to his brother. Really? Brother? The bark is still moist. It doesn't look like it was burned by fire, but it looks like it has just been soaked in water. Yanrui looked at the two brothers and laughed. Don't study the tree. Wei Ning, do you want pumpkin porridge, preserved egg and lean meat porridge, or silverfish porridge? I want pumpkin porridge. After Wei Ning chose his breakfast, he looked at Yanrui and said, Boss Yan, you are not surprised at all. Did the tree come back to life because of you? Yanrui put his index finger on his lips and shook his head. What kind of filling do you want for the buns? There are pork, beef, and vegetarian tofu buns. And there are pie in the steamer. Then I want 2 tofu buns and a glass of juice. Wei Ning's expression was a little tangled. He was really curious about how Yanrui could bring the tree back to life. But he knew that even if he asked, he couldn't touch the edge of the Eye-Guard world. The distance between the two people was too far. It was only because of the existence of the game that he had the opportunity to appear in front of Yanrui. Yanrui looked at Wei Ning's unpredictable expression and smiled. Don't worry about it. There are many things you don't know. Did the people in the laboratory send you a message? Yanrui was really curious about who was going to attack the Wei family. Not yet. Wei Ning shook his head. They shouldn't be fast. I'll wait a little longer. Good food is worth waiting for. Yanrui patted Wei Ning's shoulder. You can ask them to start with that reporter and the dark circles. I always feel that they are all the same people behind them. Okay. I'll remind them. In fact, Wei Ning's speed of collecting intelligence is already very fast, and he does things in a swift and decisive manner. But for Yanrui, who has always had a system and can know the answer he wants with just one thought, he still feels that this slow speed makes him a little uncomfortable. System. Have you spread out your data? When will this plane be completely under your control? Soon. The system sighed. It's not like he didn't want to control this plane quickly. He didn't even know the location of the original species. It would be a loss to come here to make money without earning the original species. Do you need Wei Ning to send you abroad or something? For example, Input the terrain of foreign maps. Maybe the area and accuracy of the map will be increased. And you will feel it. Yin Rui supported his chin and helped the system find a solution. Come on. Who knows what form it is abroad? I haven't entered the maps of the nearby cities. But I'll ask the puppet you didn't use before to help collect data. What puppet? It's a puppet. Yin Rui straightened up. Is this okay? The system nodded. Of course it's okay. I experimented for an afternoon yesterday and found that it was successful. That's great. You were out all the time and I didn't see you. I felt a little empty in my heart. After hearing Yin Rui's words, the system jumped 3 feet high, jumped onto Yin Rui's shoulder, and kissed Yin Rui several times. I know Rui treats me best. But next time, don't test my things without my consent. Yin Rui reminded the system. Then hugged him and rubbed him twice. This is punishment 1. Is there punishment 2? The system stared at Yin Rui with its big watery eyes, looking at Yin Rui for help. Can you please not punish me? No. Yin Rui was soft-hearted, but still refused righteously. I'm going to talk about punishment 2. Go to the farm now and find an inn for me. And then ask him to send a few eggs to Jian Anqi. Yin Rui said, there are no tea eggs in the pot. Got it. The system rubbed Yin Rui, kissed Yin Rui on the cheek twice, and then ran to the farm as fast as possible. Took a large bag of eggs and found Jian Anqi. Such a big bag of eggs, but not a single one is broken. You've worked hard. Jian Anqi was a little helpless. Go downstairs and help Yin Rui collect the bills. And record the appearance of all the customers who came today. Why do you have to record everyone's appearance? The system didn't understand. There are cameras in the supermarket. The camera angles in the supermarket are not good. Adjust the camera angle so that all cameras can record everyone's face and everyone's micro-expressions. Then go outside the door and see if there are people outside the door who are monitoring our supermarket's every move besides Wei Ning's men. Understood? The system's expression was firm. This task said that in fact, no one else could have such precise data analysis except him. On this day, the supermarket still had many customers as usual. And there were long queues outside the door. And some were even longer. Today was Qin Xiaoya's shift. Qin Xiaoya stood outside the door with her hands behind her back, staring at everyone's expressions, fearing that someone would cause trouble within her jurisdiction. At noon, the sun was shining directly on the ground, and beads of sweat kept dripping down Qin Xiaoya's head. She finally couldn't help but sit under the tree next to her to rest for a while. Thank you. Qin Xiaoya had just sat down when the system ran to her with a bottle of ice water and handed it to her. The system nodded expressionlessly and continued to stare at the guests outside the door. Gong Qingwen. Qin Xiaoya looked in one direction, blinked hard, and found that Gong Qingwen was nowhere to be found. I must have seen it wrong. Qin Xiaoya rubbed her eyes. The sun has made my eyes blurry. Gong Qingwen. You dare to come. Qin Xiaoya just raised the bottle of water to her mouth and wanted to drink the bottle of ice water. And then she heard that the little monkey, who had just been cold to her, suddenly had a huge emotional fluctuation, and called out the name that she was somewhat familiar with. Gong Qingwen? Where is he? Qin Xiaoya immediately stood up and took a posture to chase Gong Qingwen. But she didn't even find the target. Looking around, the familiar face did not appear in her sight at all. At this time, a huge gust of wind passed by her, and she almost fell down. Gong Qingwen was shocked. He didn't expect that his face changed, and his true identity could be discovered. What kind of monster is this? The face scanning in the community downstairs of his house didn't scan his existence. The system grabbed a tall and fat man in the crowd, and he showed his claws and swiped at his face. 2 times. Only a few pieces of leather or glue fell to the ground. I don't know where the system took out a towel from and rubbed his face a few times. And Gong Qingwen's original face finally appeared in front of Qin Xiaoya. You damn spy. How dare you come here? Qin Xiaoya realized that this man who was so well disguised was Gong Qingwen. He quickly ran to Gong Qingwen and stepped hard on his foot. Gong Qingwen cried out in pain and took a step back. His slightly oversized shoes fell off his feet, and the 5-centimeter-long insoles inside were also turned out. The familiar Gong Qingwen is finally back. Gong Qingwen was finally caught by them again. It's really easy to get it. Qin Xiaoya held Gong Qingwen's collar and came to the supermarket, throwing him in front of Yin Rui. Boss Yin is here again. But this is all thanks to your trumpet. How can he be so good? He can recognize it at a glance even with such a disguise. He is really good, Yin Rui said with a smile. But I don't have time to interrogate him now. Do you have experience in interrogating prisoners? Or leave him with you, and let his people take him away after he wakes up? I have experience in interrogating prisoners. You can give him to me. Qin Xiaoya didn't want her credit to fall on Wei Ning's head. Although she didn't know Wei Ning very well. This was such a good opportunity. Ping Ping. Can you go with me? I'm afraid that the cunning Gong Qinwen will be clever and run away from me. Qin Xiaoya also asked the system for help. The system was naturally happy to do so. Gong Qinwen was also his trophy. And he wanted to be directly responsible for it. Gong Qinwen. You are really my lucky star. Qin Xiaoya pulled Gong Qinwen to a corner near the supermarket and patted his face. Why don't you say anything? Gong Qinwen. What can he say? He said he was just arranging the stand-in props. Would anyone believe him? In fact, he regretted it a little after he went back last time. Especially when he saw the magical properties of the stand-in props on the internet and thought of his poor luck. He originally thought that he was lucky not to enter the game last time, but later thought that it was because of his bad luck that he did not enter the game. Otherwise, he would have met Yin Rui and personally experienced the magical properties of the refreshing props. How can he believe in his luck in this life? After living for so many years, he still doesn't know what kind of person he is. Gong Qinwen admitted his fear. I really just want to buy stand-in props. The last time I sent out the manuscript, it was rejected by someone, and I didn't receive a penny. You really wrote the manuscript? Qin Xiaoya said in disbelief, crossing her arms. Did you investigate? You just wrote the manuscript. Or you wrote about how you were caught, and how you were hung for an afternoon. You don't need to investigate when writing a manuscript. Just write it, and send it out. Gong Qinwen. Feeling accustomed to this, does every reporter conduct on-site undercover investigations before writing articles, and ensure that the things they report are true, valid and not biased at all? Is this the reason for your fabrication? Besides, how do you know that no reporter has done the things you said? Qin Xiaoya hit Gong Qinwen hard. Don't make excuses for your failure and irresponsibility. You rubbish. I don't know if it was the word rubbish. The two words touched Gong Qinwen's heartstrings. His eyes suddenly turned red, and tears fell down. I didn't do anything. I didn't send out my manuscript. And my memory card was broken. Do you know how expensive a memory card is now? I can't even afford to eat now. I sold my camera to save money and wanted to buy a substitute talisman. But something like this happened. Gong Qinwen wiped his eyes hard, looking so pitiful that the system felt sorry for him. You're not happy when I say you're trash? Do you know how much of an impact your unrealistic report will have on Boss Yin if it's really published? Many people will think that what Boss Yin sells is fake. If they don't buy salt, the boss's stand-in props can't enter the game. If something happens, can you be responsible? Can you pay for their lives? Can you support their families? Can you fill their place in their families' hearts? Qin Xiaoya became angrier and angrier. You feel sorry for yourself. But I feel sorry for those who are affected by you. Besides, do you think I don't know how much money you can make by writing a bad article online? You also sell cameras. I think you think that camera is not easy to use and want to buy a new one. Qin Xiaoya rolled her eyes, and the system realized that it seemed to have been confused by Gong Qinwen just now. This cunning human. Why waste your words on him? I'll just eat him. The system was furious, and it immediately became bigger, opened its mouth, and bit Gong Qinwen's head. Gong Qinwen was horrified and sat down on the ground. With a kaba sound, he felt a sharp pain in his tailbone. But now Gong Qinwen could not care about these things. He just found a direction and crawled forward with his arms. He was so scared that he even lost his voice. He opened his mouth, but couldn't even shout for help. You're so stupid. The shadow that had just covered her disappeared in an instant. The system laughed and returned to its original size. Seeing Gong Qinwen sweating and panicking, the system was still a little unhappy. He kicked Gong Qinwen hard and then lost his temper. Ask him if you have any questions. I'll learn how to torture him. Maybe I can help Yin Rui in the future. Qin Xiaoya pointed at herself in disbelief. Are you talking to me? You want to learn from me? Qin Xiaoya was speechless. Is there anyone in the world who is more proficient in torture than the system? She believed that no matter what she asked Gong Qinwen would definitely tell her everything. What a scary little monkey. Qin Xiaoya cleared her throat. Who did you send that article to? Did someone ask you to write it? Or did you hear the news about the supermarket and come here to do a private investigation. Gong Qingwen's voice trembled. It's really not me. Chapter 144 Card Game. Gong Qingwen was upset. Why did he accept such an order for the sake of money? But it was not a commissioned article. They just had a competition to collect news releases internally, which required exposing those shops that were very popular, but actually ineffective. And this shop was the most popular shop in their private reporter group. He was the closest, so he wanted to take the initiative. But it turned out like this. No one really instructed me. And I didn't mean it. Gong Qingwen thought. He had done this before. But there was no problem at all. He didn't expect to fail here. And he failed so thoroughly. What a mistake. Take out the competition flyer for collecting news releases, and show it to me. The system stretched out its hand, and frightened Gong Qingwen. The system was impatient, and rushed forward. Took out his mobile phone from his pocket. And copied all the information in his mobile phone with a touch of his hands. Go away. The system waved its hands impatiently. I don't want to see you again. No. Gong Qingwen realized it later. He hugged the system's thighs, and crawled forward 2 steps. What if I am selected to enter the game next time? You can't just stand by and watch me die. Why can't I just stand by and watch me die? The system shook Gong Qingwen away. Ask yourself why you did so many bad things before. Regardless of Gong Qingwen's pleading behind his back, the system left without looking back. After he ran back to the supermarket, he immediately changed his expression and jumped in front of Yan Rui. That person is so annoying. I just spent a lot of effort to prevent myself from vomiting. Yan Rui touched the system's head. Then give me a massage. I'm tired. Just when the system was giving Yan Rui a deep massage, Qin Xiuya came back. Yan Rui looked at Qin Xiuya. Why did you come back so late? You didn't give that person a substitute prop. The system didn't believe Qin Xiaoya very much and asked with some doubt. What a mess. Why should I give him a substitute prop? Qin Xiaoya walked up. I want to see the content in his mobile phone. I always feel that we can find clues in the mobile phone. Okay. The system took out Qin Xiaoya's mobile phone and returned it without waiting for Qin Xiaoya to stop. Look. I have integrated it into a compressed package and sent it to the folder of your phone. Please clean up the memory. You only have 500 MB left. Which is not enough. Qin Xiaoya blushed. I just bought a small memory for this phone. I won't do it again in the future. Qin Xiaoya turned and left. She lowered her head. The people around her were also curious about what clues she got. And they all gathered together. It was Qin Xiaoya who persuaded them one by one not to neglect their duties. Managing the supermarket for Yan Rui is the most important thing now. You take this glass of water to Wei Ning's father. He should be able to drink water now. Yan Rui prepared a glass of plain water, injected his supernatural power into it, and handed it to the system to let the system run errands. Tell him to drink it all. Don't waste it. Don't worry. The system felt that this matter could still be done. Yan Rui always felt that there was something wrong with his superpowers these days. It was not a bad aspect, but too abundant. The endless superpowers in his body had a sense of expansion that could never be exhausted. He drew talismans faster and faster, and could even draw one every 2 seconds. Even dipping the tip of the pen into the spiritual sand was a waste of time for him. He called Jian Anqi to his side. Do you feel the same as me? After listening to what Yan Rui said, Jian Anqi felt his superpowers, and then shook his head with some regret. Sorry. No. It was really not. His superpowers were still growing at a very slow speed as before, but they were smoother to use. Maybe it's because you've been too tired recently. Or it's because drawing talismans has allowed you to break through the bottleneck period. Don't worry too much. It's a good thing to increase your superpowers. Jian Anqi rubbed Yan Rui's head and comforted him. Yan Rui smiled. But it was a pity that the only person around him who could discuss superpowers with him was Jian Anqi. Any different problems between the two of them could be considered special individual problems. And the rest were all guesswork. It was really a bit troublesome. Yan Rui waited until Jian Anqi left, and touched the sapling surrounded by the original seeds on his table with his hand. If you could talk, would you be considered to have superpowers? You can't talk if you don't talk. But you can move. Jian Anqi. Jian Anqi. Come here. Everyone around was startled by Yan Rui's sudden exclamation. Jian Anqi, who had just gone upstairs, was called back by Yan Rui. But before Jian Anqi, the guest who was checking out next to him asked, What's wrong? Boss Yan? Isn't something going to happen? When Yen Rui heard the guest's question, he smiled and waved his hands and said, No, it's not a big deal. Don't worry. It's just that Jian Anqi and I are in love. Ah, it's normal for young couples to have big mood swings when they are in love. The guests were no longer curious. Only Jian Anqi came over and blocked all the gazes with his back, and asked with some concern, What's wrong? Yen Rui carefully raised the pot of grass he raised. Look, the leaves of this pot of grass just moved. Jian Anqi lowered his head, and the two of them looked at each other for more than 10 seconds, and the leaves were still motionless. Seeing this, Yen Rui was a little embarrassed. Maybe I just saw it wrong. I'm so sorry. Jian Anqi hugged him in his arms. What's there to be embarrassed about? Let's wait a little longer. Besides, I don't think you saw it wrong. I don't think I saw it wrong either. After getting Jian Anqi's affirmation, Yen Rui said, Just now I really saw the leaves move. And it wasn't the wind. It just flipped over, as if it hooked its hand with me. Yen Rui turned his fingers and made a hard shape to Jian Anqi. Jian Anqi chuckled. Then he's not bad. As lively as you. Yen Rui was about to continue speaking when he saw the leaf that had just flipped over. This time it flipped over again, and it even seemed to be deliberately holding on for a few more seconds in order to let Yen Rui see it. Jian Anqi. Look! He's really moving! Yen Rui exclaimed in a low voice. He pointed at the leaf. Jian Anqi saw the flipped leaf. The leaf seemed to have finally received some affirmation, and finally unloaded its strength and returned to its original appearance. With just a few leaves. It's really hard for him, Jian Anqi said with a smile. Do you want to take him upstairs? He looks a little unusual. If he is accidentally knocked off or stolen here, it will be a waste. Now this pot of grass is no longer bald grass, but a flexible bald grass. No, I still want to see him more. If I put it upstairs, I won't see him for long, Yen Rui said, and there will be no accidents. I can guarantee it. Well, I'll go to the basement to restock. Half of the shelves are empty again. Jian Anqi finally turned around. When he turned back, he saw that everyone in the room immediately turned their eyes away, embarrassed and at a loss. Busy as hell. Although there is nothing special, it is human nature to watch the excitement. After Jian Anqi left, the supermarket finally returned to peace. In the evening, Qin Xiaoya took advantage of Yen Rui's rest again, walked to his side, and whispered, I always feel that there is a problem. What is wrong? Are you talking about Gong Qinwen? He doesn't look like he has a problem. It's mainly Gong Qinwen's appearance. He doesn't look like he has a problem. Qin Xiaoya didn't say much, and directly put out the evidence. I think someone is manipulating Gong Qinwen, and Gong Qinwen doesn't know it yet. Yen Rui became curious. Tell me more about it. Look here. Just the collection of this press release is very strange. According to Gong Qinwen, he saw this article collection news in the circle of friends. But I looked through his friends and didn't find any evidence of that news. Of course, there are two possibilities. One is that it was deleted, and the other is that Gong Qinwen lied. But Gong Qinwen didn't look like he could continue to lie. He also said he knew about this supermarket from a news peer group. This supermarket is even a popular tourist attraction. But when I clicked on the friends who strongly recommended our supermarket, I found that they all canceled their accounts without exception. And that group became a dead group before this essay contest appeared. How active was that group? Yen Rui thought that one time was a coincidence. But 2 or 3 times, it couldn't be called a coincidence. There have always been 2 or 3 small shrimps. And few people talk. They are only active on the days Gong Qinwen mentioned. And every day is 99 plus. Qin Xiaoya became more and more excited. I think someone must have chosen Gong Qinwen. They know what kind of person Gong Qinwen is. And he is very easy to control. You don't even need to pay real money. Just hang a carrot in front of him, and Gong Qinwen will follow. Qin Xiaoya curled her lips. I think only people like Gong Qinwen will be fooled. If someone gives me money to hack the supermarket, I won't do it. But what did they hack the supermarket for? At that time, the supermarket had just appeared in the public eye. Even before the end of that game, no one knew any news about the supermarket. Gong Qinwen came to the supermarket at a very clever time. It was when everyone was skeptical about the supermarket. And the essay contest was before everyone knew the existence of the supermarket. Yen Rui thought of this and waved his hand indifferently. Forget it. Never mind. Anyway, He is making a lot of money now. And his points are almost accumulated. Tonight, he is going to ask Taichi to order a large number of extreme cold series down jackets for him. It's great to have money. Yin Rui is feeling very happy now. I found out the origin of the people from last night in my laboratory. At this time, Wei Ning came out of the room. His face was a little ugly. I'm going to the laboratory. Then go. Come back early in the evening. Don't let your brother worry. Yin Rui instructed. Wei Ning nodded, and then went out. Yin Rui thought that Wei Ning's laboratory was fast, but he didn't know if he could find out who harmed their family and poisoned them. He was really a little curious. When Wei Ning came back in the evening, Yin Rui couldn't even wait until the dinner table, and asked impatiently, "Who wanted to kill you last night?" "Yes. I'm not sure, but I have a little guess now. Wei Ning is in good health now, but his face is uglier than when he left." Seeing him like this, Yin Rui was embarrassed to continue asking, and Wei Cheng didn't care. "Brother, who did it? We have to make him pay with his life." "What do you know?" Wei Ning suddenly exploded. He slammed the table hard, and the room was silent. Even Yin Rui was scared, and now he didn't even dare to breathe. "Sorry." Wei Ning, who realized that he had lost his composure, pinched his nose. "I didn't rest well these 2 days, and I couldn't control my temper. I'm really sorry." Yin Rui understood that no one would be happy when something like this happened at home. Yin Rui patted his shoulder. "Go to sleep first. I'll teach you to get up after dinner. And Wei Cheng will definitely take care of your father." Wei Ning nodded, said "I'm sorry" again, and then left exhausted. Wei Cheng looked at Wei Ning somewhat depressed back inside. "I don't know what kind of person is it that makes my brother so uncomfortable. Does your brother have anyone he trusts? Maybe it's that kind of person that makes your brother like this." Yin Rui couldn't help asking. "Or your sister-in-law or something." "My brother is a workaholic. I don't have a sister-in-law. And my brother doesn't have anyone he trusts. I think he may not even trust himself. Such a person is a bit scary." When it was time to eat, Yin Rui looked at Wei Ning, who had recovered a little, and asked tentatively, "Wei Ning, how do you feel now?" Wei Ning heard Yin Rui's tone and laughed. "It's nothing. I'm much better now. Sorry for what happened just now." "That's good." Yin Rui breathed a sigh of relief, and then told him Qin Xiuya's guest today, so Gong Qinwen is also under control. You two brothers should be more careful. "I know." Wei Ning rubbed his temples, then looked at Zhou Yuan and asked, "Xiao Yuan, can you do me a favor? Help me take care of my father tonight. I need to have a good rest." Wei Cheng widened his eyes. "Brother, I'm your younger brother. Why don't you let me help take care of Dad?" Wei Ning smiled and gently touched Wei Cheng's head. "I know what kind of person you are, so I entrusted my father to Xiao Yuan. I still remember that you stepped on my oxygen tube when I wished for surgery." Wei Cheng was instantly silent. "Then I know. Good night, brother. By the way, Brother Ning, the information about the dark eye circle I found has also arrived. Do you want to see it now or tomorrow?" Zhou Yuan asked. "See it now." Wei Ning frowned. "Verify my guess." Zhou Yuan showed Wei Ning the information he brought back from the unit today. After Wei Ning opened it, he saw the content inside and felt relieved as if the dust had settled. "Show me." Yin Rui took Zhou Yuan's information and opened it to find that it was the personal file of the Dark Eye Circle. It turned out that the Dark Eye Circle's name was Du Jiwei, who was 34 years old today and worked in a technology company. He looked left and right, but couldn't see any hidden information in it. "I'm going to rest. Good night, everyone." Wei Ning wiped his mouth, stood up, bowed to a few people, and then turned to leave. At night, Yin Rui nestled in Jian Anqi's arms and found the system. "System. Check where that technology company is. I always feel weird. It can't be a terrible company that does some evil experiments. Then he must destroy it for justice. The company is called Green Forest. It appeared 2 years ago. The scale is not very large, but because of its sophisticated and advanced products, it has accumulated a lot of fans." The system checked, but did not find any more in-depth information. "It's very normal, but it may be that the interpersonal relationship is unusual. But we don't know them, so we can't find it out. What's the name of the boss of that company? He doesn't look like Wei Ning's classmate or former collaborator." The system made 2 electric sounds. "Can't find it. I can't find it." What? Forget it. Forget it. Then don't check it." You can sleep. Or go to play with an. Good night. Yenrui hurriedly stopped the system, fearing that he would suddenly appear in front of him in monkey form again. It was still a bit scary at night. Jian Anqi hugged Yenrui. Next time I play the game, I also want to go in. Jian Anqi spoke slowly. Don't refuse first. I only spoke after careful consideration. What's the point of careful consideration? I actually regret it. Yenrui struggled to raise his neck. Didn't we say before that we would let the system go into the game? But after thinking about it for 2 days, I still want to say that I want to go in and play by myself. This idea actually came to Yenrui the day he heard that the predecessor of this card game was a game created and produced by Wei Ning's company. A real mobile game. How many people can play the real version? Even for the real detective games that require evidence collection. There are not many studios offline that have the conditions to allow players to collect evidence. Except for making programs. Even if there are, it will cost a lot of money. Yenrui became more and more excited as he thought about it. He sat up and said, We two are really in sync. Next time, let's go in together. You don't know. I'm worried that you will be unhappy after I tell you. Jian Anqi was stunned. I entered the game to find the whereabouts of the original species. But you entered the game. Jian Anqi's expression was hard to describe. But although our purposes are different, our goals are the same. Yenrui smiled and hugged Jian Anqi and turned back to bed. Actually, there are some inconsistencies between us. The next morning, Qin Xiaoya appeared in the supermarket again. Yenrui was a little surprised to see her. Aren't you resting today? Zhou Yuan asked me to come. Let's switch shifts. Where is Zhou Yuan? Let me see him. He should be resting. He helped take care of Mr. Wei last night. So he switched shifts with your group today. Zhou Yuan was quite thoughtful. He looked at Qin Xiaoya and took out an amulet. It is different from the substitute props. But it can keep you safe. When the gold turns black, it proves that the amulet is useless. You can come to me to exchange it when the time comes. Thank you, Boss Yin. Qin Xiaoya happily took the amulet. And then she quietly approached Yenrui and asked, Do you want to sell this amulet? Don't worry. I will never tell anyone. I'm not going to sell it. But it's not impossible to sell it. Yenrui can now draw a day's sales of substitute props in just one morning. He thinks this is a good way to launch new products. Amulet. Can he learn to draw it? Since there is no rush. He simply asked Qin Xiaoya to wait. And he turned the book and drew it twice. He was not very skilled. But he finally drew it. It's much simpler than the substitute talisman. After Yenrui drew 2, he casually gave one to Qin Xiaoya's teammate who was helping with the cash register. You keep this one. And give the other one to Qin Xiaoya for me. Saying it's for her aunt. Ah? This person didn't know why Yenrui suddenly gave her a talisman. Yenrui didn't have time to explain. You can ask Qin Xiaoya and tell her that everyone in your team has won. Oh. In addition to the amulet, Yenrui began to learn other styles. However, in just one morning, all the talismans in the book were learned by Yenrui. Yenrui rubbed his sore wrist. His wrist was particularly uncomfortable today. He stretched and tapped the bald grass in front of him. No one helps me draw the talisman. Can you suddenly come alive and help me? Looking at the leaves curling up again, Yenrui laughed. He stood up and wanted to take a rest. And saw Wei Cheng running over in a panic. What's wrong with you? Yenrui looked at the panicked Wei Cheng and asked curiously. If you have anything to say, please speak slowly. I can't speak slowly. Boss Yin. My brother went to fight with someone. Wei Cheng stamped his feet anxiously. My brother may have reached the place where the fight is scheduled. But what can I do? No. How do you know your brother went to fight? Your brother is not the one who fought. Yenrui asked Wei Cheng to be patient. Speak slowly. Why did your brother go to fight? How many people did he bring to fight? Where was the place of the fight? Yesterday I felt that my brother was not right. So I asked his assistant to help me keep an eye on him and see what my brother did. I didn't expect that he would gather all the bodyguards at home and go directly to the mid-levels manor. What is the mid-levels manor? Yenrui asked curiously. The mid-levels manor is the home of my brother's former mortal enemy. They used to play games together. But later they parted ways for some reason. Then we can't mention this person's name at home. My brother will get angry when we mention it. Wei Cheng said anxiously. Boss Yin, my brother is a serious businessman and doesn't have any weapons. But the other party has them. So my brother will definitely suffer. Is Green Forest Technology Company owned by your brother's mortal enemy? Wei Chung looked confused. What Green Forest Technology Company? Okay. It seems that Wei Ning doesn't say everything to Wei Chung. Don't worry. We'll go to the mid-levels manor now. Yin Rui called Jian Anqi, and after entrusting the supermarket to Anan and Qin Xiaoya, please drive off immediately. Wei Chung was driving while crying like crazy. My brother has never been so impulsive before. What happened today? He is so abnormal. My father just got better, and he did this to me again. If my father wakes up and asks me where my brother is, how should I answer? He has been a good student since he was a child, and he always scolds me, saying that I am impulsive and reckless. I don't think he is much better than me. Although Wei Chung cried sadly, he did not stop complaining about his brother. My brother is so mean. Why didn't he tell me about such a big thing? Yin Rui wanted to comfort Wei Chung at first, but found that Wei Chung didn't need him at all. When he drove to the Banshan Manor, Yin Rui realized why this place was called Banshan Manor. Half of the mountain is actually one family. The scale of this villa is not even inferior to that of the Wei family. Does he live here? What kind of hatred or grudge is there that has caused such a big fuss? System. Did you hear any gunshots nearby? No. But I can feel where the most people gather nearby. Then let's go there. Yin Rui said nothing and immediately pulled everyone to run in the direction indicated by the system. Bang. Before they reached the destination, Yin Rui heard the sound of a gunshot. He subconsciously looked back at Wei Chung and shouted like a pale teenager, "Brother!" Yin Rui and Jian Anqi looked at each other, feeling bad, and quickly quickened their pace. After arriving at the destination, Yin Rui found that the scene he saw was not the same as what he imagined. There were 20 or 30 people following behind Wei Ning. These 20 or 30 people were wearing black suits, and everyone was holding different weapons in their hands, ready to knock down the person in front of them. Yes, the person in front of them. There was only one person in front of them. In front of Wei Ning was a young man wearing silk pajamas, with a residual sleepiness on his face, long hair hanging in front of his eyes, holding a gun in his hand, and a little lazy. Is this the owner of the Banshan Manor that made them so nervous? Yin stood where he was, not knowing whether he should move forward for a while. What's wrong? You brought so many bodyguards to besiege me, and there are helpers behind me. You think too highly of me. My Wei Ning. Watch your words. Wei Ning shouted. I ask you, did you poison us? I did. What's wrong? You are so slow in investigating. Are you blaming me? Wei Ning closed his eyes in anger and took a deep breath. Then he took back the dirty words that he was about to spit out. Why did you poison us? Li Chang'an. I didn't offend you later. Yeah. But you're not dead. Are you? Li Chang'an spread his hands, then turned the gun in his hand and said nonchalantly, I thought you could come to see me a month ago. You poisoned me and my father just to see me? Wei Ning cursed. Are you fucking crazy? Hearing this, Li Chang'an chuckled, spread his arms, and faced Wei Ning. It feels so familiar. Curse me again. Psycho. You sent 8 people to kill me the night before yesterday. I almost didn't survive. But aren't you alive and well now? Li Chang'an looked Wei Ning up and down. Or where are you injured? Let me see the wound. Wei Ning raised his forearm. My hand is injured. After hearing this, Li Chang'an's face changed, and the smile on his face immediately faded. He threw the gun to the ground, took out a knife from somewhere, and cut his forearm hard. The white silk pajamas were immediately stained with blood. What are you doing? Wei Ning shouted. Psychopath. You are really a psychopath. Didn't you become friends with me because I was a psychopath? How come psychopathic illness has become my problem now? Li Chang'an seemed to be unable to feel the pain at all. You are not dead, which makes me a little surprised. But it doesn't matter. I will definitely kill you. Facing this murderer who wanted to kill him all the time, Wei Ning didn't know what to say for a while. The scene was deadlocked for a moment, with only the sound of blood from the wound on Li Chang'an's arm dripping onto the ground. Seeing that both sides were deadlocked for a while, Yin Rui finally couldn't help but speak. I have a question to ask Mr. Li Chang'an. You ask? Li Chang'an looked at Yin Rui. Are you the supermarket owner? Li Chang'an just glanced at Yin Rui lightly, and then put all his attention back to Wei Ning, seemingly not caring about Yin Rui's answer. Yin Rui nodded, looking at the first person who saw him without any emotional fluctuations, and was a little curious for a while. Boss Yin, can you do me a favor? Wei Ning said helplessly. Can you help me treat the wound on Li Changyang's body? Okay. Without waiting for Yan Rui to answer, Li Changyang spoke first and agreed. I'll let him treat it. No matter how you look at it. You should answer this question yourself first. Yan Rui looked at Wei Ning helplessly, but still walked forward, held Li Changyang's arm, and transferred his supernatural power into his body. Oh! After Li Changyang felt that his wound was no longer bleeding, he finally gave Yan Rui a look. So amazing? No wonder Wei Ning likes you so much. Yan Rui immediately withdrew his hand. Don't say that. I have a boyfriend. Yeah. Li Changyang felt that he had given Yan Rui face. He looked at Wei Ning again. Liar. What did I lie to you about? Wei Ning put his hands in his pockets. You lied to me first. You're not injured. But you lied to me that you cut yourself. Although he said so, Li Changyang didn't look angry at all. He looked at Wei Ning and continued. Let's discuss something. What? Wei Ning said cautiously. I'll give you the gun later. After you commit suicide, I'll kill your father, then your brother, and then commit suicide. I heard that using a gun is the least painful. I took a lot of effort to get the gun here. Li Changyang looked innocent. The 8 people I sent that day had the strongest guns. I heard that they can kill with one shot. Pistols may be slower, but they are only a few seconds different. Li Changyang said the most ruthless words, with the least crying expression. This matter cannot end unless you die. You are really fucking sick. There was no need to speak for you at this time. Wei Cheng couldn't bear it anymore and ran forward, stretching out his fist to punch Li Changyang. But Li Changyang just glanced at Wei Cheng with his peripheral vision. When Wei Cheng's fist was about to get close to his face, he suddenly made a move, tightly grasped Wei Cheng's wrist with his hand, and then twisted it hard. Wei Cheng cried out in pain and fell to the ground. Look! You should die first. If he dies first, you will definitely be very sad. But after you die, you won't have so much pain. Li Changyang bent down, picked up the gun from the ground again, then walked to Wei Ning and handed him the gun. Listen to me. Do it yourself. Wei Ning took the gun slowly. Li Changyang laughed after seeing it. Can we still be good friends in the next life? Or neighbors? Or classmates? It would be best if we knew each other since childhood. Wei Ning raised his hand and pointed the gun straight at Li Changyang. I say. Li Changyang. Are you sick again? Do you think I can do it myself if you ask me to? Brainwashing is not as perfunctory as you. Yan Rui couldn't hold it back any longer at this time. He asked curiously, Hey, the one called Li Changyang. I want to ask you, why do you always want them to die? Because something started with him. Naturally they have to end with him. Li Changyang looked at the black muzzle in front of him and laughed. Games? Humans can no longer withstand the existence of games. Wei Ning heard this and put down the gun. Do you think the world has become like this because of me? Do you think the emergence of this game is because of the game I made in the first place? Wei Ning knew that Li Changyang's brain circuit was strange. But he didn't expect that Li Changyang's brain circuit would become so strange. Of course it's because of you. No one else has this ability except you. You are the most powerful genius in the world. I believe that if you are given time, you will definitely be able to change the world. Li Changyang looked at Wei Ning with a crazy expression. But you have to admit your mistakes. I believe that with your qualifications, you will definitely be a genius in your next life. Wait a minute. Looking at Wei Ning, who was so angry that he couldn't speak, Yan Rui interrupted Li Changyang. Why are you so sure that the game appeared because of Wei Ning? Because this world will communicate with me. Li Changyang stared at Wei Ning, and he didn't know what he wanted to see from Wei Ning's eyes. The consciousness of this world told me that Wei Ning's aura was too strong, and he couldn't communicate. So he came to me because I was the person who was most closely connected to Wei Ning in this world. Li Changyang said this with a proud expression. Even this world has certified that we are best friends. Best friends don't wish for each other to die over and over again. Wei Ning felt a chill all over his body. When we were friends, I didn't want you to die either. But if you make a mistake, I have to correct it. Li Changyang looked innocent. That's what best friends should do. Don't worry. I can't control you. So I will atone for my sins. Then why did you poison my father? Wei Ning couldn't help but curse. If you want to kill me, just kill me directly. Why do you touch my dad? Because he is the culprit. You told me that if your father wasn't often away from home to take care of you when you were young, you wouldn't be so independent. And you wouldn't have thought about starting your own company. If you had taken over your family's business, you wouldn't have started a game company. You wouldn't have made that card game. and the world wouldn't have become what it is now. Li Changyang became more and more excited, and the veins on his neck were clearly visible at the end. It was because he did nothing that he harmed you and made you make such a mistake. What's wrong with me killing him? Not only do I want to kill him, I want him to die painfully. This is his retribution. Shut up. Wei Ning didn't expect that he had only said a few words to Li Changyang at the beginning, but he still remembered it until now, and he could make a fuss about it to this extent. I think you are crazy. You have hallucinations. Arrest him and send him to a mental hospital. Release him when he is cured. I can't go to a mental hospital. Li Changyang, who seemed to be emotionally stable just now, struggled immediately after hearing that Wei Ning wanted to lock him up. He took a step forward and clamped Wei Ning in his arms while he was not paying attention, then grabbed the gun and shouted at everyone. Who dares to come over? If you dare to come over, I will kill Wei Cheng. Wait a minute. The one in Li Changyang's arms is Wei Ning. Why should he kill Wei Cheng if he goes over? Yan Rui looked at Wei Cheng, who was still lying on the ground wailing, with some pity. Do you want to stand up? I'll treat your wrist. Wait for me after I finish scolding you. Boss Yin. Wei Cheng stood up and regarded the pain as his stimulant. Li Changyang. You shameless bastards. You mentally ill patient. Yan Rui listened to Wei Cheng's scolding and realized for the first time that Wei Cheng's vocabulary was so rich. Li Changyang didn't seem to care what Wei Cheng was scolding. Instead, he held Wei Ning in his arms and whispered to him quietly. I don't know what he was whispering. Looking at such a chaotic scene, Yan Rui felt a little speechless for a while. He waited until Wei Cheng was done scolding and then held his wrist. After he held his wrist, he let him step back. Li Changyang, why do you think you are not sick? If you are really sick, what you heard is not what the consciousness of this world tells you. Then your best friend Wei Ning died in vain. And even if it is the real world consciousness, he must not be a good person. Because a good person will not let himself hurt his best friend. Since he can communicate with you, he can communicate with killers who are more powerful than you. In this case, the world would have been set right long ago. Right? Yeah. Li Changyang's reaction proved that he didn't listen to Yan Rui's words at all until Wei Ning spoke. What would you do if you listened to the world consciousness and killed me? And the game continued? Then he was wrong. And it has nothing to do with me, Li Changyang said indifferently. Besides, what does it matter if the game continues? And what does it matter if it doesn't continue? By then, I will be dead like you. Chapter 145 Card Game. Yan Rui saw that Li Changyang was crazy and not afraid of death. This kind of person is the most difficult to deal with. Li Changyang, you threaten me with my brother's life? Wei Ning was furious and struggled desperately in his arms. Who knows where Li Changyang got the strength from? Wei Ning couldn't break free and even lost some strength. This is not a solution. Yan Rui stood in front of Wei Cheng and winked at Jian Anqi. Jian Anqi understood. Then Yan Rui shouted loudly, and Li Changyang's eyes unconsciously looked at Yan Rui. Taking this opportunity, Jian Anqi took a light step forward. Electric sparks rolled in his palm, and he stretched out his hand and swung it. Li Changyang immediately felt numb all over his body, and the whole person immediately lost consciousness and fell to the ground. Yan Rui stepped forward. Wei Ning, how do you feel? Are you injured? Wei Ning shook his head. No. Then he turned to look at Li Changyang, tried Li Changyang's breath, and touched his chest. Seeing that he still had a heartbeat, he was relieved. How did you get here? Wei Ning realized it later and looked directly at Wei Cheng. Didn't I ask you to stay in the hotel and take care of Dad? What if something happens when you come here? What will Dad do? Then why don't you ask Boss Yin for help directly? You brought so many people. Can you block his shot? After Wei Cheng finished speaking, he turned to the direction of Wei Ning's bodyguards. I don't mean to say anything bad about you. The bodyguard captain nodded coolly and took a step back. Wei Ning said helplessly, Li Changyang won't hurt me, but I'm not sure whether he will hurt you. You've drugged him. Brother, does he still look like he won't kill you? Don't love him too much, Wei Cheng exclaimed. Are you spoiling him too much? He just has some problems. Just send him to a sanatorium. Wei Ning picked up Li Changyang. I'll send him to a sanatorium first. You might as well send him to me instead of a sanatorium. I think he's seriously ill, Yan Rui suggested. Besides, Li Changyang looked very rich. If he could cure his illness, although it might not be cured, he always felt that Li Changyang was a key point. After all, Only he could really connect to the world consciousness. That's great. Thank you. Wei Ning carried Li Changyang to the car. Li Changyang woke up once, in the middle of the journey. But the next second, he was knocked unconscious again by Jian Anqi. On the way back, Jian Anqi whispered to Xiang Yinrui, "They don't look like good friends." Yinrui blinked and motioned Jian Anqi to look at Wei Ning's hand. Seeing Wei Ning tightly holding Li Changyang's sleeve, Jian Anqi immediately understood. After returning to the supermarket, he saw that someone else came to the supermarket to book a room for accommodation. Finally, a guest couldn't help asking, "Boss Yin, can we stay here? Are there any vacancies?" Yinrui greeted, "Not yet. The interior is still under renovation. Next month. It is estimated that it will be put into use next month. Everyone can come and have a look if you have time." When they heard that Yinrui was going to open a hotel, some people were interested. Yinrui even saw someone write it down in the mobile phone memo, reminding himself to come and have a look next month. After putting Li Changyang in a newly opened room, Yinrui and Wei Ning said, "You will receive a message after he wakes up." The light turns green, which means he is awake in the room. Now it is red, which means he is still in a coma. Then is there any way to prevent him from leaving this door? Wei Ning asked, looking at the door. "Don't worry. Except you, me, and Jian Anqi. No one else is qualified to enter this door. And he can't move the dangerous items in the room. And he will never be hurt. You can rest assured about his safety. In fact, I am not concerned about his safety. But he knows more than we do. And I want to see if there are any clues." Wei Ning touched his nose uncomfortably and said, Yinrui patted his shoulder, "Let's talk about it after he wakes up. Like you, I have a lot of questions to ask." After they separated, Yinrui pulled Jian Anqi upstairs and called out the system. "What exactly is the world consciousness that Li Changyang mentioned? Did this plane generate its own consciousness and want to destroy humans? Why does he want to destroy humans? Aren't humans good?" The system doesn't understand. He has come into contact with many humans. He thinks that although humans have some minor problems, they are generally good. I don't know why he wants to destroy humans. But some humans are really bad and annoying. As a human, Yinrui understands this move. But no matter how annoying it is, it's too bad for him to do this. I also think what Li Changyang said may be true. After all, things like world consciousness are difficult to fabricate. Jian Anqi analyzed. Besides, I asked Wei Ning and Wei Cheng, and they told me that there is no one in the world who has not entered the game. Except Li Changyang. Li Changyang has never entered the game. It must be fake. How is it possible? Yinrui exclaimed. Where did you get this news? Is it true? It was Wei Ning who said it. Wei Ning knows Li Changyang quite well. Jian Anqi shrugged. And everything was said without words. Yinrui patted Jian Anqi's shoulder in appreciation. You still think it through. Now all the questions will be answered after Li Changyang wakes up. At night, Wei Ning walked in front of Jian Anqi and asked in a low voice. Excuse me. Why is Li Changyang still not awake now? Is he still not awake now? Yinrui had not paid attention to Li Changyang's movements, and did not expect that he was still in a coma until now. I'll go to his room to check. But there shouldn't be any problem. Don't worry. Yinrui reassured Wei Ning and walked into Li Changyang's room. After he checked, he walked out of the room and said to Wei Ning, who was waiting outside. He's fine. He just didn't rest well these days. His body is a little weak. And now he's sleeping. Is his body recovering? He will probably wake up in the middle of the night. How long has he been like this? Wei Ning frowned and asked. Has he always had trouble sleeping? He's probably been like this for a few years. He doesn't eat well and doesn't sleep well. His body's qi is particularly weak. If he doesn't take good care of himself, he'll probably live to be around 50. Yinrui did not deliberately make it serious, but was a little restrained. He even felt that if Li Changyang continued like this, he would probably die suddenly in his 30s. Okay. I know. Thank you. Wei Ning nodded to Yinrui, and then said, Can you leave me a light meal? When he wakes up in the middle of the night, he should want to eat. Of course. I'll leave him a meal like your father. By the way, how is Mr. Wei now? Yinrui asked with some concern, listening to Yinrui mentioning his father. Wei Ning's tone was full of joy. My dad is now fully awake and can eat on his own. He just ate a bowl of porridge, which he ate by himself. It will probably not be long before his body can fully recover. Just thinking about why Mr. Wei has become like this. Wei Ning felt a little anxious. After all, Li Changyang, who caused his father to be like this, is still in a coma. And even if he wakes up, Wei Ning doesn't know how to deal with this person. What a big trouble. Seeing Wei Ning's tangled expression, Yin Rui took 2 steps back. If there is nothing else, I will leave first. Yin Rui always felt that if the story of Li Changyang and Wei Ning was written into a novel, it would be quite interesting. He was curious about the specific grievances between the two, but since the relationship was not that deep, he was embarrassed to ask. Yin Rui took a deep breath, calmed down, found the system and said, "Have you found any clues?" The system shook its head and said a little disappointedly, "Not only did you not find any clues, you even gained 3 pounds. The system pinched the flesh on its belly. It didn't know what was going on. The people in this plane were particularly willing to feed him. The system was embarrassed to refuse, so it could only accept all of them. What a sweet trouble. You can secretly go to Banshan Manor tomorrow to check. Maybe you can find something in Li Changyang's house. It was a mistake to forget such a good opportunity in a hurry today. Don't wait until tomorrow. I'll go now." The system jumped 3 feet high and turned around and disappeared in front of Yin Rui. When it was night, Yin Rui felt a little mess in the hotel. He immediately realized that Li Changyang should be awake now. "Should we go and take a look?" Yin Rui rubbed Jian Anqi and sat up from the bed reluctantly. It might not be a good idea to go now. Jian Anqi was lying on the bed. Not stable enough. Wait 5 minutes before going. Yin Rui couldn't wait 5 minutes. He yawned, washed his face to wake up, and then pulled Jian Anqi downstairs. He walked to the door of Li Changyang's room and knocked gently. "I just heard the sound of fighting in here. Are you okay?" "Yes." Li Changyang's lazy voice came from the room. Yin Rui felt something was wrong. He knocked again and found that the door was not locked. So he pushed the door open. "Are you okay?" Li Changyang was lying on his side on the bed, supporting his head with his wrist, looking at Wei Cheng with a smile. And Wei Ning opposite him was pulling Wei Cheng, who wanted to charge money to beat Li Changyang. Zhou Yuan was standing in the middle, not knowing what to do for a while. Seeing Yin Rui and Jian Anqi appear, Zhou Yuan seemed to have found a savior. "Boss Yin, please help me persuade Li Changyang to stop talking. Why don't you let me speak? Speaking is my basic right as a human being. I don't know if it's because of the good sleep. Li Changyang's face finally has a trace of blood. And what I said is not right. Wei Cheng, you have such a bad temper. Isn't it because you are jealous of your brother? I'm jealous of you. Yin Rui, look at this childish talking nonsense." Chapter 146 Card Game. After Yin Rui persuaded Wei Cheng and Zhou Yuan to leave the center of the storm, Yin Rui stood in front of Li Changyang. "You are my captive now. You know that." Yin Rui crossed his arms and said condescendingly, "You have to listen carefully to what I say." Li Changyang changed his posture again. His eyes passed over Yin Rui's shoulder and looked at Wei Ning standing behind the two of them. "Do you think so too?" Wei Ning's expression was stagnant, and he didn't know how to react for a while. Li Changyang was a little disappointed. He didn't even look at Yin Rui, slowly lifted the corner of the quilt, and then turned over and buried himself in the quilt. Yin Rui took 2 steps back helplessly. "Are you really not going to answer my question?" The person in the quilt was silent. Yin Rui snorted coldly and raised his finger. Then Li Changyang felt that the quilt on his body suddenly lost its weight and floated away. He frowned and sat up again. "You did it? Are you a devil?" "You are the devil." Yin Rui didn't expect Li Changyang's first reaction to be this. "What are you talking about? The world consciousness told me that if someone wants to stop me, that person is a devil who wants to destroy the world," Li Changyang said frankly. "Then I have to kill you too." "Yin Rui, you are really hopeless." Li Changyang shrugged indifferently. "But I shouldn't be able to kill you in my current state. So the world consciousness should go find someone else." "What did the world consciousness say to you?" Yin Rui looked into Li Changyang's eyes, trying to see a clue from his eyes. But after looking for a long time, he didn't see anything. Jian Anqi looked at him and felt a little itchy. Li Changyang saw Jian Anqi's fingers move slightly, and immediately jumped up from the bed, pointing at Jian Anqi and cursing, "You black-hearted thing. You deliberately harm the weak. You are not a good person." "Ah?" Yin Rui's expression was frozen. How could someone like Li Changyang dare to say that others who deliberately harmed the weak were not good people? Yin Rui was not willing to be outdone, and also stepped forward on the bed. looking at Li Changyang. If you don't confess to me obediently, I will let Wei Ning pay you back for the debt you owe me. When did I owe you a debt? Besides, it doesn't matter if I owe you a debt. Wei Ning can pay it back. Yan Rui sneered. He owes me a favor. When necessary, I will send him out. Li Changyang looked at Yan Rui's proud face and said these words. His expression was a little torn. He can. Okay. Then let him go. Li Changyang sat back on the bed angrily. Anyway, it's just like that. You'd better not let me leave this door in my life. As long as I can leave, all of you will be dead. Wei Ning looked at Yan Rui spirited and energetic. Li Changyang, who was about to collapse, sighed and patted Yan Rui on the shoulder. Boss Yan, leave the person to me. I will ask. Yan Rui looked at Li Changyang, whose mood was much more stable than at home, and then looked at Wei Ning, who was quite confident, and could only nod in agreement. Then I will only give you one night. Wei Ning breathed a sigh of relief. And after Yan Rui and Jian Anqi left, he sat in front of Li Changyang. Let's talk after a long time. After Yan Rui and Jian Anqi left, Yan Rui said with some concern, Do you think the two of them will fight again? Jian Anqi chuckled. Rather than saying that the two of them will fight, it's better to say that the two of us will fight. Yan Rui snorted uncomfortably and pulled Jian Anqi back to the room. The next morning, Yan Rui came to Li Changyang's door. He raised his hand and didn't know whether it was a good time to knock on the door. As a result, Wei Cheng also opened the door at this time. He saw Yan Rui standing at the door of Li Changyang's room, and he was startled. He immediately jumped over and knocked on Li Changyang's door. What are you doing? Don't hide in there and keep silent. I know you are in there. Wei Cheng knocked for about half a minute, and the door opened. Wei Ning's slightly tired face appeared in front of several people. Wei Cheng was stunned for a while. I know part of it. Let's talk about it. Wei Ning rubbed his eyes. He's not very stable now. Yan Rui looked at Wei Ning like this and asked with some concern, Are you really okay? Wei Ning nodded. I'm really fine. But what he said about the world consciousness makes me a little concerned. Wei Ning talked as the few people walked. It turned out that after he and Li Changyang parted ways, Li Changyang suffered from severe insomnia. And then, he was found by the world consciousness. The world consciousness said that he was the master of the world and could control everything in this world. Li Changyang thought he had a mental illness at first and was hallucinating. But later he found that it was not the case at all. The world consciousness could even predict. Li Changyang asked the world consciousness to control several stocks that could never rise. The world consciousness not only did it, but also controlled it to a certain precise value. So Li Changyang was really chosen by the world consciousness. Why did they choose him? Yan Rui silently kept his question in mind, and then listened to Li Changyang's news that he had found out last night. At the beginning, the world consciousness gave Li Changyang a little sweetness, and then used Li Changyang as its puppet. Our game was just a semi-finished product at the beginning, and the later functions were all perfected by Li Changyang. Li Changyang alone? Did the world consciousness make him start killing people? Or did the world consciousness order him to make a killing password? Yan Rui couldn't help but ask. Wei Ning lowered his eyelids. According to him, it was the world consciousness that controlled him to do this. But there was a part that he created himself. Which part? Wei Cheng couldn't help but interrupt Wei Ning. Is it the one that asked passers-by to draw the probability at the end? I knew he was a devil. Wei Ning sighed, as if he didn't know how to defend Li Changyang. But he still explained slowly. This passerby draw is actually an adaptation of a game that we played when we went out. The game was to let people draw the probability of two people in the future. Forget it. Anyway, passersby draw probability cards. And it's over after the draw. It was the world consciousness that turned Li Changyang's concept into what it is now. She didn't want to hurt people at the beginning. Yan Rui asked, So Li Changyang is the thug of the world consciousness. He does whatever the world consciousness tells him to do. What if he doesn't do it? If he doesn't do it, he will be haunted by nightmares, and won't even have the right to sleep. Wei Ning thought of the wounds on Li Changyang's body that he got to keep himself awake. He really worked hard. Yan Rui sighed. It seems that he is also a poor man who is controlled. But why does the world consciousness suddenly want to kill you? It can't be that Li Changyang took the initiative to kill Wei Ning. I don't know. The world consciousness only gave orders, and didn't let Li Changyang know the purpose. Although Li Changyang was forced, it was always his own choice to hurt others. Did he sleep well in his room last night? Did he have a nightmare? Yin Rui asked. At this point, Wei Ning looked at Yin Rui with some excitement. He said that after he fainted, he only had a nightmare for a while. And then, he lost consciousness. It was the only good sleep he had in such a long time. Wei Ning looked at Yin Rui. Can he live here in the future? Yin Rui nodded. But he can't go out. A smile finally appeared on Wei Ning's pale face. Of course. He will never leave. Why should he live here? I don't agree. I don't want to be his neighbor. Who knew that at this time? Wei Cheng disagreed. He is a disaster. His staying here will only bring us danger. What if the world consciousness lets him kill indiscriminately in the supermarket? Absolutely not. No. Without waiting for Wei Ning to persuade, Yin Rui patted Wei Cheng on the shoulder. You have to believe that even if it is the world consciousness, it can't affect our supermarket in the slightest. Yin Rui has this confidence. Wei Cheng hesitated to speak, but finally snorted angrily, didn't even eat breakfast, and ran out of the supermarket and didn't know where to go. Wei Ning looked at Wei Cheng's back as he left, and said helplessly, It's so dangerous outside. And he actually ran out so impulsively. He's already this big. And you see, Zhou Yuan must be with him. You don't have to worry. After breakfast, Yin Rui opened the supermarket door and found that there were still many customers queuing outside. The morning sunlight with a smell of grass hit the people in the queue. And Yin Rui felt relaxed when he saw it. This is what it feels like to be alive. After a busy day, Yin Rui closed the door at night. He was a little tired, so he went to the farm with Jian Anqi to relax. At this time, he suddenly thought of something. Jian Anqi, did the system contact you? Jian Anqi looked puzzled. Why did he contact me? Yin Rui cursed inwardly. He was away all day today. Didn't you notice? Jian Anqi realized it later. Perhaps because he was the second host chosen by Yin Rui. So the system and Jian Anqi did not have many opportunities to communicate directly. And Jian Anqi did not realize that the system had disappeared for a whole day. Did he tell you what he was going to do before he left? Yin Rui nodded. He did. But I'm still a little worried about him. After all, he's unfamiliar with this plane. And the system still hasn't figured out the situation in this plane. No. I have to contact him. Yin Rui turned around and left the farm and returned to the supermarket. Just when he was about to contact the system, he heard the system's voice coming in from outside the door. Rui, open the door quickly. Someone is chasing us. The system is drinking water together now? Yin Rui was curious. He immediately opened the door and saw that the system was holding two people in its arms. Even in the dark, Yin Rui could see that the clothes of these two people were soaked with scarlet blood. Yin Rui was furious. He saw that it was Wei Cheng and Zhou Yuan. They had just left the supermarket for a day, and they were treated like this. Chapter 147 Card Game. Yin Rui did not wait for Wei Cheng to continue asking for help, and jumped to the door with all his strength, blocking the system, and Wei Cheng and Zhou Yuan behind him. Who did it? Yin Rui clenched his fists, looked around, and waited for the attacker to appear. You come back first. I run fast. They should not be chasing me now. The voice of the system came from behind Yin Rui. And Yin Rui looked around and saw that no one was chasing him as he said. So he returned to the supermarket angrily. At this time, several people had returned to the guest room, and the system put both of them on a bed. Yin Rui hurried over to check the injuries of the two people. After checking, he found that they were not very serious. So he was relieved. After hearing the news, Wei Ning also pushed Wei's father, who had recovered a lot, over. Wei's father, who had just entered the door, was shocked to see such a big monkey for the first time. But he was still a man who had seen the world. He immediately took a deep breath, pressed his chest, and then said to Yin Rui, Boss Yin, how are they? Yin Rui replied, the injuries they suffered were not very serious. Zhou Yuan was shot, and Wei Cheng was cut twice. There were some marks of heavy blows on his body, but they were not serious. They may have fainted because of excessive blood loss. Do you need to find a doctor to remove the bullet for Zhou Yuan? Wei's father continued to ask. The system waved its hand. No. Yin Rui can handle it all. Wei's father almost couldn't breathe when he heard that the big monkey could speak. He took 2 deep breaths and said, Then I'm relieved. I'll go back now, and won't disturb you anymore. Father Wei refused Wei Ning's suggestion to go back with him, and he drove away in his wheelchair. After Father Wei left, Wei Ning said a little embarrassedly, Sorry. My father is old. The system didn't know what Wei Ning meant by saying this suddenly. Or Jian Anqi reminded him, you change back first. The system realized it later. And at this time, Yan Rui had taken out the bullet from Zhou Yuan's arm and stopped the bleeding. While Yan Rui was bandaging, the system came up and whispered in his ear, I knocked them both out. Huh? Yan Rui was surprised and opened his mouth. The system immediately waved his hand to show his innocence. But I didn't cause their injuries. The situation was too chaotic at the time. And they were a little panicked. I just knocked them both out and brought them back together. There was no one else in the room. So Yan Rui asked the system to speak directly, and the system simply told him everything. It turned out that when he came back from Li Chongyang's house, he took a detour and collected some information about the area. When he was about to go home, he passed by a bar street. He had never been to a bar before, so he wanted to have a look. As a result, before he could choose a bar and enter, he heard gunshots nearby. I thought it was a gunfight at first, but it turned out to be a chase. And the person being chased was an acquaintance. The system would think of that scene and feel a little relieved. If I hadn't just wanted to have a drink, the two of them might have died in the alley now. Did you record the people who were chasing them? Yan Rui asked. I recorded it. But I shouldn't be able to see anything. There were no special marks on those people. And they didn't show their faces. Even if they stood in front of you in that outfit, you probably wouldn't get any useful information. Could it be Li Chongyang? Yan Rui looked at Wei Ning tentatively. Li Chongyang suddenly disappeared these 2 days. Could it be that the world consciousness is trying to find him? Wei Ning frowned. Why is the world consciousness keeping a close eye on our Wei family? Yan Rui didn't understand. Even if the world consciousness was supporting puppets, it would choose people close to the Wei family. He even wondered if it was targeting Wei Ning. Tomorrow I will go to your laboratory with you to take a look, Yan Rui said. Wei Cheng and Zhou Yuan should be targeted because of you. Is the source code of your game also in the laboratory? Wei Ning nodded. Yes. All the game-related content I invested in is now in the laboratory. Since it is all in the laboratory, there is no reason for the world consciousness not to know the importance of his laboratory. Why not find someone to blow it all up at once? There must be something in that laboratory that the world consciousness does not want to destroy. Are you available tomorrow? Don't worry. I will keep it a secret, Yan Rui said. I can sign a contract with you, whether it is a contract on my side or a confidentiality agreement on your side. I just want to find something in your laboratory that the world consciousness will never forget. Okay. We will go to the laboratory tomorrow morning. But there is no need to sign a contract or a confidentiality agreement. I believe in you. Wei Ning even felt that even if he didn't tell Yan Rui the location of the laboratory, Yan Rui would know it sooner or later. The confidentiality agreement could not bind Yan Rui at all. So why bother with that effort? He was still looking forward to whether Yan Rui could really find some means to attack the world consciousness in the laboratory. The next day, after Yan Rui handed the supermarket to Qin Xiaoya, he and Wei Ning came to the laboratory he had built at great expense. Why did you put the laboratory at home? Yan Rui looked at the car driving back into the manner that opened his eyes, and said with emotion, No wonder you were targeted by the world consciousness. Wei Ning realized it later. Is it because the world consciousness found our home, but didn't know how to deal with it? So it found Li Chongyang and wanted to catch us all in one fell swoop. Yan Rui didn't know how to guess. Everything was possible now. The laboratory was even built underground where the Wei family lived. Yan Rui and Jian Anqi followed Wei Ning's footsteps and came to this laboratory, which was not even smaller than the house on the ground. They exclaimed, It must have taken you a long time to build this place. Wei Cheng shook his head and said proudly, I spent a little more money. And it took more than a month to build such a place. Well, you rich people always open his eyes. At this time, the voice of the system suddenly appeared in the ears of Jian Anqi and Yan Rui. I feel the original species. No, not the original species, but the power of the same origin as the original species. Yan Rui immediately asked, Where is it? In the southwest direction. Yan Rui did not wait for Wei Ning to take the initiative to introduce the various areas of the laboratory to him. He asked directly, What type of research are you doing in the southwest direction? Yes. Wei Ning could not explain it clearly in a few words. So he simply took Yan Rui and walked quickly to the room mentioned by the system. There were no researchers in this room. Only a lonely table in the middle of the room. At this time, the system could no longer bear it. So it simply jumped out and opened the box on the table. This is it. The system looked at Yanrui excitedly. This is the feeling. Yanrui approached curiously, and found that the things in the box were not the original species he had seen before. The original species before were all ordinary stones. Nothing surprising. But this one. Yanrui looked at the crystal-like bead that was emitting a bright light. And there were even flowing and colorful light threads inside, which was so beautiful that people could not take their eyes away. Is this the thing that makes the world consciousness afraid? Wei Ning looked at the bead and broke the silence in the room. Yanrui came back to his senses after hearing Wei Ning's voice. I think so. Where did you get this bead? Or did your researchers extract it from stones? Wei Ning said, It wasn't the researchers. It was me. You? Where did you pick it up? Yanrui was a little unbelievable. You are a little too lucky. It wasn't me who picked it up. It was me who extracted it. Wei Ning said slowly. Many researchers in our laboratory have lost their lives in the game. So our first goal is to reduce casualties in the game. At that time, we thought of many ways, such as calculating the probability of black lines appearing, such as finding a partner in the game, and for example, finding a replacement player in the game. Wei Ning touched his nose uncomfortably when he said this. Then one time after I entered the game, when I left, I found a way to isolate the background monitoring data of the game, and then brought out a stack of cards. What did you say? You brought the cards out? How did you do it? Yanrui was really surprised. He had really experienced the game, but even he had never thought of bringing the cards out of the game. And now he heard that it was an impossible task. He gave Wei Ning a thumbs up in admiration. You really deserve to be the #1 opponent of the world consciousness. You are really amazing. So, is this bead the energy you extracted from the cards? Yanrui continued to ask. Wei Ning nodded, yes. But in fact, there is only the energy of 2 cards in this bead. I failed in other times, and only this little was left in the end. Does this bead have any special effects? Yanrui asked curiously. Wei Ning thought for a moment, but still confessed, in this room, there will be no black lines. You mean as long as you are in this room, you will not be selected to enter the game? Isn't this a golden ticket of immunity from death? After being surprised, Yanrui asked with some doubts, then why did I meet Wei Cheng and Zhou Yuan in the last game? Because the time was miscalculated at that time. You could only meet Zhou Yuan in the game. Wei Ning shrugged. But Wei Cheng was quite obedient. He brought the resource pack before and after the game. And he was lucky enough to meet you in the game. At this point, Wei Ning couldn't help but thank him. If it weren't for you two, Wei Cheng might have been strangled by the world consciousness in the game. Their Wei family was almost wiped out. Chapter 148 Card Game. So the energy of the cards in the game is actually the energy of the original seed. Yanrui took out a piece of original seed. Can you extract the energy from it and make a bead like this? Wei Ning took the original seed, looked at it, and then said cautiously, this looks a bit impure. I don't know how much energy can be extracted without machine testing. If you believe me, I can give it a try. Then give it a try. Yanrui took out a small box of low-level original seeds. See how many energy beads can be extracted from these. Wei Ning took it carefully. He could feel the preciousness of this small box of stones. He took so much effort to take out the cards. And Yanrui took out stones of the same energy. I don't know where Yanrui dug the mine. Then I will stay here and not go back. I will contact you after I have refined all of these. As for Wei Cheng and Li Chongyang, Wei Cheng and your father should be fine. But Li Chongyang, do you need me to send him over for you? Yanrui asked. Li Chongyang doesn't look very stable recently. It would be better if someone familiar was around. I understand. But I have more important things to do now. Wei Ning rubbed his eyebrows. Well, I'll write him a letter, and you can take it back for me. Wei Ning is still a career-minded person. If Li Chongyang still doesn't want to, I'll give him a mobile phone to contact you. Yanrui thought about it, and finally decided. Wei Ning nodded. Then I'll trouble you. There were 3 people who came to the laboratory. But when they went back, there were only 2 people. Jian Anqi looked at Yanrui, who was thinking about something while driving, and asked, What are you thinking about? I'm thinking about what this plane can bring us. Yanrui said, I believe the main control of the system will not send us to a plane for no reason. I thought before, what can we get here? Today he finally understood that it was still the original seed. But the difficulty of getting the original seed was much higher than other planes. It seems that we have to go to the game once. We have to find a way to get all those cards. Yanrui made up his mind. This time the original seed will not be delivered to the door. However, how to get the original seed is really a big problem. According to Wei Ning, he was lucky at the beginning. And after he took out the card, the world consciousness had fixed the bug. And his success could not be replicated at all. It doesn't matter. We have found the direction anyway. Let's work together next time we play. The system encouraged Yen Rui. And Yen Rui also clenched his fists. I must find a way to get these original energy. After all, the beads refined by Wei Ning are so beautiful. He wants them too. The more the better. Back to the supermarket. Yen Rui found Li Chongyang and handed him Wei Ning's letter. He said he has to work, and he will come back to take care of you as soon as possible. Yen Rui has been observing Li Chongyang's expression, not wanting to miss a single thing. I knew it. Li Chongyang laughed at himself. He didn't even look at the letter Yen Rui handed him. And he didn't answer the phone Wei Ning prepared for him. He buried his head directly in the quilt, keeping a posture of keeping strangers away. Do you think I'm sick? Why do I feel a little sorry for Li Chongyang? After Yen Rui left Li Chongyang's room, he said to Jian Anqi, he is obviously the perpetrator and the murderer who attempted murder. He deserves his own fate now. But I still feel sorry for him when I see him like this. You pity him because you have compassion. But the rest is out of our control. Jian Anqi put his arm around Yen Rui's shoulder. Even Wei's father didn't mean to call the police. Let's not think too much about it, and go see how Wei Cheng and Zhou Yuan are doing. The two knocked on Zhou Yuan and Wei Cheng's door. According to their guess, they should have regained consciousness now. Sure enough, footsteps were heard from the inside of the door. After opening the door, they found that Zhou Yuan, who was still wrapped in gauze on his arm, was standing at the door. Zhou Yuan was in good spirits. He smiled at Yen Rui and Jian Anqi. Come in. I haven't thanked you for saving my life yet. It was his life-saving grace. I just bandaged you. Yen Rui lifted up the system that had become the size of a doll. Zhou Yuan took it and rubbed it gratefully. Thank you very much. The system stuttered. It's nothing. I was just passing by. But passing by saved the lives of both of them. Zhou Yuan had made up his mind to thank the system. You are here. Wei Cheng sat up from the bed and ran to Yen Rui. But for some reason, he pulled his wound again and couldn't help but cry out in pain. You should sit down. Yen Rui looked at him like this and bared his teeth. You have a muscle strain. Take a good rest for a while. It's okay. I often do this. Wei Cheng waved his hand nonchalantly. Don't look at me like this now. But my eyes are bright. I will go out to help you patrol in a while. Forget it. I'll leave it to Qin Xiuya. I came to you to tell you about your brother. Yen Rui told Wei Cheng about Wei Ning. Wei Cheng blinked. Then I will go to live with my dad tomorrow. And I will move in when my brother comes back. Wei Cheng didn't care. As if he had gotten used to Wei Ning's behavior. At this time Zhou Yuan reminded, what about Li Chongyang? He can do whatever he wants. If he wants me to take care of him. He is dreaming. Wei Cheng couldn't help rolling his eyes when he thought of Li Chongyang's face. I'm so annoyed with him. Yen Rui took a breath and left the room. The Wei family is really complicated. Yen Rui was amazed. Li Chongyang is really a strange man. Not only that, at night, Wei's father even found Yen Rui alone with a cane and asked Yen Rui to take care of Li Chongyang. Yen Rui lay on the bed, looking at the ceiling, muttering in confusion. Does their family owe Li Chongyang's family money? This can be forgiven. Jian Anqi, who had no curiosity, couldn't help but say at this time. Otherwise, find a chance to ask next time? Or ask Qin Xiuya if she knows the inside story? The two fell asleep with doubts. And a few days later, Wei Ning finally came back. There were still some red bloodshot in his eyes. The moment he saw Yen Rui, he handed the box in his hand to Yen Rui, and then ran quickly to Li Chongyang's room. He's fine. He eats and drinks well every day. After Yen Rui took the box, he shouted behind him, Boss Yen, who eats and drinks well? A familiar customer asked gossipingly, Do I know him? How do I know if you know him? Yen Rui responded and smiled and replied, Hurry up and check out. Your substitute props have been prepared for you. And there are also wealth charms. These add up to a total of 48,000. In addition to making substitute props, Yen Rui has also started selling other products these days. Perhaps because of Yen Rui's good reputation. His new products are a little in short supply. And he has returned to the time when he needs to be busy every day. So for a while, he put Wei Ning's affairs behind him. When he saw him today, He came to his senses and realized what he had forgotten these days. Yin Rui handed the stall to Qin Xiaoye and returned to the room on the second floor with Jian Anqi. The two sat on the sofa and then carefully opened the box. Oh my god! So beautiful! Yin Rui held his breath the moment he saw the bead. And for a moment, he didn't know what words to use to describe the beauty of the bead. It's actually different colors. Yin Rui took out a green bead that still glowed with colorful glass light even without light, and said, "This one feels very lively. Does the original species also have different properties?" Jian Anqi picked up a black bead again. Most are black. And there is only this one bead with color in this box. Then let's separate these. Yin Rui put away the green bead, and then looked at the 7 energy beads in the box. These look good. Let's try to absorb the energy in them. Yin Rui just finished speaking, and in the blink of an eye, he had absorbed all the energy in them. Wait a minute. It absorbs so quickly. It won't be sucked dry. The original species can recover itself before. Yin Rui was a little panicked. I'd better keep these for now. Let's put them together with other original species for a while and see. I don't think it should be like this, Jian Anqi thought. Wei Ning will not change the nature of this carrier. I'll try again. Jian Anqi took the beads, then mobilized the superpowers in his body, and slowly injected his energy into the beads. You see? It can still recover. Jian Anqi got accurate information and said, let's put these beads away first, and ask Wei Ning how he did it tomorrow. The next day, seeing that Wei Ning didn't get up for a long time, Yin Rui called Zhou Yuan. Can you knock on the door for me to see when Wei Ning wakes up? Zhou Yuan glanced at Wei Cheng not far away. Do you really want me to go? If I go, Wei Cheng will be angry with me. Just tell him that I want to participate in the next game and discuss the game strategy with Wei Ning. Yin Rui also subconsciously looked in the direction of Wei Cheng, and then said, you make me nervous. It's still a little risky for me to knock on Li Chengyang's door. Zhou Yuan licked his lips. If he asks, just say I went to open a can for him. Okay. I can't leave here. You go quickly. Yin Rui looked at Wei Cheng, who was patrolling outside the door and playing with the system, and his heart was beating. However, Wei Ning, who heard that Yin Rui wanted to talk to him about the next game, came to Yin Rui in a few minutes. Boss Yin, I've made some discoveries these days. Wei Ning was excited after realizing it. I think I may have found a way to allow players to bring cards out of the game. Chapter 149 Card Game. Why didn't he tell me about such an important matter earlier? Yin Rui was a little annoyed. Hurry up and get dressed. Let's have a small meeting. Wei Ning nodded, then went back to the room and whispered something to Li Chang'an again, and then saw Li Chang'an came to the door, looked at everyone, and then lazily returned to the sofa without even saying hello. However, Yin Rui saw that he was already used to this state, and after several people came to the restaurant of the hotel together, Wei Ning couldn't wait to open the file bag in his hand. I dare not record it with electronic equipment. I can only write it by hand. I will tell you now. Wei Ning took out the bulging notebook and various data in the file bag and showed them to Yin Rui and Jian Anqi. Just when he was about to start explaining, Wei Ning paused. Do you want your little monkey to come and see it? Wait for me to call him out. Yin Rui's expression was calm. He originally wanted the system to record it in his mind, and when he saw Wei Ning brought it up, he no longer concealed it. He's a very powerful character. Wei Ning looked at the system and smiled. Maybe you can perfect how to deal with him. Wei Ning did not give Yin Rui a chance to speak, and continued, the energy in the stone you gave me is stable, but there are too many impurities, and not much energy can be extracted from it. But the cards in the game are different. Although the cards are only a thin layer, the energy content of a card is more than 10 times that of this stone. Although Wei Ning tried his best to suppress his excited tone, the trembling in his words could not be ignored. If I hadn't wasted a lot of energy last time due to lack of experience, I believe that I could condense at least one bead with one card. That's amazing. You said you might have found a bug in the game. What kind of bug is it? Yin Rui asked. Wei Ning snapped his fingers. Here. He took out the thickest notebook, flipped through it, and finally found a page. He suddenly spread the page in front of Yin Rui. This? Yin Rui was a little difficult to speak. What is this? Jian Anqi and the system looked at the squares and triangles on the page, and were also a little speechless. It turns out that he is still a soul painter. It's the connection point between the game and the real world. Wei Ning pointed at the square and said, This is like the server in the game. Last time, I found the server in the game to bring out the cards, and I never found it again. But I believe the server must still exist in the game. This game is based on the game specifications of the real world, so it must have everything that ordinary games have. Wei Ning clenched his fists and said confidently, I believe that with your help, I will definitely find the hidden server. So as long as we find the server, we can find the game loophole? But are you sure? What if he has fixed this bug? It doesn't matter. I created the game myself, so I naturally know it best. Wei Ning took out a hard drive. This is the backdoor I left for my game. If we can't find the loophole, we will create one ourselves. After listening, the system took the hard drive from Wei Ning's hand, stretched out his palm, and a connection hole immediately appeared in the palm. After he connected the hard drive to himself, he immediately copied the contents inside, and then said to Yen Rui, okay, this hard drive can only be used once. Wei Ning was a little stunned. I can only be used once? Oh, there is a self-destruct program. Right? The system continued. All of these are available. As soon as the system finished speaking, more than a dozen hard drives of the same specifications appeared in front of Wei Ning. These hard drives contain the same programs as the hard drive you just gave me. When the time comes, distribute this. More people will increase the probability. Wei Ning's Adam's apple moved, and he reevaluated the intelligence of the system. He couldn't believe that Yen Rui had told him before that he came from a world with a similar level of technology to his own. This is not similar. This is too different. Then we are waiting for the next time to enter the game. Yen Rui looked at the watch. Have you calculated the time of the next game? It will be in 2 weeks. Wei Ning was full of confidence. My estimate this time will definitely not be wrong. And I think the difficulty of the next game will definitely increase significantly. At that time, I will bring more people into the game. Then I will also store more substitute props to sell. Yen Rui touched his chin. It's a pity that the players here can't transfer money to me in real time. Now there are still many players who haven't paid me back for the substitute props in the last game. Yen Rui was a little helpless. But there is no way. At the beginning, I thought that many people would not pay it back. But I didn't expect so many people would not pay it back. Then leave this matter to me, Wei Ning said. Give me the purchase list and the IOU, and I'll try to find the person. If I find him, I'll get the money back. I'll go with you. The system suddenly suggested. I want to collect information. Yen Rui subconsciously wanted to reject the system's suggestion. But when the words came to his lips, he swallowed the question. I think it's okay. Looking at Yen Rui's tangled expression, Jian Anqi grabbed his hand and asked, What do you think? Yen Rui nodded. Indeed. This is just right for you. The system cheered. Then you have to find me a few obedient people to collect the debts. Wei Ning laughed. Obedient people will not get back the debts. But I will tell them to listen to your orders. That's enough. The system is satisfied. The next day, the system left with the people arranged by Wei Ning. Yen Rui's hands were a little stagnant. Jian Anqi walked to him, patted his head, and comforted him. The child has grown up and will always leave home. Who said he is my child? I am just afraid that he will come back and hurt people first. And then I will have to pay for it. Yen Rui was stubborn, but his mood was still low. I knew you would miss me. The voice of the system suddenly appeared in the minds of the two people. I will come back for dinner in the evening. Who misses you? Nonsense. Yen Rui suddenly realized the ability of the system and cut off the contact in a rage. Jian Anqi laughed. You are like a parent who sends his child to school for the first time. If conditions permit, you may lie on the iron railings and stare at the child, telling him not to fall. Yen Rui did not refute Jian Anqi's words, and said with red ears, If you say it again, go back to your room tonight. Jian Anqi surrendered immediately. 2 weeks passed, and the date of the new round of games was approaching. The atmosphere, which had been somewhat relaxed due to the appearance of Yen Rui's substitute props, became tense again. I carry substitute props with me now, just in case the game starts suddenly. Zhou Yuan, who had recovered from his injuries, stood outside the supermarket and waited for battle. Didn't I tell you not to come out? Why are you still standing outside? Wei Ning pulled Wei Cheng, who was patrolling outside with Zhou Yuan, back. It won't be a problem for Zhou Yuan to enter the game. If you go with him, he will have to divide his energy to take care of you. They have arranged the list of people entering the game. Except for Wei Cheng. Everyone must enter the game. I was the one who took care of Zhou Yuan last time, Wei Cheng said somewhat dissatisfiedly. Besides, I'm not far from the supermarket entrance. When the black line appears, I will run into the supermarket. I'm not asking you to run into the supermarket. I'm asking you to run into the room. Yan Rui reminded again. I don't know if the black line will enter the supermarket, so I asked you to help observe. Okay. I get it. Wei Cheng didn't dare to disobey Yan Rui. He walked into the supermarket somewhat reluctantly. Is this okay now? It should be okay. Help me observe. If Yan Rui didn't finish his words, the sky outside suddenly became gloomy. The game is about to start. Someone suddenly shouted in fear in the crowd. As expected, the familiar black lines appeared on the street again, as if they were looking for the destined players to match the game. Yan Rui pulled Jian Anqi's hand and ran out of the supermarket impatiently. Wei Ning also stood beside Yan Rui, followed by the Wei family's staff. Qin Xiaoya and Zhou Yuan also immediately prepared their emergency backpacks and stood not far from Yan Rui. This is the first time I want to enter the game so actively. Qin Xiaoya deliberately distanced herself from Zhou Yuan, fearing that there would not be enough black lines to allocate and she would be left out of the game. Qin Xiaoya squeezed her backpack bag tightly. There were 5 substitute talismans given by Yan Rui, 2 substitute pendants, and even thunderstorm talismans that could only be seen in TV dramas. Qin Xiaoya had already vaguely classified Yan Rui as a Taoist disciple, and was thinking about whether her savings were enough to build a temple for Yan Rui. Yan Rui didn't know what Qin Xiaoya was thinking. He pushed Jian Anqi and stopped when they were about 5 meters apart. If you don't enter the game, you can help me watch the supermarket. Yan Rui looked at Jian Anqi and said, I'm afraid Wei Cheng can't manage it well. This is an excuse. And could manage it well before. So why can't Wei Cheng manage it well? Jian Anqi nodded. And when he saw the density of black lines nearby, he was relieved. They planned to have about 30 people enter the game, but there were about 3,000 black lines around them. As if the world consciousness was afraid of leaving them behind and must pull them into its own territory. Run to the supermarket. There are no black lines in the supermarket. Chapter 150 Card Game. Yan Rui heard someone in the crowd make such a sound, but he really didn't have time to look back. Seeing that there were black lines all around, he wanted to hold Jian Anqi's hand, worried that the two would separate after entering the game. But the black lines moved faster than Yan Rui thought. Before the 2 fingertips touched, the next second, the scenery in front of Yan Rui changed. When his feet were not on the ground, he looked around and realized clearly that he was already in the game. It's okay. Yan Rui looked at the darkness around him and took out a flashlight from the storage space. He smelled the dust in the air, took out a mask, and then carefully communicated with the system in his mind. Are you there? I am. The echo of the system gave Yan Rui a sense of security. He turned on the flashlight, looked in the direction of the light, and looked straight into a pair of eyes. Oh my god! Yan Rui took a step back in shock and accidentally bumped into the wall behind him. There was something with sharp protrusions on the wall, which made Yan Rui's hair stand on end. What the hell is this place? Is it a horror book? Phew? Yan Rui had prepared himself mentally, and even thought that he could go through the level from the beginning to the end alone. But the current situation really broke his psychological defense. What's that on the opposite side? Is it a spider web? Yan Rui moved his Adam's apple. What's behind the spider web? Is it a coffin? Or glass? Why is it reflective? Yan Rui wanted to cry, but had no tears. This thing looked too scary. It's okay. It's not a big deal. There's no one around. And there's no other energy body. The system said cautiously. That means there's no ghost here. Yan Rui. Whoa. Don't say that word. Yan Rui held back his tears, while taking out a high-power emergency energy-saving lamp from the storage space. After turning it on, the room finally appeared in front of Yan Rui in its entirety. This room is not big, about 40 square meters, but it is full of sundries. It looks like a utility room that has not been cleaned for a long time. Under the spider web is not the coffin that Yan Rui thought of, but a huge mahogany box. Yan Rui thought about it and looked around. He found that there was nothing special. He was relieved. He took out his gloves and said to the system silently, I have so much inventory, but I am still a little short. Remind me when I go back and let me buy a feather duster. The system remembered silently. But you don't need to tidy up your room at home. The supermarket is dust-free. and Jian'anqi does all the tidying. What do you need a feather duster for? I need a feather duster now. Yin Rui was furious. Stop talking. The system stopped talking and listened to Yin Rui continue. Help me find where the cards are. When will it end if I keep turning them like this? It's in that mahogany box. In the middle. But the box is full. And I'm not sure what's in it. The system made a sizzling sound of electricity. Whenever the system made this sound, Yin Rui knew that the system had started to run at high load again. It's okay. But you should go and see how Jian'anqi is doing. See if he's in danger. I should be fine here. System. Actually, he's fine there. Yin Rui, what do you mean? Did you see him? Of course I saw him. The system can't only track one host. As soon as he appeared, he was besieged by other players in the game. But those players have now started to call Jian'anqi the boss. The system's tone was a little cautious. You really don't have to worry too much about him. Then I'm relieved. After hearing what the system said, Yin Rui finally cheered up. He moved the huge mahogany box down, took it to one side, took out a long clothesline, and slowly pried the mahogany box open. As soon as the box opened a gap, Yin Rui heard the friction sound coming from inside. His breathing stagnated, and he tightly squeezed the system's hand. With a determined heart, he opened the entire mahogany box with force. Hua-la-la. Countless black shadows gushed out of the box, and Yin Rui subconsciously stepped back. Before he could scream, he heard the system collapse and yelled, "All bats, so disgusting." Yin Rui just wanted to scream, but was suppressed by the sound of the system. He took out the magnetic sonic cannon that was previously stored in the space, and fired 2 shots. The bats that had just been freed immediately fell to the ground and lost consciousness. Yin Rui suppressed the panic in his heart, touched the system's head, hugged him in his arms, and coaxed him softly. What are you afraid of? Are you here to accompany me, or me to accompany you? The system rubbed its eyes. This thing is very scary. I don't know if the system has left a psychological shadow in the cave of the fog mushroom. After seeing the bat this time, the reaction was particularly strong. Yin Rui pinched his neck, and the system's brain became clearer. Then he looked at Yin Rui and said, "The card is in that mahogany box. You should be able to find it if you go and get it." Yin Rui looked at the bats all over the ground, gritted his teeth, and refused. "Forget it. I don't want to get close to that side. But how can I get the card?" Yin Rui thought about it, and simply took out his puppet in the interstellar plane. "Go and take out all the things in the box for me." After taking the things, put the black bats on the ground back into the box. Yin Rui gave the puppet an order, and the system gave Yin Rui a thumbs up. Yin Rui took a deep breath, pinched his mask tightly, and did not dare to relax at all. The puppet was fearless. After he handed all the things in the box to Yin Rui, he continued to complete Yin Rui's instructions silently. Yin Rui felt a little embarrassed, but after looking at the props in his hand, his attention was immediately attracted. Why are there only 5 cards this time? Yin Rui was a little dissatisfied. And what is this book? There were not only 5 cards in the mahogany box, but also a beautifully bound book with gold edges. Yin Rui opened it and saw it. The moment he opened it, he was pierced by a burst of golden light, which made his eyes burst into tears instantly. Ah! Yin Rui loosened his hand, and the book and cards in his hand fell to the ground immediately. Seeing this, the system immediately closed the book and collected the cards at the same time, then jumped onto Yin Rui's shoulder, put Yin Rui's hand on his eyes and urged, "Hurry up and treat yourself." Yin Rui immediately activated his supernatural power, and when he felt the supernatural power was cold and applied to his eyes, he finally put down his hand when he no longer felt the pain. Yin Rui blinked his eyes vigorously, and when he saw that his vision was not affected, he breathed a sigh of relief, and then found an opportunity to complain. "What the hell is this? It hurts too much." The system looked at Yin Rui's slightly red eyes, and said with some heartache, "Otherwise, put this book away, and go back to let Wei Ning refine it into beads." Yin Rui blinked his eyes vigorously, took out a pair of sunglasses from the space, and put them on his eyes, and handed another pair to the system. "Let me see what's in it. You should also be careful. If something bad happens, it will be like before." Yin Rui moved his Adam's apple, and carefully opened the cover of the book. The moment they separated, the golden light shook violently, and Yin Rui immediately adjusted the angle of the book so that the golden light of the book was projected on the ceiling, and thus escaped. "What is that?" Yin Rui followed the golden light and looked at the ceiling, and found that the golden light actually projected a map. "Oh my god! This is actually an escape route," Yenrui exclaimed. "How can this thing exist? If someone else gets it..." Before Yenrui could guess the meaning of this thing, the terrifying voice in the game suddenly appeared above Yenrui's head. "Congratulations to the player for finding the purified version of the escape route map. Players who get the evolved version of the escape route map can bring an affiliated player into the purification channel and get the right to 100% victory." After hearing this broadcast, Yenrui took a breath. "This game is too cunning. Isn't it trying to kill me? It's okay. The game didn't mention you got the escape route map," the system analyzed. "Just don't show it. This thing should have the energy of the original species. You can detect whether it is the same as the energy of the card." Yenrui handed the book to the system. "You can only verify it in the game this way. We can also take all these things out." The system received all the cards and route maps into the space without saying anything. "Anyway, it will be our world after we get out." Yenrui found that after he got out, the energy of the world consciousness was not as great as in the game. So he just had to ensure his safety in the game. "Let's find a door to go out now. Do you know where Jian'anqi is now? Is he far from us?" "Not very far. About 1.2 kilometers in a straight line. But I haven't fully explored the terrain here. If it's like the migrant workers, this data will have no reference value." Yenrui nodded. At this time, the puppet had already collected all the bat bodies. He asked the puppet to lift the mahogany box to the corner before taking the man back. The mahogany box is put away. "Are you sure there are no energy props and other furniture?" Yenrui asked the system again. The system patted its chest and assured, "Absolutely no. Don't worry. I have checked it many times. There is only that one energy point in this room. And I have even scanned the wall. Unless the wall has been specially processed. I don't want people to find out what's inside." Yenrui was relieved by the system. "Then I will put all the things in here away." After analysis, other unused things will be Yenrui's wealth in the future. "Is this a noble's utility room?" The tables, chairs and tablecloths inside all look of good quality. "Let's take the curtains with us." Yenrui pulled down the curtains on the window. "The curtains are so thick. Do you know how hard it was for me to find such a thick cloth as a quilt in my last life? And this mahogany stool looks easy to burn. It should be good for heating. Burning a table and a chair in one night can almost keep 3 people alive for one more night. And this glass bowl is also very beautiful. I wonder if it is diamond or glass crystal." "Forget it. Put it away first and go back. I can't understand the words in this book. This is not even English. Is it French? Forget it. I am uneducated. Put it away first and ask when I go out. This shelf is also beautiful. This cabinet is also beautiful. And there is a notebook in this cabinet." Yenrui subconsciously avoided the mahogany box containing the bat body. But he treated all other things equally, and put them all in his own space. In a flash, the utility room that was just packed full has now become extremely empty. And even the murals on the wall have been put away by Yenrui. If it weren't for the difficulty of tearing off the wallpaper, the system would have thought that Yenrui would tear off the wallpaper on the wall. Why is there no door? Yenrui thought that he couldn't see the door just now because there were too many things in it, and it was blocked by the sundries. But after he put all these things away, he found that there was no trace of any door around. Is there a secret room or a secret passage? Yenrui suddenly thought of the device that would open the door of the secret passage by moving something on the shelf. But there were no shelves in the house now. Yenrui scratched his head, not knowing what to do for a moment. He could only feel along the wall and knock it from time to see where the hollow was. How could such a luxurious room have a hollow wall? How could this decoration be fake and shoddy? Yenrui couldn't help but explode the moment he chiseled open the 5th hollow wall. To calm down. If it doesn't work, let's find Jian'anqi and let him smash the house directly. Anyway, he didn't have much patience at the time. So that's how he came out? Do you dislike me for not being as good at fighting as Jian'anqi? Yenrui folded his arms and said in a somewhat irritated tone. If I can't find a way out within 10 minutes, I will break down all 4 walls. Yenrui picked up the hammer that he had just thrown on the ground. Look again for where the wall is hollow. In these 10 minutes, Yenrui found 3 more hollow places. He didn't even have the heart to get angry now, but was just brainstorming how to get out. Look at these hollow places. Don't they look like a pattern? The system reminded. We just saw this pattern in the escape manual. After the system's reminder, Yenrui finally remembered. In the escape manual, this pattern means underground. Could it be that our door is underground? Yenrui paced back and forth in the room, feeling the sound of footsteps on the ground, and finally found a floor tile in the center of the room that made a different sound. It's here. Yenrui raised a huge hammer and smashed the floor tile hard at the place where he had just stepped. As expected, under this broken floor tile, he saw the long-lost stairs. Seeing this, Yenrui hammered more fiercely. When he finally smashed it through, the floor tile turned into an opening with rounded edges, enough for one person to pass through. Yenrui, who was about to step on the stairs, hesitated after discovering this change in the hole. He thought for a while, took out an ordinary stone from the space button, and threw it down the stairs. Yenrui didn't hear an echo for a long time. He looked at the system. How about you go down first? You really want to kill your friend. But not me. The system was amazed. Why don't you go down first? My fighting ability is not good. I'm worried that someone will ambush me here. You are different. You are famous. They will just run away when they see you. Yenrui praised the system. We can't let the puppet go down again. Even if the puppet encounters danger, it will not give us any feedback. Okay then. The system also knew that this was a last resort. But after I go down, you have to go down with me. Otherwise, if something happens, you can turn around and run. But you can also know what's going on. The system said it with great righteousness. Yenrui was a little moved. He kissed the system and patted him on the back. Then you go. System, you are not moved by this. You will not be in any danger. If anything happens, just disappear. Yenrui patted the system. Go quickly. After we find Jian Anqi, we can let Jian Anqi do these tasks. Hearing Yenrui's words, the system rolled its eyes unconsciously in its heart. He simply walked to the stairs and jumped down. Let's go! The system walked down 10 steps before Yenrui followed. Yenrui had not yet adapted to the complete darkness after he went down. He took out a flashlight, and the system reminded him, don't turn on the light for the time being. I have night vision and can see the road clearly. You can also try to use supernatural powers. After the system's reminder, Yenrui blinked his eyes and gathered his skills to his eyes. Sure enough, the underground, which was a little dim just now, finally, also appeared in front of him completely. It really works. Yenrui was a little surprised. He followed the system forward. Although he was a little nervous along the way, he did not encounter any crisis. The road was very narrow, only accommodating one person, and there were no forks, so they could only walk forward along the road. The distance between Yenrui and the system gradually narrowed, and finally returned to the state of the two holding hands. How far are we from Jian Anqi now? Yenrui asked. 1.5 kilometers. The system spoke. And on the other side, Jian Anqi kept asking the system how far he was from Yenrui. Although the two were walking towards each other, the straight line distance was getting farther and farther. What about the others? Can you find them? The system said helplessly. It's good that I can find you too. This is the territory of the world consciousness. You know how much restrictions there are on me here. After hearing what the system said, Yenrui's anxious heart slowly calmed down. Yes, there is no time to rush now. Yenrui and the system continued to walk forward. After an unknown amount of time, they finally saw a ray of light in front of them. I'll go up first. If anything happens, turn around and run, the system said. You are now 2.7 kilometers away from Jian Anqi. It's getting farther and farther. If there is a normal map, I will leave a message for Jian Anqi to meet up somewhere. Now I'm just like a headless fly, bumping around everywhere, and I don't even know where I am. Yenrui thought angrily in his heart that the difficulty of this game is much higher than the last game. Wait a minute. The system had already crawled out of the exit first. Yenrui didn't dare to move after hearing what he said. What's wrong? The system looked down at Yenrui. It's okay. You come up first. We seem to have walked out of that castle. Is that a castle? Yenrui thought it would be a villa or something. But it's not surprising that it's a castle. The luxuriously decorated utility room can highlight the ability of the owner of this house. Is it such a big castle? Yenrui crawled out of the underground passage. The moment he saw the castle in front of him, he couldn't help but sigh in surprise. Although I have never been abroad, I have watched TV. The castles of nobles on TV are not this big. It was even bigger than the pigeon near the camera. Yenrui looked left and right. He couldn't see the end of the castle. Then he counted the number of floors of the castle curiously, and found that this ancient European castle, which looked simple and old, actually had at least 13 floors. This is no longer a castle. It should be considered a small city. I don't know how much effort the world consciousness has put into building this scene, Yanrui complained. How many players do you think he will summon this time? According to the scale of this castle, there should be at least 100,000 people. The system jumped on Yanrui's shoulder. Should we go back? Don't go back yet. See if there are any cards in this garden. Yanrui pointed to the huge rose garden in front of him. I feel there should be cards here. Yes, but it is in the center of the rose garden. The energy is not high. If there is anything, it is not worth it. The system persuaded. This rose has thorns. You might as well let the puppet help you dig out the cards in the ground. It makes sense. Yanrui immediately mobilized 5 puppets, one of which asked him to go directly to the center of the rose garden to dig cards, and the remaining 4 asked them to pull out all the roses in the rose garden and put them away. What do you want this rose for? The system was puzzled when it saw Yanrui plucking feathers. This thing is useless. Why is it useless? Although roses don't have much medicinal value, they can be used to make rose cakes. And the stems of roses can be dried and used as firewood, which is better than nothing. It's better to dig up all the soil and take it back, the system complained. But Yanrui didn't expect it to be serious. Come on. Wait until the people in front pull out all the roses, and then you can dig up the soil behind. After hearing the system's words, Yanrui immediately mobilized 4 more puppets to follow the 4 puppets in front. What kind of suffering did you have to endure in your last life to become like this now? The system was really hard to imagine. Anyway, you won't see the miserable situation in your last life in this life. Yanrui was very happy, wearing gloves to sort out the roses. This thing can also be used to extract essential oils. Apply a drop at night when you go to bed. It's good for sleep. If it doesn't work, even if you eat it dry, it can still satisfy your hunger. Hey, the distance between you and Jian Anqi has suddenly shortened. Really? Hearing this, Yanrui immediately stood up, not knowing that Jian Anqi was now running towards Yanrui with the players behind him. Jian Anqi, who had just entered the game, found that Yanrui was not around him, and he couldn't help but get angry. He was trapped in a luxurious restaurant, surrounded by 4 players who didn't know each other. At the beginning, several people were wary of each other, but one of them was good at playing with other players except Jian Anqi, and established a good cooperative relationship with them. When he found Jian Anqi already had 3 cards in his hand, and the others only had 1 card. When the 3 saw Jian Anqi find the 6th card, they finally couldn't sit still. They formed an alliance with their eyes. And when Jian Anqi found the 7th card, they acted at the same time. After the 4 people in front of him all lay down and couldn't move, Jian Anqi finally spoke the first sentence after entering the game. It's a waste for you to use this card. I'll confiscate it. After Jian Anqi finished speaking, those people couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of blood in their hearts. Not only were they beaten, but they were also ridiculed. What kind of world is this? Finally, with the reminder of the system, all the cards in the restaurant were found by persistence. At this time, the 3 people who had just attacked him finally had the strength to stand up. Brother, let's help each other in this game. I have a substitute prop here, as long as you are willing to take me out of the game. This substitute prop is yours. Have you been to the supermarket? Jian Anqi looked at the person who was speaking. His expression was a little surprised. Then don't you know me? Should I know you? The man was also stunned by Jian Anqi's words. Jian Anqi didn't want to talk to him more, so he walked to the door by himself, wanting to open the door and go out to find Yanrui. But no matter how hard Jian Anqi tried, he couldn't open the door. Big brother, let's help each other. You can't do it here. Maybe I can open this door. It's very normal for players to help each other in the game. Jian Anqi turned his head and looked at this person. Instead of continuing to talk, he took 2 steps back, then suddenly stood up and kicked the door that had not been open for a long time. Looking at the door collapsing, the player who had been trying to follow him finally had nothing to say. Jian Anqi's kick over not only the door, but also a large circle of walls around the door, as well as a large crack on the wall. What a great example of one force defeating 10 skills. All conspiracies and tricks are ineffective in the face of absolute power. Jian Anqi walked out of the door. After he reached the door, he thought of Yanrui's face again. took a step back, looked inside the door and said, "Why don't you follow?" The few people were extremely surprised for a moment. They immediately sorted out their backpacks and hurriedly followed Jian Anqi. Just as he went out, Jian Anqi ran in one direction. Several groups of people wanted to attack them in the middle, but they were all taken down by Jian Anqi. In fact, they didn't quite understand Jian Anqi's behavior. He didn't fight for hegemony or kill people. He only wanted the cards in the hands of the players, and was willing to exchange them with substitute props. I don't know where he came from, but he actually has so many substitute props in his hand. The player who just took out a substitute prop and wanted Jian Anqi to help him walk out of the game blushed for a while. 2 cards can be exchanged for a substitute item. This price is extremely cost-effective no matter where it is placed. Some people are reluctant to give up the cards in their hands and hesitate, and other players will even persuade them. Look at you. You don't have any cards in your hand. Just look for them. But it's hard to buy substitute items. Yes. This is something that can really change your life. The cards in your hand are useless. You might as well use them to exchange props. Jian Anqi was anxious and wanted to find Yan Rui quickly, but he was tripped up by the matter of exchanging cards for a while. However, after hearing the system say that Yan Rui was not in any danger, he was able to spare some patience for other players. Tell Yan Rui not to worry. I can find him wherever he goes. If he's tired, just ask him to wait for me. Jian Anqi and the system instructed, don't let him get too tired. After hearing Jian Anqi's message, Yan Rui laughed. What's so tiring about this? He always thinks too much every day and treats me like a child. Wait a minute. There's someone behind you. Just as the system was about to complain about the disgusting messages between the two, it felt a team behind it moving slowly towards Yan Rui. Friend or foe? Yan Rui took off his gloves, pretended to be calm, and looked in the direction the system pointed to him, and then asked. The system couldn't tell for a while, but he still reminded, be careful. Yan Rui nodded. And at this time, the puppet just dug up the card in the center of the rose garden and handed it to him. At the moment when Yan Rui took the card, a beam of fire was caught by Yan Rui's peripheral vision. Yan Rui snorted in his heart, took a step back, and barely avoided this attack. It looks like an enemy, or an enemy without any martial virtue. Yan Rui bent down as quickly as possible to pick up the cards, and then put them in the space. Although the cards will disappear after leaving the game even if they are placed in the space, making a temporary storage location will still confuse other players in front of him. Hand over the cards. I can spare your life. At this time, a team of 5 people stood in front of Yan Rui and threatened him. Yan Rui looked them up and down and shook his head. I should say this. Hand over the cards. I can spare your life. Ha ha ha. The 5 people seemed to have heard some shocking joke, and laughed wildly for a while. You spare our lives? How many cards do you have? Why are you so arrogant? The first person to speak was a ghost fire boy with red hair, leather jacket and leather pants, and many complicated decorations on his body. Yan Rui lowered his head and counted the cards that the puppet had just handed him. I have 3 cards. I have 8 cards. The ghost fire boy looked at Yan Rui and said proudly, hand in these 3 cards. I can protect you until the end of the game. What if I am not selected by the game when passers-by choose at the end? Yan Rui asked calmly. Then it's none of our business. How can you give me 3 cards and I have to protect you until the end of time? You are asking for too much. A boy with black hair and at least a dozen earrings behind the ghost fire boy said. And the people behind you? How many cards do they have in their hands? If you give me all the cards in your hands, I can keep them safe. You mean them? They don't seem to need your protection. Yan Rui shrugged, then clapped his hands in front of them, and the puppets immediately stopped their actions and turned to face the direction of the teenagers. Fuck. What are these? Why do they have the same face? And they all have no expression. I saw their movements were a little stiff just now, and I thought they were scared in the game. The teenagers were a little frightened for a while, and looking at their reactions, Yan Rui had expected it. It is normal for normal people to feel a little scared when seeing 5 people who look exactly the same and whose movements are stiff. Do you want to become like them? I can help you pinch your face. Yan Rui curled his lips, and this action turned into a devilish smile in front of the teenagers. Hurry up. The leading teenager who just said that he had 8 cards in his hand made a decision at the fastest speed. It is not a problem to compete in killing in the game. But Yan Rui and the people behind him looked too evil. Their first reaction when they saw such things was to run. You can come and go as you like. You think I am too kind. Yinrui's voice came from behind them. And these people ran faster. Yinrui clapped his hands. And the puppets immediately disappeared beside Yinrui. And appeared in front of the teenagers in the next second. Ah! The puppets that suddenly appeared in front of them scared the teenagers and screamed. Yinrui blocked his ears with his fingers. After seeing someone faint, he walked behind them and said, Are you still running? Run. Only fools don't run. The red-haired boy who had just led the group choked up. He quietly reached his hand behind him. And then he felt a cold hand holding his left hand. Wow. Still a half-grown child. Yinrui looked at these arrogant but young men. And felt a little emotional. Hand over all the cards in your hands. Yinrui waved at a few people. If you take out the cards obediently, I won't turn you into puppets. You are just empty talk. I don't believe it. There are some smart people among these teenagers. Sign us a contract. Some smart, but not much. It's okay for me to sign a contract. But even if I don't keep my promise after signing it, and I still refine you all into puppets, what can you do to me? Yinrui waved at several people. And the devil whispered, besides giving me the card. Do you have any other choice? No. There is no. But these teenagers still want to struggle. Earth Spike Whirlpool. Yinrui was caught without paying attention. This card turns the soles of the selected player's feet into sand with needles, leaving the player with no place to bear the force and being stabbed to death by the earth spikes in the sand. But Yinrui is different. Yinrui flew directly into the sky. He bought wings before. Yinrui was too lazy to talk nonsense with the players in front of him who wanted to kill him from the beginning. He put his hands together and made a hand seal. Several vines emerged from under the players. These vines grew more and more. And in the blink of an eye, they firmly entangled the players on the ground. Yinrui stood in front of them again. This brat is quite stubborn. He didn't give it to me on his own initiative, but insisted that I take it myself. Yinrui received a total of 14 cards from these people. After he collected them all, he pulled down the vine. Are you still running? Yinrui looked at the boy in front of him, who was so scared that he couldn't speak, and laughed disdainfully. Do you still want to steal something from me? No. No. The red-haired boy who led the group blocked the boy who had just attacked Yinrui behind him. From now on, we are your slaves. If you tell us to go east, we will never go west. The young man who had just attacked Yinrui was full of regret at this moment. He actually lost the bet. Who could have thought that Yinrui was so powerful? Okay. Don't hide anymore. I won't do anything to you. I was just trying to scare you. Yinrui hooked his finger at them and asked them to stand up. The one who fainted. Stop pretending. I know you are awake. The 5 young men immediately stood up and followed Yinrui obediently. You and these puppets. Pull out all the roses in this area for me. Brother, don't you like roses? In just 5 minutes, Yinrui's status instantly increased a lot. How could I not like roses? I like roses too much. Yinrui threw a pair of gloves to each of them. Pull all these roses for me. At this time, Jian Anqi finally followed the instructions of the system and came to the back door of the garden. He looked at Yinrui wearing a straw hat and working hard under the scorching sun, and finally calmed down, ignoring the reminders of the people behind him. He ran towards Yinrui at a faster speed. Those who followed Jian Anqi, without exception, thought that their big brother had finally found a new target. I hope the new little brother will be sweeter. Maybe the big brother can give him a look. Yinrui felt the person coming and immediately raised his head. When he saw Jian Anqi, a smile instantly bloomed on his face. Wait a minute. The little brother, who was watching both sides, felt something was wrong. How come they kissed without saying a word?